Please like and share the video, and follow the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks, and leave a comment with the novel you want to hear. I will upload it soon based on your request. Chapter 574, Third Visit to the Divine Martial Hall. When the post about Luo Yunyang killing the Cloud Sea Saint went up, Luo Yunyang's recognition reached a whole new height. The Cloud Sea Saint was a peak universe-grade powerhouse. He was the sort of individual that could control the fortune of one tribe. Although the Cloud Mist tribe was still among the 18 primary tribes, with the passing of the Cloud Sea Saint, its fall from the 18 primary tribes was more or less set in stone. Without a universe-grade powerhouse like the Cloud Sea Saint, it was nothing more than a fact, no matter how unwilling the Cloud Mist tribe was to admit it. For the Cloud Mist tribe, the Cloud Sea Saint's death was a major disaster. However, even if the Cloud Sea Saint had died many times over, his death wouldn't be more important than the dignity of a supremacy. Furthermore, this didn't just touch upon one supremacy, but over 10. Every one of these supremacies could cause chaos in the cosmos if they wanted to. However, they had all received a vicious slap across their faces. Furthermore, this slap appeared to be righteous and dignified, as though it couldn't be hidden, no matter how much one tried. In order to strip Luo Yunyang off his status as the city lord of Samsara Star City, they had ultimately proposed some benefits to get the Cloud Sea Saint to act against his own junior brother and make Luo Yunyang lose his city lord status. These supremacies were high and mighty, so nobody would dare resist their wishes. However, after all of this was over, Luo Yunyang had killed the Cloud Sea Saint, who had been following their orders. If anybody else had killed the Cloud Sea Saint, they would have absolutely avenged him at the first possible opportunity. However, the killer was Luo Yunyang, so it wouldn't be beneficial for them to act. No matter what, Luo Yunyang was still a disciple of the Celestial World Supremacy. In order to strip off Luo Yunyang's title, they had asked the Cloud Sea Saint to get involved. Even though the Celestial World Supremacy was furious, he could only swallow his anger and endure this due to his most senior disciple's participation. However, if the various supremacies came out to deal with Luo Yunyang, it would be akin to having a go at the Celestial World Supremacy himself. This was something they couldn't do. Therefore, as this post stirred things up, the Blood Lotus Supremacy, the Shenluo Supremacy, and the others didn't issue any orders. However, even though they didn't say anything, it didn't mean that they didn't care about this matter. As more and more people were talking about Luo Yunyang killing the Cloud Sea Saint, Supreme Daozi of the Divine Union issued a statement. Supreme Daozi didn't speak himself. Instead, he got the Brilliant Sun Sage to convey his decree. The contents of his announcement were simple. Luo Yunyang was to die outside Samsara Star City. This was followed closely by a statement released by Blue Lotus Daozi of the Purgatory. Blue Lotus Daozi only used 3 words to show his stance towards Luo Yunyang: death on sight. Following Daozi's words, the other previously sealed powerhouses also released their statements. Although the contents of their statements weren't about hunting down Luo Yunyang, most people could see that they shut down any chance of Luo Yunyang ever returning to Samsara Star City. If these Daozis were keeping guard, Luo Yunyang would be basically committing suicide by re-entering Samsara Star City. On the Dragon Eagle spaceship, the Bloody Blade Monarch would help gather information within the virtual realm, collate it and deliver it to Luo Yunyang. Therefore, Luo Yunyang knew all about what was going on. The Bloody Blade Monarch and the over 500 galaxy-grade powerhouses following Luo Yunyang were all slightly anxious. Their initial delight had turned into some sort of fear. A fear of supremacies. The murder of the Cloud Sea Saint had already been something that they had never imagined would happen. Giving the various supremacies a slap had been simply inconceivable. Luo Yunyang randomly browsed through these resources and said calmly, "There is no need to pay attention to these. You can find some places to seclude yourselves and cultivate during this time." Suddenly, Luo Yunyang's tone became solemn. "The resources we obtained from the Cloud Mist tribe should last you guys for 10 years. Meanwhile, I will be going somewhere during this period. When I return from that place, I will contact you all." The Bloody Blade Monarch wanted to ask Luo Yunyang what sort of place he would be visiting, but he decided not to say anything in the end. As the Bloody Blade Monarch led the huge contingent away, Luo Yunyang rode his spaceship back to the Divine Martial Hall once again. He had come to the Divine Martial Hall twice, both times because of the Celestial World Supremacy. However, this time, Luo Yunyang had come for himself. Just like before, there were many people using the steps outside the divine martial hall to cultivate. Luo Yunyang practically caught everyone's attention when he arrived. When they saw Luo Yunyang, the people that had originally been sitting quietly looked at him. In the past, they had thought that Luo Yunyang was just an insane person that had crashed his way through stage 2 of the divine martial hall. However, the current Luo Yunyang was an extremely fearsome existence. After all, this was an existence that had slain a saint. Furthermore, the saint he had killed had been his own senior brother. This had been an unceremonious slap across the faces of the various supremacies. Although these supremacies wouldn't stoop to causing trouble to Luo Yunyang due to the existence of the celestial world's supremacy, the sealed generation had said that they would kill Luo Yunyang. Blue Lotus Daozi, Supreme Daozi, and the others were all entities that would stifle anyone else just by being there. At the same time, Luo Yunyang, who had slain a saint, made everyone around feel that they couldn't afford to offend such a person. Thus, upon seeing Luo Yunyang, practically everyone watched him with a distant yet respectful gaze. Luo Yunyang didn't really care about the reaction of these people. Now that the chaotic four-origin beast had already broken through to the galaxy grade, he had much greater confidence in passing the divine martial hall. The moment he stepped into the divine martial hall, Luo Yunyang discovered that he was still in stage 1 of the hall. The opponent he faced this time wasn't any different from the opponent he had met when he had entered the divine martial hall for the first time. However, the cultivation base of this opponent had already advanced to the galaxy grade. Luo Yunyang didn't use any power from his chaotic four-origin beast. He just relied on his own ability and rushed over towards this opponent. 5 moves later, the opponent crumbled in the void thanks to Luo Yunyang's world-engulfing finger. Just like before, the opponents in the divine martial hall's first hall were defeated in succession. Luo Yunyang dispatched 1008 opponents, starting with 5 moves, until he defeated the last guy in 1 move. This took him 5 days in total. As soon as Luo Yunyang had entered the divine martial hall, the martialists cultivating outside the divine martial hall had all placed their attention on him. They wanted to see exactly how many large halls Luo Yunyang would be able to break through. 5 days later, Luo Yunyang had advanced to the divine martial hall's second hall. To some of them, this speed seemed a little slow. It seemed like completing the front 6 halls would be impossible. However, the person within the divine martial hall was Luo Yunyang. The second hall took him 5 days. The third hall also took him 5 days. When the 6th hall appeared before Luo Yunyang, he spent 5 days to break through it. The people gathered outside the divine martial hall felt like they were going insane. The reason these people were cultivating at the doorstep was because they didn't dare take on the divine martial hall. However, Luo Yunyang had actually passed through 6 halls in 30 days. Do you all think he will continue? Someone asked curiously. He will. I think that not only will he try, but he will definitely complete stage 2. Someone said resolutely. No one refuted his claim, as Luo Yunyang's current status was no longer the same. The over 6,000 battles had left Luo Yunyang feeling very disappointed. Although these galaxy-grade powerhouses were each stronger than the former, there was still a considerable gulf when they were compared to his body. Although he had gained quite some comprehension by cultivating, this comprehension didn't help him progress much now. As far as the reward for completing stage 1 was concerned, Luo Yunyang browsed through the items but didn't pick the one that would increase his power considerably. Ultimately, he chose the brilliant golden vine. Although the brilliant golden vine wouldn't boost his strength too much, this plant life had countless permutations. It could be used as a weapon in a fight and also become a suit of body armor. After making his selection, Luo Yunyang put the brilliant golden vine in his internal realm to cultivate before advancing to the 4 halls of stage 2. The difficulty of stage 2 couldn't be compared to stage 1. Luo Yunyang still chose to face the opponent starting from number 1. This time, he still didn't use his attribute regulator and finally achieved victory. However, this match lasted 5 days. Just one fight. While facing stage 2, Luo Yunyang didn't choose the 1008 opponents like he had before. Instead, after some consideration, he started to select the opponents that could threaten or enlighten him. Due to this sort of selections, Luo Yunyang spent half a year in the 7th hall of the divine martial hall. The 8th hall also took him half a year. As Luo Yunyang's challenge level rose slowly, he could no longer not use the attribute regulator. However, he would only increase his attributes slightly instead of transferring all the chaotic four origin beasts' attributes into his own body. The 9th hall lasted 1 year. The 10th hall lasted 2 years. After completing stage 2, Luo Yunyang immediately chose an item he had yearned for when he had chosen the Samsara Bodhi seal last time before continuing to take on stage 3 of the Divine Martial Hall. The probability of successfully passing stage 3 of the Divine Martial Hall was practically zero. Thus, when Luo Yunyang entered the 11th hall of the Divine Martial Hall, everyone paying attention to the Divine Martial Hall had the same thought: Luo Yunyang had really gone crazy. Chapter 575, 6 Sacred Halls, Die. A furious shout that shook the heavens resonated from the winged gorilla that was entirely golden as it charged straight at Luo Yunyang. This opponent was the first one Luo Yunyang had selected after entering the Divine Martial Hall's 11th hall. Tao He had been battling non-stop for 11 days. It was the phoenix-winged golden ape. After Luo Yunyang had entered the Divine Martial Hall's 11th floor, he had discovered that the difference between the 11th floor and the 10 floors below was huge. Unlike the previous 10 floors, where there had been 1008 opponents to select from, Luo Yunyang could only pick from 13 opponents here. This phoenix-winged golden ape had been listed first. Its power was overwhelmingly extensive, and it also possessed powerful and formidable techniques. Just based on the current blast of its rod, Luo Yunyang could sense the shocking power contained within its boundary. During the past few years, Luo Yunyang had gained enlightenment into the Sky Book's 9 volumes and accumulated a lot of experience and countless opportunities. He believed that the power of his black hole was already quite good. However, it was only when Luo Yunyang came into contact with the phoenix-winged golden ape's rod that he realized what boundless might meant. The strike of the rod bathed in surging golden light in the phoenix-winged golden ape's hands seemed very simple. However, that strike made Luo Yunyang feel like it couldn't be blocked or swept away. That loud shout had swayed his consciousness, so Luo Yunyang felt his aura weaken by 30%. Even so, he tightened his state of mind and put out a finger, jabbing at the phoenix-winged golden ape's onrushing rod. Luo Yunyang was pushed back 900 meters while his entire body was nearly thrown to the ground. On the other hand, the phoenix-winged golden ape was pushed back 300 meters. However, it flapped its wings and stopped itself in midair. Thanks to his attribute regulator, Luo Yunyang had already raised his own power so that it was 10 times the power of the phoenix-winged golden ape. His speed, mind and other aspects also crushed the phoenix-winged golden apes. Of course, all of this was basically cheating. However, the cheating Luo Yunyang still had a galaxy-grade cultivation base. Unfortunately, even though Luo Yunyang tried his hardest, the phoenix-winged golden ape still held the upper hand. Actually, Luo Yunyang was being suppressed. He knew all too well the reason for this. It was the set of rod techniques the phoenix-winged golden ape was using. That perfect technique could allow the phoenix-winged golden ape to unleash 10 times its power. This sort of rod techniques were incomparably perfect. Every time the phoenix-winged golden ape's rod was swung, Luo Yunyang felt as though there was a power that incorporated the sky and earth, while countless laws were gathered at once. Luo Yunyang stabilized his body once again and mulled over that rod strike in his mind. In a moment, a long silver rod had appeared in his empty hands. This rod was part of the battle spoils he had gotten some time ago. However, it was now his weapon. The rod was brandished. Although Luo Yunyang didn't know how great the discrepancy would be against the phoenix-winged golden ape's rod technique, he still charged forward crazily to meet it. A sweeping rod strike sent Luo Yunyang flying. However, he had already used the chaotic 4 origin beast's attributes to raise his own defensive capabilities to the max, so he didn't suffer too much damage. His eyes were bright. Although getting struck by the rod didn't feel too good, Luo Yunyang had already faintly started to understand some of it. A year later, Luo Yunyang swung his silver rod heavily. The silver rod clashed against the golden rod that the phoenix-winged golden ape was wielding. The golden rod shattered and the spread-out phoenix wings were instantly fragmented by Luo Yunyang. The phoenix-winged golden ape fell to the ground. Its blood-red eyes were filled with fear. It seemed as though it wanted to say something as it disintegrated within the void. A horizontal Empyrean sweeper. Although the phoenix-winged golden ape had never mentioned the name of this rod technique, this name had been clearly etched in Luo Yunyang's mind as he had cultivated this technique during his battle with the phoenix-winged golden ape. Luo Yunyang didn't know how this rod technique had come about. However, it contained the power of boundaries, so there was no need to comprehend it. As long as this rod technique was mastered well, everything would come naturally. If Luo Yunyang had to compare it to something, he would only compare it to learning how to do sums in school. One would only get proficient after lots of practice. However, people like him didn't spend much time figuring it out. Instead, they grasped a formula for solving sums, so no matter the type of the question, they would be able to flexibly accommodate it and quickly solve the problem. Although Luo Yunyang had a deeper understanding of solving sums, in reality, those who used the formula were far greater than him in terms of speed or other aspects related to sums. A horizontal Empyrean sweeper. Keeping that in mind, Luo Yunyang chose the second challenger. Although he could continue on to the 12th hall, he still decided to challenge every single one of these 13 opponents. What appeared before Luo Yunyang was something he wasn't unfamiliar with. It was a being from the mysterious underworld race. The 30-meter-tall mysterious underworld being had 4 arms. However, only one was wielding a silver sword. The instant it saw Luo Yunyang, the sword in its hands entrapped him rapidly. Although this sword move wasn't too fast, when it was slashed out, Luo Yunyang felt the void around him become a cage made completely from the convergence of the powers of the sky and earth. Even more important was the assembly of this cage. In the past, Luo Yunyang had come up with the omnipresent net technique while still training in the Bloody Massacre path. The principle between these two seemed similar. However, Luo Yunyang's move was actually only a tight sealing power, whereas the mysterious underworld being's technique was a boundary. Luo Yunyang concentrated his gaze. Besides defending himself, he also wanted to gently experience this sword technique. The greatest benefit that the attribute regulator gave him was that, by relying on the chaotic 4-origin beast, he could possess the defensive capabilities of a celestial domain grade, which he wasn't supposed to have. Tianluo beheading. After 5 years, Luo Yunyang got out of the 11th hall. His cultivation base hadn't improved greatly during these 5 years, but it had made him seem a little more awe-inspiring. During the first half of the 6th year, Luo Yunyang swung his rod. As his rod light shot out, an illusory rod projection appeared. That rod projection, which was even quicker than Luo Yunyang, smashed heavily onto the phoenix-winged golden ape. The phoenix-winged golden ape, which was multiple times stronger than the one in the 11th hall, was shattered immediately. Luo Yunyang, who had experienced 13 types of techniques, entered the 13th hall. Every hall in the Divine Martial Hall seemed to be the same. However, upon entering the 13th hall, the opponent Luo Yunyang met wasn't the 13 apex powerhouses he had imagined. Instead, he came across a man. A handsome, overbearing man. When Luo Yunyang saw that person, he felt as though he was an insignificant ant. He even had an impulse to drop to his knees and kneel. There was actually a human tribe amongst the guardians of the Divine Martial Hall. Furthermore, it was the guardian of the last hall. My name is Divine Martial. Take this attack. Divine Martial. These 2 words stunned Luo Yunyang slightly. He was the Divine Martial. If that person was a human like him, would the origin of this hall be similar to the training center and the tiny tower base? Luo Yunyang was puzzled. When he thought of the circumstances at the little tower base, he vaguely sensed some unknown truths continuously closing in on him as his cultivation level increased. I have practiced 13 out of 10 million martial paths. Now 13 will become 1. Watch carefully. As the Divine Martial spoke, he took a step towards Luo Yunyang. While he took this step, Luo Yunyang saw a huge golden ape brandish its massive rod. He saw the dancing swords of the mysterious underworld being, he saw flying knives, he saw a giant standing on top of a formless mass, and he also saw a glowing godly figure. 13 projections harmonized with the Divine Martial's body. Following this harmony, the Divine Martial struck out with a tremendous punch. This unequaled punch couldn't be routed. When the Divine Martial appeared, Luo Yunyang felt the cultivation base of the Divine Martial rising rapidly. However, when this punch was thrown out, Luo Yunyang felt that, even if he added all his attributes, it would still be difficult for him to withstand this punch. All his past techniques and methods would be like mere illusions before this punch. As this punch was approaching him, he used the horizontal Empyrean sweeper, the Tianluo beheading, the 1,000-fathom spear breaker, and the blood-drinking blade technique. The 13 types of techniques that he had learned in the 11th and 12th hall appeared clearly in Luo Yunyang's mind. Instinctively, he threw a punch against the Divine Martial's punch. As he used this punch, Luo Yunyang felt the power within his body frantically surging to his moving fists. The two fists clashed tremendously against each other. The person called the Divine Marshal smiled faintly as his fist met Luo Yunyang's. "You are really good." This was the last thing the Divine Marshal said before his body vanished into the void. As Luo Yunyang stood in the 13th hall of the Divine Marshal Hall, a voice rang out. "Congratulations to the challenger on successfully clearing the Divine Marshal's 13th hall. You have obtained the title of a Heavenly Marshalist. The selection for 5 of the 6 sacred halls is now complete. Heavenly Marshalist, please have patience and wait till the selection for all 6 sacred halls is complete. You will then vie with others for the Sacred Master." Sacred Master? What was that? Based on what Luo Yunyang knew, there was only one Divine Marshal Hall in this space, where the 4 great factions reigned. Since when were there 6 sacred halls? There were also others just like him, who had successfully completed one of the 6 sacred halls. As Luo Yunyang was thinking about all this, that voice rang out again beside him. "Honored Heavenly Marshalist, will you stay in the Divine Marshal Hall, or will you leave? If you leave, please select your coordinates." Luo Yunyang, who suddenly felt that something was wrong, said, "I passed the 3rd stage. Where is my reward?" Chapter 576. The Divine Marshal Battle Avatar in the Supreme Assembly. As he was standing in a silent, empty space, Luo Yunyang held a battle avatar about the size of a fist and went through the information concerning the battle avatar. Divine Marshal Battle Avatar, manufactured from the foundations of the Divine Marshal Hall and proficient in 13 military strategies. Its strongest power was akin to a half-step supremacy. There were a few items that could be chosen at the Divine Marshal Hall's 3rd stage, but every item was an extraordinary ultimate treasure. The reason Luo Yunyang had chosen the battle avatar, apart from its appearance, was mainly its half-step supremacy combat prowess. However, as Luo Yunyang meticulously studied this battle avatar, he discovered that the battle avatar required something called Origin Divine Crystals in order to display its full might. Luo Yunyang hadn't heard of these Origin Divine Crystals before, let alone possessed any. Luckily, this Divine Marshal Battle Avatar had one piece of Origin Divine Crystal. This piece of Origin Divine Crystal could allow the Divine Marshal Battle Avatar to unleash its strongest power for 15 minutes. If its power was set to the Universe grade, it could battle continuously for 10 days. 10 days and 15 minutes. The gulf between a Supremacy and a Universe grade was imaginable. Because of this reason, Luo Yunyang's reverence for the Supremacy reached a new height. The Empty Sky Star Domain was the location Luo Yunyang was currently at. Luo Yunyang had never come to this place before, but this was the nearest place to Samsara Star City, where the Divine Marshal Hall could send him. Originally, Luo Yunyang had entered the Divine Marshal Hall to obtain an item that would increase his own power considerably. However, he had never imagined that he would come out this time after entering the Divine Marshal Hall. After calculating the time, Luo Yunyang estimated that at least 10 years had passed. The fight for the Samsara tokens was about to start. Luo Yunyang turned on his communication device immediately. He'd simply had no way of using his communication device when he had been inside the Divine Marshal Hall. The moment his communication device was turned on, Luo Yunyang received many messages from his family, the Bloody Blade Monarch and other subordinates, the Bloody Massacre Path, as well as other friends. However, there was one message that was somewhat unexpected. The Empty Fire Saint had messaged him. His second senior brother, who had never had a good relationship with eldest senior brother Cloud Sea Saint, had actually left him a message. The message had actually been sent 3 days after Luo Yunyang had entered the Divine Marshal Hall. Luo Yunyang opened the message and discovered in astonishment that there wasn't a single word inside. It was a message without content. However, Luo Yunyang more or less understood the Empty Fire Saint's intent. His second senior brother didn't approve of the fact that he had killed the Cloud Sea Saint. However, it didn't seem like he had any intention of sticking up for the Cloud Sea Saint. After all, the second senior brother wasn't unfamiliar with the grievances between Luo Yunyang and the Cloud Sea Saint. Thus, he could only choose not to participate. Luo Yunyang mulled this over for a bit and forcibly cut off any thoughts he had of giving the second senior brother a reply. Luo Yunyang didn't regret killing the Cloud Sea Saint, so naturally, there wasn't anything to talk about. The messages from his family were mostly left by his younger sister and Yunxi, who mainly wanted to ask how he was doing now. Evidently, Yunxi and his sister didn't know that he had entered the Divine Marshal Hall, as their level wasn't high enough for them to be aware of this. As Luo Yunyang browsed through the messages left by those two, his heart felt warm. Besides a message sent 2 days after Luo Yunyang had entered the Divine Martial Hall to ask how he was doing, the Bloody Massacre Path Master's other messages had been sent recently. Yunyang, the Samsara tokens are about to come into being. Given your cultivation base, even if you can't obtain the ultimate Samsara token, you should be able to obtain a first-grade Samsara token. Hurry over to Samsara Star City. Yunyang, what's going on? The first Samsara token has already appeared. Where are you? Yunyang, 5 high-grade Samsara tokens have already been snatched. What are you still waiting for? I've told you that there aren't many high-grade Samsara tokens. Yunyang, are you really still in the Divine Martial Hall? There hasn't been any news from you during the past few years. I don't believe that you have fallen in the Divine Martial Hall. The Bloody Massacre Path Master's last message had been sent 3 days ago. Luo Yunyang was stunned when he saw these messages. He immediately realized that he was late. The fact that Samsara tokens were being snatched by others made Luo Yunyang a little anxious. He quickly activated and entered the virtual realm's sky vision and saw that most of the top news concerned the Samsara tokens. Blue Lotus Dowsy has taken the lead and obtained 15 high-grade Samsara tokens. Supreme Dowsy has obtained 10 high-grade Samsara tokens, 73 mid-grade Samsara tokens, and 150 low-grade Samsara tokens. The Divine Union has reaped a bumper harvest. The Bug Race's Grand Queen Mother has obtained 2 top-notch Samsara tokens. Luo Yunyang saw all sorts of news and information. However, the last one was the most eye-catching. The only ultimate Samsara token had already flown from the Samsara Wheel's core and entered the Deep Sky Star domain. Powerhouses from all 4 factions were gathering in the Deep Sky Star domain to fight for the opportunity to be the strongest. The last piece of news had been released 10 days ago. Luo Yunyang didn't know whether it had fallen into anyone's hands during these 10 days, yet he felt that he still had a chance right now. 10 cycles of reincarnation. Luo Yunyang knew that he absolutely couldn't let this chance slip by. He immediately started to search the distance between him and the Deep Sky Star domain. He realized that his current location wasn't too far away from the Deep Sky Star domain. By using space jump points, he could enter the Deep Sky Star domain in just a day. With a thought, the Dragon Eagle spaceship appeared by Luo Yunyang's side. He used Badabu to control the ship and sped towards the Deep Sky Star as fast as possible. After this was all done, Luo Yunyang continued to go through the messages on his communication device. Many of the messages were from the Bloody Blade Monarch and the others. My lord, have you come out of the Divine Martial Hall yet? My lord, after a discussion with my fellow brothers, we have decided to go ahead and fight for the Samsara token. If you read this, contact us as soon as possible. My lord, our luck isn't too bad. We have already obtained a low-grade Samsara token. At first, there were still quite a lot of messages from the Bloody Blade Monarch. However, towards the end, the number of these messages started to dwindle. As he browsed through the information on his communication device, Luo Yunyang discovered that the strongest powerhouses from the 4 factions fighting for the Samsara token were only peak celestial domain grades. The universe-grade powerhouses had never appeared. A few reputable peak celestial domain grade entities on the Supreme Wind Cloud list had actually been killed by Blue Lotus Dowsy and martialists who were actually a boundary grade inferior. As these few reputable figures on the Supreme Wind Cloud list were slain, the reputation of Blue Lotus Dowsy and the others became even more resounding. Just as Luo Yunyang was digesting this information, a message was suddenly transmitted. This message hadn't been transmitted through Luo Yunyang's communication device but directly through the spaceship. Master, a spacecraft 10,000 miles ahead wishes to communicate with us. Badabu announced. 10,000 miles ahead? This distance didn't seem far. It would only take a few moments for Luo Yunyang's Dragon Eagle spaceship to cover that distance. Although he didn't know who it was, Luo Yunyang pondered this for a moment before saying, "Put them through." Greetings, sir. We are disciples of the Heaven Sound Pavilion. We have orders to participate in the Supreme Assembly at the Deep Sky Star and give a performance before the Dowsies. Displayed on the screen was a beautiful lady. Her appearance didn't seem much different from a human's, but her misty, spiritual vibe made Luo Yunyang think of a certain tribe. She was a member of the Soaring Deity tribe. The Soaring Deity tribe wasn't among the 18 primary tribes, so its combat strength wasn't that powerful. However, what the Soaring Deity tribe had in abundance was gorgeous men and beautiful ladies. The Heaven Sound Pavilion was a holy ground of the soaring deity tribe that held a special position in the entire divine union. Even the proud and haughty demigod tribe would find it glorious to wed a disciple from the soaring deity tribe's Heaven Sound Pavilion. The reason Luo Yunyang had heard of the soaring deity tribe was because, while chatting idly with a few comrades many years back, someone had said in a dreamy way that if he could marry a soaring deity lady in his lifetime, he would lead a very good life. However, Luo Yunyang had no intention of marrying a soaring deity tribe wife, and he had no conflicts of interest with them, so he naturally hadn't had many dealings with them. What's the matter? Luo Yunyang was a little impatient. Kind sir, our spacecraft has encountered a small problem that makes it difficult to proceed with space jumps. May I ask whether you might be able to give us a lift? The lady seemed a little displeased by Luo Yunyang's manner. However, she ultimately reined in her temper and spoke softly. There was a small problem with the spaceship. Luo Yunyang frowned. He mulled this over for a bit before finally saying, "All right. You can all come over." According to an unwritten space rule, if a spaceship encountered problems in space, other crafts passing by had an obligation to render aid. However, thanks to the continuous advancements of spacecraft technology, the probability of any problems occurring was very low. Still, anything could happen while traversing through space. For example, one could meet an unknown creature or encounter a mysterious realm, which could result in some problems. Luo Yunyang, who had gotten Badabu to investigate the other spaceship, discovered that the other spaceship had indeed run into some problems. Everything else aside, the spacecraft's dragon bone hull had a huge gash in it. As Luo Yunyang lowered the defenses of the front cabin, a group of attractive soaring deity tribespeople with an escort of over 1,000 guards quickly entered his Dragon Eagle spaceship. Luo Yunyang, who wasn't very interested in this group of people, instructed Badabu to deal with them while he continued to browse through the news on the Sky Vision. The ultimate samsara token would land in the hands of the victor at the Supreme Assembly, as decided by the various dowsies. A golden news statement was immediately sent to Luo Yunyang's communication device. Chapter 577. Among the vast stars, who will reign supreme within two tall mountain peaks that reached through the skies, a massive black and white vortex revolved wildly. In the middle of this vortex, two nine-colored lights resembling little fish swam around continuously. When gathered together, these two little fish were the ultimate samsara seal. The black and white vortex seemed to contain a vast power, so anything that tried to forcefully charge through the vortex would disintegrate. Beneath these two mountain peaks were four palaces floating in the void in four different directions. Demigod tribe warriors clad in armor were standing tall while hellish demons shrouded in infernal flames moved mechanically. Like earlier, a large-scale fantasy war was displayed on the top page of the virtual realms. Sky Vision. This image was accompanied by just 8 words. Among the vast stars, who will reign supreme? When he saw this image, Luo Yunyang understood why nobody had seized the ultimate samsara token yet. It wasn't because they didn't want to, but because they didn't dare to. This ultimate samsara token harnessed the mysterious yin-yang powers of this entire expanse of space. In conjunction with the samsara glow of the two little fish, it had already created an excessively harmful and destructive samsara vortex. Even a universe grade would get hurt if they were unlucky. More importantly, acting at this time could even result in the ultimate samsara token being lost. In Luo Yunyang's opinion, the Supreme Assembly that Supreme Daozi had convened was nothing more than a sideshow due to this idle period. After turning off the Sky Vision on his communication device, Luo Yunyang frowned slightly. It had already been 2 days, yet there had been no reply from the people he had tried to contact. The Bloody Blade Monarch and the other powerhouses would enter seclusion training for long periods of time and wouldn't turn on their communication devices. However, his younger sister Luo Donger hadn't turned on hers either. Could something have happened? However, when Luo Yunyang filtered the Sky Vision and looked for any news on the Milky Way's human tribe, he didn't find anything out of the ordinary. Just as he started to consider whether he should continue contacting a few others, Badabu said, "Master, the soaring deity tribe leader wishes to see you." Luo Yunyang frowned. He had already instructed Badabu not to bother him unless there was an emergency. This bunch of people, who had temporarily entered his spacecraft, were the sort of people that Luo Yunyang wasn't supposed to care about. "Didn't I already tell you not to disturb me?" Luo Yunyang said indifferently. Badabu was artificial intelligence. When he wanted to take shape, he would take the form of a little fiend. If he didn't want to take a form, he would be in the entire Dragon Eagle spaceship. Great Master, that is the third in rank beauty in the entire Cosmo chart. Will you really not see her? That would be a great pity. Badabu lamented. Luo Yunyang's brows furrowed tighter. What was wrong with Badabu? He was just an artificial form of intelligence. Since when did he care about aesthetics? The third in rank beauty on the Cosmo chart. Since when was there such a chart? Luo Yunyang knew that there were many different tribes and races in the vast universe, so beauty standards weren't set in stone. Therefore, there shouldn't be any sort of beauty ranking. How had such a strange ranking come about? Boss, it's true. The soaring deity tribe's green sky fairy is the third in rank on the Cosmo chart. Badabu got so excited that he even called Luo Yunyang his boss. Luo Yunyang waved his hands dismissively. Alright, I got it. Go back and say that I have no time. Then, make them get off once we arrive at the deep sky star. Although Badabu still wanted to egg on Luo Yunyang, the aura emanated from Luo Yunyang's body terrified him, so he ultimately chose to shut his mouth. What was this third in rank beauty in the Cosmo chart? Soon, various information concerning this matter appeared on his communication device. This ranking list had come about following the emergence of the Supreme Wind Cloud list, because of something Supreme Dowsy had said. He had praised the bug race's Grand Queen Mother as the #1 beauty in the cosmos, so some busybodies had soon started choosing the top 30 beauties in the cosmos. Although the appearance of various tribes and races was different, a large majority of tribes had a similar appearance to the human tribe, or perhaps the demigod tribe. Furthermore, the Purgatory Royals, the Bug Race Queen Mothers, and the Machine Empire's top powerhouses used the demigod tribe as a blueprint, so many eccentric-looking tribes would start to change their appearance based on how the demigod tribe or the human tribe looked like. Of course, despite this transformation, many tribes would maintain their own special features. At the top was the Grand Queen Mother, the Bug Race's absolute top-tier powerhouse, who had the cultivation base of a peak galaxy grade and could control 3,000 golden battle armor bugs. Luo Yunyang scanned through the information quickly until he no longer saw it. While he was amazed by some of the variations of certain tribes, in another cabin of the Dragon Eagle spaceship, someone was lashing out. This is really too much. The Green Sky Fairy is treating him with respect and honoring him by being willing to meet him. How dare he actually decline? He's a total blockhead, said a handsome young man with a pair of short gold horns on top of his head. The men and women standing beside this young man were all livid as they voiced their thoughts in succession. How about we teach this person a lesson? Let's make him gain some knowledge and experience. Enough. Our spaceship encountered a black sky behemoth and got struck. He is already being kind to us by giving us a ride, said the slender, veiled green sky fairy coolly. We should be grateful. If any of you are impolite to the owner again or cause any trouble, there won't be any need for you to follow me anymore. The moment the green sky fairy said this, the hooting members of the group quieted down. The spaceship continued advancing until it reached the nice space jump point very quickly. Once this jump point was accessed, Luo Yunyang and the others would enter the deep sky star. Beep, beep, beep. Warning, enemy detected ahead, enemy detected ahead. A warning sound rang out in the spaceship. Luo Yunyang quickly turned on the scanned readings and discovered hundreds of huge black beasts several thousands of miles ahead. These huge beasts were very fast. Based on the way they were shooting over, Luo Yunyang guessed that they had already discovered his spaceship. Thanks to the scanning apparatus, Luo Yunyang learned that every single one of these huge beasts possessed the power of a peak galaxy grade. The massive black beast charging at the front, which was the size of a small planet, had a celestial domain grade cultivation base. Black sky behemoths. In the Dragon Eagle spaceship's cabins, the soaring deity tribe members had also seen the mass of black sky behemoths. They had encountered a black sky behemoth and were aware of the power of these beasts. Therefore, they all looked afraid when they saw this bunch of black sky behemoths. There are so many black sky behemoths. This is really bad. This spaceship isn't like ours. Our spaceship would at least be able to ward off some blows. Miss Fairy, if things don't look good, let's withdraw quickly. Then, all sorts of suggestions and comments left the Green Sky Fairy slightly hazy. Although she was the calmest member of her tribe, the soaring deity tribe wasn't adept in battle. They simply had no way of putting up a resistance against this celestial domain grade black sky behemoth. As they were discussing this, the Dragon Eagle spaceship suddenly accelerated. When they felt their bodies shake, they realized that they had reached the space jump point. They had already passed the black sky behemoths, obstruction, and arrived at the space jump point linked to the deep sky star. How could this be? Everything had happened too fast. This is definitely a top-tier spacecraft. Even an Emperor-Lord existence wouldn't have such a spaceship, said a studious-looking soaring deity tribesman. He knew a lot about all kinds of spaceships and was aware that the speed they had just experienced was practically jumping through the void speed. Only the best types of spaceships could achieve that. This spaceship, which had been given to Luo Yunyang as compensation by the Sky Roar tribe's saint, was something ordinary spaceships couldn't compete against. Anyone who possessed such a spaceship was definitely no ordinary person. The bunch of young guys who had been hooting and calling Luo Yunyang rude and talking about teaching him a lesson now tactfully shut their mouths. The spaceship passed through the jump point and arrived at the deep sky star. By using the spaceship's scanners, Luo Yunyang saw the gradually forming ultimate samsara token. Halt! Spaceship ahead. We are the demigod tribe's supreme Dowsy's subordinates. Please identify yourself. A voice was transmitted through the Dragon Eagle spaceship's system. Along with this voice, 10 demigod tribe class warships appeared. Luo Yunyang was about to speak, when someone spoke from the guest cabin. Everyone, we are from the Soaring Deity tribe. Our instructions are to accompany our tribe's Green Sky Fairy to participate in the Supreme Assembly. The lofty, arrogant voice became gentler immediately upon hearing that these were Soaring Deity tribespeople who were escorting the Green Sky Fairy. The Green Sky Fairy has arrived. Please forgive my earlier presumptuousness and follow our ships. We will escort Miss Fairy and take her to meet Supreme Dowsy. The Green Sky Fairy hadn't even said anything when one of her tribesmen answered quickly, "Thank you, kind sir." As 10 warships started to form an escort guard, the Soaring Deity tribespeople all stood a little prouder. In their hearts, they felt a little displeased with their unfriendly host Luo Yunyang. Although that space jump had made them lower their heads slightly, the appearance of this fleet of demigod tribe escorts had restored their dignity. Now, they felt like they could stand tall again. Suddenly, a sound was heard and a passage appeared before them. As they watched the door open, many of them were a little stunned. What exactly was going on? As they felt puzzled, a mechanical voice was heard. "Please leave." The young man with the 2 horns exclaimed furiously, "What did you say? What did you just say? Say it again. You, scram at once. Leave immediately." The mechanical voice turned into the chiding voice of a little fiend. Chapter 578. A rod sweeping all the heavens. Little fiend Badabu, who was the controller of the entire spaceship, was rather excited about being given control of the Dragon Eagle spaceship by Luo Yunyang. In Badabu's eyes, Luo Yunyang was like a godly figure. Now, this godly figure was actually being mocked by a few insignificant individuals before his eyes. Damn it, you guys are already lucky that you were able to ride on this ship. Instead of being grateful, you people are actually being rude. I wonder if you have mush for brains. When Luo Yunyang had asked these people to leave through the ship's comms, the little fiend hadn't spoken. However, these B***stards were really asking for it now. The word, scram, might have been a little blunt, but it had stirred up the little fiend. The face of that man twitched because of the humiliation they had suffered in front of the third in rank beauty on the Cosmo chart. He knew clearly that he might not be able to afford offending the owner of this spaceship. Otherwise, why would this subordinate have been so unbridled? He had originally wanted to swallow his anger, but he really could not endure this. If he was this much of a good-for-nothing, then he feared that he would be nothing more than a laughing-stock for the rest of his life. What did you say? You are asking us to scram. Do you know that the Green Sky Fairy is the honored guest of Supreme Dowsy? You are extremely daring indeed. That young man, who wasn't pleased, immediately used Supreme Dowsy's name. The Soaring Deity tribe people were also livid. They weren't furious about the way they were being treated, but rather because the Green Sky Fairy had actually been asked by someone to scram. Ever since the Green Sky Fairy had become the third in rank beauty on the Cosmo chart, even a few high and mighty big shots would be courteous and warm to them. This had made them arrogant and given them a sense of superiority. Luo Yunyang's unwillingness to meet her, his decision to make them leave and Badabu's command that they scram had thoroughly displeased them. Therefore, quite a few of the Soaring Deity tribespeople agreed with the horned young man. He really lacks manners. He should say this straight to Supreme Dowsy if he has the guts. Say it to Supreme Dowsy. I'm afraid he wouldn't even dare say so to the demigod martialists that are escorting us. Badabu's form appeared on a screen. He glared icily at these people before saying frostily, I don't care what sort of thing Supreme Dowsy is. Get lost this instant. The green sky fairy started to furrow her brows. Although she didn't like Badabu's attitude, she also felt that her own comrades were in the wrong. After all, this spaceship belonged to someone else. However, Badabu's words had made her frown, as they had touched upon Supreme Dowsy. In the Divine Union, Supreme Dowsy was a godlike entity. Many top-ranking people believed that Supreme Dowsy would definitely become a supremacy in the future and be a leading big shot within the Divine Union. This artificial intelligence had quite some nerve. How dare he belittle such a person? All of you shut up. The green sky fairy said, Thank you for offering us shelter, sir. We will leave now. However, your artificial intelligence needs to be better disciplined so he does not spout nonsense. After all, his manners could provoke some strong enemies. As she said that, the green sky fairy strode outside leisurely. The soaring deity tribespeople were all very unhappy as they followed the green sky fairy's lead. Luo Yunyang hadn't made a sound all this while. He simply didn't care about the soaring deity tribespeople. It was now time to claim what should have been his. When the green sky fairy exited the Dragon Eagle spaceship, the demigod tribe guards quickly rushed over. A demigod officer who was over 20 meters tall spoke. Miss Fairy, what are your instructions? Although the green sky fairy's cultivation base was similar to his own, he still didn't dare ignore her, as she was Supreme Dowsy's guest. Our spaceship encountered some problems. We rode on this man's spaceship, but now that we are heading in different directions, we can only use your battleship. Will that be okay? The green sky fairy said amiably. Of course, of course. Although the officer was all smiles, he glared icily at the Dragon Eagle spaceship. This spaceship had dropped off the green sky fairy and the others. It seemed like there was definitely a reason he wasn't aware of. After all, the place where the green sky fairy and her entourage were supposed to meet the Dowsies wasn't very far. It would only take a few minutes to get there by spaceship. Perhaps there were some shenanigans involved if this ship wasn't even willing to take the green sky fairy such a short distance away. As that officer wondered whether to speak up for the green sky fairy and her party, he heard someone say, what a barbarian. To think that he actually mocked Supreme Dowsy. How repulsive. Upon hearing these words, the expression of the green sky fairy changed greatly. Although she was a little dissatisfied with Luo Yunyang, who had just dropped her off, she still didn't want to cause him any trouble, as they had already gotten a ride because of his kind intentions. Young Master Jin Ming, do not utter rubbish. The green sky fairy said sternly. She was furious deep down. A boneheaded supporter could do more harm than even the most formidable opponent. Stirring up this sort of trouble would only create difficulties for them. She knew that, given Supreme Dowsy's status within the demigod tribe, young Master Jin Ming's words would cause trouble for that spacecraft's owner. However, her rebuke wasn't the slightest bit useful. That demigod officer had an initial celestial domain-grade cultivation base. If he had been in a small tribe, this officer could have been conferred the title of an emperor lord and been tasked to oversee a great deal of things. He stretched out his arm, caught horned young Master Jin Ming, and said with a freezing glint in his eyes, what did you say? Who dared to be rude to the Dowsy? Jin Ming felt some regret when he was caught. He realized that he had been a little too impulsive and had thus gotten himself into trouble. It wasn't me, it was the person inside the spaceship. They called Supreme Dowsy a thing. I swear. The officer chucked Jin Ming aside and glared at the Dragon Eagle spaceship, which was still amid all these escort ships. Come out and let's talk. These words were uttered with an overbearing menace by the officer. When he said this, the 10 class of warships trained their sights on the Dragon Eagle spaceship. Luo Yunyang, who had been watching silently as all this unfolded, asked calmly, is anything the matter? This fellow just said that you insulted our Dowsy. I wish to confirm whether it happened. Although the officer was livid, he still took a deep breath and spoke calmly. Oh, Supreme Dowsy is indeed not a thing, Luo Yunyang said earnestly. Based on what you say, he is actually a thing. Then you might as well tell me what sort of thing he is exactly. Luo Yunyang was displeased with Supreme Dowsy and Blue Lotus Dowsy. If it had not been for this bunch of fellows, he would not have had to compete for the ultimate samsara token. That thing had been his to begin with. Thus, Luo Yunyang ridiculed the Dowsies before the demigod officer. Young Master Jin Ming's tightly constricted heart only relaxed now. After all, the person in the spaceship hadn't denied saying those words. Otherwise, he would have been in trouble. The person in the spaceship was really courting death by saying such things before the demigod soldiers. This was really, well, since you dare publicly insult our Dowsy before the demigod tribe, we will let you have a taste of hell. The officer bellowed. Meanwhile, the 10 warships that had been originally escorting Luo Yunyang's ship prepared to attack almost immediately. However, before they could do anything, 10 golden beams of rod light had already flown out of the Dragon Eagle spaceship and struck the 10 warships almost simultaneously. The defensive systems of high-grade demigod warships weren't something ordinary spaceships could compare to. As the golden rod lights descended upon them, light screens rose up from those warships. As expected of class of battleships, the light shields of these battleships can definitely block a strike from a celestial domain grade Emperor Lord, young Master Jin Ming said in a flattering fashion. The person he was bootlicking was that demigod tribe powerhouse. Unfortunately, the demigod officer simply wasn't interested. On the contrary, there was a slight hint of fear in the officer's eyes. As that fear intensified, the warships shielded by the light screens were shattered into pieces without a sound. How could that be? The 10 golden beams had already been blocked by the light shields. How had the warships under the light shields been shattered without any reason? 10 golden beams had damaged the 10 battleships. Furthermore, these were 10 battleships that had activated all their defenses. Enemy attack, enemy attack. The demigod officer shouted loudly at once as he pressed a button on his communication device. Young Master Jin Ming was staring blankly. Never in his wildest dreams would he have imagined that the person on that spaceship would actually be that powerful. As his throat started getting parched, he felt his heart shudder. Then, he discovered that his entire body was actually crumbling within the void. Many soaring deity tribespeople shrieked. The death of a comrade had alarmed them. Even the green sky fairy currently appeared terrified. They had all already realized that the person they had offended was an entity that they couldn't afford to provoke. Who dares cause trouble at the deep sky star? A majestic voice rang out as a tall, huge figure built like a mountain stepped into the void. Although he appeared slightly clumsy, this person had already traversed thousands of miles with this one step. At the moment, he had appeared a short distance away from Luo Yunyang and the others. The moment this person arrived, over 1,000 warships sped over from all directions. Above these battleships were over 100 celestial domain-grade powerhouses that covered this expanse of space like an inescapable net. The demigod tribe officer heaved a sigh of relief. He believed that he would be able to preserve his life now. It's him. The person inside didn't just insult the Dowsy. He also destroyed 10 of our class of battleships. We mustn't let him get away. That's too much noise. As an emotionless voice rang out, a figure rushed out of the Dragon Eagle spaceship. Chapter 579. The king has returned. Inside an extremely lavish palace, countless divine union outstanding figures were gathered in a hall. Some were talking loudly, while others were lost in quiet thought. However, there were many more people who were looking at Supreme Dowsy, who sat on the highest throne. The Supreme Assembly was about to start, yet Supreme Dowsy, who was considered a leading character within the divine union, had an indifferent expression on his face. This large assembly didn't seem to be related to him much. The brilliant Sun Sage and the soliciting Moon Maiden didn't take a seat. The two of them were standing quietly in the corner. Dowsy seems like he isn't happy. The soliciting Moon Maiden, who was adept at reading people, felt slightly worried. Although the brilliant Sun Sage was a little displeased, he still didn't dare say what he thought deep down, as this concerned Supreme Dowsy. Dowsy has been pressed by Blue Lotus. If it was not for certain people. The brilliant Sun Sage swallowed the words that he had been about to say. Although the brilliant Sun Sage was hesitant with his words, the soliciting Moon Maiden understood his thoughts completely. At the same time, she was a little annoyed by the brilliant Sun Sage's cautiousness. In the soliciting Moon Maiden's opinion, although Dowsy was high and mighty, in reality, Supreme Dowsy would also have some aspects that he was less than pleased with. Although he believed himself to be no weaker than Blue Lotus Dowsy, 3 out of the 4 great factions had ranked him behind Blue Lotus Dowsy. More importantly, the Supreme Wind Cloud list had also placed Blue Lotus Dowsy above Supreme Dowsy, in the number 1 spot. Although Supreme Dowsy didn't say so, he still attached great importance to the Supreme Wind Cloud list, despite the Fact that he acted like it wasn't a big deal. Furthermore, deep down, this was no small matter. He was the demigod tribe's strongest genius in many years, so every step of his cultivation had practically followed the strongest methods. He was unparalleled among his peers and unrivaled within his generation. This sort of thing came naturally to Supreme Daozi. Furthermore, the more time a person spent at the pinnacle, the more difficult it would feel when somebody surpassed them. Therefore, Supreme Daozi had tacitly accepted this supreme assembly, which would provoke Blue Lotus Daozi and the others. Just as the brilliant Sun Sage and the soliciting Moon Maiden were lamenting, sounds of disorder came from outside. The brilliant Sun Sage's eyes flashed coldly when he heard this. The entire Deep Sky Star now had a total of 4 controlling powers. If there were any problems on the Divine Union's side, especially during the Supreme Assembly, then it would be akin to smearing mud all over Supreme Daozi's face. Perhaps, in the past, the brilliant Sun Sage might have had a small intention of challenging Supreme Daozi. However, he now wanted to get on his good side instead. "What's going on?" the brilliant Sun Sage shouted. "Reporting, Sun Sage, someone is causing trouble," a powerhouse who appeared to be a celestial domain grade said with a forehead full of perspiration. He was not sweating because of an attacker, but because he was afraid of Supreme Daozi's wrath. The brilliant Sun Sage glanced at that familiar celestial domain grade powerhouse and berated him. You know what time it is, right? Sun Sage, this subordinate is to blame. Please forgive me, sir. The celestial domain grade's tone became imploring. I have already dispatched the splendid Sun Squadron. This matter will definitely, boom, boom, boom. Just as that celestial domain grade gave his report, loud booms echoed throughout the void. The brilliant Sun Sage and the others all took to the skies and looked in the direction the sounds were coming from. They immediately saw battleships crumbling in the void. Meanwhile, countless demigod soldiers were escaping frantically. They were fleeing frantically indeed. The demigod tribesmen on Supreme Daozi's side were all considered elites among elites in the demigod tribe. Any demigod tribesman randomly picked out would at the very least have a cultivation base of a nebula grade. However, all these nebula grade powerhouses were actually acting like horses being driven away and fleeing in panic. The Supreme Assembly was a battle meant to allow Supreme Daozi to gain some dignity. However, the Supreme Assembly hadn't yet started and the demigod troops had already started to crumble. They weren't routed indeed. The current circumstances could only be described as devastating. The brilliant Sun Sage's expression turned ugly as he watched the soldiers without any will to fight. He knew that Supreme Daozi could also see the same spectacle he was witnessing. "Hurry, come with me," the brilliant Sun Sage said as he flew forward. The wings on his back were shining with a vast golden splendor. He and about 20 celestial domain grades had already rushed forward. He believed that they would absolutely be able to suppress this chaos. "What's going on?" the brilliant Sun Sage said in an imposing manner as he grabbed hold of a fleeing soldier. That fleeing soldier was slightly pissed when he was caught. However, when he recognized the brilliant Sun Sage, his eyes filled with fear instead. As a demigod elite, he understood the consequences of being caught deserting an army clearly. However, after some slight hesitation, he exclaimed loudly, "Sir Sage, there is a monster. We simply can't stop it. 3 divine generals have already been killed by him." The demigod tribe's divine generals all possessed celestial domain 4 grade cultivation bases, so they could be considered strong powers within the demigod tribe. 3 divine generals had died. No wonder these soldiers were in such disarray. Although the brilliant Sun Sage's cultivation base was still far from a celestial domain grades, when it came to combat prowess, he actually surpassed most ordinary celestial domain grades. "Come on, let's go see exactly who is causing trouble here," the brilliant Sun Sage said with a cold glint in his eyes. "No matter who it is, we must make him." The brilliant Sun Sage had just spoken when he saw a layer of black light turn into a rolling black cloud and blanket the sky and earth. Due to the suppression of this black cloud, practically all the Divine Union subordinates were fleeing for their lives. However, above the black cloud was a figure. This figure, which was wielding a long silver rod in one hand, was surrounded by a black glow. When he saw this figure, a thought popped up in the brilliant Sun Sage's head. How familiar. This person was really rather familiar. Just as the brilliant Sun Sage was pondering who this could be, a golden line shone over. As it was illuminated by the light of the black and golden glows, that figure looked like a godly entity that struck fear in anyone who saw him. It was Luo Yunyang. The brilliant Sun Sage finally recognized the figure illuminated by the black and gold lights. His first reaction was to feel disbelief. However, as he looked over clearly, he soon determined the identity of this person. Luo Yunyang, who hadn't appeared during the past few years, had made many people believe that he had fallen in the divine martial hall. Although the brilliant Sun Sage disliked Luo Yunyang, he also felt some heartfelt admiration for him. After all, this person had slain the Cloud Sea Saint, which had been like a slap on the supremacy's face. He had heaved a sigh of relief when he had thought that Luo Yunyang had died. However, he had also thought that it was a pity. After all, Luo Yunyang was the person with the most hope of tussling for glory with the conferred dowsies of their generation. However, as samsara token after samsara token had been obtained and Luo Yunyang hadn't appeared, the brilliant Sun Sage had become more and more certain that the news of Luo Yunyang's death was true. He had never imagined that Luo Yunyang would appear before them. If you capture Luo Yunyang as an offering to dowsy, everyone will get a great reward. The brilliant Sun Sage instructed after taking a moment to think. He knew that, despite making considerable progress lately, he still wouldn't be a match for Luo Yunyang. Thus, he immediately ordered the dozens of celestial domain grades to catch him. The celestial domain grade powerhouses had heard of Luo Yunyang before, so they knew that he was a troublesome opponent. However, they would feel quite a lot of confidence if they all joined forces and attacked at the same time. The moment the brilliant Sun Sage spoke, dozens of weapons rushed towards Luo Yunyang. Giant pagodas that could crush mountains and holy swords with tremendous abilities, coupled with top-killing techniques, were unleashed by those powerhouses. Luo Yunyang didn't say anything as he faced the onslaught of the brilliant Sun Sage and his group. At the moment, he was actually grinning with an absent-minded expression. As this onslaught arrived, a spear head appeared on the long rod in Luo Yunyang's hand. The scarlet spear head was brandished. Immediately, an earth-shattering killing intent like a violent storm flew towards the brilliant Sun Sage and the celestial domain grade powerhouses, pressing them back. The brilliant Sun Sage and the celestial domain grades felt a massive fear as their souls shuddered. The brilliant Sun Sage even felt his entire body get surrounded by a boundless world of intense decimation. In the face of this decimation, he felt completely unable to move. Divine World Palm. The brilliant Sun Sage let out a furious roar. After all these years of devoted loyalty, he had finally obtained the first palm of Supreme Daozi's imparted skill, the 7 divine palms. This was the move he blasted out at this crucial moment. When he unleashed this palm strike, the brilliant Sun Sage felt a wave of bone-crushing pain shoot through his arm before he was sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood. As he struggled to stand up, he discovered dozens of celestial domain grade comrades who had already been shattered soundlessly in the void 100 miles before him. Luo Yunyang was like a god shrouded by this black cloud as he wielded the spear, continuously rushing in his direction. If it hadn't been for the demigod tribe's secret imparted technique called the Divine World Palm and the many comrades who had attacked at once, the brilliant Sun Sage believed that he wouldn't have been able to survive. At the moment, he sensed that the gulf between him and Luo Yunyang was huge. The eyes on the whole Shenyuan planet were currently fixed on Luo Yunyang. That spear technique that seemed to rip through the blue dome of heaven made everyone feel a massive threat. Then, Luo Yunyang's body, which was shrouded by the surging black clouds, appeared on the sky vision that was following the deep sky star. The king had returned. Chapter 580. Seizing the world with a sweeping blade. The king had returned. These 4 blood-red words instantly occupied the most central position of the Sky Vision Forum, alongside an image of Luo Yunyang charging down. The Samsara Star City Lord should possess the ultimate Samsara token. As Luo Yunyang's status as the Samsara Star City's City Lord had been stripped off and he had entered the Divine Martial Hall, he had slowly started to fade away. When the fight for the Samsara tokens had started, many people had thought that he would definitely return to compete. However, Luo Yunyang had not shown up. Some people who had placed high hopes on him became desperate as the battle for the Samsara tokens neared its conclusion. However, Luo Yunyang had returned just as all the dowsies had been about to decide who the ultimate Samsara token should belong to. Not only had he come back, but he had also fought formidably against the members of the Divine Union who had obstructed him. Return of the King, my *SS. He killed a lot of demigod tribe martialists as soon as he came over. I think he is purely seeking death. The people who couldn't stand Luo Yunyang stated upon seeing this post. There were many people who thought this way. Hey, Your way of thinking is too simplistic. Although those demigod tribe warriors are considered elites, they are just ants in the presence of supremacies. The supremacies forcibly seized Luo Yunyang's opportunity. This was already shameless enough, especially for the several supremacies of the demigod tribe. When the celestial world supremacy reappears, it will be even more difficult to deal with him. Right now, attacking Luo Yunyang over a few unimportant tribesmen just isn't possible. Forget about the demigod tribe's dignity. If those few supremacies cared about the demigod tribe's dignity, they wouldn't have let everyone fight for the ultimate samsara token that was originally supposed to be in the hands of the divine union. No one uttered a word when they heard this. Although these words weren't convincing, they were really powerful. It felt like giving all the supremacies a whipping. No one continued to discuss this topic. On the sky vision, people started to discuss whether Luo Yunyang would be able to obtain the ultimate samsara token. Suddenly, someone posted a message again on the sky vision. Supreme Daozi had made his move, so an unfavorable clash for the divine union would occur. After all, both Luo Yunyang and Supreme Daozi belong to the divine union. As the leader of the demigod tribe, Dahai Saint was able to get information quicker and more precisely than the people who relied on the sky vision. The advanced projection technology on the huge electronic screen gave one an immersive, realistic feeling. The black energy of the chaotic whole and the gold divine light already occupied the entire screen. Supreme Daozi was like a divine figure, while Luo Yunyang's imposing manner wasn't the slightest bit weaker as he approached in a frenzy. Once they were near, the battle that broke out between them was absolutely earth-shattering. This was the sort of battle that Dahai Saint certainly didn't want to watch. In his heart, Supreme Daozi, who was his elder, was invincible and undefeated. However, Supreme Daozi's true opponent was Blue Lotus Daozi. If he fought against Luo Yunyang, then Supreme Daozi would use up some of his energy and effort. Troublemaker. Dahai Saint palmed the air and many cracks appeared on a jade pillar full of divine light. Tell Luo Yunyang to focus on the big picture. If he hinders the Supreme Daozi from obtaining the ultimate samsara token, the divine union will not spare him. Dahai Saint's roar ignited the anger of his subordinates in the demigod tribe. Luo Yunyang was really hated by many demigod tribe powerhouses. How dare he distract the Supreme Daozi when the enemy was present? If Supreme Daozi lost the battle with Blue Lotus Daozi because of him, then he would have committed an extremely great crime. Punish him. Throw him in the black prison. He should be struck by lightning for making a move against our demigod tribe's elite. This sort of people, who have no sense of propriety, are the reason the entire Milky Way's human tribe should be punished. Otherwise, how will our demigod tribe convince the masses? Amongst this clamor, someone said, before all of you decide, have you thought about how you will explain this to the celestial world supremacy? The person who asked this question had hit the mark. His sharp tone was full of sarcasm that was targeted at Dahai Saint. As the 8th person on the Supreme Wind Cloud list, Dahai Saint could be considered strong. However, he could only shut up as he watched the person speaking. All the supremacies have already said that the juniors should be allowed to decide for themselves regarding the ownership of the ultimate samsara token. Luo Yunyang did not violate the rules. The man glanced at Supreme Daozi and Luo Yunyang, who were approaching each other on the screen. Then, he shook his head and stopped talking. Dahai Saint and the others watched the huge screen as someone said sinisterly, it would be nice if Supreme Daozi killed him. Luo Yunyang had seen an image of Supreme Daozi before. However, he was now wrapped in the golden clouds of the sky. Supreme Daozi rushed toward him and appeared before him, causing a slight tremor to rise in Luo Yunyang's heart. Only I am supreme in heaven and hell. An imposing aura emanated from all over Supreme Daozi's body. This overwhelming aura wasn't something that could be simply accomplished by cultivation. Among the opponents that Luo Yunyang had faced before, it seemed that even existences like the phoenix-winged golden ape were slightly inferior compared to Supreme Daozi. It seemed like only the existence who had thrown the divine marshal's punch could surpass Supreme Daozi. Luo Yunyang. Supreme Daozi glared icily at Luo Yunyang as he said, "You are good. Pledge your allegiance to me, follow me, and you will walk towards eternity." Although Supreme Daozi's voice wasn't too loud, his words seemed to resonate with heaven and earth. Heaven and earth gathered power, while heaven and man came together as one. Luo Yunyang, who appeared indifferent to this majestic voice, said coldly, "Hand over 2/3 of the samsara tokens that you own and go back to where you crawled out of." Supreme Daozi was slightly stunned when he heard this. Although he regarded Luo Yunyang very highly, he had never expected that Luo Yunyang would overestimate himself and say such a thing under the circumstances. You are asking for it. As Supreme Daozi bellowed, he moved his palm. His palm was extended slowly. However, as it swung out, a giant palm appeared in the endless void. This palm seemed to occupy half the sky. The moment it emerged, it seemed to contain a power that could destroy the world, and it tried grabbing Luo Yunyang. Suns, moons and stars seemed like ants before this palm. The brilliant sun sage became really excited. His voice trembled as he said, "The Divine World Palm. This is the real Divine World Palm. When the Daozi taught me this move, he said that the most important thing about the Divine World Palm was a power that could overwhelm the world. I always thought that I was already in control of this power, but now I realize that I am still far from controlling that overwhelming power." The soliciting moon maiden did not pay attention to the brilliant sun sage. Her eyes were fixed on that waving palm. Just like the brilliant sun sage, her eyes were filled with reverence. 1,000 miles away, in a huge palace, a martialist with a dark robot body only half the size of an adult's body was watching this scene quietly. This power will be enough to overwhelm the world if combined with origin source laws and great intent. Very impressive, he muttered. Meanwhile, Blue Lotus Daozi slowly flew out of his palace and sat cross-legged in the void as he watched the tyrannical palm technique. It's interesting, but it's still a little lacking. As he said that, Blue Lotus Daozi's gaze fell on Luo Yunyang. At the moment, his eyes were filled with a hint of murderous intent. How dare you humiliate my elder brother? I don't care if you are a top-ranking individual in this world. You will still die. His voice was not too high, yet his killing intent was resolute. The moment Blue Lotus Daozi fixed his attention on Luo Yunyang also gazed in his direction. Although the two men were thousands of miles apart, their gazes met in an instant and a thick crack formed in the sky of the deep sky star. Supreme Daozi seemed to have noticed that Luo Yunyang was distracted. As he snorted, the power of the Divine World Palms increased by 90%. The huge, white jade-like palm dashed towards Luo Yunyang quickly. Just as it was about to hit him, Luo Yunyang made his move. The spear in his hand turned into a very ordinary-looking blade. The long blade made a sweeping motion. Although it was extremely ordinary, the moment it swept around, a knife light that was even more overwhelming than the Divine World Palm crashed against it. This was the Divine Martial Hall's 13th martial path, seizing the world with a sweeping blade. The blade and the white jade-like palm collided in the void, causing countless cracks to appear on the vast deep sky star. Mountains and rivers collapsed while the world changed. In an instant, hundreds of stars that had been hanging high above came whizzing down. The brilliant sun sage was staring at the clash between those two powerhouses. A dazzling radiance was released the moment they collided. The brilliant sun sage felt his heart shaking and instantly sensed that he was about to faint. He couldn't watch any longer. He retreated quickly and shouted sternly in all directions, "Retreat, retreat quickly." No martialist below the celestial domain grade is allowed to watch the fight between those two. If you must watch it, do so through the broadcast on the Sky Vision. The moment his voice rang out, Luo Yunyang and Supreme Daozi swapped positions. At the moment, Luo Yunyang was standing calmly with the long blade in hand. Supreme Daozi, on the other hand, had torn sleeves. "You're asking for it." Supreme Daozi glared at Luo Yunyang and shouted, "I was just trying to give you a lesson and show you the severity of such things. Now, you will die." Chapter 581, The Unrivaled Triple Soul Fusion. The clash between Supreme Daozi and Luo Yunyang was broadcasted immediately on the Sky Vision. Although it was an important battle, it was still an easy feat for the person controlling the Sky Vision. After all, anyone that could control the virtual realm was no ordinary person. In order to prevent any accidental injury to the viewers, martialists of different grades used different playback qualities. The Exchange Planet grade martialists had just seen had been in fact only two figures clashing against each other. They weren't able to see anything else. This wasn't because they were not allowed to, but because if they were to view this battle, they would most likely implode, as they might be unable to withstand the origin source laws concealed in the battle. How can Luo Yunyang maintain the upper hand? Some elites from the demigod tribe were getting stirred up. They felt the sort of anger that was hard to suppress. Many martialists from the human tribe were getting worked up as well. Although most members of the human tribe couldn't leave the Milky Way easily, they were still able to get in contact with everything thanks to the virtual realm. Luo Yunyang's affairs were almost a long-standing topic of the human tribe, so many people who were jealous of the rise of the human tribe often bad-mouthed Luo Yunyang because of that. The intent behind these actions was rather obvious. Now, Luo Yunyang had returned and actually acquired the upper hand against Supreme Daozi, thus increasing the human tribe's prestige all of a sudden. I knew it. Luo Yunyang is unbeatable. Some people posted excitedly on both the internal forum of the human tribe and the discussion forum of the Sky Vision. All sorts of comments about Luo Yunyang started bubbling up when this post appeared. Demigod tribe martialists rebutted arrogantly, the match just began. Supreme Daozi is unbeatable. While these arguments raged on, Luo Yunyang and Supreme Daozi began exchanging blows on the Sky Vision. Supreme Daozi, who possessed a pair of wings that were quick as lightning, made a movement that generated countless silhouettes that filled the void. Each and every silhouette was moving as if it was real. However, when a silhouette actually completed an attack, the other countless silhouettes would fuse back into the real body. That attack was way stronger than an ordinary attack. Almost all the viewers had a heavy heart as they watched Supreme Daozi's elegant, mysterious attack. Some people even improved the quality of their playback through the Sky Vision in order to see Supreme Daozi's offensive techniques. However, not only did they fail to see anything, but some of them even got injured and expelled mouthfuls of blood. While Supreme Daozi's techniques were extremely mysterious, Luo Yunyang's techniques were like a mountain. The long blade in his hand eventually transformed into a huge mountain-splitting axe. Although his attacks were slow, he was still able to parry Supreme Daozi's blows every single time. Supreme Daozi's lightning-fast techniques didn't seem to be effective either. Blue Lotus Daozi and the others had already appeared amongst the live spectators, yet they took no action. Although Luo Yunyang's mountain-splitting axe seemed like it only contained a few moves, its defense was impenetrable. Supreme Daozi retracted his seemingly overwhelming palm technique as his wings became a pair of golden blade lights that clashed fiercely against Luo Yunyang's mountain-splitting axe in the void. He did not speak. He only paused momentarily to take a deep breath before taking another step. Although this step was backwards, when Supreme Daozi's legs moved, a demigod tribe martialist who looked about 10 years old and had an inexhaustible golden radiance around his head appeared in front of Supreme Daozi. Luo Yunyang's heart began to throb even harder when Supreme Daozi executed that move. He knew that Supreme Daozi was executing a great technique. This was a top-tier technique. During their previous exchanges, Luo Yunyang had not activated his attribute regulator. He had purely relied on the 13 supreme martial paths he had gained from the Divine Martial Hall. However, the moment Supreme Daozi took a step back, Luo Yunyang realized that if he didn't use the chaotic four-origin beast's power, he wouldn't be able to fight anymore. He was not a pretentious person. Although it seemed like he wasn't using his own strength, wasn't the chaotic four-origin beast's strength also considered his? With a thought, he transferred all the chaotic four-origin beast's power into his body. It could be said that the attribute regulator had given Luo Yunyang a considerable power improvement. Luo Yunyang had discovered a large gap between his own powers and Supreme Daozi's. However, the attribute regulator had enabled him to suppress Supreme Daozi in terms of power. Most importantly, this power had allowed Luo Yunyang to execute the Divine Martial Punch. Supreme Daozi was unaware of the changes in Luo Yunyang as he took another step forward. The step appeared abstruse to anyone watching the battle. They all felt like, with that step, Supreme Daozi had completely disappeared from their side and stepped into the future. The moment Supreme Daozi took this step, a figure walked out of his body again. The figure, which was 10 meters tall, exuded an imposing demeanor. Is that a supremacy? Some demigod tribe martialists couldn't help but kneel on the ground when they saw the figure. They had seen supremacies before, and the figure that walked out of Supreme Daozi's body made them feel like it was a supremacy. No, it isn't a supremacy. It's Supreme Daozi's future body. The Cloud Sea Saint's eyes were filled with reverence as he said, someone actually managed to master the demigod tribe's triple soul fusion technique. Great, the triple soul fusion was related to the present, the past and the future. Every figure had equal strength with the actual body, and when the three fused together, its power would increase tenfold. This set of techniques had been passed down by the ancestors of the demigod tribe. For many years, no one had been able to master this entire set of cultivation techniques. However, Supreme Daozi had actually brought out this top-notch technique during his battle against Luo Yunyang. This was partly because Luo Yunyang had made him a laughingstock, but also because his previous attacks had had no effect on Luo Yunyang, which had made Supreme Daozi very frustrated. The two colorful fish circling in the middle of the void started looking like they were about to fuse into a supremacy samsara token. If he continued this engagement with Luo Yunyang, the supremacy samsara token would definitely end up in someone else's hands. This was something he couldn't accept. Hence, he executed his tribe's best secret technique in order to deliver the killing blow against Luo Yunyang. When Supreme Daozi walked towards the two doppelgangers that had come out of his body, the three spitting images began to fuse in the middle of the void. They represented the grave vicissitudes of the past, the overwhelming tyranny of the present, and the sole dominant existence of the future. The three figures started to fuse when Supreme Daozi raised his fist. As the fusion began, everyone also started to prostrate before Supreme Daozi's might. Luo Yunyang soon felt the power of Supreme Daozi's technique. His heart was full of respect for the person who had created this technique. However, just as Supreme Daozi was about to make his move, Luo Yunyang did not hesitate either. Instead, he started to take 13 consecutive steps. The phoenix-winged golden ape, the mysterious underworld being, 13 figures appeared alongside Luo Yunyang as he stepped forward. Each of them was wielding their weapon, looking outstanding. Supreme Daozi's mouth consciously twitched. As he watched Luo Yunyang's movements, an extremely ridiculous thought formed in his mind. In the split moment that the thought welled in his heart, Supreme Daozi quickly snapped it away and suppressed it. He was invincible. He would never be defeated. His triple soul fusion technique was unbeatable. Hence, he blasted a punch directly towards Luo Yunyang without hesitation. This punch was named Unrivaled. Unrivaled. Unrivaled in the past, unrivaled in the present, and unrivaled in the future. When the three unrivaled existences fused, its name would remain the same. However, it would become even stronger and make people even more afraid. One could only describe this move as boundless when the three powers that had already been overwhelmingly strong fused together. Many demigod tribe martialists couldn't help but prostrate in worship the moment they saw this punch. Many people among them were pretty weak cultivation-wise, so they couldn't help but increase the playback quality of their sky vision quickly. They knew that it was very dangerous for them to do so, but they had no other choice if they wanted to clearly witness this unrivaled technique. While the unrivaled punch was executed, Luo Yunyang's divine martial technique was also unleashed. Although Luo Yunyang's divine martial technique seemed somewhat shaky compared to the opponent in the divine martial hall, it was still a divine martial technique. It was a supreme fist that swept away everything before it. The two unyielding fists seemed to cross the void as if they had bypassed time and space before colliding in the midst of the void. A divine radiance glowed in Blue Lotus Daozi's eyes before a blue lotus flower instantly grew out of his head. The lotus flower moved on its own as it sliced through the void and settled in the formless mass. Meanwhile, the powerhouse from the Machine Empire was running calculations. However, the readings increased so much that, in the end, the screen was filled with unknown numbers. The bug queen situated in front of the worm nest was rapidly flapping her gorgeous pair of wings. Boom! A loud crackling sound echoed throughout the void. Meanwhile, a giant crack several hundreds of meters wide developed on the bluish sky that looked like a shattered mirror. Chapter 582, The Defeated Supreme and the Appearance of the Ultimate Token. The crazy, surging space turbulence engulfed the huge deep sky star. Countless mountains were dissolved into fragments in the face of these frenzied astral winds. Even nebula-grade martialists would find it hard to withstand the space turbulence just by relying on their own cultivation bases. However, compared to the broken deep sky star, almost everyone was paying attention to the results of the clash between Luo Yunyang and Supreme Daozi. Who could emerge victorious from this battle? Supreme Daozi's unrivaled fist and Luo Yunyang's divine martial technique, which encompassed the essence of martial paths, made everyone watching feel really puny in the overwhelming world they were in. Hence, it was also hard to predict the outcome. What's happening? Why did the sky vision get disconnected? When the image on the communication device stalled for a prolonged moment, someone finally realized what was going on. With an exclamation, countless people hurriedly shifted from the stalled image to the discussion forums. Never in all these years had the sky vision of the virtual realm encountered any issues. In a few moments, the virtual realm gave an explanation about what had happened. The equipment that the Sky Vision was using to broadcast the match had been turned into ashes by the force generated as the collision had been too overwhelmingly strong for it to withstand it. While this explanation angered many people, their expectations for the result of the battle also increased. Everyone was itching to know what the outcome would be. Countless people on the deep sky star had fixed their eyes on the sky, which was enveloped by the space turbulence. Although what most people saw was the space turbulence, Blue Lotus Dowsy and the others were able to sense clearly the actual changes that had occurred. Blue Lotus Dowsy's eyes burned with fire. This was the expression of a gambler who had seen a casino. What appeared in front of the small robot was an extremely clear image. Even though the Sky Vision was unable to see it, this did not affect the talent that the Machine Empire had groomed over many years. Based on the image that was broadcasted, Supreme Dowsy had been flung more than 300 meters away before he was able to stabilize his body. However, cracks had now appeared on Supreme Dowsy's body. Although the cracks weren't too big, they were seemingly infinite and densely packed. He was injured. Supreme Dowsy was injured. At the moment, it seemed like this wasn't a light injury. Luo Yunyang seemed to be in a much better state compared to Supreme Dowsy. Although his expression was pale and a trace of blood could be seen at the edge of his mouth, he was still standing motionlessly at his original position. Thus, one could say that he held the upper hand. Incredible! Who would have thought that this generation would produce such a surprising individual? The Machine Empire's most talented member lamented slightly. The Bug Race Queen was similarly able to view the situation through some secret means. Her beautiful eyes had a cold glint as she watched. Luo Yunyang did not make a sound as he stood facing Supreme Dowsy. In an instant, his seemingly rejuvenated body had already appeared behind Supreme Dowsy. This time, he did not execute his divine martial technique, not because he didn't want to, but because that technique consumed too much of his strength. The previous strike had already caused Luo Yunyang to sustain serious damage to every part of his body. If he executed this technique again, the adverse effects on his body would be greater. Supreme Dowsy's power was indeed extraordinary. Similarly, Supreme Dowsy was silent while facing Luo Yunyang's attack. As his body swayed in the void, countless silhouettes began to form. The silhouettes formed seemed no different from the previous ones, as they were also overbearing and contained the same imposing momentum every time they attacked. However, during this battle, which seemed to have little to no difference from the previous one, Supreme Dowsy underwent a massive change. While he had been previously on the offense, now he was defending himself. As the long sword in Luo Yunyang's hand transformed into a long rod, Supreme Dowsy ended up receiving a strike on his back from Luo Yunyang. Unfortunately, he couldn't evade it in time. Supreme Dowsy fell while countless feathers were shed from his left wing, momentarily making it seem as if it was raining. The wrecked void was rapidly contracting as the space turbulence started to dissipate quickly. The messed-up sky began to look clear again. Meanwhile, the Sky Vision's broadcast resumed its service. Hence, the previously stalled image on the Sky Vision suddenly showed Luo Yunyang, who landed his long rod on Supreme Dowsy and sent him flying to the ground. How can that be? That was the reaction of almost everyone who witnessed the scene. Although they considered Luo Yunyang an exceptional individual whose aura wasn't weaker than Supreme Dowsy's, in their opinion, Luo Yunyang would at best be somewhat comparable to Supreme Dowsy in terms of strength, not overwhelmingly better or worse. However, the situation before their eyes was different, as Luo Yunyang had utterly routed Supreme Dowsy. Supreme Dowsy had been defeated. The news was tough for the demigod tribe and some elites from the other tribes of the Divine Union, who could not swallow it. All of the saints of the demigod tribe had ugly looks on their faces. Even the eyes of the lofty and arrogant supremacies flashed with killing intent. Supreme Dowsy was the strongest elite that the demigod tribe had nurtured. Even though he was dealing with capable opponents like Blue Lotus Dowsy, everyone also had utmost confidence in Supreme Dowsy. Even if Supreme Dowsy couldn't take down Blue Lotus Dowsy, he definitely would not be much weaker than Blue Lotus Dowsy. However, Supreme Dowsy had actually lost to Luo Yunyang. Martialists from the Milky Way's human tribe and the Da Alliance drowned in ecstasy as they watched what had happened. Luo Yunyang, the pride of the human tribe, had defeated the Divine Union's Supreme Dowsy. The moment Luo Yunyang's long rod struck towards Supreme Dowsy, the rapidly spinning force of the Samsara vortex suddenly shrunk at a high speed and the two dragons, which had originally had nothing to do with each other, merged seamlessly. The ultimate Samsara token was taking form. The two giant mountain peaks, whose magnetic force had been extracted, vanished the moment the two dragons merged. There was no dust or powdery fragments. It seemed as if these two huge peaks had never existed. However, no one took notice of the mountain peaks or even the battle between Luo Yunyang and Supreme Daozi. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the ultimate samsara token, which was taking shape and beginning to fall. At the moment, the ultimate samsara token was the center of attention. Blue Lotus Daozi took flight gracefully and dashed towards the ultimate samsara token. He was already close to the token to begin with, so he became the person closest to the ultimate samsara token in an instant. As long as Blue Lotus Daozi could obtain the ultimate samsara token, the chances of other people snatching it away from him would be extremely slim. However, the moment Blue Lotus Daozi acted, the powerhouse from the Machine Empire transformed into a golden shuttle and forcefully shot towards the ultimate samsara token. His speed was not necessarily faster than Blue Lotus Daozi's, but he had already surpassed Blue Lotus Daozi in terms of momentum. The queen of the bug race unhurriedly sliced open the void with her pair of wings in an elegant manner. However, when she appeared in everyone's line of vision again, she was already the person closest to the ultimate samsara token. It could even be said that the three apex powerhouses had expanded their mystic techniques, hoping to grab hold of the ultimate samsara token in the shortest time possible. Supreme Daozi struggled to his feet as he was glaring at Luo Yunyang with eyes filled with anger and hatred. He was furious that he had actually lost to Luo Yunyang when they had clashed, and he was unwilling to accept the fact that both he and Luo Yunyang were the farthest away from the ultimate samsara token now. Wasn't the ultimate samsara token the reason he had left his seal? Now that the opportunity was presented to him, he would have only himself to blame if he wasn't able to obtain it. However, before he could even fight for it, he was already kicked out of the game. He had lost his chance, which made him feel indignant. Luo Yunyang smiled faintly at Supreme Daozi. While Supreme Daozi was confused to why Luo Yunyang was smiling, Luo Yunyang's body had already vanished. Speed. What Luo Yunyang needed the most now was speed. Hence, before the ultimate samsara token had taken shape, Luo Yunyang had already adjusted his speed attributes to the highest level. After that adjustment, Luo Yunyang disappeared in a flash before Supreme Daozi's eyes. Luo Yunyang was heading for the ultimate samsara token. When this thought appeared in Supreme Daozi's mind, he found it hilarious. What was the point of rushing towards the token? Both he and Luo Yunyang would never be faster than Blue Lotus Daozi and the others. Although the possibility of snatching it directly from Blue Lotus Daozi or the others was slim, it was still considered plausible. However, there wasn't any need to rush into this. The best, most dependable way would be to wait for Blue Lotus Daozi and the others to fight and get depleted before making a move again. As Supreme Daozi had this thought, he also started moving towards the ultimate samsara token. However, the moment he turned his head, he saw that Blue Lotus Daozi's outstretched palm was already reaching for the token. Blue Lotus Daozi was a mere instant away from obtaining the ultimate samsara token. Although the Bug Queen and the Machine Empire's powerhouse were quick, they were still much slower than Blue Lotus Daozi. Otherwise, they would have been the ones reaching out for the token. It would be very troublesome if the token landed in Blue Lotus Daozi's hands. Just as Supreme Daozi started feeling disheartened, he saw a different outstretched hand grab for the Supremacy Samsara token. This hand grabbed hold of the token successfully before Blue Lotus Daozi could do so. Chapter 583. 8 Sky Sealing Divine Seals. Blue Lotus Daozi had been sealed for many years, all because he had been waiting for the appearance of the samsara wheel, hoping to enter 10 reincarnation cycles in order to soar to greater heights. The ultimate samsara token was something Blue Lotus Daozi had to obtain in order to do so. The Blood Lotus Supremacy had been very thoughtful to Blue Lotus Daozi. If he didn't spread the news that Luo Yunyang was holding the position of the City Lord of Samsara Star City, Luo Yunyang wouldn't have lost his position. Hence, the Blood Lotus Supremacy had made the first move to strip Luo Yunyang off his status as the City Lord. Now that the ultimate samsara token was within his grasp, Blue Lotus Daozi was very confident. As long as he possessed the token, no one would be able to snatch it from him. However, just as he had almost obtained the token successfully, a hand had actually gotten ahead of his own and snatched it away. The person who had snatched the token actually turned his head and smirked in a provocative manner. God damn it, what an arrogant **CK. Was he trying to PSS someone off? The person raised his brows and threw a glance at Blue Lotus Daozi. At the same time, he smirked as if he was warning everyone. This token belongs to me. You will hold it only if I allow you to do so. If I don't, you'll never be able to do so, even if you try all sorts of means. This domineering attitude added fuel to the raging blaze in Blue Lotus Daozi's heart. His eyes were flashing with the kind of killing intent that could burn heaven and earth to the ground. Luo Yunyang. Blue Lotus Daozi had always been calm and collected. However, a boundless desire for desolation and obliteration erupted when he cried out. Blue Lotus Daozi was enraged. The black robot from the Machine Empire, who was only a foot tall, also stopped in midair as he looked at Luo Yunyang in bewilderment. He had been aware of the distance between him and Luo Yunyang when he had made his move. Luo Yunyang had been at least several thousand miles away. However, Luo Yunyang had actually managed to grab hold of the ultimate samsara token while he had still been on his way. He was astonished by Luo Yunyang's speed. I never imagined that I, Black Shenzi, would meet an opponent that possesses such a frightening speed. Supreme Daozi stared at Luo Yunyang in shock. He had never thought that Luo Yunyang would possess such a terrifying level of speed. After recovering from his shock, he appeared a little embarrassed. He had lost to Luo Yunyang during the battle, so the fact that the ultimate samsara token had landed in Luo Yunyang's hand proved a point. His uselessness was to blame. Although Supreme Daozi had always been an arrogant person, he had failed twice in a row to beat Luo Yunyang. If Luo Yunyang obtained the ultimate samsara token and entered the samsara wheel, he would basically be smacking all the supremacies across the face again. Just thinking of that was enough to make anyone feel nervous and unsettled. Do not let Luo Yunyang escape. Supreme Daozi bellowed. The ultimate samsara token is not coming back if he manages to escape. Blue Lotus Daozi didn't look at Supreme Daozi. Instead, he glared coldly at Luo Yunyang and stretched out his palms. Hand it over. Hand what over? Your hand looks really well taken care of. Look at your slender fingers and jade white wrist. They are even prettier than a lady's. Luo Yunyang smirked arrogantly as he met Blue Lotus Daozi's gaze. Blue Lotus Daozi nearly blew up from rage. Luo Yunyang's despicable teasing was extremely infuriating. When he got embarrassed, his eyes radiated with a murderous glint. You are asking for it. As he spoke, Blue Lotus Daozi's finger jabbed gently towards the void and a blue ray of light shot through the void. As the blue ray fused with the void, 8 huge stone monuments that were thousands of meters tall appeared over Luo Yunyang and the others. When the stone monuments appeared, a boundless pressure ensued. It seemed to be trying to stifle the expanse of space where the deep sky star resided. The image on the sky vision quickly zoomed in, allowing the audience to catch a glimpse of the stone monuments, which had already fallen in place in an orderly manner, surrounding the deep sky star from every direction. Every stone monument was flashing with a vast bleakness as they all began to form a barrier that connected all 8 and sealed the deep sky star completely. 8 sky-sealing divine seals. Someone exclaimed nervously while watching the 8 similar monuments, which had various patterns carved into them. When the person mentioned the 8 sky-sealing divine seals on the sky vision, information on the 8 sky-sealing divine seals began to appear on the forums. The 8 sky-sealing divine seals were rumored to be an ultimate treasure that had been refined by a huge celestial domain grade and had only appeared once many years ago. It had appeared during a battle in the Purgatory, when the Blood Lotus Supremacy had relied on the 8 sky-sealing divine seals to trap a half-step Supremacy who had offended him. The entrapment had caused the Supremacy, who had been known for his speed, to eventually be killed. When the Supremacy had been trapped, his master, who had also been a Supremacy in the Purgatory, had invited 2 other Supremacy friends to assist him in rescuing his disciple. However, they had eventually failed, as they had been unable to break through the blockade of the 8 sky-sealing divine seals. They had only watched as that Supremacy had perished at the hands of the Blood Lotus Supremacy. Although this was the only time the 8 sky-sealing divine seals had appeared, it was astonishing enough. After all, its appearance had resulted in a half-step Supremacy whose speed had already reached a level even other Supremacies would find hard to catch up with. It could be said that many people already considered that half-step Supremacy a true Supremacy. However, the 8 sky-sealing divine seals had now reappeared and targeted Luo Yunyang. It's impossible for you to escape from the 8 sky-sealing divine seals. Blue Lotus Daozi glared at Luo Yunyang coldly. Now, hand over the ultimate samsara token. Escape, hee, why would I do that? Who do you think you are? How dare you try and make me hand over the token? Luo Yunyang smirked at Blue Lotus Daozi and the others before continuing. Brother, it's important to know your self-worth. You are still far from my level, so I smack your sorry *SS back into your mother's womb. Such impudence. If Blue Lotus Saint alone isn't enough, how about I join the party? The clear and crisp voice that spoke belonged to the small-statured Black Shenzi, who said confidently, Blue Lotus Dowsy and I have great minds that think alike. As Black Shenzi said that, 4 scarlet light rays appeared behind the 8 sky-sealing divine seals. Each and every scarlet light ray was like a burning sun. As the light rays converged in the void, they transformed into a scarlet chain lock hundreds of meters thick that wrapped around the entire deep sky star. This is the Machine Empire's omnipresent sky chain. Some demigod tribespeople were able to recognize the technique right away. The grudge between the Machine Empire and the demigod tribe ran deep. Hence, the demigod tribe was well versed in the means and tricks that the Machine Empire had up its sleeves. Although the omnipresent sky chain was not as famous as the 8 sky-sealing divine seals, its effectiveness wasn't that inferior compared to the latter. Both techniques did not offer any offensive capabilities, but they could seal the void completely so that even a supremacy-grade existence would find it hard to break through the blockade. It was rather obvious why both Black Shenzi and Blue Lotus Dowsy had decided to join forces to seal up the space. Ha ha ha, since both of you have revealed your trump cards, the bug race shouldn't miss out. A sharp voice was heard as 6 massive hives appeared. These hives immediately lined up, forming a light circle that shrouded the entire deep sky star. No one was able to recognize the light circle formed by the 6 hives. However, this didn't mean that the light circle was inferior. In fact, many people felt that the 6 hives gave off a terrifying vibe greater than the Machine Empire's omnipresent sky chain. Supreme Dowsy knew very well that these techniques had actually been prepared beforehand so they could be used on one another during this battle. However, all their techniques had been used on Luo Yunyang by now. Since everyone has prepared their ultimate moves beforehand, I shall not hide mine either. As he said that, Supreme Dowsy moved his fingers, causing 360 green flags to appear. Although the flags were not controlled by anyone, when they moved, they similarly transformed into a great array formation that enveloped the sky. It's the Thousand Clouds Sky Eater. An elder from the Thunder Ray tribe uttered the name of the great formation with utmost resentfulness. He was very familiar with the Thousand Clouds Sky Eater formation. Back in the day, if his tribe elder had not begged the demigod tribe earnestly, he would have been buried alive under the seal of the Thousand Clouds Sky Eater formation. 4 top-notch space-sealing treasures had completely sealed up the deep sky star. If Blue Lotus Dowsy and the others did not retract their sealing techniques, even a supremacy wouldn't be able to rescue anyone from within in a short period of time. Luo Yunyang, it will be hard for you to escape, even if you're holding onto the ultimate samsara token. I will give you one last chance to hand over the token, Blue Lotus Dowsy said with arrogant confidence. Luo Yunyang's mind went to work as he watched these sealing techniques. Although he had obtained plenty of things throughout his life, it seemed like there was still a sizable gap between his possessions and what the major factions had accumulated over the years. Escape? Why would I want to escape? Luo Yunyang's gaze swept across Blue Lotus Dowsy and the rest before coming to a stop at Supreme Dowsy. He, I'm bewildered. Are you even in a position to speak? You're just a defeated loser who's blabbing on about your bullshit. Why don't you keep your dim-witted brain into your pocket and run along with your tail between your legs? Luo Yunyang's caustic sarcasm made Supreme Dowsy's face turn blood red. He had truly been defeated by Luo Yunyang, so his reputation had been totally demolished. At the moment, he only desired to get back what he deserved. The only solution was to defeat Luo Yunyang and seize the ultimate samsara token. This person is arrogant and conceited. He has insulted all of us and stolen the ultimate samsara token. He's committed grievous crimes. Brother Blue Lotus, let's make our move together. There isn't much time left on the samsara wheel. Supreme Dowsy's words egged on Blue Lotus Dowsy and the others, who launched attacks at Luo Yunyang almost simultaneously. Supreme Dowsy's palms controlled the space, while Blue Lotus Dowsy moved his hands and a blue lotus appeared and swept across the void. Black Shenzi's body enlarged several thousand times as his palms, which had ballooned into the size of a small mountain, came crashing down. Meanwhile, the Bug Queen turned into countless silhouettes that flitted around in this space. Chapter 584, Sweeping everything that lays in his path, those 4 powerhouses are ganging up on a single person. How shameless. The martialists from the Milky Way's human tribe that could watch this through the sky vision couldn't help but curse. Some of them even took to the Sky Vision forums to voice their displeasure. Although the demigod tribe and the various factions all supported their own champions, right now, the majority of them couldn't voice their opinion. They didn't think that Blue Lotus Dowsy and the others were in the wrong, as this was a great opportunity that nobody would be willing to give up. However, the fact that 4 top champions were ganging up on a single person left a bad taste in one's mouth. Of course, some people were shameless enough to engage in arguments with some members of the human tribe. For example, they said that the weak were prey to the strong and made other similar bold statements. Although they were arguing furiously, this really didn't achieve much. The top martialists of the Milky Way's human tribe, all the top martialists of the Divine Union and 3 more factions, were all glued to this great battle. This great battle wouldn't just decide the owner of the ultimate samsara token. It was also a battle amongst the 4 factions and the most astonishing, admirable individuals. It could be said that this battle was between the pinnacle of galaxy grades, or even between the pinnacle of martialists. Luo Yunyang is going to be defeated for certain. However, going up against 4 people is still honorable in defeat. Perhaps not. If Luo Yunyang tosses the ultimate samsara token to someone else, maybe that person will be the one being ganged up on. The victor hasn't been determined yet. Hee. I think that the other champions are no fools. How could they not know that whoever wields the ultimate samsara token is bound to experience misfortune? The brilliant sun sage and the others situated within the deep sky star couldn't escape either. At first, they had been prepared to assist their various champions in the fight for the ultimate samsara token. However, at the moment, nobody was making a move. They had discovered that it would be useless, regardless of who made a move now. They were unable to intervene, so they could only remain silent spectators. This was a rather considerable blow for the brilliant sun sage and the others, who considered themselves high and mighty. Break. Luo Yunyang remained unfazed against the attacks of those 4. The weapon in his hand had once again become a long rod. The horizontal Empyrean sweeper was like a long chain of light that was unleashed towards the spot Supreme Dowsy was occupying. Supreme Dowsy snorted and moved his palms before launching a strike. Although this wasn't as powerful as his triple soul fusion, it was still an overwhelming power. Supreme Dowsy was already putting a lot into unleashing this strike. The long rod in Luo Yunyang's hands didn't produce any variations. However, when it was brandished, layers of black vortexes appeared before his rod. He was using the horizontal Empyrean sweeper and the world engulfing finger. In an instant, the majority of Supreme Dowsy's might was inhibited by the world engulfing finger. However, Supreme Dowsy didn't get mad. On the contrary, the sides of his mouth curled up slightly. His smile showed that he thought everything was under his control. This wasn't because Supreme Dowsy had something else up his sleeve, but because Blue Lotus Dowsy, Black Shenzi and the Drifting Paragon Bug Queen were behind him. These 3 posed the greatest threat to Luo Yunyang. The Blue Lotus flower wasn't too large, yet when it swayed, there was an abstruse power about it that could rip through the sky and earth. Compared to the huge mysterious power of the flower, the icy purgatories that followed it were even more bone-chilling. Half the horizon had already become an ice-encased hell. Just as Supreme Dowsy retreated, the icy hell had already propelled the Blue Lotus towards Luo Yunyang. Both the Blue Lotus flower and that blanketing icy hell posed a great danger to Luo Yunyang. However, Luo Yunyang would find it difficult to use that rod again at the moment. Blue Lotus Dowsy's full force attacks were still shooting towards him. He definitely wasn't going to let off Luo Yunyang just because he was tangling with Supreme Dowsy. Winners ruled. Plus, he wanted the ultimate samsara token. However, as Blue Lotus Dowsy prepared to inflict some serious damage, Luo Yunyang flashed a strange smile at him. Suddenly, the surrounding void started to fragment. That power, which made the sky and earth crumble and could even make space shatter, struck his icy hell before the Blue Lotus flower was turned to dying embers in the wind. Mind power. Luo Yunyang used his mind power to simulate making the sky and earth collapse, which wasn't an easy thing to do. More importantly, the abstruse mysticism contained within this simulation was something that Blue Lotus Dowsy actually found difficult to fully grasp. It seemed as if both the sky and earth were really crumbling. As a result, the icy blue purgatory he had created couldn't even withstand a single blow. His Blue Lotus flower, which had been produced by his body's base, actually felt like it was being annihilated. If Luo Yunyang's power was slightly greater and his cultivation base could reach the supremacy grade, would he really be able to simulate the feeling of obliterating everything? While he was having these thoughts, a lotus seed appeared between his brows and flew on top of the blue lotus flower. In just an instant, that blue lotus flower seemed to have become ethereal. Black Xianxi's attack was really simple. Although there didn't seem to be anything abstruse in it, this strike contained boundless power. This was the Machine Empire's advantage. With just enough resources, Black Xianxi would become an inexhaustible powerhouse. Boom, boom, boom. Black Xianxi also aspired to obtain the ultimate samsara token. Although he had a crystal body of the highest quality in the Machine Empire and was an expert created with top-quality divine metals, it would be more difficult for him. Even though he didn't need even better divine metals, he needed a higher level of cultivation comprehension. Thus, anyone who held the ultimate samsara token was Black Xianxi's enemy. As Black Xianxi's palm was crashing down towards Luo Yunyang, the Paragon Bug Queen moved her pale slender hands and over 100 silver bee warriors over the galaxy grade appeared. The silver bee warriors all tossed the spears they wielded towards Luo Yunyang at practically the same instant. Silver bee warriors were also apex fighters within the bug race. What made many people exclaim in admiration was that silver bee warriors would only attack once in their lives. This one attack was remarkable and potent. However, after they attacked, every ounce of mind power they possessed would be consumed by this attack. Therefore, silver bee warriors were amongst the most precious of soldiers that a bug queen had at her disposal. In a bid to kill off Luo Yunyang, the Paragon Bug Queen had immediately used her silver bee warriors. A hail of over 100 silver spears packed with a dense, mysterious obliterating might rained down on Luo Yunyang. In an instant, everything was in chaos. Luo Yunyang chuckled as he watched Black Xianxi's giant palm and that rain of silver spears. The chaotic four-origin beast, which had been in his internal universe all along, released his two clones. The clone embodiment of the primeval underworld monarch immediately created a massive sea of blood that surged forth to meet the rain of silver spears. The mass of silver spears was instantly engulfed by the sea of blood. Meanwhile, the five-element world tree, which contained the powers of the five elements, shot out a wave of sacred light and aimed at Black Xianxi's giant palm. This wave of sacred light wasn't too fast. However, as it swept through, Black Xianxi, who seemed to possess boundless strength, immediately took 10 steps back. Die! Luo Yunyang shouted. The rod in his hands had already become a long blade. The seizing the world with a sweeping blade move was unleashed at Blue Lotus Daozi. At the same time, the shattering heavens stumped Blue Lotus Daozi and moved on to Supreme Daozi. The primeval underworld monarch emerged out of the violently surging sea of blood. His two swords danced around as he descended on the Paragon Bug Queen. The sacred lights of the five-element world tree, which seemed to be unleashed freely, shot out continuously at Black Xianxi. As a being from the Machine Empire, Black Xianxi's body contained various top-grade divine metals. However, he was still restricted by the five-element lights. As Blue Lotus Daozi stood on a blue lotus, his hands were constantly moving and unleashing magnificent frigid ice powers that were forcefully crushed by Luo Yunyang each time. Supreme Daozi was using the powers of his soul from the past, present and future. Even Black Xianxi and the Paragon Bug Queen were now fighting for their lives. However, Luo Yunyang, who possessed the clones of the five-element world tree and the primeval underworld monarch, was like a domineering god of war as he fought off 4 people at once. He never seemed to be at the slightest bit of disadvantage. There were even a number of times when Black Xianxi nearly lost an arm to the lights of the five-element world tree. As he was bathed in the sacred lights and the blood sea, Luo Yunyang kept unleashing his powerful martial techniques, forcing Blue Lotus Daozi and the others to retreat continuously. Luo Yunyang held the upper hand. The brilliant Sun Sage and the other spectators could not believe what they were witnessing. However, their eyes weren't lying to them. At the moment, Luo Yunyang was suppressing the 4 champions. Blue Lotus Daozi and Supreme Daozi were constantly restricted by Luo Yunyang. However, Black Xianxi was the most miserable. His various techniques and moves didn't seem to be effective against the sweeping lights of the five-element world tree. How is this possible? How can Luo Yunyang be this powerful? Medusa, who had approached the brilliant Sun Sage and the others, said in a trembling voice. That is Blue Lotus Daozi, who has the same origin as the Blood Lotus Supremacy. The brilliant Sun Sage didn't say anything. He really couldn't accept this reality. Those 4 had actually agreed to gang up and suppress one person, yet now they were being suppressed by their lone target. This situation left him speechless. We mustn't wait any longer. If this goes on, Not only will we be unable to obtain the ultimate samsara token, but we will also become laughing stocks. Blue Lotus Daozi quelled the fury in his heart and said after escaping from Luo Yunyang's shattered heavens, I know that you are all holding back. However, now isn't the time to hold back. Let's use our strongest attacks together. Chapter 585. Sweeping an icy hell. Blue Lotus Daozi's proposal to join hands against a common enemy immediately received an enthusiastic response from the other three. Everyone felt the same way. They all believed that they had been wronged during this battle against Luo Yunyang. They felt wronged indeed. Supreme Daozi, Black Shenzi, and the others had been the strongest geniuses of all the great factions for countless years. In order to wait for the samsara wheel and embark on the road to become the strongest, they hadn't hesitated to seal themselves. The four of them had refused to give in to one another even after meeting. However, they were now being beaten up by Luo Yunyang. 4 people had besieged a single person and had still been beaten up. This was a disgrace for them. Furthermore, many people were paying attention to this battle. Even though they had always been independent and never cared about the opinions and evaluations of others, this battle really made them feel extremely useless and pissed. Alright, let's kill Luo Yunyang first. Supreme Daozi hated Luo Yunyang's guts, so he was the first to respond to Blue Lotus Daozi's proposal. Following what Supreme Daozi said, 2 shadows appeared in his body. Both were shadows of him, one in the past and one in the future, and displayed an overwhelming might. The combination of the 3 of them was invincible. Supreme Daozi's invincible fist felt like heaven and earth were collapsing. The moment he locked onto Luo Yunyang, he struck out at him. As soon as Supreme Daozi took the shot, Black Shenzi shouted, whatever, today it's time for my dual-pole magnetic beams to taste blood. As he spoke, Black Shenzi's tall body instantly became the size of an average person. However, one side of his body had turned silvery white, while the other side had turned pitch black. Amidst this black and silvery white, 2 beams of light shot out. These beams spun in the void while the endless magnetic force turned into a huge magnetosphere that shrouded Luo Yunyang. It's the dual-pole magnetic beams that can only be made by a supremacy grade from the Machine Empire. Someone among the spectating demigod tribe exclaimed. These dual-pole magnetic beams were terrifying. Back then, the dual-pole magnetic beams had appeared during the war between the Divine Union and the Machine Empire. That attack had shattered a whole galaxy. The voice of the saint was shaking. Although the dual-pole magnetic beams were very far away from him, that fear had been rooted in his heart forever. His body trembled involuntarily. Hee, I already intended to do this. The Paragon Bug Queen smiled gently before tens of thousands of bug race warriors appeared behind her. Although these fighters seemed to vary in strength, the moment they gathered, they created a great pressurizing vibe. Broken void. Silent sound waves howled from the mouths of the bug race warriors. These sound waves were like huge waves that headed straight towards Luo Yunyang. The moment they appeared, the tens of thousands of bug race warriors who had appeared behind the Paragon Bug Queen instantly turned into dust. Blue Lotus Daozi, who was floating in the void, didn't seem to make any preparations. However, the moment he pointed, 10 blue purgatories with different sceneries that were filled with a chilling atmosphere appeared in the void. Inside the purgatories were roaring devils, mad giant beasts, and countless ghosts that were flying continuously in the void. When the 10 purgatories converged, a desolate, destructive power that could move heaven and earth gathered in one of Blue Lotus Daozi's fingers. The power of this finger was mightier than Supreme Daozi's invisible fist. It's the sweeping hell. As soon as a powerhouse in the purgatory mentioned this name, he corrected himself hurriedly. No, it should be the sweeping icy hell of His Royal Highness Blue Lotus Daozi. The sweeping hell, which was the strongest move of the Blood Lotus Supremacy, was known as one of the most powerful moves in existence. Although Blue Lotus Daozi was not as powerful as the Blood Lotus Supremacy, the power of the source law concealed in his attack was not weaker than the Blood Lotus Supremacy's. The 4 great powerhouses had already shown their strongest attacks. The 4 champions are worthy of their names. Each of the 4 of them has the power to fight against universe-grade saints. Some people lamented, but Luo Yunyang has killed a saint. Some Milky Way human tribe powerhouses called out on the sky vision. Even the members of the demigod tribe who did not like him had to admit that Luo Yunyang was not an ordinary person. If he had been able to defeat Supreme Daozi and pressurize the 4 champions, how could he be just an average person? Luo Yunyang's record was unique. He had even slain the Cloud Sea Saint. Luo Yunyang is extraordinary, but he will definitely die now. Some people were rejoicing in his misfortune on the Sky Vision forum. This sentence silenced some of the human tribe powerhouses. Although they were not willing to admit it, they knew very well that this situation was not very favorable for them. No matter how strong Luo Yunyang was, how could he suppress the 4 great champions who had the power to sweep everything before them? Some people had already begun to adjust the quality of the broadcast on the Sky Vision. Although this adjustment would cause them to get injured, the clash concealed any supreme law methods and the hidden power inside could benefit them a lot. Luo Yunyang seemed very calm. However, countless thoughts were actually surging all over his mind. He was pondering over what method he should use to deal with these 4 great champions and these insane attacks. The Divine Martial Technique. Luo Yunyang tossed the idea of using the Divine Martial Technique aside, as it could only deal with one person. The clones of the primeval underworld monarch and the 5-element world tree weren't weak, but they would be a bit lacking if they were to take out one each. At that thought, Luo Yunyang made up his mind and opened the attribute regulator quickly. Eventually, all his power was converted to mind power. The mind attribute of the chaotic 4-origin beast and Luo Yunyang's 4 main attributes were combined to make Luo Yunyang's mind reach a pinnacle. The power of the various laws of the chaotic 4-origin beast was also transferred to his own body. He also made some adjustments to his power and some other aspects as quickly as possible. The moment these adjustments were complete, the space-time eye appeared between Luo Yunyang's eyebrows. Through the attribute regulator, the strongest power of the space-time eye instantly unfolded. For an instant, time and space stopped. By the time Luo Yunyang used the space-time eye, the power of the broken void had already covered the space where he, Blue Lotus Daozi, and the others were located. The Shattering Heavens was a technique comprehended by an exceptional figure who had left it behind along with his blood essence in the bloody space river. Luo Yunyang had entered the sky worm nest to gain enlightenment into this technique. Now, he adjusted all of his and the chaotic 4-origin beast's power for this move. In an instant, the vast void started to break apart. This power, that could annihilate heaven and earth, caused the dominating power of Supreme Daozi and the power of Blue Lotus Daozi that was concealed within the sweeping icy hell to break. It also broke the dual-pole magnetic beams and shattered the sound waves. The void, the sky, the earth, and everything else shattered. The Paragon Bug Queen pulled a long face. Her defensive abilities could be considered the weakest among everyone present, so she felt deeply threatened in this shattering void. The force of the collapsing sky and earth wouldn't affect Luo Yunyang just because it had been triggered by him. This technique attacked indiscriminately. As Blue Lotus Daozi and Supreme Daozi glanced at Luo Yunyang in the shattering void, they were both really indignant. They had initially thought that their strongest attacks would defeat Luo Yunyang. However, the indiscriminate power unleashed by Luo Yunyang had made their respective techniques crumble and started attacking everyone furiously. Take this. Black Shenzi's body had been reduced to a ball that was only 1 foot in size. He wanted to use this method to minimize the impact the power of the shattering voids had on him. However, just as he got excited, Luo Yunyang rushed towards him through the shattering void. Luo Yunyang, what do you want to do? Black Shenzi's face betrayed his anxiety. Even he had to carefully resist the shattering void. Thus, Luo Yunyang's attack made him feel very threatened. The rod light of the horizontal Empyrean sweeper carved a path towards him through the shattering void. There was nowhere to hide. In a normal void, Black Shenzi could have used various techniques, such as shifting and transposition, to evade this. However, he could not dodge at all under the circumstances, as there were spatial cracks all around him. Luo Yunyang's body bore the impact of the spatial cracks for a while, as he drew support from the attributes of the chaotic 4-origin beast and remained mostly unaffected. A rod swept across as Black Shenzi mustered the power of his entire body and tried to resist. The moment the two collided, the 5-element world tree came bearing down on him. The 5-element world tree, which was suppressed by the void, lost a few branches to the shattering void. Even so, the 5-elemental divine light struck Black Shenzi's body hard. In an instant, Black Shenzi's body was thrown backward. Crack, crack, crack. The shattered void was filled with all sorts of devastating power. Even Black Shenzi's body suffered a lot of damage the moment he was flung out. One of his arms was actually crushed into dust by an extremely powerful force of annihilation. Everyone, help me fast. Black Shenzi had barely steadied himself when he shouted hysterically at Blue Lotus Daozi and the others. Blue Lotus Dowsy and the others knew that the four of them were in the same boat at the moment. They were interdependent on each other in order to survive. However, the shattered void was way too dangerous, so crossing it would be extremely arduous. Black xianxia, hang on for a while. We're coming over, Blue Lotus Dowsy announced. Chapter 586, The Mountain Partitioning 9 Fragmented Peaks, How Dangerous. The position where the brilliant Sun Sage and the others were situated wasn't surrounded by that void-splitting power. However, they still shivered internally as they watched everything crumble frantically. This collapse of various origin source laws wouldn't be able to kill them instantly. Still, they believed that they would be grinded to death if they were to face this collapse. Luckily, they weren't inside. Although this move of Luo Yunyang's is powerful, I think that he can't maintain it for too long. A powerhouse from the purgatory voiced his opinion. Most of the time, the brilliant Sun Sage didn't get along with this powerhouse. The brilliant Sun Sage believed that he would dislike this fella, no matter the circumstances. However, at the moment, he suddenly felt that this powerhouse had penetrating insight. What he had said was spot on. Furthermore, this unprecedented trust in this fella aside, he also truly hoped that things would pan out just like this person had said. Your conjecture is good, but unfortunately, the void is crumbling and Luo Yunyang doesn't have to exert too much energy anymore, said Medusa. There was a hint of fear in her eyes as she added, the collapsing void will probably get destroyed. Luo Yunyang's technique was just the beginning. Once the collapsing force takes shape, it will be very difficult to stop. Unless this vast collapsing force can be completely used up. Medusa's words made everyone fall silent. This was the first time they had doubted that they had to win this battle. Would their own Dowsy be able to win? Was Luo Yunyang right now a match for their Dowsy? Die, die, die. Luo Yunyang's long rod had changed into two large hammers. In terms of quality, these two large hammers were clearly better than the other weapons Luo Yunyang had used. They were the water fire sky quake hammers. As the twin hammers danced, a surging energy of water and fire crashed towards Black xianxia. While the sky was filled with hammer projections, Black xianxia couldn't go anywhere to evade this attack, even if he wanted to dodge it. The technique that Luo Yunyang used was one of the 13 martial techniques he had picked up at the Divine Martial Hall, the mountain partitioning. 9 fragmented peaks. Crack, crack, the sounds of machinery breaking down rang out from Black xianxia's body. Black xianxia's body had absorbed mass amounts of star origin metal, so he was extremely powerful. The fissures appearing on his body meant that he was suffering massive damage. Black xianxia, I'm coming. The first to rush over was Blue Lotus Dowsy, who crossed the crumbling void and arrived immediately to provide backup. However, just as he was about to rush over to Luo Yunyang, the primeval underworld monarch's embodiment had already gotten there. Layers of blood sea powers turned into layers of blood sea light waves that pressed towards Blue Lotus Dowsy. The dual swords in the primeval underworld monarch's hands turned into layer upon layer of purgatory as they cut down at Blue Lotus Dowsy. Blue Lotus Dowsy roared in fury. Blue lotuses flew out in all directions, slicing through the sea of blood instantly. However, as he faced the ferocious might of the white and blood twin swords, his blue lotus flowers suffered some slight damage. After 4 or 5 exchanges, Blue Lotus Dowsy had already suppressed the primeval underworld monarch's embodiment. However, although he might have been able to inhibit the primeval underworld monarch, he still couldn't aid Black xianxia with that frenzied destructive power that was causing the void to collapse. Supreme Dowsy had encountered the 5-element world tree. Compared to the primeval underworld monarch, the 5-element world tree was much more troublesome to deal with. Although the crumbling of the origin source in the collapsing sky and earth messed up the powers of the 5 elements in the atmosphere, the 5-element world tree's ability was still making the power of the 5 elements stronger. Boom, 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 countless rays of light shot over at Supreme Dowsy. While some of these light rays were shattered within the void, others attracted the resonance of the 5-element origin source powers and became a spectacular force that made Supreme Dowsy get flustered. Tauhi 5-colored long swords hanging on the 5-element world tree would shut out beams of 5-colored sword lights at crucial times. These sword lights were extremely incisive, and Supreme Dowsy believed that one could not defend oneself against them. Meanwhile, the Paragon Queen of the Bug race had already become the weakest participant in this fight. Her body was the weakest, so the fact that she had been able to preserve her life during this collapse was already quite an achievement. Furthermore, her main offensive techniques were swarms of bug race warriors that could cover the sky. In an ordinary battle, these swarms of bug warriors would be the stuff of nightmares for anyone facing them. However, under the circumstances, they were the weakest. Thus, after throwing a few attacks at Luo Yunyang, Black Shenzi discovered miserably that his own backup wasn't reliable. Luo Yunyang, don't go overboard. Black Shenzi's body enlarged like a titan descending the world as his voice was filled with a crazed fury. While he was shouting, the twin hammers in Luo Yunyang's hands smashed down once again. This time, they contained the stored power of the heavenly cycle water fire star cauldron that was the equivalent of the power of a universe grade. Boom, boom, boom. The boundless, fearsome power shattered one of Black Shenzi's arms. Even though Black Shenzi quickly regenerated another arm, there was now a slight hint of fear in his expression. A faint crack had appeared in his divine core that was entirely made out of star origin metal. Although this crack was small, it still made him realize that his life was facing a severe threat. It was frightening, absolutely frightening. Luo Yunyang, listen up. That ultimate samsara token is yours. I will withdraw from this fight. The powerful computer within his mind had made the most appropriate decision in an instant. He shouted anxiously at Luo Yunyang, hoping that Luo Yunyang would listen to his voice. However, Luo Yunyang acted as though he hadn't heard anything he had said. The twin hammers in his hands were still furiously bombarding Black Shenzi with a barrage of strikes. These extensive attacks left Black Shenzi in a world of pain. He unleashed his dual-pole magnetic beams 3 times in quick succession, but they were forcefully shattered by Luo Yunyang each time. Blue Lotus Daozi and Supreme Daozi rushed frantically over towards Black Shenzi, but the embodiments of the primeval underworld monarch and the 5-element world tree kept bothering them and preventing them from getting close to Black Shenzi. Luo Yunyang, I have already surrendered. What else do you want? I am the strongest Shenzi of the Machine Empire. The consequences of destroying me would be dire. Since Black Shenzi's imploring ways weren't working, he tossed his dignity aside and used threats instead. Black Shenzi was not shameless. However, at this crucial juncture that would decide his fate, dignity couldn't hold a candle to his life. At the moment, his priority was to control Luo Yunyang's attacks. However, Luo Yunyang replied by bombarding him with 100 more hammer blows. I surrendered this time. Stop at once. Black Shenzi was scared witless as he felt more and more cracks appear on his divine core. Repairing these cracks would be really difficult. He reckoned that he shouldn't even have participated in this fight. Luo Yunyang, do not force me. If I self-destruct, none of us will be able to survive. Black Shenzi roared furiously. By now, Black Shenzi no longer cared about anything else. He really couldn't continue to be on the receiving end of this beating. If this went on, he would eventually fall apart. Black Shenzi had been assembled from the Machine Empire's most advanced technologies. Thus, his self-destruction powers were extremely strong. Upon hearing Black Shenzi mention self-destruction, the brilliant Sun Sage and the others all started sweating buckets of cold sweat. The currently crumbling void already made them tremble in fear. If self-detonation was thrown into the mix, then death would be the only outcome. Black Shenzi, we are getting closer to you. Come nearer. Blue Lotus Daozi bellowed. If the 3 of us join forces, we might not lose. Blue Lotus Daozi, who had always been an unparalleled entity that overlooked the common folk, was saying that there was a chance they might not lose. Supreme Daozi dodged the ferocious destructive power of ripped space while duking it out with the 5-element world tree. At the moment, he also felt a little sad. This whole spectacle had been really humiliating. Black Shenzi wasn't moved by Blue Lotus Daozi's words. As he released a golden cage of light, he shouted loudly, I give up. Isn't that enough? These words seemed to contain the hint of a plea. Countless Machine Empire powerhouses watched this in silence. The Black Titan, the Purple Metal Titan Monarch and the others all lowered their heads as they watched. Black Shenzi's choice made them feel humiliated. However, they had to admit that there wasn't anything wrong with Black Shenzi's choice. They shouldn't judge Black Shenzi too harshly. No, you shouldn't even be thinking of leaving. You have already participated. Luo Yunyang stared at Black Shenzi as he said viciously, I thought you could self-destruct. Then do it. I should be able to handle it. Luo Yunyang spoke very confidently. He could adjust his various attributes to improve his defensive capabilities and withstand such an explosion. He had the highest probability of surviving out of everyone present. Extremely tragic thoughts flashed through Black Shenzi's mind as he watched Luo Yunyang, who seemed eager to give this a try. Would anyone be willing to self-detonate until the last moment? Who would be willing to die by someone else's hand? As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Black Shenzi gritted his teeth and exclaimed loudly, Luo Yunyang, I can set aside any problems we have. I will help you get rid of these two and acquire the ultimate samsara token. What do you think? This time, Black Shenzi used voice transmission to communicate with Luo Yunyang. He felt that Luo Yunyang would definitely agree to this condition. Unfortunately, Luo Yunyang grinned back. I already have the ability to kill all four of you. Is there any need to waste time? These words sounded merciless. Black Shenzi's face turned several shades darker. When he raised his head to look at the sky above, he saw the 8 sky-sealing divine seals and other ultimate treasures that had already completely sealed up this expanse of space. It would still be difficult to escape even if he were to employ any taboo methods. Why had they sealed up this expanse of space earlier? Luo Yunyang, I will help you and compensate you. Don't decline right away. You do know that if the ultimate samsara token isn't used, it will become a worthless piece of junk. You don't want to waste too much time on this battle, right? Chapter 587. You die or I die, save me, Blue Lotus Daozi. Within the void, countless cracks had appeared on Black Shenzi's body. At the moment, he looked really pathetic. Blue Lotus Daozi didn't really like Black Shenzi, but the two of them were still working jointly against a common enemy. Blue Lotus Daozi had already suppressed the primeval underworld monarch, who was bothering him, so he shot out a wave of sweeping icy hell without any hesitation. Blue Lotus Daozi put his all in this attack. He really hated Luo Yunyang to the core. Naturally, he wouldn't show Luo Yunyang any mercy right now. Blue Lotus Daozi had already forecasted Black Shenzi's circumstances when he had attacked to give Black Shenzi a good opportunity to make a move. Black Shenzi looked slightly grateful. As Luo Yunyang dealt with Blue Lotus Daozi's attack, he roared furiously, Luo Yunyang, take my dual-pole magnetic beams. Black Shenzi was indeed giving this his all. Blue Lotus Daozi felt a little pleased. Although he knew that there was a slim chance that Black Shenzi would seriously injure Luo Yunyang, just a small injury would be considered a massive victory. When these two joint attacks took form, he believed that Supreme Daozi and the useless Paragon Bug Queen would also seize this great opportunity. When the four of them surrounded him once again, the victor wouldn't be certain. As he inwardly felt some delight, he abruptly sensed an unprecedented threat. Blue Lotus Daozi's mind cultivation far surpassed ordinary folks. Thus, when there was danger, he would sense it immediately. Blue Lotus Daozi sensed something bad. Although he wanted to defend himself immediately, Luo Yunyang's finger was currently jabbed in his direction. He was using the universe-breaking snap. This finger strike was Luo Yunyang's strongest offensive ability. Against this finger strike, Blue Lotus Daozi could only frantically unleash his sweeping icy hell to block the power of Luo Yunyang's black hole. Finally, he understood where the danger was coming from. Black Shenzi. The one who had made a move was Black Shenzi. The one who had made him sense this threat was Black Shenzi. The one attacking him right now was Black Shenzi. The dual-pole magnetic beams that were supposed to be targeted at Luo Yunyang were streaking towards him. There was no holding back. This extremely fearsome attack contained all of Black Shenzi's power. In the past, Blue Lotus Daozi hadn't taken the dual-pole magnetic beams seriously. He had believed that he could rely on his sweeping icy hell to take it on. Fear had now taken hold of Blue Lotus Daozi's heart. However, Blue Lotus Daozi was a Daozi after all. He knew that this would be difficult to avoid, so he quickly used his strongest defensive technique. In an instant, a massive blue lotus flower appeared around Blue Lotus Daozi's body. The flower petals closed and wrapped Blue Lotus Daozi inside the flower. Although this protective flower was strong, it was a little too late. Flower petals fell in succession as Black Shenzi's dual-pole magnetic beams struck. Blue Lotus Daozi's body was thrown backwards like a rubber ball being kicked. Blue Lotus Daozi spat out a mouthful of blood. He appeared haggard, and the lotus flower petals looked fake. However, each of these flower petals represented a year of Blue Lotus Daozi's cultivation. Over 100 petals had fallen, signifying that over 100 years of Blue Lotus Daozi's cultivation had been turned to ashes. However, just as he managed to stabilize himself, the primeval underworld monarch's white blood and blood sea dual swords, which had been waiting, slashed down and one of Blue Lotus Daozi's arms was severed. Blue Lotus Daozi once again backtracked. Although he retreated quickly, an opportunity had presented itself to Luo Yunyang. With a light movement of his finger, a black glow appeared in the void and wrapped itself around Blue Lotus Daozi. It was the Dream Crusher. This was the strongest of the 3 techniques that Luo Yunyang had created. Generally speaking, it was used when he wanted to seize an opponent's life. Escape! Blue Lotus Daozi shouted. His body had already transformed into a boundless lake of blue lotuses. As Luo Yunyang's Dream Crusher wrapped around the Lotus Lake, Blue Lotus Daozi had already appeared 1,000 miles away. Blue Lotus Daozi's aura gave off a dispirited vibe. Clearly, he had paid an unimaginable price for using that method of escape. Black xianxia, why are you doing this? At the moment, the person Blue Lotus Daozi hated the most wasn't Luo Yunyang, but Black xianxia. He had sincerely wanted to save Black xianxia, yet just as he had made a move to help this person, he had realized that he had actually been betrayed by the treacherous Black xianxia. His anger and indignance were easy to imagine. Wise men adapt to the circumstances. Black xianxia glared icily at Blue Lotus Daozi and said, "You must die here today." Supreme Daozi and the Paragon Bug Queen were equally shocked. They had never imagined that things would turn out like this. Black xianxia, whom they had considered an ally all along, had actually launched a sneak attack on Blue Lotus Daozi when he was in the most critical danger. Blue Lotus Daozi was hurt. Just by sensing his aura alone, he could tell that he had at least lost half of his combat strength. Under the circumstances, the gulf between him and Luo Yunyang had widened even more all of a sudden. Vile being, Supreme Daozi shouted. Supreme Daozi was also livid. Although he and Blue Lotus Daozi were competitors, they were also comrades at the same time. Black xianxia's backstabbing had put them on the path of defeat. How could he not be furious? Black xianxia didn't even care about Supreme Daozi. As he soared upwards, his body expanded and his 2 arms that were like mountains plowed towards Blue Lotus Daozi. Right now, he knew that either he or Blue Lotus Daozi would have to die for this to end. Thus, his best option would be to get rid of his opponent resolutely. Perhaps Black xianxia wanted to get rid of Blue Lotus Daozi and Supreme Daozi. Even more than Luo Yunyang himself now. The brilliant Sun Sage and the other spectators were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe that what was happening was actually true, yet reality told them that everything was as true as could be. Black xianxia had really betrayed and backstabbed Blue Lotus Daozi. They were subordinates of these 4 champions, so they didn't have too many dealings with each other. Now that Black xianxia had betrayed Blue Lotus Daozi, the Machine Empire's warriors were immediately alerted. "You bunch of despicable scoundrels. How dare you backstab the Daozi? Damn it!" A 30-meter-tall purgatory powerhouse with a body made of white bone shouted. He brandished his bone spear and charged over at the Machine Empire's powerhouses. The few Machine Empire Titan monarchs present knew that the situation wouldn't improve, so they instructed, "All of you, prepare for battle." In just a moment, fighting once again erupted in this originally calm region. The brilliant Sun Sage, the Divine Union Martialists, and the Martialists of the Bug race were at a loss. Under normal circumstances, they were supposed to aid the Purgatory fighters. However, Black xianxia's actions had left them unable to guess the intentions of their own champions. They didn't know what measures they should adopt. Should they bend the knee to Luo Yunyang, gang up on Blue Lotus Daozi, or... As the brilliant Sun Sage and the others were at a loss, the members of the 4 factions watching this through the virtual realm were equally flabbergasted. Nobody had expected all these twists. Black xianxia, who had been beaten up by Luo Yunyang without any chance to retaliate, had actually joined forces with Luo Yunyang. Blue Lotus Daozi was seriously hurt, Supreme Daozi was finding it difficult to assist, and the Paragon Bug Queen was hiding far away, as though all of this had nothing to do with her. Luo Yunyang had already assumed the upper hand. It could even be said that victory was already in Luo Yunyang's grasp. "Luo Yunyang, I surrender this time." Blue Lotus Daozi dodged an attack from Black xianxia before saying, "We won't be enemies from this day on." How does that sound? Blue Lotus Daozi's words left Black xianxia at a loss. If Luo Yunyang agreed to Blue Lotus Daozi's suggestion, it wouldn't be good news for him. Just as he started to get worried, he heard Luo Yunyang say, "You want peace now?" Too late. Today, I must definitely slay a Daozi here. As he said that, the weapons in his hand changed rapidly and he prepared to use the divine martial technique. The viewers watching all felt that things were looking extremely bad for Blue Lotus Daozi. After hesitating for a short moment, Supreme Daozi suddenly rushed away from the crumbling void. His motive was clear. He wanted to rush out of the deep sky star. However, just as he was about to rush through the collapsing void, he experienced the crushing might that the four of them had used to seal the deep sky star. He couldn't escape. Supreme Daozi was pissed when he suddenly saw Luo Yunyang's punch strike Blue Lotus Daozi's body and shatter it. Although this happened fast, Blue Lotus Daozi had already appeared several hundreds of meters away. His aura was even weaker now. Blue Lotus Daozi could fall. Once Blue Lotus Daozi fell, perhaps he might fall as well. Of course, Supreme Daozi wasn't willing to die, but it seemed like he had no power to decide what would happen. Die. Black Xianxia and Luo Yunyang once again surrounded and hunted down Blue Lotus Daozi. By resorting to all sorts of methods, Blue Lotus Daozi held on for 3 minutes before being shattered again. Although he could still rely on a secret art to come back to life, if this went on, Blue Lotus Daozi would definitely die for real. Stop. Amidst the dull interlude, a voice seemingly laden with a majestic awe reverberated through the void. A blood-red lotus flower accompanied this voice and appeared outside the deep sky star. The people who had been worried for Blue Lotus Daozi heaved a collective sigh of relief. The Blood Lotus Supremacy had arrived. Chapter 588. The Supremacy's fury makes stars fall like rain. Many people knew about the relationship between the Blood Lotus Supremacy and Blue Lotus Daozi, so a lot of them were extremely envious of Blue Lotus Daozi. After all, having a supremacy willing to aid and protect you was something countless people wished to have. Furthermore, this supremacy didn't require any remuneration or reward for doing so. They were from the same origin and they were very close. It was this sort of sentiment that made many people say passionately that it had been the Blood Lotus Supremacy who had contacted the other supremacies to get rid of Luo Yunyang's Samsara Star City Lord status for the sake of Blue Lotus Daozi. It could be said that this was akin to breaking Luo Yunyang's foundation. Now that Blue Lotus Daozi was in danger, the Blood Lotus Supremacy had already appeared outside the space sealed by the four treasures. If these ultimate treasures had not been too powerful, the Blood Lotus Supremacy would perhaps have thrown away his dignity and made a move on Luo Yunyang already. After all, Blue Lotus Daozi was special to him. The Blood Lotus Supremacy's arrival made the already fighting Purgatory and Machine Empire powerhouses calm down. All of them looked at the Blood Lotus Supremacy, waiting for instructions so that this matter would be resolved. There was a slight hint of dimness in Blue Lotus Daozi's eyes. As an entity of the same origin as the Blood Lotus Supremacy, Blue Lotus Daozi's ambition was higher than the sky. He definitely wasn't willing to owe the Blood Lotus Supremacy so much. He was even more unwilling to see a matter that the Blood Lotus Supremacy had considered a small issue escalate this way. For him, this was a humiliation. A massive humiliation. However, given the current circumstances, only the Blood Lotus Supremacy's arrival could resolve this crisis. Therefore, even though he was really unwilling, he could only grit his teeth tightly and stop quickly. Boom! Blue Lotus Daozi's body was sent flying. This time, his body was scattered in many directions throughout the void, so he appeared to be very miserable. Although Blue Lotus Daozi's body once again gathered in the void, this time, the condition of his severely hurt body was even worse and some of his origin source had been damaged. He glared hatefully at the attacker. Luo Yunyang. The one who had just unleashed the divine martial technique was Luo Yunyang. While the Blood Lotus Supremacy had shouted out for him to stop, Luo Yunyang had attacked once again. He had used an extremely powerful move. To survive against the divine martial technique, Blue Lotus Daozi had to pay a huge price. While Blue Lotus Daozi was astonished, anger brewed in his heart. He was not angry just because he was hurt, but also because Luo Yunyang had ignored the Blood Lotus Supremacy's order. This was extremely vile. Immediately, Blue Lotus Daozi's eyes glowed with a scarlet blaze. At the moment, he wanted to go all out against Luo Yunyang. Black Xianxia, Supreme Daozi and the others were also stunned. Even Black Xianxia, who wanted to slay Blue Lotus Daozi, had stopped attacking upon hearing the Blood Lotus Supremacy's shout. The Supremacies were supreme entities that could control the destruction of the sky and earth. Such entities couldn't be disobeyed. Thus, when he heard the Blood Lotus Supremacy's shout, Black Xianxia stopped attacking, even though he was very unwilling. He didn't stop, because he wished to, but because he didn't dare not stop. Supreme Daozi had also stopped. He had made this decision as Blue Lotus Daozi had gotten more and more hurt. He no longer had any intention of fighting on. Now, a supremacy had made his move. Supreme Daozi could finally heave a sigh of relief. However, he had never imagined that Luo Yunyang would nearly kill Blue Lotus Daozi with another strike after the Blood Lotus Supremacy had ordered him to stop. How impressive! Upon seeing the ruined complexion of Blue Lotus Daozi, Supreme Daozi's opinion of Luo Yunyang soared. How could this guy dare do this? Even though Supreme Daozi hated Blue Lotus Daozi to the core, he wouldn't dare do what Luo Yunyang had done. Although they didn't belong to the same tribe, the price of offending a supremacy's dignity wasn't something he could afford to pay. Luo Yunyang. The majestic voice echoed all around. The blood-red figure was like a divine entity that controlled everything in this vast void. The Blood Lotus Supremacy's voice was calm. However, amidst that calmness was immense fury. As an unparalleled supremacy, the Blood Lotus Supremacy had never been ignored by anyone beneath the supremacy level. This was simply a provocation. By the time the Blood Lotus Supremacy spoke, Luo Yunyang had already soared upwards and once again flown towards Blue Lotus Daozi. Seizing the world with a sweeping blade, furious blade lights shot over at Blue Lotus Daozi. Although this attack didn't kill Blue Lotus Daozi, the frantically retreating Blue Lotus Daozi lost an arm. The bloodstains vanished rapidly, yet the injuries Blue Lotus Daozi suffered multiplied now. If this defensive boundary had not been formed by the 4 defensive ultimate treasures, the Blood Lotus Supremacy would perhaps have slaughtered Luo Yunyang immediately. Vile being, how dare you continue to commit such atrocities? The Blood Lotus Supremacy was furious as he pointed a finger in the void. A ray of light was blasted in Luo Yunyang's direction. Boom, boom, boom. As the Blood Lotus Supremacy's attack struck the sealing power created by the 8 sky sealing seals, the other 4 ultimate treasures smashed the Blood Lotus Supremacy's attack. Luo Yunyang, who was within the deep sky star, had now turned the long blade in his hand to twin hammers. The dancing water fire sky quake hammers pummeled heavily at Blue Lotus Daozi. Luo Yunyang just needed about half an hour to obliterate Blue Lotus Daozi. In the meantime, the Blood Lotus Supremacy might not even be able to break through the sealing power. If this sealing power had only been of one type, the Blood Lotus Supremacy would have already started. It naturally wouldn't have been much of a problem. However, the powers of the 4 ultimate treasures were intertwined. What had been meant to prevent Luo Yunyang from escaping had turned into a deadly trap. It wouldn't be an easy task, even if the 4 users tried to separate this converged sealing power. Although the Blood Lotus Supremacy was powerful, breaking such a sealing blockade would take quite some time. During this time, the Blood Lotus Supremacy would be helpless to do anything to Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang, stop! Although the Blood Lotus Supremacy hated it, he still couldn't help but shout this when he saw Luo Yunyang once again attack Blue Lotus Daozi. Why should I stop? Not only did Luo Yunyang not halt, but his attacks became even more vicious. He and I were adversaries right from the start. I am the disciple of the Celestial World Supremacy, and you seized my opportunity. My master hasn't dealt with you yet. Although Luo Yunyang didn't know whether the Celestial World Supremacy would seek justice for his sake, he still needed to use his powerful connection to intimidate his opponents. Regardless of how this would end, Luo Yunyang would have to make himself sufficiently imposing before speaking. Vile being, one should spare people whenever possible. Blue Lotus Daozi can surrender now, the Blood Lotus Supremacy said as he watched Blue Lotus Daozi pathetically fend off Luo Yunyang as best as he could. In order to get this opportunity, Blue Lotus Daozi had sealed himself for countless years. Surrendering now would mean that many years of hard work had been all for naught. The Blood Lotus Supremacy believed that this was already a great loss. However, Luo Yunyang replied coldly, surrender, and the matter would be resolved. Although Luo Yunyang wasn't afraid of clashing with the Supremacy, right now, there was no margin for leeway between him and the Blood Lotus Supremacy. Even if he cowered a little on this matter, perhaps the Blood Lotus Supremacy, who had lost the ultimate Samsara token, wouldn't let him get away either. No matter what happened, the outcome would be the same. Luo Yunyang could only be more vicious and try and fight for his life. Furthermore, Luo Yunyang possessed the Divine Martial Battle Avatar. Although this battle avatar could only display the power of a half-step supremacy, Luo Yunyang reckoned that the Divine Martial technique of a half-step supremacy wouldn't be weaker than any ordinary supremacies. This was why Luo Yunyang could disregard everything. Luo Yunyang, do you see this expanse of space? As long as I make a move, I can destroy it completely. When the Blood Lotus Supremacy waved his sleeves, the Milky Way was completely displayed before Luo Yunyang. Although this was just an image of the Milky Way, his fear of the Blood Lotus Supremacy intensified. Luo Yunyang believed that, as long as the Blood Lotus Supremacy waved his sleeves, the basis of the Milky Way's human tribe would be turned to dust in an instant. However, he absolutely couldn't shrink back right now, thus, he said icily, "Bring it on. Let's act together. You destroy the Milky Way's human tribe and I will destroy Blue Lotus Dowsy." As he spoke, Luo Yunyang waved his sleeves and the water-fire sky quake hammers once again gathered energy. This time, Luo Yunyang used the accumulated power of the heavenly cycle water-fire star cauldron, which increased the offensive might of this attack tenfold. The mountain partitioning 9 fragmented peaks were once again used. As the hammer lights came crashing down, half of Blue Lotus Dowsy's body was shattered. Suddenly, the Blood Lotus Supremacy also moved his sleeves and more than 100 stars in the Milky Way were turned to dust. There was no sign of life on any of these stars. However, just like that, this mighty deterrence had been completely displayed. Within the Milky Way, countless human tribe powerhouses felt afraid. Although they were very far from the destroyed stars and planets, the Blood Lotus Supremacy's attack had made them feel immense trepidation. "Sir Luo Yunyang, don't let your emotions cloud your judgment. Hurry up and stop. If there is any issue, it can be discussed with Sir Blood Lotus Supremacy. Everyone calm down a little. We mustn't overreact." As these frantic voices rang out within the void, Luo Yunyang's water-fire sky quake hammers were brandished once again. This time, thanks to the aid of his attribute regulator, Luo Yunyang's might was even greater. Meanwhile, the Blood Lotus Supremacy, who was separated by the ceiling boundary, was moving his palm slowly towards the image of the Milky Way. Chapter 589. The weaker insignificant like ants. Various powerhouses from the Milky Way's human tribe had already left the planets they had been on quickly. At the moment, many of them were just in space. Although they didn't enjoy being there, at present, they had no other choice. They didn't wish to die, yet they didn't have the slightest ability to do anything when they faced the crushing power of a supremacy grade. Therefore, the only thing they could do now was bear with it. Half of the star system of the Tianyan Empire has already been destroyed. Although the destroyed planets were all resource planets, it is still really dangerous. The Deep Earth Path Master's voice was fraught with panic. The Tianyan Empire had been established by his descendants. Although his ties with the Tianyan Empire had already grown insipid after all these years, it was still an empire that had been founded by his descendants. Now, all his descendants within the Tianyan Empire would face death, which made him feel a little angsty. More importantly, he was totally helpless to do anything in the face of this massive threat, which was what he found most unbearable. "Old Deep Earth, calm down. We are really powerless to do anything right now." The Autumn Water Path Master could see the Deep Earth Path Master's current state. However, the only thing he could do was try and console him. For them, this matter was simply an absurd calamity. Everyone else also knew deep down that they and any other ordinary human tribe member wouldn't make any difference. Against this sort of calamity, they were all equally weak and totally powerless. On the huge screen, Luo Yunyang's twin hammers once again smashed Blue Lotus Dowsy's body to pieces. Although Blue Lotus Dowsy once again reformed his body using treasures, he appeared so feeble that he could even get blown away by a breeze. The spectators understood what was happening. This was a severe case of consuming too much power. If Luo Yunyang destroyed Blue Lotus Dowsy's body a few more times, then Blue Lotus Dowsy would really die in the deep sky space. "Contact Luo Yunyang. Tell him to stop it quickly," the Acute Metal Path Master exclaimed loudly, addressing the Bloody Massacre Path Master. Although the Bloody Massacre Path Master's projection came from the virtual realm, there was a slightly anguished expression on his face. "Yet another 100 resource stars have been shattered," the Bloody Massacre Path Master said with a slightly pained look on his face. "It's too difficult to protect oneself against something formless and soundless." When these two sentences were uttered, the top peak powerhouses of the Milky Way's human tribe who were gathered in the virtual realm all fell silent. Deep down, everyone knew that they couldn't interfere anymore. However, this feeling of helplessness was unbearable. Luo Yunyang, the image in the virtual realm once again showed Blue Lotus Dowsy's body getting shattered. This time, as the figure of Blue Lotus Dowsy shattered again, Luo Yunyang's mind power took the form of a millstone. Blue Lotus Dowsy was crushed between the power of the shattering void and the millstone of gathered mind power. With each rotation of the millstone, Blue Lotus Dowsy's figure became weaker. "You vile being, do you think I won't start killing?" The Blood Lotus Supremacy's expression turned even more frightful as he saw how Blue Lotus Dowsy was being treated. His eyes were glowing red, and the vast sky had turned a shade of scarlet in an instant. The starry sky was like a sea of blood, while everything was as silent as could be. The Blood Lotus Supremacy's fury made everything around him shudder. This really frightened the people watching through the sky vision. The fury of a supremacy could cause complete chaos. A supremacy was already angry. If you kill a single person right now, then there will be nothing left for us to discuss. Luo Yunyang said. The Blood Lotus Supremacy was a person who had always been firm and resolute with whatever he chose to do. He had practically never known what it was like to be threatened, yet Luo Yunyang had actually dared unexpectedly threaten him publicly. His finger, which had been about to make a move, halted rigidly in midair. Blue Lotus Daozi was really important to him. In his eyes, Blue Lotus Daozi's value was even higher than the entire human tribe's lives. The Blood Lotus Supremacy finally stopped after destroying more than 300 resource planets. He only stopped because Blue Lotus Daozi's state had already reached a critical juncture. If he was obliterated by Luo Yunyang once more, even the Blood Lotus Supremacy's powerful abilities wouldn't be able to save his life. After a moment of silence, Blue Lotus Daozi finally spoke. I can ensure that the ultimate samsara token becomes yours. Let Blue Lotus Daozi go. This sentence indicated that the Blood Lotus Supremacy had already backed down. He had spent a great deal of effort over this ultimate samsara token. However, he had just said that the ultimate samsara token would belong to Luo Yunyang. Actually, his stance was very clear. This was a huge concession by the Supremacy. This also meant that the Blood Lotus Supremacy's prestige would take a huge hit. Luo Yunyang replied indifferently while still controlling the giant millstone formed by concentrated mind power. It was mine to begin with. You're using my items to negotiate with me. Don't you think that's really funny? The brilliant Sun Sage, who was astonished, sneered slightly. How reckless. To think that he would actually say this to the Blood Lotus Supremacy at such a time. It was widely known that supremacies were kings. Now that Luo Yunyang had offended the Blood Lotus Supremacy, how could the Blood Lotus Supremacy possibly let him off? However, as he was about to crack a joke, he saw the soliciting Moon Maiden's admiring expression. Luo Yunyang's current circumstances have left him without any margin for retreat. Do you think the Blood Lotus Supremacy would let him off even if he could retreat? As the two of them conversed, their eyes were on Luo Yunyang. However, they both had different opinions. In the virtual realm, many human tribe martialists were scared witless. Although the Blood Lotus Supremacy's techniques hadn't killed a single person, crushing several hundred planets had easily demonstrated his cultivation base and power. If he wanted to, he could obliterate the entire Milky Way. Their own fate could be sealed with a thought by a supremacy. This seemed to be driving many people crazy. Luo Yunyang's words had undoubtedly provoked the Blood Lotus Supremacy. The sky around the Blood Lotus Supremacy had already turned a shade of blood red. A massive lotus leaf that could block out the sky had already appeared behind the Blood Lotus Supremacy's back. The area this lotus leaf encompassed was filled with an aura of blood. As long as the Blood Lotus Supremacy wanted, he could destroy everything in his surroundings in an instant. Senior brother, do not care about me. Kill him, Blue Lotus Daozi shouted, his eyes filled with berserk rage. As a proud and arrogant entity, Blue Lotus Daozi was already filled with a crazed frenzy after being treated this way by Luo Yunyang and having his body shattered multiple times. The Blood Lotus Supremacy was an unparalleled entity after all. He thought for a moment before calming down. As he watched Luo Yunyang on the deep sky star, he realized that if he didn't lower his head, then death would be the only thing that awaited Blue Lotus Daozi. He couldn't just stand and watch as Blue Lotus Daozi died. Although he didn't like it, he had no other choice. Luo Yunyang, list whatever conditions you have. I will definitely accede to your requests if it is within my power to do so. After the Blood Lotus Supremacy made his decision, his voice became calm. This atmosphere made many people cry out in astonishment. Luo Yunyang felt his entire back get drenched with sweat as he looked at the Blood Lotus Supremacy. Although he was sure that his odds of success had been considerable before he had taken this gamble, a supremacy was just too powerful. Even though he felt assured, his heart was also fraught with worry. Blood Lotus Supremacy, you deprived me of the ultimate samsara token. Don't you think you should give me some kind of compensation? Luo Yunyang shouted after taking a deep breath. Compensation? He actually wanted compensation from a supremacy. Practically everyone thought that Luo Yunyang was crazy. Supremacies weren't ordinary people. They could make the sky and earth crumble with just a thought. Who would dare demand compensation from this sort of person? Black Shenzi and Supreme Daozi exchanged a glance. Although the two of them had some form of hostility that was absolutely irreconcilable, both of them were looking at Luo Yunyang with a form of respect. Despite the sort of status they had, the two of them wouldn't dare demand compensation from a supremacy, let alone do so while everyone was watching. The Blood Lotus Supremacy replied icily, "Whatever it is you want, just list it out." Luo Yunyang chuckled. "Sir Supremacy is indeed very magnanimous. In that case, I won't hold back. I heard that Sir Supremacy has a treasury. How about compensating me with a few ultimate treasures to soothe my hurt soul?" This was extortion. He was totally exploiting the Blood Lotus Supremacy. To soothe his hurt soul. The Blood Lotus Supremacy immediately shot an icy glare at him, but ultimately said coldly, "That can be arranged." His words left most people flabbergasted. After all, this was extortion of a supremacy. The blazing anger in Blue Lotus Daozi's eyes intensified even more. He had an impulse to hurt himself. However, at the moment, Luo Yunyang had suppressed him so hard that even trying to self-implode would be difficult. "How decisive, Sir Supremacy. I just love dealing with straightforward people. How about you pick a few ultimate treasures that I can use and give them to me first?" At this point, Luo Yunyang turned his gaze to Blue Lotus Daozi. "As far as he is concerned, we will have to negotiate his value properly." As the Blood Lotus Supremacy clenched his fist, that boundless killing intent intensified and his gaze turned ice cold. After taking a deep breath, he reined his temper and replied, "That can be arranged." Chapter 590. Going against the current without retreating, the Blood Lotus Supremacy has actually backed down. His Highness Yunyang has actually made the Blood Lotus Supremacy back down. Molin's voice was stirred up. This was an unnamed planet. Molin and the Empty Fire Saint were currently on a spacecraft, but the footage of Luo Yunyang talking with the Blood Lotus Supremacy was shown on the display. Molin hadn't been very optimistic at first when Luo Yunyang had engaged in this gamble with the Blood Lotus Supremacy. The reason was obvious. The Blood Lotus Supremacy was a supremacy-grade entity, as well as a powerful force among supremacies. In Molin's opinion, even the Celestial World Supremacy would make some slight concessions if he encountered the Blood Lotus Supremacy. However, Luo Yunyang had actually made the Blood Lotus Supremacy back down. The Empty Fire Saint was as tranquil as the summer sea. It seemed as though he wasn't astonished or shocked at all. "Third junior brother has no path of retreat," the Empty Fire Saint said faintly while Molin sighed once again. He would plummet into the abyss if he just took one step back. Molin fell silent when he heard this. He wasn't an idiot either, so he naturally understood Luo Yunyang's current situation. If Luo Yunyang had backed down immediately at the Blood Lotus Supremacy's request, then the Blood Lotus Supremacy might have possibly killed him straight away. However, Luo Yunyang's proposal to discuss with the Blood Lotus Supremacy implied that he had taken the initiative. Although this initiative carried a huge risk, it would help him gain the upper hand. Countless people were in awe of the way Luo Yunyang was extorting the Blood Lotus Supremacy. At the same time, many people were already aware that Luo Yunyang only dared extort a supremacy this way because he had no way out. There was not even a tiny escape route. Compared to the negotiations, most people were more curious as to how this matter would pan out, so they kept their eyes peeled to the screen in the virtual realm. "Blue Lotus Daozi isn't very important to me. In fact, if you hadn't valued him highly, I would have already killed him," Luo Yunyang said straightforwardly. Blue Lotus Daozi felt the rage in his heart blaze once again. However, he couldn't comment on what Luo Yunyang had said at all. Yes, he had been beaten miserably by Luo Yunyang and Black Shenzi's betrayal had played an important part. However, he had to admit that even without Black Shenzi's betrayal, he still wouldn't have been a match for Luo Yunyang. "I hope that Sir Supremacy can agree to help me with something," Luo Yunyang said after pondering slightly. He wanted the Blood Lotus Supremacy to do something for him. This request didn't seem too excessive. However, many people thought that Luo Yunyang was clearly courting death by announcing this condition. Supremacy-grade entities had helped certain people before, yet it had taken endless pleas and begging before a supremacy would agree in a moment of kind-heartedness. However, Luo Yunyang wasn't just asking for compensation now. He was pushing it by asking for more. He had been given an inch and was asking for a yard. Actually, one could even say that he was asking for a mile when he had gotten a yard. "Don't go overboard, Luo Yunyang," Blue Lotus Daozi shouted. This time, Luo Yunyang didn't make any moves against Blue Lotus Daozi. Instead, he beamed at him. The Blood Lotus Supremacy really itched to kill off Luo Yunyang right away. However, the 8 sky-sealing divine seals and the other defensive treasures made it difficult for him to enter in such a short time. This was just like a sturdy carapace helping Luo Yunyang withstand all attacks. Right now, the Blood Lotus Supremacy was livid with Blue Lotus Daozi and the others' methods to prevent Luo Yunyang from escaping. However, Blue Lotus Daozi couldn't die. What is it? The blood-red tinge all around the Blood Lotus Supremacy disappeared completely before he regained his calm demeanor. I don't know either, but don't worry, Supremacy. I definitely wouldn't ask you to do something too dangerous. Luo Yunyang chuckled at this point. I wouldn't ask you to have a death match against other Supremacies either. Perhaps I'd just ask you to kill someone for me. For example, some of the people above me on the Supreme Wind Cloud list. Dahai Saint stared at Luo Yunyang furiously from his high and lofty palace. Supreme Daozi, who was considered an elder of his, had been suppressed so badly by Luo Yunyang that he couldn't strike back. Although he was extremely displeased deep down, he couldn't do anything about the current situation. However, he resolved to definitely make the Milky Way's human tribe pay. He had been preparing for this matter to be over, yet when he heard this request of Luo Yunyang's, he instructed his subordinates. Killing someone on the Supreme Wind Cloud list. Thinking about this made his heart shudder. If the Blood Lotus Supremacy was determined to kill him, then he would be in danger. Dahai Saint was not the only one who felt this way. Many people felt their hearts tighten when they heard Luo Yunyang's request. This request was really hateful. The Blood Lotus Supremacy met Luo Yunyang's gaze and said indifferently, "All right, I can agree to this. However, I will need a time limit. This condition can't apply indefinitely. Let's say 500 years. Luo Yunyang said after mulling this over for a bit. All right, 500 years it is. The Blood Lotus Supremacy gazed at Blue Lotus Daozi while saying, "Now, isn't it time to let him go?" Ha ha ha, of course I will let him go. But Blue Lotus Daozi wanted to enter the samsara wheel. I think we should go in together. What do you think, Sir Supremacy? Luo Yunyang said while meeting the Blood Lotus Supremacy's gaze. The Blood Lotus Supremacy, who understood what Luo Yunyang was thinking, spoke up. I definitely wouldn't go back on my promise. Before fulfilling my promise to you, I absolutely won't make any moves on you. Thank you, Sir Supremacy. Luo Yunyang's gaze landed on Supreme Daozi's body. I will still have to ask Sir Supremacy to wait a while. I will send Blue Lotus Daozi out after I am done. As he said that, Luo Yunyang zipped towards Supreme Daozi. While he flew over, he shouted towards the void, "There is still one Daozi. Anyone willing to bid for him? If there's no one, he will be slain." Supreme Daozi had originally been suppressed by the 5-element world tree. As he saw Luo Yunyang rushing over, he realized that he would have absolutely no way of withstanding this. Blue Lotus Daozi was at his last gasp. Furthermore, he was already safe, so he definitely wouldn't help Supreme Daozi. However, getting these few supremacies to make an offer and guarantee his life would also be very difficult for Supreme Daozi to accept. As Supreme Daozi readied himself to resist as best as he could, a figure appeared in the void. The Shenluo Supremacy stared at Luo Yunyang calmly. "Young man, you have done rather well. If you hadn't been the Celestial World Supremacy's disciple, I would have accepted you as my disciple. How about we let this matter end here?" As a patriarch of the demigod tribe, the Shenluo Supremacy was a high and lofty existence. Basically, one word from him could make everyone comply in the divine union. However, the person he was dealing with now was Luo Yunyang, who was well aware that he had nowhere to back off to. Boom! Luo Yunyang struck immediately. Despite being somewhat prepared, Supreme Daozi was still sent flying when Luo Yunyang unleashed the divine martial technique. Although he didn't spit out any blood, Supreme Daozi's expression looked extremely unsightly. The Shenluo Supremacy's gaze steeled up as well while a murderous intent clouded his eyes. Luo Yunyang is really abominable. He actually dared disobey the Supremacy. The divine union should expel the entire Milky Way's human tribe, some demigod tribesmen said in the virtual realm. However, none of the big shots within the demigod tribe opened their mouths to speak. They wouldn't speak up about their own interpretations of this matter, yet some of them remained quiet because they weren't willing to offend Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang had been promised an undertaking by the Blood Lotus Supremacy. This made all these big shots feel a little apprehensive. Young friend, I can recompense you with 2 treasures and then agree to the same conditions you and Brother Blood Lotus Supremacy decided on. How does that sound? The Shenluo Supremacy, who was no ordinary person either, spoke up after eyeing Supreme Daozi. Luo Yunyang glanced at the calm Shenluo Supremacy and flashed a faint smile. Since Sir Supremacy is being this generous, then I shan't say no. Supreme Daozi was very sullen. He, a mighty Daozi, had actually been treated like an item to be traded away. This was really unbearable. However, Supreme Daozi had to admit that he really had no other alternative. The Paragon Bug Queen, who had been drifting away from the shattering void, had a helpless look on her face when Luo Yunyang's eyes turned to her. Luo Yunyang, I will also accept the same conditions. A voice rang out throughout the void as a beautiful lady appeared. Although she was just a projection, her magnificence was exceptional. Luo Yunyang didn't feel that much hatred for the Paragon Bug Queen. Thus, when someone agreed to his conditions, he nodded his head and accepted the deal. Black Shenzi was smiling. He felt that relying on Luo Yunyang had been a wise choice. Otherwise, he would have been humiliated in the same way as Blue Lotus Daozi and the others. However, as he was feeling pleased with himself, Luo Yunyang's eyes turned to him. Boss, there is no need, right? How can there be no need? Luo Yunyang grinned at Black Shenzi. If there is no need, could it mean that your value and status are too low? Black Shenzi wanted to say something, but he ultimately discovered that he couldn't bring himself to speak. Just as he started feeling sullen, a supremacy from the Machine Empire appeared, basically agreeing to Luo Yunyang's conditions. However, Luo Yunyang did give Black Shenzi preferential treatment and only asked for 1 treasure from the Machine Empire. As the dust settled, the few ultimate treasures that sealed the deep sky stars slowly started to withdraw their power. As the last piece of sky sealing seal was collected back, Luo Yunyang's relaxed expression tensed up instantly. He gripped the Divine Martial Battle Avatar in his hand tightly. The most dangerous moment had arrived. Chapter 591. The Weiluo Supremacy. The sealing blockade of the deep sky star was supposed to prevent Luo Yunyang from escaping. However, in the end, it became a suit of armor for Luo Yunyang. If it was not for those sealing techniques, Luo Yunyang simply wouldn't have any right to discuss conditions with the Blood Lotus Supremacy and the other supremacies. Now, that sealing blockade had dispelled. The brilliant Sun Sage and the soliciting Moon Maiden had fixed their fullest attention on Luo Yunyang. They felt that this was when misfortune would befall Luo Yunyang. His all-imposing demeanor had made so many unparalleled existences concede against his threats. However, although these treaties might have been agreed on, in reality, they still contained a massive danger. Once the sealing blockade vanished, Luo Yunyang wouldn't be able to guard himself. All it would take was a thought from any of these supremacies and this repulsive fellow would die right there. How satisfying would that be for everyone? Based on what the brilliant Sun Sage knew, these various supremacies weren't the broad-minded, magnanimous sort. As the brilliant Sun Sage was about to take pleasure in Luo Yunyang's pending misfortune, a figure in the void emanated a vast, magnificent aura. The sky and earth of the deep sky star were instantly shrouded by this imposing aura. This silhouette radiated entirely with the will of the sky and earth. As he floated in the void, the brilliant Sun Sage and the others couldn't help but feel that this was a person that couldn't be defeated easily. The brilliant Sun Sage knelt to the ground uncontrollably. Then, the soliciting Moon Maiden and the other exponents on the deep sky star threw themselves to the ground as well. It's the Weiluo Supremacy, a demigod tribe powerhouse exclaimed in a trembling voice. The Weiluo Supremacy was the supremacy with the greatest bloodlust. Among the 3 great supremacies of the demigod tribe, it could be said that the Weiluo Supremacy's bloodlust was even greater than the Shenluo Supremacy and the last demigod supremacy put together. His appearance right now already indicated a problem. The overwhelming killing intent ultimately enveloped the whole area around Luo Yunyang. Although this sort of killing intent was incorporeal, that terrifying sensation was something that couldn't be covered up. Luo Yunyang's mind power was already sufficiently strong, yet even so, his mind power was trembling under this massive pressure. It felt like a massive, majestic wave of power was roaring at him. What this energy wanted to do was crush him to dust with that vast pressure. Endure. I definitely have to endure. By making some quick adjustments with his attribute regulator, Luo Yunyang raised his constitution to the max and relaxed a little. Boom, boom, boom. Mountains collapsed while deep cracks started to appear on the deep sky star, which had already suffered massive damage. The deep sky star was just like a leather ball that was about to shatter. This situation made many people feel terrified. All the martialists that are below the nebula grade must please leave the virtual realm. In a minute, the virtual realm will be forcefully shut. In the virtual void, a warning voice rang out. The mind power of a supremacy grade is so powerful that it can easily cause grievous damage to martialists that are below the nebula grade. Therefore, please leave immediately. Although many martialists were a little unwilling, they still chose to leave. However, some people believed their own mind would be sufficiently strong and didn't log out of the virtual void. These people were quickly taught a lesson. Not only did the virtual realm shut, but their minds suffered massive damage too. This is the might of a supremacy. We can't even withstand it through the virtual realm. How can Luo Yunyang be able to resist such power? In the human tribe, some martialists were sighing. There weren't many people within the Milky Way's human tribe that could view such a battle. The Bloody Massacre Path Master and the other various Path Masters felt their hearts fill with apprehension. They had just escaped from the threat of the Blood Lotus supremacy, yet now they had to worry about Luo Yunyang. Because Luo Yunyang's fate and the Milky Way's human tribe were closely connected, if Luo Yunyang were to die, the entire Milky Way's human tribe would lose its protection. Yunyang actually endured it. The Deep Earth Path Master lamented while watching the scene. Many people found it difficult to breathe. Although he couldn't estimate exactly what sort of pressure Luo Yunyang was going through right now, he could imagine how great it was. Nobody uttered a word. The Bloody Massacre Path Master and the others kept their eyes firmly fixed on the tense Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang didn't feel good at all. Although his mind and power had already been adjusted to the maximum, that majestic power made his entire body feel like it was tearing up. Supremacy. This was the might of a supremacy. The Weiluo supremacy was exerting so much pressure on Luo Yunyang to make him kneel to the ground. A massive roar was heard as he was trying to make him kneel and show his loyalty to the Weiluo supremacy. Only if he did so would this majestic pressure disappear. However, Luo Yunyang wasn't willing to kneel. He knew that he would not just lose his dignity if he were to kneel. If he did so, the Weiluo supremacy would also be able to leave a seal in his mind, thus making it difficult for Luo Yunyang to make a comeback for all eternity. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. The pressure kept increasing. Luo Yunyang felt like his body was a rubber ball that was compacted to its limit. Any more power and he would fall apart at any second. The Blood Lotus supremacy, the Shenluo supremacy and the others glared icily at Luo Yunyang as though they were silently looking at an ant being crushed. Letting the Weiluo supremacy kill Luo Yunyang seemed like a decent option too. After all, Luo Yunyang had already made them lose quite a great deal of face. After enduring this for another 10 minutes, Luo Yunyang had a feeling that he wouldn't be able to withstand it for much longer. He considered this for a bit and prepared to utilize the Divine Martial Battle Avatar in his hand. Although this battle avatar had a cultivation base of a half-step supremacy, Luo Yunyang believed that it would surely give the Weiluo supremacy a huge surprise if it unleashed its divine martial technique. The moment he made this decision, a path of light shot down from the 9 heavens and Luo Yunyang was instantly enveloped by that glow. The instant this light shielded his body, Luo Yunyang felt the pressure wrapped around his body vanish completely. Weiluo supremacy, if you have any discontent, you can come look for me. What is the point of doing this to a junior? A calm, insipid voice reverberated through the void. The Weiluo supremacy quickly retracted his aura. He swept his gaze all around and then chuckled faintly. Celestial world supremacy, this disciple of yours is quite impressive. I was so excited by the thrill of giving him some pointers. His sharp penetrating gaze was turned to Luo Yunyang. Young fellow, no matter what your cultivation base is, you must always honor the teachers and not do as you wish without restraint. As he said this, the aura around the Weiluo supremacy's body vanished completely. Then, the figures of the Blood Lotus supremacy and the others also vanished into the void rapidly. As the last silhouette of a supremacy vanished into the void, Luo Yunyang heaved a huge sigh of relief. He knew that the greatest danger had already passed. Luo Yunyang reckoned that even if his chief master was in seclusion, he would have at least left behind some trace of his consciousness outside. When Luo Yunyang's status as the city lord of Samsara Star City had been stripped, his master should have known. However, he hadn't been willing to waste much effort to help him. Furthermore, the Cloud Sea Saint had been involved in the group that had stripped Luo Yunyang's position, so his master had chosen to remain silent. However, no matter what, Luo Yunyang was still his disciple. If he were to be killed by the other supremacies, even if the celestial world supremacy was a master who didn't care, his reputation would still take a hit. Therefore, his master had chosen to speak up just when Luo Yunyang was in the most danger. "My respects, master." Luo Yunyang inhaled deeply before speaking towards the void. As he spoke, he sensed a gaze on his body. He knew that the celestial world supremacy was observing him. However, as this gaze disappeared, the celestial world supremacy's voice didn't speak again. There were two possible reasons for this. 1. The celestial world supremacy was in a crucial period of his cultivation, so he couldn't say anything. 2. This was a declaration of his position and stance on Luo Yunyang. The master and disciple relationship they shared had already reached its end. From his own point of view, Luo Yunyang knew that it was definitely the latter. However, he didn't regret killing his eldest senior brother Cloud Sea Saint. As Luo Yunyang was pondering this in silence, a loud rumbling sound was heard. Along with this heavy booming sound, a formless ripple spread through the void from a distance. "The samsara wheel has already completed its formation. Hurry up and enter it," someone shouted loudly. Other wielders of samsara tokens also rushed in the direction of Samsara Star City. Luo Yunyang took to the air and saw a massive round wheel revolving slowly within the void. As that wheel revolved, countless figures appeared in the void. There were figures several thousand meters big, and others that were only the size of a grain of sand. As these figures moved, each of them formed a realm. These were individual samsara realms. As long as one possessed a samsara token, they would be able to enter 10 reincarnation cycles within the samsara wheel in 10 days. 10 reincarnation cycles, 10 memories. Although there was a limit to how much a body could improve, this would still benefit one's cultivation base massively. Luo Yunyang thought for a bit as he watched the massive samsara wheel. Then, he shouted to the Bloody Blade Monarch and the others through his communication device, "You guys need to hurry up and come find me." Half an hour later, after handing some samsara tokens he had seized to the Bloody Blade Monarch and the others, Luo Yunyang strode towards the samsara wheel slowly. Chapter 592, The Great Sun Massacre. Divine art. As he held the ultimate samsara token in his hand, Luo Yunyang felt an overwhelming attractive force envelop him when he was about a star system away from the samsara wheel. Luo Yunyang didn't resist this wave of power. In an instant, he was carried by this force and forced to land in the central point of the massive samsara wheel. Two different glows, one black and one white, rotated around Luo Yunyang. Countless origin source laws converged into one as the black and white glows revolved within the void. The converging of all these origin source laws made Luo Yunyang's surroundings seem like a formless mass of primordial chaos. Meanwhile, Luo Yunyang's attention was on a gray stone. This stone only had a radius of 3 meters and didn't look like anything special. However, the ultimate samsara token in Luo Yunyang's hand was buzzing lightly in the stone's direction. Without any hesitation, Luo Yunyang walked towards that stone. When he sat in a lotus position on it, he felt a black and white vortex suck his soul through a multicolored grotesque passage. Countless colors twinkled crazily in this passage. The instant he entered the passage, Luo Yunyang tried to use his mind power to survey the passage. Unfortunately, his mind power was deflected away by a wave of power when it came into contact with the passage. Once, twice, thrice. After 10 tries, Luo Yunyang had a feeling that he simply wouldn't be able to make any breakthroughs by using this passage. Boom! As a loud boom was heard, Luo Yunyang suddenly felt everything around him become bright. As he regained his bearings, he discovered that he had appeared in a cave that seemed somewhat desolate. Vast amounts of information flooded Luo Yunyang's mind. Any ordinary person would have exploded from this much information. However, it wasn't a big deal for Luo Yunyang. Luo Yuanchu was the firstborn son of the Tianyunshan dynasty's chief and the 9 great guardian marquises, Blue Dragon Marquis. Currently, the cultivation base that Luo Yuanchu possessed was at the 3rd level of the Sky Man grade. The boundaries of cultivators at the place Luo Yuanchu was at were the following: Yuan Man, Sky Man, Man Celestial, Earth Celestial, Sky Celestial, Celestial Thirk and the fabled Heavenly Venerate. Luo Yuanchu didn't understand the grades of the Heavenly Venerate and the Celestial Thirk well, but according to Luo Yunyang's comparison with his own world, he believed that the classification in this realm corresponded with the Divine Union. It was only the names that were different. Yuan Human grade was actually similar to Planet grade. Sky Man grade was akin to Star grade. Even man's celestial grade corresponded to nebula grade and Earth's celestial corresponded to galaxy grade. Celestial etheric was actually universe grade. The correspondence between these levels of power made Luo Yunyang extremely satisfied. Although the samsara wheel's 100-year cycle of reincarnation was meant mainly to cultivate one's mental and spiritual state, a powerful realm would allow clear progress through cross-referencing. Even a lower-level realm was just the equivalent of seclusion cultivation, even if one's mental state could be improved. Even in the divine union, entering the Star 3 grade at the age of 25 would probably mean that a person was a genius. As Luo Yunyang occupied Luo Yuanshu's body, he learned that Luo Yuanshu had been overly eager to cultivate the Great Sun Massacre divine art and had ultimately suffered from qi deviation. Thus, his soul had been shattered. In the Tianyunshan dynasty, the cultivation of a martialist was very different from the way it was in the divine union. For example, the divine union's various forms of cultivation required the comprehension of various origin source laws and forging one's own cultivation paths according to the origin source laws that one controlled. However, in the Tianyunshan dynasty, there wasn't such a distinction. A cultivation just had to follow the cultivation techniques in order to condense a martial path true body. The stronger a martial path true body was, the stronger a cultivator was. If a divine union martialist was on the way to find their own martial path based on the various origin source laws, martial paths were already discovered, so what martialists from the Tianyunshan dynasty needed to do was just cultivate accordingly. Both had their own advantages, so it was difficult to say which one was stronger. However, Luo Yunyang vaguely felt that the martial cultivation techniques of the Tianyunshan dynasty seemed to be a little stronger than the divine unions. The seat of the Blue Dragon Marquis had been passed on for many thousands of years. According to Luo Yuanshu's memory, the first Blue Dragon Marquis had helped the Divine Emperor found the Tianyunshan dynasty and finally become the chief of the 9 great guardian marquises of the Tianyunshan dynasty. When it had been passed down to Luo Yuanshu's father's generation, the seat of the Blue Dragon Marquis had still held imposing authority. Luo Yuanshu's father's innate talent had been outstanding, so he had advanced to a peak Earth's celestial powerhouse in just 120 years. According to the information of the place known as the Tianyunshan continent, an Earth's celestial had to at least possess a lifetime of 3,000 years. It could be said that Luo Yuanshu's father, Luo Yingtian, would definitely be able to assist Luo Yuanshu in advancing to a man celestial. However, a year ago, Luo Yingtian had entered the Great Million Pond in order to gather a sort of panacea that would help Luo Yuanshu raise his cultivation base. Luo Yingtian hadn't returned ever since. There were rumors that Luo Yingtian had been attacked by the 3-headed crocodile king, the overlord of the Great Million Pond, and fallen. There was already some instability due to Luo Yingtian's absence from the seat of the Blue Dragon Marquis. Therefore, Luo Yuanshu had been cultivating impatiently in order to advance to a man celestial grade as quickly as possible and take over the clan. However, the Great Sun Massacre divine art was too overwhelming and Luo Yuanshu's soul had been combusted to cinders. Luo Yunyang wasn't really interested in Luo Yuanshu's previous life experiences. What he was interested in was the cultivation technique that Luo Yuanshu had used. The Great Sun Massacre divine art passed down the Luo family had a total of 36 levels. Every 9 levels formed a stage classified into Yuan Man, Sky Man, Man Celestial, and Earth Celestial. To advance to a Sky Celestial grade, one needed to seek out the Lesser Sun Massacre divine art and 2 other divine arts that complemented the Great Sun Massacre divine art. When these 3 types of martial path true body were combined as one, they would create a pure sun true body and allow Luo Yuanshu to advance to a Sky Celestial grade. Luo Yuanshu didn't know that much about the cultivation that came after the Sky Celestial grade. Luo Yuanshu's Great Sun Massacre divine art had already been cultivated to the 12th level. As he thought about it, the Great Sun Massacre divine art's cultivation techniques appeared in Luo Yunyang's mind. The first 12 levels were a walk in the park for Luo Yunyang. Thanks to Luo Yuanshu's memories, he grasped them just like that. Luo Yunyang also felt that the contents of every level after the 13th level weren't too difficult to grasp either. He activated the chi of the Great Sun within his body while going through the contents and grasped them entirely after just 15 minutes. Although the cultivation system of Luo Yunyang's past memories was entirely different from the Tianyunshan dynasty's cultivation system, the Great Sun Massacre divine art wasn't too much of a problem for Luo Yunyang given the deep foundation of his own past cultivation. After 12 hours, a scarlet sun had already appeared behind Luo Yunyang's back. With a thought, countless light swords filled with devastating power flew forth from this sun. It was the 18th level of the Great Sun Massacre Divine Art. In just 12 hours, Luo Yunyang had already raised his Great Sun Massacre Divine Art to level 18. According to the classification of the Tianyunshan dynasty, Luo Yunyang had already reached the peak of the Sky Man grade. In the Divine Union, Luo Yunyang had to temper the intensity and strength of his body in correspondence to raising his cultivation base. However, the mysteries of the Great Sun Massacre Divine Art were entirely in the martial path true body. The congealed martial path true body was in fact absorbing what was known as the power of spiritual influence from the void. If Luo Yunyang pushed ahead vigorously, given his degree, he could more or less cultivate the Great Sun Massacre Divine Art in just a day. However, he knew that he would be relying on Luo Yuanshu if he stayed there for 100 years, so he absolutely couldn't afford to be negligent. Right now, the most important thing for Luo Yunyang was tempering Luo Yuanshu and working hard towards higher levels of cultivation techniques. 3 months later, Luo Yunyang left the cave he was undergoing seclusive cultivation in. Thanks to Luo Yuanshu's memories, he knew that this had been the backyard of the entire Luo family. Big bro Yuanshu, you have finally come out. Great-grandmother has already issued a decree to let Uncle Shang assume the position of the Blue Dragon Marquis, said a beautiful girl dressed in a magnificent blue dress. Lu Bingyu was Luo Yuanshu's younger cousin. The two of them were childhood sweethearts and had already been engaged to be wed for quite some time. Luo Yuanshu was also very fond of this cousin. Even though Luo Yunyang was occupying Luo Yuanshu's body, he couldn't help but feel some tender affection for her. Luo Yunyang didn't care about the seat of the Marquis. He had come to this realm to cultivate. He simply didn't care what else was going on in this realm. The various clan elders have already consented. Furthermore, Uncle Shang is going to blame the death of your father on you. Lu Bingyu was a little puzzled upon seeing Luo Yuanshu, who was as calm as still water. Her older cousin might always have maintained an air of grace around herself, but his temperament had also been somewhat irascible. Now that her older cousin was a little too calm, this change gave her a sensation of unfamiliarity. Hee, eldest young master, it's great that you are here. It saves us the trouble of inviting you out of your seclusion. This slightly disdainful voice came from two martialists in purple who had reached the peak Sky Man grade. They were also imperial bodyguards of the Blue Dragon Marquis seat. Double demons of the Li Mountain. Luo Yunyang didn't mince his words as he recalled the information he had about these two. The eyes of the two so-called double demons of the Li Mountain flashed with slight anger before they quickly calmed down in an instant. Eldest young master, the elders are waiting for you in the ancestral hall. This way, please. As they spoke, the two maiden, after you, motion with their hands. Cousin, Lu Bingyu shouted with worry. Luo Yunyang waved his hands dismissively and said, don't worry, Yue. There is no harm in going to take a look. As Luo Yunyang entered the large ancestral hall of the Blue Dragon Marquis seat, many eyes turned towards him. Some gazes were full of mockery and pity, but even more were filled with elation. Suddenly, a cold sneer was heard in the ancestral hall. Hee, so many people have gathered here to wait for their death. Heaven is really good to me. Chapter 593. The frozen prison Yama. The seat of the Blue Dragon Marquis had thrived for countless years. The Luo family had already become a big clan and the clan members gathered there were more than 1,000. There was also a dangerous individual in the Blue Dragon Marquis's seat. These people had been waiting for Luo Tianshang to assume the position of the Marquis and evaluate them. However, they had never imagined that someone would actually be causing trouble at the seat of the Blue Dragon Marquis. Therefore, they all looked over in the direction of the speaker. In the direction the voice came from was a man with a devilish face. As he walked forward, a vast sinister cold pervaded the entire ancestral hall. Dozens of imperial guards of the Marquis seat made weird noises, as if their teeth were colliding into one another. A few elders who had reached the man celestial grade rapidly released the power in their bodies to prevent this icy power from entering their own bodies. Frozen prison Yama technique, said an aged yet irascible voice. Luo Yunyang glanced over at the speaker and saw a wizened old lady with a dragon-headed walking stick glaring icily at the newcomer. Although this lady looked really aged, Luo Yunyang sensed a hidden power within her that would make anyone shudder. Ha, you old hag, although you have a shishty personality, you still have great eyesight. Not bad, but unfortunately your time is up today, the man said as he glared at the old woman with eyes filled with intense hatred. The old woman, who also seemed to recall something, said with a hint of bitterness, I remember now. You are that vile spawn, the bastard of that cheap slut Yunya. Ha ha ha, so the demonic hag has recalled me. I, Luo Bashan, have returned again today. The name Luo Bashan made many elders frown. They all knew what sort of person Luo Bashan was. However, they had never imagined that a dead person would actually return. Old hag, aren't you adept at the sun-concealing overcast sparrow technique? Come on, let me see whether your sun-concealing overcast sparrow technique can stop my frozen prison Yama technique. Luo Bashan said as he blasted out a wave of power from his palm. As he made his move, the body of Luo Bashan, who looked like the devil incarnate, was entirely enveloped by a blue silhouette. Suddenly, his body swelled up many times. An azure crown, an azure dragon robe, an azure sword. In an instant, Luo Bashan had already become a real emperor. An emperor that wielded the life and death of the sky and earth. It is the frozen prison Yama's true body. Someone shouted in fear. Many others turned to watch the old lady. A black sparrow had appeared behind the old woman. The instant this sparrow appeared, a bleak devastating power was released by it towards that azure sword. Boom! The two powers clashed, causing everything around to shudder. The old woman with the resentful gaze was sent flying back during that clash. Are you trying to take me on without condensing the great overcast sparrow's true body? Luo Bashan scoffed. Today, I shall take back everything that you owe me. The ancestral hall of the Blue Dragon Marquis seat had been laid out with powerful array formations to protect the structure. Even so, cracks appeared on the floors made of violet-black jade. Besides resentment, there was now also a hint of fear on the old woman's face. She glared at Luo Bashan. You actually managed to condense the true body of the frozen prison Yama. I never expected that you would become an Earth Celestial grade. However, our Blue Dragon Marquis seat is one of the 9 great guardian Marquis seats of the Xianxia dynasty. Do you think His Majesty won't get angry? The old woman said rather confidently, although this was in fact a form of disguised concession. Luo Bashan laughed heartily. He was here to take revenge. Old hag, you know quite a bit. Ha ha ha, what a pity. He then turned to the young man by his side. Eunuch Su, why don't you tell her who I am? This is the Xianxia dynasty's 15th in rank Earth Fiend Starlord. Now, he has been conferred the title of the Blue Dragon Marquis by our emperor, said a middle-aged man. When his mouth was shut, he had been a fair, white ordinary man. However, when he spoke, his words were laced with a sinister flavor that caused fear to sprout in people's hearts. 72 Earth Fiend Starlords represented the 72 strongest Earth Celestial grade powerhouses of the Xianxia dynasty. Some time ago, Luo Yunyang had only ranked 39th amid the Earth Fiend Starlords. This meant that even if Luo Yunyang was here, he also wouldn't be a match for Luo Bashan. The elders who had initially been hostile now gazed at Luo Bashan in fear. Regardless of whether it was due to the cultivation of Luo Bashan or the power behind him, these people no longer felt that they were capable of resisting him. Luo Tianshang was a tall, robust middle-aged man. However, compared to his previously high-spirited manner, he was now shaking from top to toe. Immense fear had gripped his entire body. If Luo Bashan became the Blue Dragon Marquis, then he, who had nearly assumed the mantle of the Blue Dragon Marquis, would surely be eradicated. Even if he offered to be a slave, he feared that Luo Bashan would still kill him all the same. As long as those of you who aren't too closely related to this old hag pledge your loyalty, I certainly won't make things too difficult for you, Luo Bashan said as he scanned the Luo family. Suddenly, many martialists clad in armor converged from all directions. Their golden armor indicated that they were the most elite of the Xianxia dynasty's imperial bodyguards. Those who share the same bloodline as that old hag will be completely exterminated. As he said that, Luo Bashan extended his hand and grabbed at Luo Yunyang. Although Luo Yunyang wasn't too conspicuous, Luo Yuanshu's information wasn't a huge secret to Luo Bashan, who definitely hadn't only seized control of the Blue Dragon Marquis seat that day. Therefore, he chose to grab Luo Yunyang to make an example of him. Say, you might be looking for the wrong person, Luo Yunyang said nonchalantly as he eyed the azure palm that was coming at him. As he spoke, a scarlet sun started to fill the air around his body. As that sun appeared, Luo Yunyang's body fused with the scarlet power. A scarlet fist containing an inexhaustible blaze collided with Luo Beixian's palm. Luo Beixian's sinister smile had rapidly frozen. The frozen prison Yama technique around him started to dissipate when it clashed with Luo Yunyang's fist. In the end, there was just a trace remaining. My frozen prison Yama technique shouldn't be any weaker than the Great Sun Massacre divine art of the Blue Dragon Marquis seat. How can that be possible? How could it be defeated? Luo Beixian's snarl seemed frenzied. He had sacrificed a lot for the sake of getting revenge one day. Today, everything was here. The dynasty's divine emperor had already conferred him the title of the Blue Dragon Marquis. He had returned gloriously, so he could kill off that demonic B***tch that had caused him so much suffering. The only reason he hadn't made his move right away was because killing that B***tch in one move would be too generous. He had killed the son who had been the previous Blue Dragon Marquis. Afterward, he would continue murdering the bloodline to let this B***tch see her own family get killed in succession right before her eyes. However, he had never expected a youngster who could be crushed to death like a mouse to actually possess an Earth Celestial grade cultivation base. Furthermore, the martial path true body condensed by that youngster had caused his own frozen Yama true body to melt away. Although that should have been impossible, it had really happened. Luo Yunyang didn't really care too much about the messy state of affairs of the Blue Dragon Marquis seat. To him, the seat of the Blue Dragon Marquis was just a springboard. It was a springboard for him to understand this realm. Luo Yunyang had only watched quietly as the two sides had fought. However, when Luo Beixian switched targets and turned to him, Luo Yunyang was forced to take a dive. Although the rank of his Great Sun Massacre divine art wasn't more profound than the frozen prison Yama technique, his own degree of cultivation wasn't something that Luo Beixian could hope to compete against. Go to hell. As he was wrapped in his martial path true body, Luo Yunyang blasted out a fist and surging blazes engulfed Luo Beixian. In an instant, Luo Beixian had already turned to ashes. Luo Beixian's death left Eunuch Su and those who had come along with him dumbfounded. Eunuch Su stammered, You killed the Blue Dragon Marquis appointed by His Majesty. You are. Luo Yunyang didn't have too much respect for the divine emperor of the Tianyunshan dynasty. Thus, he sneered while moving his palm and unleashing a strike towards Eunuch Su. Eunuch Su was also turned to ashes in the blink of an eye. Kill off all these people, someone said loudly while pointing at the bodyguards in the golden armor in the Blue Dragon Marquis Palace. There wasn't really any need to say that, as some people had already started to attack those bodyguards. Now that things had already reached this stage, it was no time for any hesitation. However, once the last golden bodyguard was slain, all eyes turned to Luo Yunyang. Everyone knew very well what they were going to do at this gathering, yet the majority felt great fear as they gazed at Luo Yunyang. Finally, all those gazes were turned towards the white-haired old lady. After all, she was the chief decision-maker in the entire Marquis Palace. Chapter 594. The fury of the Emperor Luo Tianshang was the most nervous of the lot. He had already liaised with most of the family to assume the position of the family head in the Luo family's ancestral hall. Assuming the position of the family head was akin to reaching the peak of his life. However, he had never expected that Luo Beixian would appear as everything was about to proceed smoothly and he would rank 39th among the Earth Fiend Starlords thanks to the support of the Divine Emperor. He had thought that everything was over when Luo Beixian had attacked. However, he had never imagined that, at the most dangerous of times, Luo Yuanchu would actually unleash the martial path true body of the Great Sun Massacre divine art. Although he couldn't see exactly what stage the martial path true body had reached, Luo Tianshang had a feeling that Luo Yuanchu's martial path true body had already reached the apex. Young Marquis, the seat of the Blue Dragon Marquis cannot go a day without a head. The Blue Dragon Prefecture cannot go a day without a ruler. I would like to represent the clan and request that the young Marquis succeeds your Marquis father's role, said Luo Bigi, one of the Luo family elders. Although he didn't hold too much authority within the clan, he was the most astute person in the entire Luo family. He was always the first to know whenever there was any activity within the clan. Thus, he was now the first person to step forward and express his support for Luo Yuanchu. Even when Luo Yuanchu's father Luo Yingtian had been alive, Luo Yuanchu's great-grandmother Lady Bai Fulong's words had held enormous weight, although she had stayed in the inner residence most of the time. Now, she was at a loss for words. Once Luo Bigi expressed his support, the other elders also followed by stepping forward and proclaiming that Luo Yunyang should take over the position of the family head. Luo Yunyang wasn't really interested in this position. He was also even more unwilling to assume the role of the Blue Dragon Marquis. Such a position would require quite some effort, and Luo Yunyang wanted to study various cultivation techniques in these 100 years so that he would not waste this cycle of reincarnation. By the time Luo Tianshang stepped forward and asked Luo Yuanchu to assume the mantle of the Marquis, Luo Yunyang already had an idea. I currently don't have time for the position of the Marquis. My second uncle Luo Tianpeng will play this role in my stead. Luo Tianpeng was Luo Yuanchu's second uncle. However, his body was naturally smaller and weaker. After many years of cultivation, he still remained at the peak Yuan man grade. Although he was an elder of the clan, he was one of the elders that didn't have much power and handled only foreign affairs. Despite his elder brother Luo Yingtian's vigorous support, he just wouldn't be bullied into assuming the seat of the Blue Dragon Marquis. He never bullied others himself. When Luo Yunyang had entered the ancestral hall, Luo Tianpeng had been one of the small minorities that had been prepared to support him. The position of the Blue Dragon Marquis must absolutely be held by a powerhouse in the martial ways. Otherwise, our family will become a laughing stock, said Lady Beifalong. Her status within the family gave her words sufficient authority. Luo Tianpeng was a handsome middle-aged man. When his nephew had spoken and asked him to serve as the Blue Dragon Marquis, Luo Tianpeng had felt as if he was having a dream. The old lady's opposition made him feel a little sad. He was well aware that the main reason was because his cultivation wasn't strong enough. If his cultivation base had been, as many thoughts flashed through his mind, he saw his nephew slowly walk over and stand by his side. Although he didn't say a word, some sort of powerful pressure spread out from Luo Yunyang's body. This pressure made Luo Tianpeng tremble uncontrollably. Luo Tianpeng noticed that Luo Tianshang, who was standing beside him, was shaking like a leaf. A moment later, the first to step out was Luo Bigi again. He didn't say anything to Luo Yunyang. Instead, he knelt respectfully before Luo Tianpeng. My respects, family head. Never in Luo Tianpeng's wildest dreams had he imagined that he would actually see Luo Bigi pay his respects to him. When Luo Bigi made the first move, practically all the elders started moving towards Luo Tianpeng to pay their respects. Even Luo Tianshang finally got before Luo Tianpeng and knelt down, acknowledging his loyalty to the family head. Lady Beifalong watched as all these younger elders knelt before Luo Tianpeng. She scoffed as if she wanted to say something, but ultimately remained silent. She just turned around and left begrudgingly. Her departure indicated that, from now on, her authority within the seat of the Blue Dragon Marquis would vanish completely. Yuanchu, you do not know this, but you have placed your uncle on an open grill. Luo Tianpeng told Luo Yunyang half in jest and half in worry some time later in a study in the Blue Dragon Marquis Palace. Luo Yunyang knew that if he were to cultivate in peace, he would have to build an environment beneficial to him in the Blue Dragon Marquis Palace. He smiled gently. Second uncle, I want to focus on meditation and cultivation. The seat of the Blue Dragon Marquis cannot fall into the hands of someone else. Don't worry, if anyone tries anything, just kill them. Luo Tianpeng watched his nephew with a sense of unfamiliarity. Although his nephew had been rather haughty in the past, he'd always had the same imposing manner that he wielded easily now. Luo Tianpeng thought about his nephew's cultivation base as he asked, Yunshu, how did your cultivation base? Second uncle, I was enlightened. Luo Yunyang, who had thought of an answer to this question long ago, replied with a chuckle. Enlightened. This word wasn't unfamiliar in the Tianyunshan dynasty. The most famous legend had happened 3,000 years ago. The Flying Sword Immortal by Jingtian, the current sect master of the number 1 Sky Sword sect and most top ranking of the 12 sacred celestials, had only been a slave in charge of cleaning the Sky Sword sect's hidden sword pavilion 3,000 years ago. He still hadn't broken through to the Yuan man grade at 100 years of age, and it had been assumed that he would remain an insignificant person within the Sky Sword sect until he died there. It was then that the Sky Sword sect had encountered the greatest threat. The 6 great demon sects had united and attacked the Sky Sword sect. The sect master had been slain, the Grand Elder had been killed, and thousands of swords had rung out. Amid the ringing sound of that storm of swords, Bai Jingtian had gained enlightenment and boundless sword chi had gathered entirely on his body. With a step, he had become Sky Man. With 2 steps, Man Celestial. With 3 steps, Earth Celestial. When he had taken 4 steps, he had gathered the 10,000 sky swords boundary and become a heavenly venerate grade entity. The 6 great demon sects had returned in defeat, while 3 great demon sects had fallen thanks to Bai Jingtian's 10,000 sword boundary. Afterward, Bai Jingtian had once again regained his youthful features and become the Sky Sword sect master. From then on, Bai Jingtian had become an example of advancing by leaps and bounds through enlightenment. If Big Brother knew that you had been enlightened, his soul in heaven would definitely be elated. Ha ha ha, this is great. Luo Tianpeng held back tears as he lamented. Although Luo Yunyang didn't say anything, he understood deep down. However, he didn't like saying some things out loud. A short while later, Luo Tianpeng said cautiously, that powerful divine emperor is full of ambition. He wants to totally regain the territory of our 9 great prefectures. Now that you have killed his subordinate, things don't look so good. Luo Yunyang waved a hand dismissively at Luo Tianpeng's worry. Uncle, you don't need to worry about this. There is always me. After stopping to see Luo Yuanshu's mother, Luo Yuanshu then went to the Blue Dragon Marquis secret scripture trove. In the past, when Luo Yingtian had been the Blue Dragon Marquis, Luo Yuanshu had only been able to randomly browse on the first 3 floors. However, there was no longer anyone who would oppose Luo Yunyang now. He could browse as he wished. Earth Celestial Grade, a condensed martial path true body, Sky Celestial Grade, a derived martial path boundary, Celestial Theurk Grade, a supreme celestial boundary that could be established. There were no records within the Blue Dragon Marquis Palace about the fabled Heavenly Venerate grade. Luo Yunyang browsed through the ancient books and records with glowing eyes. He currently was comparing this realm to his own world. Although the cultivation grades were different, the principle was still rather similar. What interested Luo Yunyang was that these cultivation techniques actually still neglected the physical body. Even though the physical body didn't wither away, it still wouldn't be of much use. Because he was in a cycle of reincarnation, his physical body wasn't of too much use to Luo Yunyang either. Ultimately, when his soul returned to his original body, whatever his mind power cultivated would return to his original body as well. This meant that he would have to gain the most benefits for himself during this reincarnation cycle. Excited, Luo Yunyang devoured the contents of the records in the secret scripture trove like a ravenous man. At the same time, he made comparisons with his comprehension of the martial path cultivation techniques he already had. In a huge palace adorned with 9 golden dragons, an imposing man in dragon robes glared icily at the black-clothed man prostrated at his feet. The man's black robes had a golden 9-tailed dragon fish embroidered on them. This indicated that he was the chief of the Tianyunshan dynasty's guards. Even the heads of the large clans and sects would respect such a person. However, he was currently prostrated like some sort of slave and his body was shaking. This demonstrated his fear for the man before him. Luo Yuanshu really killed Su Lun. The imposing man's voice was filled with a biting chill. Yes, Your Majesty, the black-clothed man replied in full deference. Great, just great, an enlightened genius. The fearsome, awe-inspiring man grinned coldly. He's actually not showing me any respect. What a maverick. As he said that, the man's palms made a grabbing motion in the air and he said in an unquestionable tone, mobilize the Sky Wind Legion and tell them to advance on the Blue Dragon Marquis Palace. Tell Li Tianfeng that I don't wish to ever see the Blue Dragon Marquis seat in this world. 1. The exact translation of Tianfeng is Sky Wind. Your Majesty, the 9 great guardian marquises are branches of the same tree. Your subordinate is afraid. The voice of the prostrating man was quivering as he spoke. Branches of the same tree. Hee, that depends on the matter at hand. The awe-inspiring man said with a cold chuckle. This is my first mobilizing decree ever since I became the Divine Emperor. Who would dare stop me? As this imperial edict was issued, the Million Sky Wind Legion set out in a grandiose fashion in the direction of the Blue Dragon Marquis Palace. In no time, the entire Tianyunshan dynasty had entered a state of massive upheaval. Chapter 595. A million soldiers riding the wind. The Million Sky Wind Legion's might was known by everyone. Warriors wielding green flags were seated on large, robust steeds with green horns sprouting from their heads. Every single one of these warriors had a robust body that was built like a tiger and a fierce savageness about them. However, instead of blades or swords, the weapons they wielded were green battle flags. These battle flags looked really ordinary, yet as they fluttered, they gave off the sense of a storm about to pick up. As the millions of soldiers marched, a raging gale and dark clouds fragmented everything wherever they went. A boundary that seemed like a frenzied gale enveloped the whole legion. Reporting, a martialist with wings on his back flew down from the sky and knelt down before a green qilin. On this green qilin rode a slim man with cold features. Anywhere else, this man's features might have been repulsive, but within the Sky Wind Legion, he was like a god. This was the raging wind of the nine heavens, Li Tianfang. The Tianyunshan dynasty's awe and might was known by everyone because of the four great legions of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. The four legion commanders of the four great legions each ranked in the top 10 of the 72 Earth Fiend Starlords. Li Tianfang ranked 6th amongst the 72 Earth Fiend Starlords. It could be said that he was at a stage where few people could ever hope to be. What is it? Li Tianfang asked coldly. Reporting, Commander. The territory the Blue Dragon Marquis seat holds lies 3,000 miles ahead, the winged man reported respectfully. A hint of killing intent flashed across Li Tianfang's eyes. He unfolded the scroll in his hands and said, "What is that 13th in rank Starlord of ours doing?" His words made the kneeling man freeze. He couldn't say that he knew the 72 Earth Fiend Starlords by heart, but he knew who the 13th in rank was. It was an expert of the royal family. It was said that this individual had a special relationship with the Divine Emperor. Even though his own commander didn't mind offending others, offending someone who was an Earth Fiend Starlord like himself wasn't a wise thing to do. The commander is talking about Luo Yunyang. An officer chuckled as he saw the kneeling man's hesitation. The kneeling man immediately realized what these words meant. It seemed like a new list of the Earth Fiend Starlords had already come out and Luo Yunyang now ranked 13th. This rank was even higher than his father's, Luo Yingtian's. Generally speaking, within the Tianyunshan dynasty, such a dazzling person would be actively roped in. However, unfortunately, Luo Yunyang was really brazen and had actually killed the envoy the newly ascended emperor had sent. There was an unspoken rule within the Tianyunshan dynasty that everyone had to comply with a newly ascended emperor before his first troop mobilization, regardless of how the royal family got along with the various powers thereafter. Although no one knew how this rule had come about, everyone had complied with it for years. Luo Yunyang could kill Luo Baishan, but killing the court eunuch dispatched by the emperor was a slap to the face of the newly ascended emperor. He is still in seclusion. Last night, the Luo family head finally entered the Blue Dragon Marquis Palace in the secret scripture trove. He said everything is fine. When this message was relayed, that man couldn't help but shudder. He knew very well that what he had just said was like a decent-sized jab to his own commander. What a trivial matter. Li Tianfang sneered. Issue the order. Hurry to the Blue Dragon Marquis Palace before sunset today. I wish to spend the night in the Blue Dragon Marquis Palace. Ha ha, ha, Commander, I heard that the Blue Dragon seat has 4 beautiful twins. You will be blessed with great fortune today, the officer standing behind Li Tianfang said with a hint of longing. That wouldn't be too bad, said Li Tianfang with a faint grin. Countless huge banners and furious squalls formed a green cloud layer that blocked out the sun and rushed towards the Blue Dragon Marquis Palace. In this realm, countless people were paying attention to the upcoming battle. After all, this concerned the fate of a Marquis family. On board a multi-tiered ship in the sky, 8 men representing different clans were quietly watching the tall mountain that lay beneath them. The Fallen Dragon Mountain was a huge mountain range outside the Blue Dragon Marquis Palace. Its purpose was to protect and ensure the Blue Dragon Marquis Palace's safety. In the past, 100,000 Blue Dragon soldiers had been garrisoned there, but they had unfortunately all run away. Indeed, after the acting family head Luo Tianpeng issued a command to hold the fort to their deaths, 100,000 Blue Dragon soldiers disappeared until there was practically nothing left. This time, I should warn that the calamity that will befall the Luo family will practically wipe it out. Someone lamented with some emotion. The other 7 individuals didn't say anything. There was a slightly downcast atmosphere on the entire ship. Although they weren't the ones being attacked, the name of the 9 great guardian marquises wasn't just for show. Every single one of them understood the intimately interdependent meaning behind it. His Majesty the Divine Emperor is not attacking the Luo family because they disobeyed him. The real reason is that the sect behind the Luo family is already on the verge of being exterminated. It is nearly impossible to establish an independent regime without a sky celestial grade person to oversee it. Don't you think so? Said a young man with a scrawny face. His words were scathing. Why did Luo Yingtian have to go to such a dangerous place? He said that it was for his son, but he was actually repaying a favor to that sect's grand elder. What a pity. This won't do. Although the harsh words of that young man weren't totally clear, as authoritative figures of the 9 great guardian marquis clans, all the others could understand what his words touched upon. The more they understood, the more silent they became. Although they were all high and mighty, they couldn't control their own fate. This was a matter that made them feel sorrowful. Amidst the furious squall and devastating clouds, the large mountains shook. Even though the ship they were on was extra sturdy, it still shuddered amid this raging wind. How vehement, the harsh young man said with a tinge of fury. The object of this fury was Li Tianfeng. However, Li Tianfeng clearly wouldn't listen to what he said. Although that young man was furious, he could only keep his mouth shut. He wasn't at the same level as a person like Li Tianfeng. It wasn't just him, even his own father was nothing in Li Tianfeng's eyes. From here on, there is just an expanse of flat land. A middle-aged man said bitterly with a solemn expression on his face. Concurrently, Li Tianfeng's Sky Wind Legion had already passed the tall mountain range and arrived on an expanse of flat land. Lots of wheat was carried over by a light breeze, forming a dark green wave. Although this should represent a sort of joyous abundance, right now, that vast wheat wave seemed devoid of vitality. The people had already fled. Li Tianfeng and his Sky Wind Legion didn't find anything wrong with this scene. After all, the news of their arrival had already spread far and wide during the past few days. However, as Li Tianfeng's hand was raised and he was about to signal at his forces to gallop on, he saw a figure in a long white robe. It was a young-looking figure. That figure walked over slowly with the overhead sun behind him. Although he wasn't moving too quickly, the vibe he gave off seemed to be packed with a strange power. A power that could make the earth and sky tremble. Li Tianfeng frowned slightly when he saw this person. He sensed a dangerous aura before he suddenly saw the face of that youngster, who appeared to be moving slowly but was actually astonishingly quick. Li Tianfeng recognized this face. Actually, almost everyone in the Sky Wind Legion recognized this face. The bounty on the owner of this face was mass amounts of riches, a great fortune, and an illustrious status. Why had he appeared there? This was the thought that many people had. Although some people believed that he had gone there to throw away his life, some wiser martialists thought that it wasn't as simple as that. Dying here wouldn't be too bad. Luo Yunyang grinned at Li Tianfeng as he appeared before him. A scarlet sun appeared behind Luo Yunyang and bathed him in a golden glow. Luo Yunyang seemed as though he was wearing a suit of golden armor as he bathed in the rays of that ardent sun. He looked like a divine entity that wielded the power of life. However, the slight apprehension in Li Tianfeng's eyes vanished completely as he saw this. With a slight guffaw, he said, "You have exhausted your limited capabilities. Now go to hell." As he spoke, he slowly unfurled the small flag in his hand. Although this small flag was entirely green, in its center was a green spirit entity. That spirit entity was dressed in green dragon robes and filled with an imposing air. As the small flag was unfurled, the generals of the Million Sky Wind Legion also unfurled the flags they wielded. Although there was a considerable gulf between them and the small flag, a boundary where all the wind power gathered took form around where the Sky Wind Legion was gathered. In this realm, where the Tianyunshan dynasty was situated, only sky celestial grade entities could establish their own boundaries. Li Tianfeng wasn't a sky celestial grade, yet by using the Sky Wind flag left behind by a sky celestial along with the power of the Sky Wind Legion, he could unleash a power equivalent to a sky celestial grade. This was also the reason the members of the Sky Wind Legion were confident about crushing everything before them. However, just as Li Tianfeng's flag started to sway in the wind, Luo Yunyang, who was bathed in his golden glow, had already struck out with his fist. Although he possessed the power of an earth celestial grade, what Luo Yunyang used was the divine martial technique. Chapter 596, The Heavenly Venerate Finger Bone. The strength of the divine martial technique was raised 100-fold. In the past, Luo Yunyang's strength had been black and filled with the power of the chaotic whole. However, now, that power was the blazing scarlet of the Great Sun Massacre divine art. As the Great Sun Massacre divine art's martial path true body unleashed the divine martial technique, the scarlet sun hanging high above descended and struck the boundary formed from the vast surging gales. Boom! Immense power reverberated through the skies. Even the sturdy multi-tiered ship high in the sky wasn't spared from this insane power and cracks started to appear on it. A 1,000-mile area was bathed in this blazing scarlet light. As the power fluctuated, the tall mountain situated behind the Sky Wind Legion disappeared completely. How could you possibly? Li Tianfeng said in extreme disbelief as he stared at Luo Yunyang. A great fear had already gripped his heart. However, his body crumbled even before he had finished speaking. As he died, the over 1 million soldiers of the Sky Wind Legion spat out a mouthful of blood simultaneously. Although this wasn't a lot of blood, as they spat it out, all the Sky Wind Legion soldiers fell limply to the ground. Luo Yunyang waved his hand and the small green flag lying on the ground flew into his palm. Defeating Li Tianfeng wasn't something too difficult for him. Li Tianfeng's cultivation base wasn't stronger than the current body that Luo Yunyang possessed. Even if his green flag and the 1 million members of the Sky Wind Legion were added up, he still wouldn't even come close to Luo Yunyang's celestial domain grade cultivation base before he'd entered this reincarnation cycle. This sort of person would just be defeated when Luo Yunyang used the divine martial technique. The soldiers of the Sky Wind Legion had watched this happen in disbelief. They had come like a galloping thunder, yet they had been ultimately defeated by just one strike from the enemy. Li Tianfeng, who was like a god to them, had already been killed. How could that be possible? Get lost. As he said that, Luo Yunyang gazed into the distance before heading back leisurely in the direction of the Blue Dragon Marquis Palace. He actually let us off. A high-ranking officer of the Sky Wind Legion stammered in disbelief. They were one of the 4 elite legions that helped keep the Xianxia dynasty under control, yet Luo Yuanchu had let them off easily. This was really. Do you really think that he has let us off? That last strike has already burned the meridians in our bodies. Recovering is actually a pipe dream, said a man celestial grade martialist who was filled with resentment. Upon hearing this, practically all the Sky Wind Legion soldiers discovered in shock that it was already nearly impossible for them to use the power within their bodies. In a moment, miserable wails and foul curses were heard all over the place. However, regardless of how furiously they cried or swore, nothing could change reality. They had already become useless invalids. Impressive. A middle-aged martialist on board the ship floating in the sky exclaimed with slight fear. Is he a Sky Celestial? He hasn't entered the Sky Celestial grade, but the might of that attack has already surpassed an ordinary Sky Celestial grade's power. Yeah, I didn't see that strike clearly, but after seeing the technique that Luo Yuanchu unleashed, I think the Earth Fiend Starlord rank is going to change once again. Let's see if this divine emperor of ours will continue dispatching other legions to stir up trouble. While discussing, these people also quickly spread the news of what they had witnessed. In no time, the somewhat tense Xianxia dynasty was thrown into upheaval. It could be said that countless people were looking in the direction of the Blue Dragon Marquis Palace and the Xianxia dynasty's highest authority, the Divine Emperor Palace. Luo Yunyang wasn't too concerned about what sort of reaction the Xianxia dynasty would have. Right now, he was studying the flag he had obtained by slaying Li Tianfeng. He didn't really care what sort of material the small flag was made of, as it would most likely be very difficult to bring any material items with him when he left this realm. What he was interested in was the strong power of laws contained inside this small flag. This power of laws converged to found a boundary within it. When activated, this boundary would appear. Just based on this point, Luo Yunyang believed that this small green flag was even more refined than some of the ultimate treasures in the Divine Union. Although Luo Yunyang could examine the secrets of that small flag, he was only able to utilize a power 1/3 the strength of that small flag due to the differences between his own cultivation techniques and this flag. Even though the Blue Dragon Marquis Palace had many treasures he could use, the quality of those treasures was considerably lower. Luo Yunyang had already cultivated the Great Sun Massacre divine art to its peak. If he wanted to advance to the Sky Celestial grade, he would need to cultivate the Sun Massacre divine art and the Lesser Sun Massacre divine art. These 3 Massacre divine arts could form a boundary and allow advancement into the Sky Celestial grade. The Blue Dragon Marquis Palace had amassed riches for many years and had many cultivation techniques. However, there were very few records regarding the other 2 Massacre divine arts. After asking Luo Tianpeng and the other elders in the clan, the answer Luo Yunyang had received was the same. There was only one solution to obtaining the other 2 Massacre divine arts. He would have to join the Scarlet Sun sect. In this entire realm, the Scarlet Sun sect was considered a high-level sect. Not only did it have territory in the Xianxia dynasty, but it also possessed its own small world. The first Blue Dragon marquises before Luo Yingtian had all been disciples of that sect. It could be said that the person within the Blue Dragon Marquis Palace that wanted to become a powerful individual in this realm could not do so without the support of the Scarlet Sun sect. Luo Yuanyang wasn't a disciple of the Scarlet Sun sect. However, according to the rules of the Luo family, he would enter the Scarlet Sun sect to practice when he reached the peak of the Sky Man grade. Until recently, things hadn't looked good for the Scarlet Sun sect, as the Sky Celestial grade powerhouse that oversaw the sect had been nearing the end of his life. A powerful sect with countless benefits that lacked a Sky Celestial grade powerhouse at the helm was just like a juicy piece of meat that made many people lick their lips. The Luo family was just a surrounding power of theirs. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a series of urgent knocks. Luo Yunyang had already seen that it was Luo Tianpeng, so he instructed, "Come in. Yuanshu, this is the newly released Earth Fiend Starlord rankings. You now rank first among the Earth Fiend Starlords." Luo Tianpeng's voice was quivering slightly. Ever since Luo Yunyang had defeated the Sky Wind Legion, Luo Tianpeng had known that his nephew would surely reach the top spot amongst the Earth Fiend Starlords. However, knowing it and seeing it actually happen were two totally different matters. Although the Luo family heads had always ranked amongst the Earth Fiend Starlords, their rank had never been that high. When Luo Yuanshu had ranked 13th at first, it had already been an unprecedented rank for the Luo family. However, he already ranked first. Got it. Luo Yunyang, who really wasn't interested in any of this, looked at Luo Tianpeng and said, "If there isn't anything else, I will be cultivating." Luo Tianpeng didn't think that Luo Yunyang's direct manner of speaking showed a lack of respect to him. On the contrary, he felt that he was being spoken to this way because Luo Yunyang didn't consider him an outsider. "Yuanshu, news just came from the capital. His Majesty has invited you to attend Princess Baihua's coming-of-age ceremony." Luo Tianpeng rubbed his hands together slightly. Clearly, His Majesty is prepared to forge an alliance with our Blue Dragon Marquis Palace by marriage. Princess Baihua. Luo Yuanshu's memory flickered before he remembered this lady, who was also called the flower of the royal family. She was 10th on the national grace and fragrance list and was considered an unmatched beauty by many young noblemen and martial powerhouses. "I'm not free," said Luo Yunyang in an unquestionable tone as he waved his hand dismissively. Luo Tianpeng, who had thought that his nephew would definitely be happy, had never expected to receive such an answer. If he were to send this answer back, the Luo family and the royal family's relationship would be. "Yuanshu, all the elders in the clan hope that you will." Luo Tianpeng gathered up his courage to speak. However, his voice trembled as he spoke. Luo Yunyang looked at Luo Tianpeng without saying anything. Luo Tianpeng felt his heart pounding even harder under Luo Yunyang's gaze. "Do you think that I need to listen to that bunch of old fogies?" Luo Yunyang's calm tone was laced with a hint of killing intent. Luo Tianpeng didn't dare make a sound. He could sense the warning in his nephew's words. Given his current status, Luo Yuanshu naturally didn't have to listen to those elders. It could even be said that he could decide the direction the clan should head towards with just a thought. "Then I shall take my leave," Luo Tianpeng responded before he quickly headed out. Just as he was halfway out, Luo Yunyang suddenly said, "Second uncle, guests will be arriving. Help me welcome them." Luo Tianpeng was stunned for a second. Although he was a puppet-like family head, all matters within the clan, regardless of how big or small, had to go through him before reaching Luo Yunyang. However, Luo Yunyang had actually known that guests would be coming even before him. Luo Tianpeng, who was slightly confused, walked to the main door of the secret scripture trove. 3 middle-aged martialists were standing beneath the originally empty main doorway. The martialist standing right at the front gave off the vibe of a dead tree. There was a dead tree indeed. Luo Tianpeng froze for a moment when he saw these three. He had never seen them before, but the feeling he got from them was that they were from the Scarlet Sun sect. This was not just because of the cultivation techniques of these three, but because of the aura emanating from their bodies. "We have come to call upon Mr. Luo," said a fair, white middle-aged man who stood to the left of the dead, tree-like martialist. As he uttered the words, "Mr. Luo," his expression was filled with respect. Luo Tianpeng knew the Mr. Luo mentioned wasn't him, but his nephew. After hesitating for a bit, Luo Tianpeng didn't ask anything else. He just nodded before leading the three individuals into the secret scripture trove. "Mr. Luo, We have come to offer you a heavenly venerate finger bone. Chapter 597, Protector's Heavenly Venerate Finger Bone. Luo Yunyang didn't have much of a reaction to these 4 words, but Luo Tianpeng appeared absolutely astonished. He knew very well that a heavenly venerate finger bone wasn't just an extremely rare treasure. It was also a myth for the entire Luo family. Many years ago, the Luo family's primogenitor and first Blue Dragon Marquis had managed to be accepted into the Scarlet Sun sect by relying on a heavenly venerate finger bone. The first generation Blue Dragon Marquis had found this heavenly venerate finger bone by a fortuitous chance. This finger bone had been of no use to him at the time, so the first generation Blue Dragon Marquis had given it as an offering to the Scarlet Sun sect for the sake of raising his own cultivation base. As the seat of the Blue Dragon Marquis had become one of the 9 great Guardian Marquises, successive generations of Blue Dragon Marquises had wanted to get back this heavenly venerate finger bone. However, the heavenly venerate finger bone meant too much, so the Scarlet Sun sect had never agreed. Now, even though Luo Yunyang had not asked, the Scarlet Sun sect had come voluntarily to offer up the heavenly venerate finger bone. Unfortunately, when Luo Yunyang took the finger bone, he felt his mental state shudder, as if a massive roaring dragon had appeared in front of him. He was nothing more than an ant before this massive dragon. The might of the massive dragon flashed past. Although it lasted just an instant, Luo Yunyang sensed a power that wasn't inferior to the celestial world supremacy. Could he be able to reach the heavenly venerate grade within 100 years? Once he became a heavenly venerate grade, thanks to this successful experience, his future cultivation would be smooth when he returned to the divine union. He didn't continue to perceive the power of the heavenly venerate finger bone. Instead, he looked at the 3 people who had delivered this finger bone. What request does your sect master have? Luo Yunyang asked flatly. Meet us in 10 days at the Scarlet Mountain Pure Land. We hope that you will help us defend the swirling ridge, sir, said the wooden-faced man. Although Luo Yunyang mainly spent all his time cultivating, his eyes turned slightly cold when he heard what that man had said. Are you all really prepared to do this? Luo Yunyang asked in a stern manner. Mr. Luo, we already have no other choice, replied the wooden-faced, middle-aged man. No other choice. Luo Yunyang nodded his head. Although he knew that this was only a reincarnation cycle, some of the things he had experienced weren't any different from his own reality. For example, the Scarlet Sun sect. The Scarlet Sun sect had been very powerful many years ago. Actually, even the Tianyunshan dynasty would concede when dealing with the Scarlet Sun sect. What about now, though? For the sake of renewing the life of their last sky celestial grade powerhouse, they had to give up a scarlet Vulcan vine that had taken root at some unknown time on the Red Mountain Pure Land and started to grow. This scarlet Vulcan vine had started blooming. As long as it bore fruit, the fruit would definitely be a shockingly powerful treasure. However, the Scarlet Sun sect no longer cared about that. They wanted him to guard the swirling ridge. Luo Yunyang considered the location of the swirling ridge before nodding. Besides the heavenly venerate finger bone, I also want the Sun Massacre Divine Art and Lesser Sun Massacre Divine Art. Sure, in this world, records were extremely precious. It was also fabled that, when it came to certain cultivation techniques, the number of people that could reach the pinnacle was limited. That also meant that, as long as this limit was exceeded, even if one was an extraordinarily talented genius, no matter how strong one would still not be able to make too much progress. Therefore, the various big sects taught their disciples that these techniques couldn't be easily passed on. Although the Sun Massacre Divine Art wasn't the most important technique within the Scarlet Sun sect, it still ranked within the top 10. In the past, even though the Luo family had provided the Scarlet Sun sect with lots of tributes, it still hadn't been easy for the Luo family head to get a chance to try to comprehend the Sun Massacre Divine Art. Now, they hadn't even negotiated or asked for anything in return. They had agreed right away. Besides the fact that the Scarlet Sun sect was going all out, the other reason they had made this choice was because of the changes to Luo Yunyang's status. He now ranked first amongst the Earth Fiend Starlords. This alone was enough to get the Scarlet Sun sect to agree to such a price. When the Scarlet Sun sect's people left, Luo Yunyang went back to studying the heavenly venerate finger bone. After Luo Tianpeng saw those 3 out, he looked at Luo Yunyang gravely. Yuanshu, listen to your uncle. You mustn't go. Luo Tianpeng's voice then became shaky. Back then, the Scarlet Sun sect had 10 sons who could sweep aside everything before them. Nobody dared to trifle with them. They were overbearing in many matters, and who knows how much hatred and resentment they garnered against them. Now, the last son is trying to go against the order of nature and change his fate. The enemies of the Scarlet Sky sect definitely wouldn't allow that to happen so easily. I heard that many sects are participating this time around. More importantly, some Sky Celestial grade individuals have started to reveal themselves. Luo Yunyang's eyes lit up faintly when he heard what Luo Tianpeng said. I have already made my decision. Although Luo Tianpeng knew that the probability of him convincing Luo Yunyang was very low, he was still somewhat bewildered at how staunch Luo Yunyang was about his decision. Just as he was about to try persuading him again, Luo Yunyang picked up the Heavenly Venerate and returned to his seclusion chamber. Luo Yunyang's seclusion chamber was the best place in the entire Blue Dragon Marquis Palace. Not only was it filled with the purest spiritual qi, but there were many meditation treasures that would help safeguard against qi deviation. Luo Yunyang took out the Heavenly Venerate finger bone and then gathered his mind power to sweep through it. Although this Heavenly Venerate was about the size of an ordinary person's finger, Luo Yunyang was able to sense a great deal of difference. For example, this Heavenly Venerate finger bone was clearly placed before him. However, he discovered that it actually seemed to be situated in a different dimension when he looked at it sometimes. This was extremely strange and even a bit terrifying. However, what Luo Yunyang was more interested in was the scattered power within each part of the finger bone that belonged to a Heavenly Venerate. This power was actually some sort of will from a Heavenly Venerate grade. Although this will was very little, it would still benefit greatly someone like Luo Yunyang, who was at the peak of the Earth Celestial grade. Luo Yunyang stretched out his finger to tap the Heavenly Venerate finger bone. Although his current power was the Great Sun Massacre Divine Art, the world-engulfing finger was still easily used. 9 days went past in a flash. Luo Yunyang, who had been using his world-engulfing finger to refine the Heavenly Venerate finger bone all this time, smiled slightly. A dazzling translucent ball of light about the size of a duck's egg floated in midair. Although it wasn't that brilliant, Luo Yunyang's expression was one of delight as he watched it. Will. This was the will of a Heavenly Venerate grade powerhouse. Although there was only a tiny bit of will, Luo Yunyang was able to sense a lot within it. It was different from the will concealed inside the Heavenly Venerate finger bone. That will had been scattered throughout, but this one was gathered together. Luo Yunyang opened his mouth and swallowed that glowing translucent ball of light. As that ball of light entered his body, he sensed his martial path true body, which had already reached its extreme limit, begin a massive change once again. A violet sun appeared behind Luo Yunyang's back. These violet lights bathed Luo Yunyang, seemingly giving him a hallowed glow that appeared to be drenched in power. As the violet sun rose, a completely violet boundary formed all around Luo Yunyang's surroundings. Luo Yunyang absorbed all the violet light into his body before turning his attention to a tiered ship moored at the Luo family's residence. This ship had been left behind by the 3 members of the Scarlet Sun sect. Although they hadn't mentioned what it was supposed to be used for, Luo Yunyang was rather certain of its purpose. As he stepped on board, he told the Scarlet Sun sect disciple that stepped forward, "We can set off." The Scarlet Mountain Pure Land was picturesque. Although the temperature there was extremely high, it was a land where countless natural treasures grew. Crystal-like fruit grew aplenty on rows and rows of scarlet coral-like trees. This sight would make anybody covet them. However, although the Scarlet Sun sect's reputation was continuously declining, it was still a great sect after all. In so many years, no one had dared to cause it any trouble. The Scarlet Mountain Pure Land was a true outdoor Pure Land in many people's opinion. A bell chimed continuously on this land. At first, the bell chimes were crisp, but later on, they became much heavier and way more suppressing. An apt time for a death knell. Chime as strongly as possible. Let me see how long it can chime for, said a man in scarlet robes atop a 5-colored WYRM with a cold glint in his eyes. Little tiger, this time, I will let you eat until you are satisfied. Ha ha ha. Little Tiger was the name of the 5-colored WYRM. He released a loud roar before a colorless mist started to rise from the worm's feet. Great Desolation Demon Celestial, I never thought that you would come too. Hee hee, I still thought that you had been killed by the joint attack of the Scarlet Sun's 10 sons, said an icy, sinister voice. Its source was a man in emperor robes who had appeared in the sky. Emperor he, if a youngling like you didn't perish, how could I possibly die? The person known as the Great Desolation Demon Celestial replied frostily. Be wary of your disguise. If the Xianxia dynasty's old patriarch discovers it, he will kill you with a punch. Hee, the Xianxia dynasty has no time to come fight with me. Perhaps they might even offer to join forces if they see me. After all, they do not want the Scarlet Sun sect to continue flourishing either. Emperor, he sneered. This time, the Scarlet Sun sect has used a lot of resources to employ a number of people. Unfortunately, this is just a waste of their efforts. Not many people will come to protect them. The Great Desolation Demon Celestial jested haughtily. Coming here would basically be suicide. Chapter 598. The Scarlet Sun's 10 passes. Compared to its glowing surroundings, the deepest part of the Scarlet Mountain Pure Land appeared way more subdued. Although it was also a red land, there didn't seem to be anything magical or mystical about it. It was a return to the natural form. Only when spirituality reached a certain state could it return to its natural form. A middle-aged man in red robes and a bitter face trudged towards the mountain peak ahead of him. This mountain peak wasn't too high. Compared to the towering mountains all around, this small black peak could only be considered a lump of dirt. This lump of dirt had a scarlet ancient vein on it. Although this ancient vine had nothing to support itself on, it still sprouted upwards as though it had gained foothold out of thin air. Scarlet leaves containing powerful blazing divine lines grew from it. Suspended in the middle of these branches and leaves was a scarlet fruit about the size of a fist. Greetings, Grand Master. The middle-aged man bowed respectfully in the direction of the vine. As soon as the middle-aged man spoke, the leaves of the vine moved, even though there wasn't any wind, and split apart quickly to reveal an aged body inside. Although his eyes indicated that he was still alive, that aged person looked as though he could die at any moment. What is it? The vines all around swayed as a raspy voice was heard. Grand Master, Autumn Origin Sovereign, Ice Soul Sovereign, Tri-River Sovereign. The bitter-looking middle-aged man mentioned 8 names in succession. Every single one of the people mentioned was an astounding, formidable individual. All these people had friendly relations with the Scarlet Sun sect. The Ice Soul Sovereign even owed the Scarlet Sun sect a huge favor. They have all replied that they aren't able to come. The middle-aged man's expression became even more pained and gloomy. The old man, who looked like he could dissolve into dust at any moment, asked faintly, "What about the items we sent out?" There was clear dismay in his eyes. They were all returned. There was some rage in the middle-aged man's voice as he spoke. But I heard that they have already made arrangements with certain parties and these things will ultimately land in their hands. People will always kick a man when he is down. Don't be too furious about this. The Scarlet Sun sect has run strong for many years, occupied the best pure land in this continent, and controlled a vast amount of treasures and resources. Being in possession of all this would surely make others covetous. While I'm still around, I can suppress the other sects so that they won't dare do much. However, once I am gone, all these items will be ownerless. How could they be permitted to live for another 3,000 years? Said the old man icily. Who knows, we might even groom a sky celestial in 3,000 years. The middle-aged man's expression was pained and unresigned. However, ultimately, all these emotions turned to self-blame. It's our fault. We are just useless disciples, uttered the middle-aged man. If only this disciple or someone else could advance to the sky celestial grade, then you. The old man waved his hand. All right, all this is useless while I'm teetering between life and death. Whether it is successful or not will come down to this attempt. As the old man was speaking, an intense glow appeared at the side of the sun that was suspended high in the sky. Yet another sun had risen beyond the horizon. This development made the surrounding temperature jump by 10 degrees. The people of the Xianxia dynasty were born with strong bodies, so a temperature rise of 10 degrees wasn't a big deal. It is the double sun. Seems like we really don't have too much time left, the middle-aged man said sorrowfully. The old man didn't say anything. However, his face also had the same sorrowful expression. Go. The old man waved the other guy off as a scarlet glow enveloped him. While the scarlet light converged, the old man's appearance underwent a massive change in just a moment. A masculine man in his late 30s stood in that spot. However, his tired eyes remained the same despite the great changes his body had experienced. I hope it will be just a little quicker. As the old man muttered to himself, the 2 huge suns in the sky started to converge. Although they had barely started to converge, the surrounding area transformed drastically. Boom! A blast exploded around the old man as boundless red lights shot towards that huge vine. The huge vine seemed to suddenly come alive. Its branches and leaves shook and rapidly enveloped the small mountain peak. Everything happened smoothly. However, things had already started to become chaotic in the Scarlet Mountain Pure Land. Countless disciples started to gather at the large platform of the Scarlet Sun sect, which was 10 miles big. They gripped the weapons in their hands tighter in preparation for what was to come. Nobody talked or made a sound. Although the people gathered outside the large hall were ordinary disciples, at the moment, they were all ready to put their lives on the line. A looking glass displayed the situation on the Scarlet Mountain Pure Land for all the Scarlet Sun sect disciples to see. It's the five-colored Wyrm and the Great Desolation Demon. Celestial. This person is wicked and vicious. Be extremely careful while engaging him. Make sure to pay attention to the five-colored Wyrm. Although its body hasn't molted completely, its fighting strength is definitely at the first level of the Sky Celestial, or possibly even at the second level. After displaying the five-colored Wyrm, the looking glass then showed a man in emperor robes. Many people felt their hearts shudder when they saw this person. It's Emperor He. His sky-shaking emperor technique is also very powerful. After these two appeared, a figure flitted in the horizon. It was a giant python that seemed like a moving hill. The 13 Sky Celestial Grades. Many Scarlet Sun sect disciples shivered as they saw the characters displayed and recalled some information about them. Although they had already been prepared to put their lives on the line, it was impossible for them to do so without any fear. This time, they really didn't have any chance of victory. Although the various powers shown in the looking glass weren't united, their goals were common. No, nobody guarded the Devil's Frown. A Scarlet Sun sect disciple shouted as the Great Desolation Demon Celestial rode his five-colored Wyrm through the first important checkpoint. The Devil's Frown was the Scarlet Mountain Pure Land's first pass. The Scarlet Sun sect had many array formations in place there that should have put up some resistance, even if the people who had entered the Scarlet Mountain Pure Land wouldn't be restricted much by some minor array formations. However, someone had just stridden straight through this strategic point, which infuriated many disciples. The large plaza became noisy. Someone even shouted, "Who will follow me to the Devil's Frown? I want to show these people that there aren't any cowards in the Scarlet Sun sect. None of us fear death." All sorts of furious shouts and bellows echoed continuously until a long sigh made them stop. The sigh came from an old man who seemed to be in his 60s or 70s. However, he was much older than that. Although we want to guard the Devil's Frown, it is already difficult to dispatch anyone. If the people dispatched are weaker, we would be sending them to their deaths. Even if we sent a greater force, do you think that the Devil's Frown would be a better location than this spot? Finally, the old man made everyone calm down with his stern voice. They all also understood that, even though the 10 passes of the Scarlet Mountain Pure Land were important, they still couldn't compare to gathering all the Scarlet Sun sect's power in the main hall, which was their foundation. Second pass, third pass, fourth pass. This fury eventually turned into a sort of numbness as what could be called an invading party, swept across the Scarlet Mountain Pure Land in a short time before abruptly coming to a stop at the Swirling Ridge. The Swirling Ridge wasn't very important. Actually, it was a far cry from the importance of the Devil's Frown. Compared to the previous few passes, this also wasn't a good place to mount a defense. What's going on? Someone is there. Someone is actually defending the Swirling Ridge. Who is that person? Why do I not recognize him? As all these comments and questions were thrown around, the Scarlet Sun sect disciples outside the looking glass heard a voice say, "Everyone, this place is under my protection. If nobody passes through here today, you can pretend that I don't exist." Although this voice was calm, many people felt a little sad when they saw the person standing guard there. That is Luo Yunyang, the top-ranking Earth Fiend Starlord. Unfortunately, he is guarding the wrong place this time. He declared that he will not let anyone pass without even taking a look at the sort of people the Scarlet Sun sect is facing. These whispers didn't affect many people. Deep down, a lot of them really hoped that Luo Yunyang would be able to hold the Swirling Ridge. After all, if he could hold the Swirling Ridge, the pressure on them would decrease tremendously. A young man who thinks he can do anything just because he has reached the top of the Earth Fiend Starlords. The Great Desolation Demon Celestial spoke. "Whatever, little tiger, you shall get an extra snack today. You will fist on the number 1 Earth Fiend Starlord." As he said that, the five-colored worm he was riding on opened his mouth and a boundless wave of suction wrapped around Luo Yunyang. As this suctioning force formed, Many people thought that the widened mouth of the five-colored worm looked like an abyss that would suck everything in. Level 1 Sky Celestial. That five-colored worm is a Level 1 Sky Celestial. While people were crying out in alarm, Luo Yunyang's body flew towards that massive WYRM along with that suctioning force. Chapter 599. The ocean-splitting sword inside the Tianyunshan dynasty's imperial palace. The imposing divine emperor smiled as he heard the report. Luo Yuanshu actually went to guard the swirling ridge. That is where he will definitely die this time, a eunuch at the divine emperor's side said in a bone-chilling voice. Your Highness, how about letting your subordinate head to the Blue Dragon Marquis Palace and take it? Although the young emperor was slightly tempted by this suggestion, he ultimately still kept his cool. Let's wait a bit longer. After all, he is trapped in this situation, so he can't escape. The court eunuch looked a little disappointed upon being told to wait. The seat of the Blue Dragon Marquis was one of the 9 great guardian marquises after all, and the benefits of destroying it were evident. A total of 13 Sky Celestial grades have gone to destroy the Scarlet Sun sect. Seems like the Scarlet Sun sect has offended quite a lot of people. The young emperor drummed his fingers as he spoke. However, based on his expression, it was clear that the emperor was afraid of these 13 Sky Celestials. Although the cultivation bases of these Sky Celestial grades weren't as high as that of the patriarch who backed him, they were still Sky Celestial grades after all. If the 13 Sky Celestial grades joined forces to take on the Tianyunshan dynasty, the Tianyunshan dynasty would suffer huge losses, even if it was able to come out on top. Some people who could tell what the young emperor was thinking also kept their mouths shut, afraid that saying the wrong thing might incur his wrath. The other 8 families of the 9 great guardian marquises gathered their representatives. He just doesn't know how to strategize. An aged man with a head full of white hair slammed his palms on the table. Why didn't any of you stop him? Why did he blindly charge into something meant for Sky Celestials, like what is going on with the Scarlet Sun sect? What had originally been a good situation has changed once again. I heard that the new emperor has plans for the 9 great guardian marquis seats again. The experts from the other 7 families didn't say anything to oppose the old man's outburst. Firstly, they couldn't speak without any thought, and secondly, they really didn't know how to evaluate Luo Yuanshu's actions. Being first among the Earth Fiend Starlords was sufficient enough to support the seat of the Blue Dragon Marquis. However, this person had actually gone to participate in the Scarlet Sun sect's battle. I heard that more than 13 Sky Celestials have gathered to attack the Scarlet Sun sect this time, said a gloomy-looking man. Although he didn't say much, nobody present doubted his words. The 13 Sky Celestial grades were like a thick dark cloud that could stifle everyone present and make it hard to breathe. There was a drastic change in the expression of the people within the large hall when they heard the sounds coming from outside. Although only the sound of raindrops was heard, their acute senses let them perceive the frightening circumstances. When they all rushed outside the hall, what they saw was a blood-red scene. Blood-red sky, blood-red clouds, and blood-red rain. A Sky Celestial has fallen, said the aged man with a shaky voice. The Sky Celestials were far out of these people's reach. However, right now, that boundless blood-red color told them that a high and mighty Sky Celestial had died. In this realm, Sky Celestial grades could be considered apex individuals. Each of these people held honorific titles within their own domains, so even the Tianyunshan dynasty would pander to them. However, such an individual had actually fallen. Who died? Someone asked in fear. After all, the Sky Celestial grades that backed them might have also fallen. No idea, we can only wait for news now. At the Scarlet Mountain Kirlan's swirling ridge, the great Desolation Demon Celestial's eyes were bloodshot. He pointed a finger, looking flustered. You actually killed my little tiger. You should die. You deserve to die. As he snarled, the great Desolation Demon Celestial's body swelled up 100-fold and a massive axe chopped down at Luo Yunyang. Sky Celestial grades could create their own boundaries, but the great Desolation Demon Celestial didn't manifest his own. After all, Luo Yunyang, whom he was facing, had just demonstrated the power of a Sky Celestial grade. Although boundaries were still very important in a fight between Sky Celestial grades, relying on a boundary for suppression wasn't too pragmatic. Therefore, the great Desolation Demon Celestial used his strongest technique and most powerful weapon right off the bat. He used the heaven-cleaving axe. Luo Yunyang remained unperturbed in the face of the great Desolation Demon Celestial's massive axe. The attack of the Great Desolation Demon Celestial might have been imposing, but compared to Luo Yunyang, who had experienced many battles, it was still lacking. Thus, the instant the massive axe started chopping at Luo Yunyang, a violet light gathered and formed a long blade in his hand. Seizing the world with a sweeping blade, this blade strike was extremely unyielding and way more overwhelming than the Great Desolation Demon Celestial's attack. The Great Desolation Demon Celestial, who had watched Luo Yunyang take out his 5-colored WYRM with one punch, was being way more cautious than before. Even so, as blade light and axe head collided, the Great Desolation Demon Celestial felt a power that was difficult to withstand send his massive axe flying before severing his head. His life was threatened. As a Sky Celestial, the Great Desolation Demon Celestial had experienced many threats. However, this threat made him extremely fearful. He no longer had any way of attacking, nor was he even able to activate his martial path true body. It was actually difficult to use it to escape at this point in time. Even if he survived, if his martial path true body was shattered, getting it to recuperate would be extremely difficult. Save me! The Great Desolation Demon Celestial no longer cared about his own dignity as he shouted out. However, his shout was a little late. As the blade light passed through, the Great Desolation Demon Celestial's head left his neck. The unyielding purple lights and flames engulfed the Great Desolation Demon Celestial as the surging flames continuously corroded his body. His martial path true body wanted to regenerate, but it was suppressed by the violet flames of the Great Sun Massacre divine art. I will offer you a generous reward if you spare me. The Great Desolation Demon Celestial's voice was slowly becoming weaker and weaker amidst the violet blazes. The faces of Emperor He and the others who had come with the Great Desolation Demon Celestial had now stiffened. They weren't on friendly terms with the Great Desolation Demon Celestial, but this gathering had been arranged for their mutual benefit. Unfortunately, the Great Desolation Demon Celestial had been slain with just one slash from Luo Yuanyang. This was enough to make them feel apprehensive. No one was willing to take the risk of being killed by Luo Yuanyang just to aid the Great Desolation Demon Celestial. They could ignore the Great Desolation Demon Celestial, but they couldn't ignore the Swirling Ridge. After all, they had to pass the Swirling Ridge in order to achieve their goal. Brother Luo's ascension to a Sky Celestial is a cause for celebration. Emperor He glanced at the others before clearing his throat. However, Brother Luo is just one person. It isn't practical for him to hold all of us off at the Swirling Ridge. Brother Luo, please let us through. I can guarantee that 1/10 of the things belonging to the Scarlet Sun sect will be yours. The Scarlet Sun sect was like a fat, juicy piece of meat. The 1/10 Emperor He promised was over 10 times the Luo family's worth in terms of monetary value alone. However, riches were of no use to Luo Yunyang. What he required were cultivation techniques, as well as a path to become a Sky Celestial grade, not valuable resources that he couldn't use. If he could save the Scarlet Sun sect, the records within the sect would be preserved. However, if the Scarlet Sun sect were to be sacked, Luo Yunyang wasn't too confident about how many of those records would be preserved. If the Scarlet Sun sect was destroyed, trying to join other sects wouldn't be easy either. Even if there were other strong sects willing to accommodate him, Luo Yunyang believed that he'd have a low chance of being given permission to view those important records. Now that Luo Yunyang could save the Scarlet Sun sect, he naturally wouldn't back off. If you don't leave, you will end up like him. Luo Yunyang's voice was calm, even though he was pointing at that massive axe, which was riddled with cracks. This massive axe had belonged to the Great Desolation Demon Celestial. Emperor He looked at his other comrades. The Great Desolation Demon Celestial's death had given him the chills. However, he and his comrades weren't willing to give up on the benefits that could be obtained from the Scarlet Sun sect either. Luo Yuanyang, if you are so insistent, then you mustn't blame us for ganging up and bullying you. In the end, a Sky Celestial with 3 eyes spoke up. Luo Yunyang thought of his own space-time eye when he saw the 3-eyed Sky Celestial grade. However, the 3 eyes of this Sky Celestial grade weren't used to control space and time. What they emitted was a seemingly hallowed golden glow. A hallowed glow that could obliterate all life. Luo Yunyang had been attacked from all sides many times back when he had been in the bloody space river. Thus, he wasn't really bothered this time. At this thought, the violet long blade in his hand turned into a long spear that radiated with violet blazes. Luo Yunyang's aura turned into an unyielding aura filled with incisive intent. It will make no difference, even if you have a few more people. Bring it on. This reply made Emperor He shudder. In his heart, he thought that either Luo Yuanchu was a lunatic, or he had complete confidence and absolute certainty in his victory. Ha ha ha, bring it on. Although I like your words, I definitely have to pass through the swirling ridge today, a clear, melodious voice replied as a white figure appeared in the sky. His pure white robes and sword made him seem a little holy. Emperor He and the others froze slightly while some people walked over to greet him. It was Ning Shensho, who ranked 6th among the Celestial Dipper Starlords. He was called the Ocean-Splitting Sword and was the second most outstanding person after Bai Jingtian in the Sky Sword sect. Ning Shensho was highly rated, as he ranked 6th among the Celestial Dipper Starlords made up of only Sky Celestial grades. Many people even said that he would surely be able to become one of the 12 Sacred Celestials. Let's have a match. Ning Shensho held up his sword with a haughty expression. Chapter 600. The single guardian Ning Shensho was very arrogant, and Luo Yunyang definitely felt some sort of threat. A threat to his own safety. The desire to battle surged in Luo Yunyang's heart as he chuckled. All right then. Ning Shensho held the sword in his hands for a long time while glancing at Luo Yunyang before saying, I was taught the 7-sword path and I specialized in annihilation. Hope to hear what you think about it. While speaking, Ning Shensho drew out his sword slowly. Just as he unsheathed the sword, Luo Yunyang discovered that the aura on Ning Shensho had changed greatly. If one had considered Ning Shensho proud and arrogant previously, then now he was like a god of death. Instantly, Luo Yunyang conjured the purple energy in his body. In no time, a pair of giant purple hammers appeared in his hands. Sever! Ning Shensho bellowed. As soon as he yelled, Luo Yunyang felt like the sky around him had been directly divided into two. The razor-sharp sword intent seemed to contain an infinite amount of might and awe. Everything that was in front of this sword was directly split into two halves. How terrifying! Emperor He said fearfully. The sword evolved into a small boundary, and the sword intent that followed was used to destroy the small boundary. Then, the energy generated by the destruction of the realm was used to spur the sword intent, destroying the opponent who was contained within. This is already beyond what we can withstand. Emperor He was referring to the dozen Sky Celestials that were present. Which one of them wasn't lofty and arrogant? However, right now, none of them objected while listening to what Emperor He said. It was because they knew that they could never withstand that move. What a pity for this lad. Some Sky Celestial grades sighed aloud after seeing the boundless annihilation sword intent. Although they were Luo Yunyang's opponents, they also felt a lot of admiration for this amazing young man. It was a pity that such a fine man would die so young. In the Scarlet Sun sect, many disciples were disgruntled. Although they couldn't sense the power of Ning Shensho, the mirrors they were using to watch the battle broke in half the moment Ning Shensho executed his move. They could feel how strong the opponent was just based on this. A bitter-looking middle-aged man muttered, "Why would we do this if we knew that he was a Sky Celestial? Why should we?" The middle-aged man was very vexed. However, he also knew that the current situation was difficult to salvage. When Luo Yunyang fell, their Scarlet Sun sect would have to rely on them and pray that their patriarch would hurry up. Boom, boom, boom. A huge roar came from the bronze-looking glass. At that roaring boom, the bronze-looking glass used for observation shattered into pieces. This was a sect that had once stood at the apex of the world, so the things used in the Scarlet Sun sect were pretty good, especially this treasured-looking glass hanging in front of the square. This was a treasure crafted through many years of hard work by a top-notch refiner. However, would the Scarlet Sun sect be able to withstand the power that had even broken through the seal of the looking glass and shattered it into pieces when it was only acting as a channel to view this battle? Everyone get ready. We do not have much time left, said the Scarlet Sun sect master. He had seen the situation developing afar and had swiftly made a decision based on his judgment. Each and every Scarlet Sun sect disciple gripping their weapon tightly felt their heart pound at an alarming rate. 12 Sky Celestials along with Ning Shensho was too much to handle even for their patriarch, let alone them. After all, Ning Shensho was a disciple of one of the 12 Sacred Celestials. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 15 minutes. No one came. The sect master initially felt that the longer things were delayed, the better it would be for them. However, the current situation was extremely nerve-wracking and unsettling for them. Finally, the sect master could no longer calm himself down and decided to send his most trusted disciple forward to take a look, even if the current calmness was threatened. He knew very well that the calmness before them was false. The disciple took a deep breath and rushed out. Just as he was about to reach the swirling ridge, he discovered that the bottom of the swirling ridge had become totally barren. The person he had considered dead was actually standing quietly atop the swirling ridge. The gathering of 12 sky celestials and their subordinates was a magnificent sight. However, everyone was now staring in fear at the figure atop the swirling ridge. What's happening? As a disciple favored by the sect master, he was a very competent fellow. He squinted his eyes and carefully inspected the surrounding area before discovering his fellow disciple who was hiding in the distance. See for yourself. His fellow disciple mulled for a moment before pointing towards the sky and saying, "Heaven and earth have been scarred." Moments after the disciple spoke, a bleak light emerged in the sky and the disciple was able to see the image faintly. He saw two giant purple hammers crash together heavily. The shock wave that ensued caused the sword light pressing forward to shatter along with the person who had executed the move. Although the person who had executed the sword light quickly regenerated his physical body, he also left hurriedly without saying a word. He had fled. The image of the person who had executed the sword light was fuzzy, but the young disciple was able to make an accurate judgment upon seeing this figure. It was Ning Xianxia, the acclaimed figure known as the ocean-splitting sword, who was adept in swordplay, had been defeated. The young disciple felt a sense of exuberance in his heart compared to the pressure he had harbored on behalf of his sect when he had come out to scout. He could be defeated. He had actually lost. It is really rare for someone to scar heaven and earth. In the past, only heaven-defying elites were able to do so. Do you think Mr. Yuanshu wants to become one of those elite powerhouses? The disciple, who was still in shock, was in no mood to gossip. Thus, he snorted, "There isn't anything to discuss. It's a shoe-in. I'll report the pleasant news to the sect master now." As soon as he said that, he rushed towards the swirling ridge. He had been heading towards the swirling ridge in a sneaky fashion previously, but now he wasn't afraid that anyone would intercept him. Many people had started to gather under the swirling ridge. The people who came afterward were not subordinates of Emperor He or the other sky celestials. They were there to capitalize on the Scarlet Sun sect's misfortune. Although the bulk of the rewards would be seized by Emperor He and the others, these people would still be able to attain some stuff. They were there to pick at the leftovers. Of course, the best scenario for them would be if Lady Luck smiled at them and they coincidentally received a treasured inheritance from the Scarlet Sun sect. However, such an occurrence was hard to come by. Many people reckoned that this attack on the Scarlet Sun sect would definitely result in obliteration. Even if the Scarlet Sun sect had any hidden tricks or means up their sleeves, they would stand no chance against the combined assault of the 13 sky celestials. However, when they saw the scarred heaven and earth upon arriving at the swirling ridge, most of their hopes of passing through the ridge were extinguished. Although the treasures of the Scarlet Sun sect were very valuable, how could they compare to their lives? Emperor He was a little anxious this time. He glanced at Luo Yunyang, who was quietly sitting on a large stone on the swirling ridge as though he was asleep and felt a boiling rage surging in his heart. He very much wanted to grab hold of Luo Yunyang and smash him into pieces, but while he was fuming, he also understood that he wasn't a match for this person. Hence, he could only glance at his comrades, hoping that they could find a reliable powerhouse that could match him. Otherwise, their ploy to eliminate the Scarlet Sun sect would become a joke. However, when he made eye contact with the other powerhouses, he realized that all of them had similar helpless expressions. Of course, there were some elites stronger than Ning Xianxia. There were actually plenty of them. Take, for example, the 12 sacred celestials. Any one of them could root the Scarlet Sun sect entirely if they came. However, how could the simple Scarlet Sun sect garner the attention and arrival of such strong figures? "Brother He, let's give this up," a tanned sky celestial told Emperor He. "We wouldn't have any claim to the rewards even if we brought help to annihilate the Scarlet Sun sect now. We might even suffer some losses. In my opinion, we should just leave." Emperor He was no fool. He had already assessed the situation. However, he was really unwilling to accept it. Still, he had given up entirely now. He took a deep breath and, just as he was about to leave, a thought arose in his mind. Immediately, he thought of Luo Yuanshu, who was seated on top of the swirling ridge. Would Luo Yuanshu allow him and the others to leave? With that in mind, Emperor He began to discuss with his comrades. "Mr. Luo, we're going to leave. Is there anything else here for us?" Eventually, Emperor He took a step forward and spoke respectfully. Luo Yunyang was pondering over his exchange with Ning Xianxia. Ning Shensho had been defeated by his move, but also partly because of the heavenly venerate will contained within. When Ning Shensho had broken through the void while trying to land an attack on Luo Yunyang's body, the heavenly venerate will had actually retaliated, blocking Ning Shensho's attack and even counter-attacking Ning Shensho. As a result, Luo Yunyang's mountain partition 9 fragmented peaks had struck Ning Shensho's body. The heavenly venerate will had unlimited uses, so it was unknown if there were more treasures like the heavenly venerate finger bone in the Scarlet Sun sect. Upon hearing Emperor He, Luo Yunyang replied nonchalantly, "Well, you guys could actually wait. I'll leave this place in a day. Thank you for your advice, Mr. Luo. I guess we'll still take our leave first." Emperor He replied with a smile, even though he felt bitter deep down. Chapter 601. How can the son of a dog match the daughter of a tiger? The severed sky was mended once again as the sun hung brightly as ever over it. For ordinary people, this was merely a phenomenon. However, for the many powers that were closely watching the situation at the Scarlet Mountain Pure Land, it involved the existence of a sect. At the Swirling Ridge, a single guardian had destroyed Ning Shensho with his giant hammers, and thousands had fled in fear. Once spread, this news shocked the entire realm. Momentarily, the reputation of Luo Yuanyang from the Blue Dragon Marquis Palace skyrocketed, rising straight into the sights of the most powerful existences in this realm. Another by Jingtian after 1,000 years. Nobody knew where this evaluation originated from, but it didn't matter, as many people agreed. The Blue Dragon Marquis Palace had become a place many powers were trying to be affiliated with. In the Scarlet Mountain Pure Land, the sect master, who looked slightly miserable, was constantly smiling. However, the most important thing he had to do now was treat his valued guest, Luo Yunyang, very well. All this while, the Blue Dragon Marquis Palace and the Scarlet Sun sect had been related as subsidiaries. However, the Blue Dragon Marquis Palace was the subsidiary of the Scarlet Sun sect. The Blue Dragon Marquis Palace would try to accomplish anything that the Scarlet Sun sect instructed, and, if Scarlet Sun sect were to fall, the Blue Dragon Marquis Palace would definitely suffer as a result. When Luo Yuanyang had ascended to the #1 spot among the Earth Fiend Starlords, the sect master had begun to consider the Blue Dragon Marquis Palace an equal. However, things had changed with the passage of time and nothing was the same anymore. Even their old patriarch would have to be respectful to Luo Yuanyang, who had defeated Ning Shensho. "Ha ha ha, young friend, you saved my Scarlet Sun Pure Land from a disaster. You have indeed turned the tide. This old man is very grateful," said a young-looking man with bright red cheeks who was wearing scarlet robes as he came out briskly. A blazing aura was coming from the man. Although it wasn't frantically uncontrolled, it was still an overwhelmingly majestic sensation. Luo Yunyang immediately understood that he was the Scarlet Sun sect's patriarch, who had undergone the use of secret arts to prolong his life. He was also the last of the 10 Scarlet Sun sons that had been unmatched throughout the realm in the past. Based on seniority, Luo Yunyang should have addressed this person as great ancestor or with an even higher title. However, even though Kai Muzi's cultivation had undergone a huge change, there was still a considerable difference between him and Ning Shensho. "Don't worry about it, Mr. Munzi. I was compensated for helping your sect avert this calamity." Luo Yunyang smiled gently. Mr. Muzi was a name that was already very rarely heard in the Scarlet Sun sect. If Luo Yunyang had been one of the younger disciples who had come with Luo Yingtian to pay their respects, he would definitely have committed a great sin. However, at the moment, everyone, including Kai Muzi and the sect master, felt that there was nothing wrong with what Luo Yunyang had said. "Mr. Luo, there's no need to stand on ceremony. You're part of the Scarlet Sun sect. Our sect doesn't care whether you are old or new. Anyone that achieves the most will become the master." Kai Muzi smiled as he added, "I am an old man who has merely lived a little longer. If you don't mind, could you just address me as senior brother, young friend?" Although addressing others as senior brother was sort of belittling towards oneself, Luo Yunyang didn't object. Firstly, this was only a reincarnation cycle in a samsara realm, so nothing was real. Secondly, Luo Yunyang had been hoping to read through all the Scarlet Sun sect's ancient texts and records. Thirdly, Kai Muzi was, after all, a really old man. It was reasonable to address him as senior brother. "Well, since senior brother has asked me, it would be impolite of me to say no." "Ha ha, there's nothing impolite about it. The person with the most achievements is the master. Although we are both at a similar level, I'm still lacking in terms of strength. I should be addressing you as senior brother instead of junior brother. It's just that I'm so darn old that you're treating me with respect, junior brother." Sect Master Zan Ying was cursing silently. The person with the most achievements was the master. He had never heard of this rule in their sect. However, after Luo Yunyang spoke to Kai Muzi, he still respectfully greeted Luo Yunyang and said, "Disciple Zan Ying pays his respects to the great ancestor. No need for formalities." Luo Yunyang waved his hands dismissively. Luo Yunyang disregarded all sorts of celebratory festivities that were held by the Scarlet Sun sect. He had managed to grasp the concept of cultivation in the Tianyunshan dynasty by slowly reading through books. He had to make good use of being around an antique like Kai Muzi, who had lived such a long life. Kai Muzi was similarly fascinated by Luo Yunyang, who had gained enlightenment all of a sudden and improved his cultivation by leaps and bounds. He also wanted to examine and understand what was going on with Luo Yunyang. The two of them hit it off in an instant and immediately proceeded to a paradise within the Scarlet Mountain Pure Land where they could exchange their views on cultivation. Zan Ying wanted very much to join their discussion. However, he was after all the sect master and the Scarlet Sun sect had just gone through a calamity. Hence, there were many important matters that he, as a sect master, had to handle. Because of this, he selected 6 prominent disciples from the sect to serve the two ancestors during their discussion. Serving was a small matter, as their biggest mission was to listen to their ancestors' discussion on cultivation. A month flew by in an instant. Although Kai Muzi's cultivation was weaker than Luo Yunyang's, his understanding of cultivation within the Tianyunshan dynasty was miles ahead of Luo Yunyang. However, Luo Yunyang's combination of divine union cultivation techniques, which corrected and altered some martial path true body techniques, similarly awed Kai Muzi. Thanks to Kai Muzi's explanations, which were combined with Luo Yunyang's thoughts and reflections, Luo Yunyang realized that all the techniques in the Tianyunshan dynasty were interlinked. Mastering a technique would make one reach the Earth Celestial grade. In order to progress to a Sky Celestial, one had to master 2 or more techniques, thoroughly understand the interrelationship between the different techniques, and thus establish a new boundary. Take Luo Yunyang's Great Sun Massacre Divine Art, for example. The only way to become a Sky Celestial was to integrate the Sun Massacre Divine Art and the Lesser Sun Massacre Divine Art. According to Kai Muzi, the integration of different techniques was not compulsory, as it was based on each individual cultivator. Some cultivators were more suited to integrating 2 contrasting techniques, while others might be more suited to integrating techniques of similar elements. The main point of emphasis was different for everyone. Advancing from a Sky Celestial to a Celestial Thirk wouldn't be possible just by relying on one technique. Luo Yunyang felt that techniques in this realm were like building blocks. The more blocks gathered, the stronger and greater the achievements. Whether a cultivator would be able to integrate more techniques was entirely dependent on their aptitude and foundation. After his discussion with Kai Muzi, Luo Yunyang arrived at the Scarlet Sun sect's sacred book depository. According to their previous agreement, his rewards were the Sun Massacre Divine Art and the Lesser Sun Massacre Divine Art. However, no one had mentioned this again. Integrating techniques of the same element to ascend to a Sky Celestial was tougher, while integrating techniques of different elements was easier. However, if the integration of techniques of different elements occurred too early, one would easily destroy one's cultivation path. Hence, after browsing through the sacred book depository for 3 days, Luo Yunyang finally made a decision and chose the Sun Massacre Divine Art and the Lesser Sun Massacre Divine Art. During the process, Sect Master Zan Ying brought Luo Yunyang 2 pieces of news. The first was that he had ascended to the 3rd position of the Celestial Dipper Starlord ranking. This was a considerable feat in the entire Tianyunshan dynasty. The second news was that he had become one of the Scarlet Sun sect's elders. Luo Yunyang didn't care much for this news. His Celestial Dipper Starlord advancement was merely an external achievement that he disregarded. Becoming an elder of the Scarlet Sun sect was also a meaningless achievement. What he had to do now was integrate 3 different Massacre Divine Arts and see if this would help push his cultivation up a notch. Training in seclusion in the Scarlet Mountain Pure Land was a pretty good idea. However, Luo Yunyang still felt that this place was rather detached from him. Hence, he eventually decided to head back to the Blue Dragon Marquis Palace. Luo Tianpeng was very excited about Luo Yunyang's return. After Luo Yunyang had single-handedly guarded the Swirling Ridge, many forces within the Tianyunshan dynasty had come forward to express their goodwill. 8 of the other 9 great marquis palaces were led by their family heads. Among their hordes of people were plenty of young alluring women that were eager to get married. Luo Tianpeng understood their intentions clearly. However, this wasn't something that he could decide on. Fortunately, the other guardian marquises understood his position and did not ask him to make any decisions. However, the women that came along were like fluttering butterflies that danced around Luo Tianpeng and his wife. Yuanchu, the marquises from the various great palaces hope to see you. Luo Tianpeng reported the matter to Luo Yuanchu as though he was a butler. Luo Yunyang glanced at Luo Tianpeng and said with a snort, "Second uncle, you should be able to handle this sort of matter by yourself. You're the Blue Dragon Marquis." Luo Tianpeng mumbled to himself indistinctly. Although he was the Blue Dragon Marquis, everyone knew that he was only the second in command of the palace. Even his current status had been acquired because of Luo Yuanchu's assistance. Just as Luo Tianpeng was about to report on the next matter, the door swung open and a young girl who was about 15 or 16 years old came crying into the hall. "Brother, I don't want to get married." Luo Yunyang had a good understanding of the entire situation in the Blue Dragon Marquis Palace. This young little girl was Luo Yuanchu's younger sister. Although she was a little pampered, she was still kind and happy in the Blue Dragon Marquis Palace. Married. Luo Yunyang's gaze landed on Luo Tianpeng. Luo Tianpeng said softly, "Yuanchu, some time ago, His Majesty sent his people to propose to Wiru. He wants to make her the queen. Our family thought that it was something that could mend the relationship with the divine royal family. Hence, we readily agreed. I don't want to get married. They say that the divine emperor is not a good person. Isn't this like pushing me into the fire pit?" Luo Wiru implored profusely. "My queen, you can't run away from this. Your lowly servant still has to teach you about the rules of the palace after you enter." A low, hoarse voice wafted in from the outside before a court eunuch in red robes came dashing in. While he hurried over, he said, "My queen, nobody can change what His Majesty has decided. I hope my queen can follow along and learn the rules. If not, you will suffer in the palace." Upon seeing the situation, Luo Wiru immediately hid behind Luo Yunyang, who raised his hand before pointing at the eunuch and saying, "This marriage is called off. You can leave now." The eunuch in red was stunned. He couldn't believe what he had heard as he said in disbelief, "Blue Dragon Marquis, you're rejecting His Majesty's proposal. Do you know that this is a crime? How could the son of a dog match the daughter of a tiger?" Luo Yunyang snorted nonchalantly without even looking at the eunuch. Chapter 602. 100 years pass by in a flash, yet another reincarnation bang. In the massive Panlong Palace, a screen made of the most exquisite jade smashed onto the black gold floor forcefully. Countless bits of shattered jade were sent flying all over. A few palace attendants were cut by the shattered bits, but they didn't move or make any sound. Eunuch Su kowtowed. Even though he had prepared himself mentally, the emperor's rage scared him witless. When the emperor raged, blood would flow freely. One thing was certain: if the emperor wanted to kill him, then nothing would prevent him from dropping dead right away. Was this really how he said it? The emperor asked with slight residual anger after taking a deep breath. "Your Majesty, this is exactly what he said. Your humble subject wouldn't dare hide anything from you. He is so arrogant that he shows disrespect to your Majesty as well as our Tianyunshan dynasty. He should be sentenced to death 10 times over." Eunuch Su gritted his teeth as he said that. Towards the end, he enunciated each word out one at a time. He was gambling with his life. If the emperor didn't like what he heard, then Eunuch Su could be on his way to heaven. Sentence him to death 10 times. What a great imagination you have. The imposing emperor was furious as he shouted angrily, "Drag him away and flog him to death. Your Majesty, this humble subject has always been loyal and unwavering." All those insulting words weren't mine. They were all uttered by Luo Yuanchu. It was all said by that lawless fellow. Nobody doubted what Eunuch Su said. Deep down, they also knew that what the emperor needed now was someone to vent his anger on. It would be best to forget about the fellow who had angered the emperor. The first in rank amongst the Earth Fiend Starlords was already sufficient to make the Tianyunshan dynasty afraid, let alone now that he had already become the third in rank amongst the Celestial Dipper Starlords. This was a big shot that could make everyone around tremble just by taking a step. "All of you get out right now." Scram! The emperor paced around twice before waving his hand and shouting. Fortunately, he regained his composure after venting. Now that he was the only one remaining in the large palace hall, the emperor's livid demeanor finally vanished completely in time. The emperor carefully took out a box made of red blood jade and opened it. 3 sticks of incense appeared before him. The scarlet incense sticks shone like fine jade. After pondering for a moment, the emperor that controlled the Xianxia dynasty took out the 3 sticks of incense and lit them up by using the blood of his finger. A faint mist started to appear around the emperor's head. As the mist got thicker, a humongous figure appeared. The figure was wearing a crown. This figure seemed to contain overwhelming might that could subjugate everything before him. Although the current Xianxia dynasty's emperor was imposing as well, the two were still as different as heaven and earth. 35th generation great-great-grandson Qing Yuan pays his respects to the patriarch. What is the matter? There was a slight hint of displeasure in the figure's voice. Clearly, he didn't like being disturbed. The emperor, who had called himself Qing Yuan, immediately recounted the whole story. He didn't hide anything, neither did he dare exaggerate. He knew that everything he said wouldn't escape the investigation of the patriarch. Rather than exaggerate, get caught and make the patriarch mad, he would rather just recount everything the way it had happened. How can the daughter of a tiger be paired with the son of a dog? What imperious, bold words. The huge figure said coldly. Qing Yuan looked slightly stirred up. He felt that his complaint this time had been successful. How that vile Luo Yuanyang was going to pay was no longer something he would decide. Prepare yourself. You will enter the royal family's restricted grounds to cultivate tomorrow. The calm voice sounded slightly cold. The royal family's restricted grounds. To cultivate. If Qing Yuan had been an ordinary member of the royal family, entering these restricted grounds would have been a decent opportunity. However, he was the emperor of this area and could raise his own cultivation base even without cultivating. Furthermore, upon entering the royal family's restricted grounds, leaving would be extremely difficult. Patriarch, I am the emperor. I have numerous affairs to deal with every day. Entering the royal family's restricted grounds for cultivation is. Although a bad feeling formed in Qing Yuan's mind, he still had to argue over this. Any descendant of mine has the same status. Since you are finding it difficult to rule the realm, then you should naturally let someone else do the job. The patriarch then said in a slightly unquestionable tone, do not consider yourself too important. At this point, his eyes flickered. Even if I ranked second amongst the celestial dipper starlords, do you think I would be able to kill Luo Yuanyang? Killing Luo Yuanyang would require various sky celestial grades to act. Do you think a small insignificant being would be able to get these powerful existences to help your cause? I can't kill him, so the only thing I can do is change the emperor of the Xianxia dynasty. After he was done speaking, the figure disappeared from the fog. The sinister-looking Qing Yuan felt unresigned and furious deep down. However, these things weren't of any use to him. He had always been ambitious, yet when he had ascended to the throne, he had never imagined that he would be this weak. When the sealed palace doors were opened once more, a high-spirited youngster in similar attire walked into the palace as countless officials paid their respects. Most people acted like Qing Yuan didn't exist. A new emperor's ascent to the throne called for universal joy. For a moment, the various lords and ministers all received huge rewards. The one that received the most was the seat of the Blue Dragon Marquis. Luo Yunyang simply didn't know about any of this. He had chosen to go into seclusion after hearing a report from Luo Tianpeng regarding some clan matters. For ordinary people, 100 years was a lifetime. However, for experts like Luo Yunyang, who had already become a sky celestial grade, 100 years would just pass in the blink of an eye. 70 years in seclusion and 30 years out and about had given Luo Yunyang a rather deep understanding of the world that the Xianxia dynasty was in. The structure of this world and the various origin source laws made the Xianxia dynasty all too real. If it wasn't for Luo Yunyang's own wisdom and staunch resolution, perhaps even he might have felt pride for being the Blue Dragon Marquis and the third-in-rank celestial dipper starlord. Luo Yunyang sat in his secret seclusion chamber. He was really disinclined. During these 100 years, he had devoted himself to cultivation and also used the powers he had now to get many treasures to boost his cultivation base. Unfortunately, he was still quite a distance from the celestial third grade. Besides mastering and combining the Great Sun Massacre Divine Art, the Sun Massacre Divine Art and the Lesser Sun Massacre Divine Art into the 3 Sun Massacre Divine Arts, Luo Yunyang had also looked into mastering 8 other cultivation techniques of the Scarlet Sun sect. He hoped to be able to master these 9 peak techniques, fuse them, and break through the celestial third grade. Unfortunately, despite using various treasures and resources to cultivate, Luo Yunyang was only able to master 6 of these cultivation techniques to their pinnacle, whereas the other 2 were only in the initial stages. Nevertheless, Luo Yunyang's strength had increased considerably. However, wanting to harmonize them and ascend in grade was impossible. Returning empty-handed from a treasure mountain was something painful for most people. Naturally, Luo Yunyang wasn't an exception. He really didn't wish to leave this world, but a reincarnation cycle lasted 100 years and he would be helpless against the samsara wheel. As he was sitting in a lotus position in his meditation chamber, Luo Yunyang studied a small sword that seemed metallic but didn't appear to be made of metal. This was an item he had obtained by chance. However, according to Kai Muzi, the name of this small sword was Heavenly Venerate Sword. The Heavenly Venerate Sword wasn't a weapon but rather a token used when someone ascended to the Heavenly Venerate platform once in every 100,000 years. According to the archives and records of the Scarlet Sun sect, the Heavenly Venerate platform would appear in this world every 100,000 years. Someone who ascended to the Heavenly Venerate platform would become a Heavenly Venerate. Wishing to ascend to the Heavenly Venerate platform would require the Heavenly Venerate tokens, which were 9 types of weapons. The Heavenly Venerate sword that Luo Yunyang possessed was one such weapon. According to Kai Muzi's words, every ascension of a Heavenly Venerate would be a slaughter fest. In the end, the victor would rise on the Heavenly Venerate platform and become a supreme Heavenly Venerate that transcended life and death. Although Luo Yunyang had his doubts regarding this Heavenly Venerate platform, he knew very clearly that he wouldn't be able to use that Heavenly Venerate sword. After all, his time was almost up. As Luo Yunyang placed that Heavenly Venerate sword somewhere random, a voice was heard beside his ear. Ultimate Samsara user, your first cycle of reincarnation has already been completed. Now please choose whether to remain in this world and start a new life or enter a new world. Luo Yunyang was stunned when he heard this voice. He had never expected that he could make such a choice. In just a moment, he had already made his decision. Although the things in other worlds would absolutely be inferior to this world, a bird in the hand was always worth more than 2 in the bush. Can I choose to have all 10 of my cycles in this world? Luo Yunyang asked after mulling this over for a moment. Honorable Ultimate Samsara user, you possess the right to choose whichever world you wish to reincarnate in. However, during the process of your reincarnation, you won't be able to stay in your original body. Good, good, good. Now let me ask you something else. Does the time flow of my next reincarnation continue from this moment? Indeed, the time will continue flowing, said the voice. If you choose 10 cycles of reincarnation, then it will be 1,000 years in this world. Alright, I choose to remain in this world. As Luo Yunyang said that, he moved his 2 hands and instantly formed a huge seal with all his power. This seal was placed on his seclusion chamber. The special characteristic of this seal was that, without the right method of unsealing, even a person with a cultivation base like Luo Yunyang's could only damage this chamber. Clang! The small sword fell to the ground. Luo Yuanshu's handsome body slumped to the ground without making a sound. Suddenly, Luo Yunyang woke up beside a small brook. This time, he was a core disciple of the Sky Sword sect. Chapter 603, 10th Reincarnation. As he opened his eyes once again, Luo Yunyang saw the enchanting sun. A thought crept into his mind. Living in the Tianyunshan dynasty's realm was rather good. 10th cycle of reincarnation. This was Luo Yunyang's 10th reincarnation in this world. This reincarnation would be an endpoint for Luo Yunyang. An endpoint for leaving this world and once more returning to the divine union. However, Luo Yunyang currently wasn't the young master of the Blue Dragon Palace. He also wasn't a core disciple of the Sky Sword sect, or the sect master of the Thundering Black Sky Dragon sect, who wielded lots of power and whom he had reincarnated into during his 3rd cycle. Yi Tian, he was a disciple of the Great Blade sect called Yi Tian. Or perhaps the former chief disciple of the Great Blade sect. However, right now, the position of the chief disciple had already changed and the one who had replaced Yi Tian would become the son-in-law of the sect master. The wedding was tonight. Yi Tian had not died from anger, but because someone had mounted a sneak attack on his already cultivation-crippled body and made him fall off a cliff thousands of meters high. Even a Skyman-grade cultivator might also get hurt grievously or die, let alone a person whose cultivation base had been crippled. Before dying, Yi Tian had seen the eyes of his attacker clearly. Although it had been just a pair of eyes, Yi Tian had found these eyes rather familiar. A sort of crazy rage had filled Yi Tian's mind. This attacker had been the person he had always been willing to lay down his life for and protect, the Great Blade sect master, Chen Ruti. At the age of 10, Yi Tian had become Chen Ruti's disciple. All these years, he had always viewed Chen Ruti as a master and father. The reason his cultivation base had been crippled was because he had defended Chen Ruti's reputation and fought with the Day-Night Seven Sons. Although he had ultimately been defeated, he had upheld Chen Ruti's reputation. After his cultivation had been damaged and crippled by the Day-Night Seven Sons, Yi Tian's status in the Great Blade sect had declined drastically. The junior brothers that had always treated him with respect now viewed him with loathing gazes. There were also others who were even worse. Yi Tian had been able to continue living in the Great Blade sect due to Chen Ruti's care, as well as thanks to his junior sister and childhood sweetheart. Although the fact that his junior sister had chosen someone else was very painful for Yi Tian, he had already accepted the truth. Although he didn't go to the wedding venue, he had already let go of this matter deep down. However, he had never imagined that his own master would actually attack him at such a time. When Luo Yunyang regained his consciousness after the reincarnation, he felt some sort of great grievance. This grievance overflowed and made Luo Yunyang feel that if he didn't help resolve it, his control of this body would be affected greatly. This reincarnation cycle was probably the most important cycle in this realm for Luo Yunyang. His past 9 reincarnated lives had made him understand the world of the Tianyunshan dynasty considerably. The more he understood, the more Luo Yunyang felt that this realm was frightening. Becoming a heavenly venerate through cultivation was difficult. Only by massacring all the competition on the heavenly venerate platform and rising to the top could one become a supreme heavenly venerate. Although Luo Yunyang still hadn't discovered why the constraint of the heavenly venerate platform existed, what he was certain of was that once a person ascended to the heavenly venerate, their mind power would experience a baptism. Only his mind and consciousness would return after this reincarnation cycle. If his mind power could reach the level of a supremacy, then Luo Yunyang wouldn't be a person to be trifled with when he returned to the divine union. Therefore, he had to reach the heavenly venerate platform, no matter what. There couldn't be any problems in this life. Furious flourishing flame art. Luo Yunyang quickly probed Yi Tian's cultivation state and discovered the problem in Yi Tian's body, as well as the cultivation techniques he had practiced. The furious flourishing flame was actually a technique that was pure yang. The technique that Luo Yunyang had cultivated in his first life had been related to a similar attribute. However, there was a drastic difference between this technique and the one he had cultivated in his first life. If the Great Sun Massacre divine art that Luo Yunyang had cultivated in his first life had encountered the Day-Night Seven Sons cultivation damaging techniques, all he would have had to do was activate it and there wouldn't have been any residual effects. However, the furious flourishing flame art was just too lacking. Although the power of the furious flourishing flame art still existed in his body, as Luo Yunyang tried to activate it, he used the Great Sun Massacre divine art as a blueprint and modified the furious flourishing flame art. In just a moment, what had originally been at level 9 reached the maximum. Meanwhile, the furious flourishing flame art, which had only been at the man celestial level 1, was immediately raised to earth celestial level 3. Furthermore, because Luo Yunyang was modifying the furious flourishing flame art, he made use of the various cultivation methods he had gained over his past reincarnation cycles. Thus, in half a day, Yi Tian's level 1 man celestial body ascended to a level 6 man celestial body. Although this sort of progress was already very fast, Luo Yunyang shook his head. Even though he could keep advancing, the body that Yi Tian had left behind was really insufficient. There wasn't even a need to compare it to the body of his first reincarnation cycle. There was already a considerable gulf compared to the other bodies of his past reincarnation cycles. Every one of the bodies that Luo Yunyang had reincarnated into had gone through lots of training and drilling and had possessed great potential. Luo Yunyang shook his head as he moved his arms. His powers had advanced from the peak sky celestial to the level 6 man celestial. This was something that Luo Yunyang wasn't used to. It seemed like he needed to advance to the peak sky celestial as quickly as possible. Just as Luo Yunyang was about to accomplish Yi Tian's cherished desire, a blocked memory of Yi Tian's appeared in his mind. The reason it appeared now was because Luo Yunyang had raised Yi Tian's cultivation base to surpass the person that had placed the block. It was a very short memory. In this memory, Yi Tian, who was only about 14 or 16, was mischievously chasing after a fox the color of snow. The fox was very fast. Although Yi Tian chased after it quickly, the fox still escaped in the end. Yi Tian had searched all over the place haphazardly before entering a cave. This cave wasn't sealed at all. Inside the cave, Yi Tian saw a statue that was wielding a long blade and slashing across horizontally. As a disciple of the Great Blade Sect, Yi Tian was very familiar with blade techniques. It could even be said that Yi Tian had a deep understanding of blade techniques. Thus, the first thing he noticed was the blade across the statue's chest. Instantly, Yi Tian discovered that this seemingly unmoving blade actually contained a vast range of variations. These sort of variations were something he could never have thought of. When he tried to comprehend them, fresh blood trickled out of Yi Tian's mouth. At the time, the person Yi Tian had trusted had naturally been his master. Thus, he immediately went to look for Chen Ruti and recounted what he had seen. When Chen Ruti saw this statue, he totally lost his cool and natural grace. He actually had a slightly crazed look in his eyes. Sky Blade Statue. It's the Sky Blade Statue. Ha ha ha. Our Great Blade Sect wasn't called the Great Blade Sect originally. We should have been called the Sky Blade Sect. Ha ha ha. I knew it. The Great Blade Sect will thrive under my leadership. The Grand Ancestor in heaven definitely wanted this precious treasure to fall into my hands. Maniacal laughter echoed around for nearly 5 minutes. Yi Tian still remembered the sinister expression on Chen Ruti's face when his master had turned around to look at him. However, in the end, Chen Ruti didn't attack him. He didn't because he had other plans. Finally, he decided to block off the memory of that day and transform it into a memory of Yi Tian chasing that fox to no avail. Luo Yunyang kind of understood why Chen Ruti would still want to kill his disciple, even though he had already ended up in this crippled state. Just in case, although this was Yi Tian's memory, Luo Yunyang was still able to comprehend 3 blade moves from the Heaven Blade statue. Even though these 3 blade moves couldn't be compared to the horizontal blade slash, Luo Yunyang understood that they were the most fundamental parts of the Sky Blade statue. He couldn't let Chen Ruti off, be it because he had to avenge Yi Tian, or because he wanted that Sky Blade statue. After fixing his clothes, Luo Yunyang took to the air and flew upwards toward the cliff. With just a few moves, Luo Yunyang landed gently on that cliff. This was the South Dark Shore, a place a little far from the spot where he had reincarnated. Even though he had experience in the Tianyunshan dynasty, the distance still felt considerable. After scanning the place, Luo Yunyang felt a familiar sensation. With a wave of his hand, a broken blade appeared in his palm. This was Yi Tian's blade. Although the blade was already broken, it still lightly resonated as it landed in his hand. It felt shocked that its owner had returned safely. Luo Yunyang looked at the sword and smiled gently before returning it to his sheath. Then, he strode unhurriedly towards where the Great Blade Sect was. The Great Blade Sect was in a jubilant mood. Many sects with friendly relations with the Great Blade Sect had sent congratulatory gifts. The disciples of the Great Blade Sect were all clad in new robes as they beamed and welcomed the guests. Ha ha ha, take a look, that is Chen Ruti's eldest disciple. I heard that his cultivation has already been crippled, said a martialist that was already present in a mocking manner. Luo Yunyang didn't really take any notice of this sort of people. He just kept walking onward. I heard that Chen Ruti had originally wanted him as a son-in-law. But who asked him to get himself crippled? What, even if he hadn't gotten crippled, Chen Ruti wouldn't have accepted him as a son-in-law. Perhaps you do not know, but Chen Ruti's son-in-law is the illegitimate child of the Scarlet Dragon Marquis. This is quite a powerful connection. You are talking about the Scarlet Dragon Marquis, one of the 9 great guardian marquises. I never imagined that the Scarlet Dragon Marquis would actually have such an illegitimate child. As they were talking, an impatient voice addressed Yi Tian. Didn't I tell you to just stay where you were and food would be delivered to you? Why don't you take a look around? Does this look like a place you can enter? Chapter 604. Slashing for Justice. The one who said that was the Great Blade Sect's 3rd senior brother Gui Jujian. In the past, their relationship had been rather tight, and he had practically been the person closest to Yi Tian before his cultivation had been crippled. Circumstances changed with the passage of time, and everything was no longer the same. Now, he was chided every time he opened his mouth. There was also that loathing gaze and that haughty attitude, as though he was lecturing some subordinates in the Great Blade Sect. Gui Jujian, you unscrupulous thing. Remember how Brother Yi treated you in the past. How dare you act arrogantly today over here? An angry voice rang out as someone came over. The newcomer, who was wearing long green robes, was tall and clad in men's attire. However, anyone who looked over could tell that it was a lady. In the Great Blade sect, Gui Jujian was quite an important figure. His cultivation base had reached level 8 of the Sky Human grade and given him some sort of reputation. He had an ugly look on his face as he was being pointed at and chided. However, his unsightly expression changed when he saw who it was. I was wondering who it could be, but it turns out that it is Fairy Chang. Hee, my master is still inside speaking with the deputy of the Scarlet Dragon Marquis seat. I wonder if Fairy Chang wishes to go over and take a look. Suddenly, information about this lady flashed across Luo Yunyang's mind. Cheng Shoyan, the pearl of the Cheng family, one of the 3 great powers of the South Sky region alongside the Great Blade sect. Yi Tian had always felt that Chen Shoyan had felt some sort of inexplicable attraction to him, even though he had loved his junior sister tenderly. Thus, to avoid hurting this lady, he had chosen to run away. He had never expected that Chen Shoyan would speak on his behalf. When Chen Shoyan heard Gui Jujian mention the Scarlet Dragon Marquis seat, her eyes flashed with slight apprehension. After all, the seat of the Scarlet Dragon Marquis was one of the 9 great guardian marquises. However, this slight apprehension disappeared momentarily. So what if I want to take a look? Chen Shoyan said as she tugged at Luo Yunyang's hand. Come on, let's take a look at junior sister's wedding ceremony. Then, we will leave this godforsaken place. When she called this a godforsaken place, Gui Jujian and a few other Great Blade sect disciples stared at her angrily. Although many people amongst them pitied Yi Tian, these insulting words infuriated them. After all, they were disciples of the Great Blade sect. All right then, this way, please. Gui Jujian shot Luo Yunyang a threatening icy stare as he spoke. How could Luo Yunyang be bothered by a threat from an insignificant fly? What he wanted to do this time was vent all the anger of his body's original owner so that he could have complete control over this body. Luo Yunyang felt that the best way to do so would be by resolving matters in the simplest way. However, he had no qualms about not making any moves first. After all, he believed that there wasn't a need to dirty his hands over someone like Gui Jujian. Other people who wanted to join in the excitement, as well as more Great Blade sect disciples, crowded around Luo Yunyang and Cheng Shoyan as they walked towards the Great Hall. There were throngs of guests in the Great Blade sect. As Luo Yunyang and Cheng Shoyan entered the Great Hall, the majority of these people heard the news and held back their laughter as they turned to watch the scene that was about to unfold. They were rather envious of Chen Ruti. No matter what, this fellow had managed to get into the good books of the Scarlet Dragon Marquis seat. They had all been on equal footing before he had climbed so effortlessly and left them in the dust. Thus, they felt slightly unhappy. Even so, nobody dared object. However, things were different now. Chen Ruti's former disciple and the pearl of the Cheng family could cause a scene that people would be very happy to watch. Miss Shoyan, Tianer, you have come. Ha ha ha, very good, hurry on over, especially you, Tianer. Today is your junior sister and junior brother's big day. You must definitely drink up. Chen Ruti, who was all smiles, appeared jovial and kind. However, Luo Yunyang could sense the thick murderous intent hidden behind his smile. Seated on the highest platform was an old man who seemed to be in his 50s. Although it was difficult to judge a person's cultivation based on their appearance in the Tianyunshan dynasty, this person looked wise and capable. He didn't pay any heed to Luo Yunyang. Instead, he turned his attention to Cheng Shoyan. Miss Chen, if my eyes are not fooling me, I think we have met before. Chen Shoyan frowned slightly, as she couldn't remember where she had met the Scarlet Dragon Marquis deputy. Eminent people have too many affairs to deal with and can't remember many things. Some time ago, we were both at the birthday celebration of the Blue Dragon Marquis Palace's matriarch Lu Bingyu. As old friends of that great person, your family entered the inner hall, whereas I was on the outside. The deputy smiled and spoke without waiting for Cheng Shoyan to reply. The other guests reveling in the festivities all reacted when they heard what the deputy had said. Some people even turned to look at Cheng Shoyan seriously. Although the Cheng family had always been one of the 3 great powers of the South Sky region, the majority of the people present had never thought too much about it, because they also had the same sort of background. However, at the Blue Dragon Marquis matriarch Lu Bingyu's birthday celebration, the Cheng family had been able to enter the inner hall, as they had been old friends with that great person. Although that great person hadn't appeared for close to 900 years, the Sky Celestial Hall could confirm that he hadn't yet fallen. He had already been at the peak of the Sky Celestial 900 years ago. Now, nobody knew exactly how powerful he was. Some people even believed that he would now at least possess the first place amongst the Celestial Dipper Starlords. Or perhaps, he might have already become a Celestial Theurk. So you also attended the event, Deputy. Descendants like us are just compliments to our forebears. Otherwise, how would we even qualify to enter this place? Cheng Shoyan, who wasn't willing to offend this representative of the Scarlet Dragon Marquis seat, said rather nonchalantly. Only after hearing the conversation between Cheng Shoyan and this deputy did Luo Yunyang recall a little Cheng kid who had ridden a chariot pulled by a flame dragon beast. It seemed like that kid had been from the South Sky region. However, that memory was too blurry, so Luo Yunyang hadn't really taken much notice. If it hadn't been for the conversation between these two, he would have forgotten it completely. He wondered if that little Cheng kid was still alive. Luo Yunyang shook his head subconsciously. After 9 cycles of reincarnation, he was already having deep sentiments for this world. He even had a feeling that his original theory about this world had been wrong. It wasn't a virtual world created by the samsara wheel. Luo Yunyang believed that this should probably be an actual, real world. He also couldn't help having a good opinion about some of the people in this world. It's just great that Miss Cheng and the deputy know each other. Ha ha ha, Miss Cheng has to have more wine then. Oh, Tianer, you must properly accompany Miss Cheng. Ha ha ha, a slightly sinister glint flickered across his eyes. However, it was immediately replaced with jovial laughter. He glanced at Luo Yunyang with even more warmth than before. Master, haven't you always hoped to see what the Sky Blade is like? Luo Yunyang said. As he spoke, the broken blade was unsheathed and swung in Cheng Ruti's direction. Chen Ruti was stunned. As he stared in disbelief, his expression turned into fear. While he was swallowed by this fear, his head and martial path true body, which was still forming, were completely severed. This blade strike had been the first form of the Sky Blade that Luo Yunyang had comprehended through Yi Tian's memory. Although this first form seemed crude, beheading a person like Chen Ruti had been easy. The deputy, Chen Shoyan, all the guests in the hall, as well as the bride and groom stood rooted to the spot. Gui Jujian seemed particularly stunned. He stood diagonally opposite Luo Yunyang while pondering how to tell on Luo Yunyang before their master. Never in his wildest dreams would he have imagined that their master would be killed in one strike by Yi Tian. He was a cultivation cripple. How could he have killed their master? Gui Jujian's heart was filled with doubt and fear. However, he no longer had too much time to think about the causes and effects. Shrill and furious voices broke the simple silence while people shouted, "Guards, arrest him! Do not let this murderer escape." Luo Yunyang didn't pay any heed to the martialists that had surrounded him. His gaze fell on Gui Jujian's body. Gui Jujian was backing away in fear. However, before he could escape, Luo Yunyang's hand moved and Gui Jujian was cut down. A bunch of Great Blade sect disciples charged over at Luo Yunyang simultaneously. However, in just an instant, Luo Yunyang had sliced through 5 of them as if they were apples. I hold no grudges against the 2 of you. You can choose to leave now. Otherwise, you will die. Luo Yunyang held up the broken blade as he spoke indifferently. As these few blade strikes were used, he realized that his fusion with Yi Tian's body had improved a lot. Although he still felt a little rigid, it didn't matter much. However, what Luo Yunyang wanted was perfect harmony. He then turned his gaze to the veiled bride. Although the bride was beautiful, when she lifted her veil, her eyes told a different story. This was Yi Tian's last grievance. Luo Yunyang moved over with one step and raised his blade. However, the blade pointed to the furious groom standing beside her. As Luo Yunyang's broken blade pointed at the groom, he exclaimed loudly, "Yi Tian, all of this was arranged by Chen Ruti. You mustn't blame me. The day-night 7 sons were also his." Luo Yunyang's blade shot forward while the groom shouted loudly, "My father is the Scarlet Dragon Marquis. You can't kill me." The blade passed through and split him cleanly into 2. After that strike, Luo Yunyang felt his emotions go silent. The final bit of restraint left in this body had finally disappeared completely. Suddenly, a wave of cold blade intent shot straight into the high sky. Chapter 605. 7 cleaving sky blades descend on the realm. Cheng Riti was dead. The groom was dead. Gui Jujian and the other core disciples of the Great Blade sect were all dead. The bride, who had originally been glamorous and stunning, began to sob uncontrollably. She stared at Luo Yunyang, who was like a fiend, and dashed towards him in a berserk fashion. Luo Yunyang had no pity for this sort of woman. Thus, he swung his blade at her. The blade light that followed seemed well honed. When it struck the woman, a few people who were near the blade spat out a mouthful of blood. In an instant, those people instinctively retreated a few steps as they sensed Luo Yunyang's killing intent. They knew that if they retreated too slowly, they would definitely fall to the might of that blade. These people were all man-celestials, including some peak-level man-celestials. As the blade light flashed, this razor-sharp blade light penetrated the walls of the palace hall, severing the mountain that was behind into two. However, the woman who had dashed towards Luo Yunyang was still standing before him. The only thing that fell was a strand of her hair. A strand was severed by the blade light as it landed gently on the ground. Why didn't you kill me? The woman was shaking, but there seemed to be a slight trace of expectation in her eyes. Luo Yunyang's brows creased gently. He knew what the woman was expecting, but it was a pity as he couldn't give her what she wanted. This severed strand of hair represents that we have no longer any relationship, Luo Yunyang said coldly as he withdrew his blade. He had never intended to hold back his blade when dealing with this sort of woman, who would switch sides at any time. However, Yi Tian's final trace of obsession for this woman had resulted in Luo Yunyang only severing a strand of her hair. With that, the last trace of Yi Tian's grievance had disappeared. Luo Yunyang had thoroughly completed his 10th reincarnation, but there were still plenty of things he had to do. Sire, you have killed a junior of our master, the Scarlet Dragon Marquis. Don't you think you should give the Scarlet Dragon Marquis Palace an explanation? Although the deputy of the Scarlet Dragon Marquis Palace had seemed kind in front of Cheng Shoyan, he now spoke sternly. He knew that he wasn't a match for Luo Yunyang. However, if he did not comment on the situation, he would face dire consequences when he got back to the Scarlet Dragon Marquis Palace. He would suffer a death much more terrible than dying here. Luo Yunyang glanced at the stern-looking deputy and retorted, "What kind of explanation do you need? I've killed them, and that's that. If the Scarlet Dragon Marquis can't accept this, feel free to look for me and die." Asking the Scarlet Dragon Marquis to die was a direct provocation to the entire Scarlet Dragon Marquis Palace. Or rather, it was a provocation to the entire Tianyuanshan dynasty. After all, the Scarlet Dragon Marquis was a guardian of the Tianyuanshan dynasty. The deputy seemed to mull over something as a cold glint shimmered in his eyes. Eventually, his expression grew solemn and he said, "Where will you be if our Lord Marquis wishes to find you?" "I'll be staying in the Great Blade sect for a year." Luo Yunyang's eyes flashed as he replied coldly. The deputy left, and so did all the other guests. The disciples from the Great Blade sect who were still alive scattered like birds and beasts as well. Finally, only Luo Yunyang and Cheng Shoyan were left. Although he had a favorable impression of Cheng Shoyan, he didn't want to be disrupted at this time. "What else do you have for me?" Luo Yunyang asked Cheng Shoyan nonchalantly. Cheng Shoyan's expression fluctuated, but she eventually said, "There's nothing else." "Then why don't you leave?" Luo Yunyang's voice was so cold that it would make anyone shiver. "I don't welcome guests here." Cheng Shoyan hesitated for a moment before deciding to warn Luo Yunyang. "I suggest you leave right now. The Scarlet Dragon Marquis Palace has a sky celestial existence backing them. You will gain nothing by going against them." Luo Yunyang waved his hands as he said, "What sky celestial? I'll kill him if he dares to come." Cheng Shoyan pursed her lips. All she could think of was that she had expected better from him. Although his cultivation had improved greatly, his habit of bragging certainly remained the same. He would kill a sky celestial by himself. "I'll leave then." Cheng Shoyan finally became annoyed. She didn't want to show any reluctance. She hated the unscrupulous style of this guy, yet she was also secretly hoping that Luo Yunyang would make her stay. Unfortunately, Luo Yunyang didn't have that intention. Hence, in the end, Cheng Shoyan left and Luo Yunyang headed towards the Sky Blade statue by following Yi Tian's memory. Although there were no array formations guarding the Sky Blade statue, its hiding place was at a place where the Earth's underground magnetic waves intersected. Even a peak sky celestial would have a difficult time locating the statue's exact location. Luo Yunyang had never become a celestial existence before. Hence, he did not know if a celestial could sense the statue's location. The moment Luo Yunyang's eyes landed on the Sky Blade statue, he immediately felt that he had belittled the martialists from the Tianyuanshan dynasty. Not only did the people there pay utmost attention to the cultivation of their martial path, true body and other smaller boundaries, but they also placed great importance on battles. A mere small statue wielding a tiny blade was enough to let Luo Yunyang discover 7 top techniques. Once he was able to integrate 7 of these top techniques, he would be able to break through and ascend to the celestial Thirk grade. Luo Yunyang had never reached the celestial Thirk during his 9 cycles of reincarnation, not because he didn't want to, but because he had not had enough time. Due to his plan to step onto the Heavenly Venerate platform and become a Heavenly Venerate, Luo Yunyang had formulated a cultivation path. A technique that required the combination of 9 reincarnation cycles to step into the realm of the peak celestial Thirk directly. However, upon looking at the imparted knowledge from the Sky Blade sect, Luo Yunyang's eyes shone brighter than ever. He believed that the opportunity he had received in this final reincarnation cycle was too good. Compared to the other techniques Luo Yunyang had cultivated, what made this Sky Blade technique intriguing was that it allowed the cultivator to cultivate it along with other techniques. In other words, the cultivation of the Sky Blade technique would not hinder or slow down the progress of the 6 other different techniques: the Graceful Sky Blade Slash, the Obliteration Sky Blade Cleave, the Tornado Sky Blade Thrust, the Heavenly Sky Blade Cleave, the Faceless Sky Blade Slash, the Thousand Sky Blade Cleave, and the Converging Sky Blade Slash. Thus, the cultivation of the Sky Blade technique required extreme comprehensive abilities and superior mind power. These were small issues for Luo Yunyang. He was the equivalent of an extreme gamer who had already leveled up most of his top attributes to the maximum and was now required to level up the rest of his smaller attributes. However, before this, Luo Yunyang felt that his priority was to raise his cultivation base. He wasn't afraid of the seat of the Scarlet Dragon Marquis at all. However, at the same time, he didn't wish to suffer an unexpected mishap. This was the most important reincarnation cycle among the 10 he had experienced. He couldn't fail and return empty-handed after these 10 reincarnation cycles. After executing a series of secret techniques, Luo Yunyang managed to seal up his surroundings before conjuring the Furious Flourishing Flame Art technique and attempting to integrate it to the Sky Blade technique while crazy absorbing the spirit influence that gathered because of the secret techniques. Luo Yunyang's method was something he had learned during his 8th reincarnation cycle. He had acquired the technique from the ruins of a defeated sect. Not only could this technique rapidly gather spirit influence, but it could also cover the cultivator's tracks, so it was almost the ideal technique for cultivation. After just 10 days of effort, 7 blood-red blades appeared on Luo Yunyang's back. The blades looked similar to one another, but there were actually massive differences between them. Earth Celestial Grade. Luo Yunyang, who once again ascended to the Earth Celestial Grade, condensed the incarnation of the 7 blades. Although he was only at the first level of the Earth Celestial, the condensation of the 7 blades into one, along with Luo Yunyang's base foundation, was enough to make him reach a state no weaker than a Sky Celestial grade. However, Luo Yunyang faintly realized that, upon reaching the first level of the Earth Celestial, the progress of his cultivation became a lot slower compared to other techniques. Inside the Scarlet Dragon Marquis Palace, the Scarlet Dragon Marquis had smashed his favorite jade vase onto the ground. Within the palace, this Marquis was everything. The deputy prostrated on the floor. His entire body was shaking while he muttered, "I did intend to go all out against that lunatic and take his life for you, my lord." However, his pressure was too astounding and I couldn't even make a move. This Yi Tian even dared to disregard the seat of the Scarlet Dragon Marquis. How audacious! Men, get the Scarlet Dragon Imperial Guards. Just as the Scarlet Dragon Marquis was about to give his order, someone stopped him. "Marquis, please do not do that." The person who had spoken was a middle-aged man who hurried towards the Scarlet Dragon Marquis and said respectfully, "Marquis, I heard about what happened from the deputy. We shouldn't make our move in this manner." Yi Tian mentioned something about the Sky Blade. Unless I'm wrong, Yi Tian must either have obtained the imparted knowledge or at the very least have a clue about it. Now, we are less than 100 years from the Heavenly Venerate platform's appearance. Is the Marquis confident about securing the Heavenly Venerate platform? The middle-aged man's words made the Scarlet Dragon Marquis expression change. He knew about the Heavenly Venerate platform, but that was all. Never in his wildest dreams had he even dared to try and obtain it. He did not have the ability to ever defend the heavenly venerate podium. I would not dare, sir, the Scarlet Dragon Marquis said gravely. If I were to obtain it, I would die tragically. Hence, Marquis, you cannot touch the Sky Blade inheritance. You should know that, back then, the Sky Blade harbored a grudge against the heavenly venerate platform. However, some people felt that the Sky Blade had been the one closest to reaching the heavenly venerate realm. The middle-aged man added, once the Sky Blade's imparted knowledge appears, the world will tumble into turmoil. Countless elites will fight for it and never allow it to land in anyone's hands. It will be a bloodbath, something our Scarlet Dragon Marquis Palace cannot afford. The Scarlet Dragon Marquis nodded his head in agreement. Although he was a prideful person, he knew that there were things he shouldn't engage in, not because he couldn't, but because the thought of his B***starred son's death made his heart fume in anger. After all, he shouldn't have died in vain. Marquis, you don't have to feel sad for the young Marquis' death. In fact, we just have to add fuel to the fire regarding the matter of the Sky Blade. I believe that many people will try their best to find Yi Tian. By then, Yi Tian will have no control over his own fate. The Scarlet Dragon Marquis clapped in approval upon hearing these words. Good, good, let's handle it this way. Get back and don't disappoint me again. The Scarlet Dragon Marquis shot a glance towards the deputy and said, you'll die if you disappoint me again. Chapter 606. Bloodlust surges in the realm. Great Blade Sect disciple Yi Tian received the Sky Blade's imparted knowledge. He murdered his own master and massacred his sect. The news spread like wildfire, appearing in the imperial court of the Xianxia dynasty and various great sects. The Sky Blade's imparted knowledge. The Sky Blade had been the existence closest to reaching the heavenly venerate. Back then, the only reason he had fallen while competing on the heavenly venerate platform was because of his overwhelming strength, which had resulted in him being ganged up upon by other elite powerhouses. In the end, even though he had slaughtered the majority of his opponents, he had still fallen and died on the heavenly venerate platform. Many ordinary people had dreamed about the Sky Blade's imparted knowledge, hoping that, one day, they could become a sky celestial existence themselves. These man-celestial and earth-celestial powerhouses were tempted by the opportunity to cultivate the Sky Blade technique and, from then on, overwhelm the realm with their might and awe and hopefully rise to the top of the heavenly venerate platform. Although many sky celestials were tempted, their cultivation paths had mostly taken shape. Hence, their interest in the appearance of the Sky Blade had lessened greatly. Even so, they wouldn't allow the Sky Blade inheritance knowledge to land in the hands of their opponents. Therefore, many would send their best disciples immediately to seize it. It was rumored that the most beloved third princess of the Xianxia dynasty had led the godly dragon guards to the South Sky Prefecture just to capture Yi Tian alive. Some people saw the 7 sword-bearing disciples of the Sky Sword sect leaving their mountain, riding their Pegasuses and heading towards the south. There were even rumors that the unique fairy from the 3-deity island of the Eastern Sea was searching for the Sky Blade inheritance knowledge, and the hero from the Iron Palm sect in the Great Desert was riding a great wave of sand towards the Great Blade sect. Countless geniuses had gathered in the South Sky region momentarily. Originally, the South Sky region had been only a small area in the Xianxia dynasty. However, all of a sudden, the gathering of countless influential figures had sent it into a turmoil. The Cheng family was a considerable power in the South Sky Prefecture. Thus, it was only natural that people would gather there. It was still possible for the Cheng family to ignore some of the smaller forces. However, the Cheng family did not have the ability to reject certain big shots. For example, the current junior Marquis of the Blue Dragon Marquis Palace, who had sneaked away from his family all because of the Sky Blade inheritance. Sister Cheng, do you think my patriarch will be happy if I present him with the Sky Blade inheritance? The Blue Dragon Marquis current young Marquis was Luo Yunyang, Luo Tianpeng's great-grandson, who was only 17 years old. Although he was relatively young, he was adored by Lu Bingyu. Because Lu Bingyu was the only other Sky Celestial in the Blue Dragon Marquis Palace, he was constantly in seclusion and no one dared to offend him. Cheng Shoyun was distressed. She had no idea how to reply. Luo Yinglu's cultivation wasn't low. After all, he had already reached the 3rd stage of the Man Celestial, and his cultivation technique was the Great Sun Massacre divine art. It was rumored that he had entered the Scarlet Mountain Pure Land before and even received guidance from great ancestor Kai Muzi. However, he was still too young. Young Marquis, your patriarch will definitely like it. However, Chang Shoyan wanted very much to tell the young Marquis that this was not something one could achieve by just being passionate. However, before she could finish her sentence, a jade talisman had flown over. The jade talisman contained a message for Luo Yinglu. Luo Yinglu took a glance at the message and said gravely, "This talisman belongs to the third princess. She invited us to Nanshan for a short while." Chang Shoyan knew about the third princess. Although the third princess was more popular in the top beauty ranking charts, Chang Shoyan knew that she was not only the 9th in rank beauty in the entire Xianxia dynasty but also a vicious and merciless elite genius. Chang Shoyan glanced at the young Marquis and said, "Young Marquis, this isn't an easy matter to take part in." Luo Yinglu replied in a similar tone, "I've already made up my mind, Sister Chang. Please do not dissuade me. I must acquire the Sky Blade inheritance on behalf of the Blue Dragon Marquis Palace and become a remarkable figure like my great-uncle." Chang Shoyan knew that the great-uncle mentioned by Luo Yinglu was Luo Yuanyang, whom her own great-ancestor had chauffeured around before. Although Luo Yuanyang had disappeared for nearly 1,000 years, his presence had allowed the Blue Dragon Marquis Palace to maintain its #1 family status in the Xianxia dynasty. This sort of influence could be considered unmatched. "All right then, but please allow me to join you, young Marquis." Chang Shoyan hesitated for a moment before replying firmly. Although Luo Yinglu didn't like having people following him, he knew that if he rejected her, the Chang family would never allow him to go ahead alone. The Nanshan residence was located in the #1 scenic location of the South Sky Prefecture. The residence used to belong to the prefecture governor of the South Sky Prefecture, but now it had become the palace of the third princess. There were no guards on the way to the residence. All that Chang Shoyan saw were beautiful and attractive women. However, even though these women appeared gentle and soft, Chang Shoyan could feel that every single one of them had a cultivation base no lower than the Sky Man grade. Sky Man grade martialists were even considerable powers in the 4 Great Legions, no, the 3 Great Legions. Although the Sky Wind Legion's name still existed, it was already more of an empty shell. Without the Divine Gale flag, the Sky Wind Legion was no longer the same. The Divine Gale flag was currently in the Blue Dragon Marquis Palace. Although the emperors of various generations had attempted to retrieve the Divine Gale flag, they had all failed to do so. The third princess was a charming beauty who had been given the name Kai Sha within the Xianxia dynasty. Thus, she was addressed as Princess Kai Sha. A lot of talented figures had gathered around Princess Kai Sha before the arrival of Chang Shoyan and the others. The group that attracted the most attention was 7 men in white, each with a sword on their back. They stood by the lake and appeared lofty and unmoved by the other talented figures around them. These 7 men were indeed the 7 swordsmen of the Sky Sword sect. Although each of them was only at the man celestial level, it was rumored that they were able to take down a 3rd-level Earth celestial figure if they combined their strength. Even though the credibility of this rumor was unknown, Chang Shoyan was able to sense a high level of threat coming from these 7 swordsmen. "Ha ha ha, young Marquis Luo, your presence brings light to my humble dwelling." Princess Kai Sha's eyes lit up the moment she saw Luo Yinglu. Although Luo Yinglu was very young, he was well-mannered. Just as he was about to return the courtesy, Chang Shoyan interrupted. "Young Marquis, you're 10 years younger than the third princess. You should address her as big sister. If not, people might say that the Blue Dragon Marquis Palace has no etiquette." The reason Chang Shoyan had dared to call out the third princess was because the relationship between the Blue Dragon Marquis Palace and the royal family had not been great in the past. Although the royal family wasn't exactly bending the knee to the Blue Dragon Marquis Palace, their attitude had always been enduring and patient. Actually, even if they did not exercise patience and endurance, there was nothing they could do. After all, the Blue Dragon Marquis Palace had the support of a formidable figure. Blue Dragon Marquis Palace, what a high-sounding name, one of the swordsmen in white said in a sarcastic tone. The Sky Sword sect was definitely a very formidable sect. Even the Xianxia dynasty would tremble beneath their might and awe. However, the Blue Dragon Marquis Palace wasn't afraid of the Heaven Sword sect. Luo Yinglu hated their haughtiness. Hence, he retaliated bluntly. "I've heard that your great ancestor is Ning Shensho." This line instantly made all 7 swordsmen scowl. All this time, the Sky Sword sect had claimed to be unmatched among its peers. However, Ning Shensho, who was one of the veterans of the Sky Sword sect, had lost to Luo Yuanyang in a completely fair fight. He had single-handedly guarded the swirling ridge and fended off all the attacks against the Scarlet Sun sect. Don't get ahead of yourself, Blue Dragon Kid. My great ancestor has already mastered the 7 swords. He's getting ready to fight Luo Yunyang again. The number 1 swordsman of the group spoke haughtily. All of a sudden, all sorts of discussions filled the entire Nanshan residence. The younger generations were all looking forward to this grand ancestor-level showdown. Hee, back then, my great ancestor was already far better than your ancestor Ning Shensho. He had achieved enlightenment in 1 step. Plus, during the same period of time, the distance between our ancestors will only get greater. Although Luo Yinglu was young, he knew that there were certain things he shouldn't tarnish. One of them was his family's reputation. You're all talk. The swordsman snapped back and got ready to get into a fight with Luo Yinglu before Princess Kai Sha interrupted them with her gentle chuckle. Gentlemen, please listen and respect this young lady. Let's not fight for the time being. Princess Kai Sha quickly introduced the people that had gathered. Sure enough, everyone there was exceptional. For example, the golden youth from the Great Desert Iron Palm sect and the unique fairy from the 3-deity island of the Eastern Sea were there. Ladies and gentlemen, Yi Tian murdered his master and destroyed his sect. He is a savage, cruel man. Our entire Tianyunshan dynasty will shed a lot of blood if he is allowed to gain the Sky Blade inheritance. Please accept my humble, sincere invitation to hunt this evildoer down. With a cold glint in her eyes, the 3rd princess said, I hope everyone will cooperate and work together well. Chang Shoyan frowned sadly. She understood what Yi Tian had gone through. Although a part of her felt that Yi Tian was very ruthless in the way he had handled this matter, in terms of morality, Yi Tian wasn't in the wrong. After all, he had also been maligned. The 3rd princess and the others only wanted to obtain the Sky Blade inheritance. Although she felt wronged on Yi Tian's behalf, she couldn't say anything in his defense. Firstly, nobody would believe her, so it would just be a futile effort. Secondly, she was her family's representative. If she didn't mind her words in front of all the big influential families and sects, her family's status and reputation would be threatened. Hence, at the moment, she could only remain silent. Enforce justice on behalf of the heavens and kill that devilish bladesman. Someone shouted at the top of his lungs. This had obviously been planned, as the voice of one person became 100 in an instant, causing the surrounding area to fill with immense bloodlust. The 7 swordsmen of the Heaven Sword sect and the unique fairy from the 3-deity island of the Eastern Sea grinned faintly as they observed the surging atmosphere. However, they were all ambitious people with ice-cold smiles. Such ice-cold smiles. After half an hour, a large group arrived at the damaged outer hall of the Great Blade sect. Suddenly, a voice was heard. Scram. Chapter 607. The Blade Demon. The 7 swordsmen were all leaders of the younger generations of disciples in the Heaven Sword sect. Thus, they were always treated with reverence and respect, no matter where they were. The 3rd princess was even more respected. She was already a royalty to begin with, she had been clever and quick-witted ever since she had been young, and she was beloved by the current emperor. Luo Yinglu and the others were all equally remarkable in their own manner and received similar treatment. All of them could be considered a prideful, influential group. Now, as they were on their way to subdue the demon, everyone had an air of justice about them. It was extremely hard for them to accept such a derogatory insult straight to their faces. Not only was it difficult for them to accept it, but their subordinates also had ugly expressions on their faces. There was no better time to confirm the following saying: the servant served with his life when his master was humiliated. Blade Demon, get out here. Someone snarled angrily. You scoundrel, come out if you have the guts. Yi Tian, you killed your master and exterminated your sect. You deserve to die 100 times over, you D*MNB** starred. Come out if you dare, Yi Tian. Don't make us look down upon you. In a moment, all sorts of taunts and shouts rang over and over, as if this was a crusade. Even though the 3rd princess and the others had yet to speak, they were actually enjoying the scene. The shortest swordsman said coldly, I'll strike first when the Blade Demon appears. After cultivating the light condensing sword for years, I finally broke through. This will serve as the perfect opportunity for me to test out my skills. Even though he was talking to his fellow brothers, his tone was prideful. Anyone could hear that he was, in fact, announcing his breakthrough. No one said a word. Although Luo Yinglu was unhappy, he knew that he was far from comparable to that short swordsman. This was a technique only an Earth Celestial could master. The unique fairy from the three-deity island of the Eastern Sea, who might be stronger than this swordsman, only smiled softly, as though she was oblivious to this domineering declaration. Meanwhile, the third princess continued to chuckle in a calm, light fashion. As all this hooting was going on, a figure suddenly emerged from the outer hall and started walking towards the group. It was a young man in blue robes with a blade hanging by his waist. The blade looked ordinary. The scabbard, which was made from deep green python skin, was worth about 10 or 20 pieces of gold in the Tianyunshan dynasty. However, the blade gave off a depressing feeling as it hung from the waist of the figure who was walking towards the group. Even Cheng Shoyan, who had seen Luo Yunyang previously, thought that this person was a total stranger. She didn't know how to describe it. If the former Yi Tian had been a gleaming piece of gold, then the current Yi Tian was a piece of beautiful jade. A piece of warm, but unfathomable jade that she could not see through. The Yi Tian of the past had bewitched her. However, this Yi Tian exuded an aura that made her involuntarily feel reverence. Yes, reverence. Complete and utter reverence welled from the bottom of her heart. The people who had originally been lashing out at the figure suddenly shut their mouths. They had no idea why they stopped doing so when it was time for them to perform. It wasn't because they wanted to stop. They had stopped involuntarily. Even the expressions of the seven swordsmen had changed drastically and the swords on their backs had started to buzz. The seven superior swords had been the primary weapon of Bai Jingtian's 7 personal disciples when they'd reached the Man Celestial. In the Sky Sword sect, the 7 superior swords represented their up-and-coming power, as well as their status as personal disciples. The 7 swords, which possessed a huge amount of spiritual influence, were actually having difficulty getting out of their sheaths now. Yi Tian, you should know why we're here. News of you killing your master and slaughtering your sect have spread everywhere. However, we are kind people and we would like to present you with the chance to defend your actions, said the third princess after taking a deep breath. The third princess had originally wanted to spring into action straight away, yet she had changed her mind the moment she had seen Yi Tian. Generally speaking, most powerful figures were similarly unyielding. An outstanding person should be taken in as a subordinate. Nobody objected to what the third princess said, as most people were intimidated by Luo Yunyang's aura. They didn't want to act rashly without knowing Luo Yunyang's abilities. I just came to take a look at the people that are going to die here. Before he had even finished speaking, a blade light shot directly out of his body. The blade light, which contained razor-sharp intent, enveloped everyone. The 7 swordsmen and the unique fairy from the three-deity island stiffened as they realized that Yi Tian was even more powerful than they had imagined. He was merely standing there without doing anything, yet they couldn't even attack back. Actually, they didn't even have the chance to do anything. This was a blade that seemed to destroy the sky and earth. It was the world obliteration blade. However, what Luo Yunyang was using was only a blade intent of the world obliteration blade. If he was to fully execute the move, the power of the world obliteration blade would turn the surrounding mountains into ashes. A sudden deadly threat began to loom over Luo Yinglu and the others along with enormous fear. Luo Yinglu, who felt frightened, also knew that it was too late to regret what he had done. He should have listened to his grandmother. If he had, he wouldn't have ended up in this dire situation. Many thoughts zipped around in his head as he realized that his end was nigh. However, just as his fear started surging, the jade talisman that hung around his neck suddenly broke apart. This was a jade talisman given to him by Lu Bingyu. As the jade talisman broke, a woman who looked like the moon appeared. With a wave of her hand, a silver light curtain appeared in front of Luo Yinglu. The surging blade light and the feeling of despair disappeared completely along with the appearance of the light curtain. It was only at that moment that Luo Yinglu heaved a sigh of relief. In the jade talisman was Lu Bingyu's greatest defensive technique, the overhanging moon shield, which could save Luo Yinglu's life when he encountered great danger. Similarly, different defensive techniques appeared to protect the third princess and the 7 swordsmen. All of these powers felt extremely mighty. To be specific, the 7 swordsmen from the Sky Sword sect each had a sword light that rose from the top of their heads and started to combine into a seemingly mighty long sword that was thrust in the direction of Luo Yunyang. Sky Sword Slash. Although the unique fairy from the three-deity island had just recovered from the shock of Luo Yunyang's attack, she seemed surprised as she watched the combination of the 7 sword lights. The three-deity island had long regarded the Sky Sword sect as its greatest rival. It was no different this time. At first, She had believed that the defense provided by her elders was already very good. However, she had not expected that the elders from the Sky Sword sect would actually leave such a powerful offensive attack behind for their disciples. The power of the 7 swords that became one was comparable to the attack of a level 1 Sky Celestial. Yi Tian was indeed unlucky. His power had crushed everyone present. However, everyone present was a core disciple of their respective sect, so they had many hidden trump cards. The 7 swordsmen were fuming, as they had to use the techniques left by their sect elders even before their opponent had made a move. This was a hefty blow to their prideful hearts. Thus, even killing Yi Tian would not suffice. Everything would be crushed by the Sky Sword. Although Luo Yunyang had also become a core disciple of the Sky Sword sect in his past life, the lack of time and his apprehension towards the individual known as Bai Jingtian had made Luo Yunyang's performance mediocre. He also had not gotten to master the 7 swords as one technique. However, Luo Yunyang was not worried at all when he saw the Sky Sword of the swordsman. He just slashed out with his blade once again. He was still using the World Obliteration blade. The massive blade light collided with the sword light in the sky and, all of a sudden, everyone felt that they couldn't see anything. Quick, leave. Chang Shoyan wanted to know the outcome of the clash. However, before she could, someone had already shouted out. She looked up and saw that Luo Yinglu had already taken flight. He was fleeing frantically. The 7 swordsmen and the others were also fleeing out of the Great Blade sect in disarray. Trying to leave, are you? It's too late for that. Then, Chang Shoyan saw a blade light escape from Yi Tian's hand and cover half of the space in an instant. Chang Shoyan didn't know how to describe the blade. What she felt was an earth-shaking, unprecedented strength that grew by leaps and bounds. She felt like an ant in the face of this overwhelming power, as if it would be extremely difficult for her to survive it. Please show mercy. Just as Chang Shoyan thought that she was going to die, a loud voice was heard. Along with this voice came a sword light that shot from afar. The sword light was lightning fast as it traveled, thousands of miles in an instant. However, even though the sword light was fast, the blade light didn't seem like it was going to stop. Just as Chang Shoyan heard that plea to show mercy, she saw the shortest of the 7 swordsmen get beheaded by the blade light. Normal attacks, even if they were fatal, would also allow the victim to execute techniques like the blood rebirth to stay alive. However, when the blade light landed on the swordsman's neck, Chang Shoyan knew that he was beyond dead. And this was just the beginning. The 3rd princess, the 6 remaining swordsmen and the unique fairy from the 3 deity island were next. They were all annihilated by the overbearing blade light in an instant. Chapter 608. Wiping off 1,000 years of humiliation. Not everyone was killed by the blade light. Chang Shoyan and Luo Yinglu survived. However, their eyes were filled with fear. Although Luo Yinglu didn't think that he was much weaker than the 3rd princess or the 7 swordsmen, seeing them drop like flies before him had been terrifying. If the blade demon wanted to kill him, he would never have a chance to walk out alive. Just as many thoughts went through his mind, a familiar figure appeared in front of him and shielded him. As he saw the figure, he felt tears form in his eyes. Aunt Chu Hong, why are you here? Luo Yinglu felt like himself tear up when he spoke. Aunt Chu Meng was a graceful lady who looked about 40. She was wearing green robes and giving off a calm, soothing aura. Her expression was very grave as she nodded her head at Luo Yinglu. The patriarch was afraid that you'd get into trouble, so he had me follow you when you left. What a close call. Chang Shoyan also hurried over to pay her respects to Aunt Chu Hong. Chu Hong was Lu Bingyu's direct disciple. Even though she was not one of the Earth Fiend Starlords, her cultivation was in fact at the 5th level of the Earth Celestial. She also had an extraordinary status in the Blue Dragon Marquis Palace. One could only imagine the level of danger of the situation if an Earth Celestial had proclaimed it a close call. A trail of sword light descended from the 9 heavens. A middle-aged man in yellow robes wielded a green sword in his hand. He looked suave and haughty. When he appeared, he immediately turned his sight to the 7 swordsmen who had collapsed on the ground. All 7 swordsmen had fallen to the ground and stopped moving. The middle-aged man's voice was filled with frightening power as he said, "This is just great. Very well done." As he said that, he turned his attention to Luo Yunyang and added, "I asked you to stop just now." Luo Yunyang looked at the man indifferently. He knew that this was Ning Shensho's disciple. This person had just entered the Sky Sword sect when Luo Yunyang had been reincarnated as a core disciple of that sect. However, Luo Yunyang had already become one of the sect's elders by the time this person had become Ning Shenshuo's disciple. Although he was inferior to Bai Jingtian, he still had a respectable status in the sect. Shen Heoran, this person had made a name for himself while Luo Yunyang had entered his next reincarnation cycle. Some people had actually given him a title, something along the lines of Final Sword Saint. The meaning behind the title was that he was a person who would always get the final word. When facing him, it was best to not be half-hearted. Luo Yunyang scoffed. However, there was no conflict between the two of them, so there wasn't any further contact. He had never expected that the two of them would actually meet there. Luo Yunyang's reply to the Final Sword Saint was plain. He merely brandished his blade and slashed in Shen Heoran's direction. Shen Heoran's face stiffened. The prestigious reputation of the Sky Sword sect and the name he had earned for himself were on the line. However, even though he was the last in rank Earth Fiend Starlord, he was still a Starlord and had the credentials to look down upon most Earth Celestials. Unfortunately, he had never thought that Yi Tian would strike right at the beginning of their conversation. How truly audacious, Shen Heoran thought to himself as he waved the sword in his hands, executing the Annihilation Sword technique he had spent years cultivating against Luo Yunyang. This time, he was determined to behead the evil Blade Demon, seize the Sky Blade inheritance and hand it over to his sect. Although the cultivation bases of the Seven Swordsmen were not too high, they were the Sky Sword sect's future hope and had a similar status with him within the sect. Slaughtering all of them under his watchful eyes was akin to making him lose all his reputation. According to his estimations, the Blade Demon must have advanced to the Earth Celestial level. Hence, he executed his strongest move. However, the moment the blade and the sword collided, he felt his martial path true body shake. The martial path true body formed by cultivating the Annihilation Sword was, in fact, a sword-shaped martial path true body. Although this type of martial path true body was simple, it was stronger than some martial path true bodies formed by utilizing higher-level cultivation techniques. Even when he had competed against opponents who ranked higher than him on the Earth Fiend Starlord ranking, he had never been worried about his martial path true body. Actually, he had been excited most of the time. The only time he had felt fearful was when he had challenged his master when he had met the sect's great ancestor. The Sky Blade inheritance was truly formidable. It could transform a normal being into an apex-level martialist instantly. With these thoughts in mind, Shen Heoran decided to retreat. However, it was too late. As he started feeling unsettled about this situation, that crazy, overbearing power had already descended on his body. The martial path true body shattered. Shen Heoran couldn't care less about anything else as he executed a life essence burning technique in order to escape with his dear life. However, how could Luo Yunyang allow Shen Heoran to leave? With a gentle wave of the blade in his hands, he turned Shen Heoran, who was 100 miles away, into ashes. He had used the Sky Blade Faceless Cleave. Although the blade appeared to be formless, it was still able to cause harm. There were 7 or 8 other Earth Celestial martialists that had come along with Chu Hong. They were also there as guardians of their respective sect disciples. Initially, they had all been furious at Yi Tian. However, they now all started to retreat without any hesitation. Shen Heoran was dead. It was natural for them to escape right away, as they felt that they themselves were no match for Shen Heoran. Luo Yunyang shook his head slightly as he watched them escape. To him, they were merely small fries that were insignificant regardless of whether they were dead or alive. At the moment, there was one person who hadn't escaped. It was Chu Hong. Although she was considered fast among the people who were escaping, she still had Luo Yinglu by her side. She was definitely the slowest, as she brought Luo Yinglu along. They would both die if Luo Yunyang were to make a move. Hence, after thinking through things, she decided against escaping and instead waited for everyone to flee before saying, "Congratulations, Mr. Yi. You'll be an Earth Fiend Starlord from now on and your name will spread far and wide." Luo Yunyang had never been concerned about the Earth Fiend Starlord title. Thus, he waved his hand and replied, "All of you may leave." Chu Hong was stunned. She was there to watch over Luo Yinglu. Being able to rescue Luo Yinglu from this blade devil was great news. "We'll make our move then." Chu Hong cupped her hands towards Luo Yunyang before leading Luo Yinglu and Chu Hong away. Luo Yinglu wanted to say something but was stumped. Chang Shoyan could only glance at Luo Yunyang once more. Luo Yunyang was able to feel her gratitude and reluctance through that glance. He also sensed her feeling of inferiority. He wasn't concerned about the thoughts and emotions of a young lady. He was there to improve his cultivation base. He couldn't care less about any emotions like love and affection. However, Luo Yunyang suddenly recalled that a woman had remained quietly by his side when he had just arrived in this realm when he noticed that gaze. Her disciple has grown so much in the blink of an eye. In addition to being emotional, Luo Yunyang also felt something else. When he turned his gaze elsewhere, he saw a star in the north of the sky that could match the sun. Although the appearance of this star was very sudden, countless light spots fell from the sky as it appeared. The light spots rained down gently on Luo Yunyang's body, sending an extremely comfortable feeling into his body momentarily. Although the power of these light spots wasn't much for Luo Yunyang, a transformation began to occur when it landed on the flowers and little beasts in his surroundings. The common herb on the ground transformed into a precious medicinal drug after coming into contact with the light spot. Meanwhile, some wild beasts developed spiritual intelligence. Heavenly Venerate Dew, it's the Heavenly Venerate Dew. A memory appeared in Luo Yunyang's mind as he managed to find information about the light spots through his 10 cycles of memories in an instant. The Heavenly Venerate Dew was a divine dew that would rain down from the sky 3 years prior to the appearance of the Heavenly Venerate platform. Although its use was rather limited when it came to stronger cultivators, it was a considerable treasure for ordinary folks. However, Luo Yunyang wasn't concerned about this. He was concerned about the appearance of the Heavenly Venerate Dew. According to his estimations and the calculations of a few other major sects, the Heavenly Venerate platform was going to appear in the last 10 years of Luo Yunyang's final reincarnation cycle. However, although Luo Yunyang had just begun his 10th reincarnation cycle, the Heavenly Venerate platform was already starting to appear. This would derail Luo Yunyang's plans. What was going on? Why was the Heavenly Venerate platform appearing so soon? No matter the reason behind this, the appearance of the Heavenly Venerate platform was an opportunity Luo Yunyang couldn't miss. As he was watching the falling Heavenly Venerate Dew, a loud roar was heard from a mountain peak that was shaped like a long sword. The loud roar was ear-piercing. As it echoed, a star that was hanging in the sky instantly shattered into 2. Stars had started falling, and the sword light filled the heavens. Beneath this surging sword light, a white figure appeared and strode out slowly from within. The figure's robes, hair, and brows were all white. I've mastered the 7 swords and integrated them together, Luo Yuanshu. I'll wipe off those 1,000 years of humiliation. The voice thundered as it echoed throughout the void. Chapter 609. Energy Shifter Ability. Walking around the entire realm, the Heavenly Venerate platform would appear 3 years later. Ning Shensho, who had lived in seclusion within the Sky Sword Mountain for the past 900 years, had reappeared. His sword light illuminated thousands of miles, seeking revenge on the third in rank Earth Fiend Starlord. Luo Yuanshu. The Sky Blade inheritance obtained by Blade Demon Yi Tian was very peculiar. The 7 swordsmen from the Sky Sword sect, the unique fairy from the Eastern Sea and the dynasty's 3rd princess had been slain by Yi Tian at the same time. Even Ning Shensho's disciple, the final sword saint, had been. As the Heavenly Venerate Dew appeared, all sorts of news spread. However, the news that caught the most attention was the re-emergence of Ning Shensho. It would be another 3 years before the Heavenly Venerate platform appeared. Furthermore, stuff like the Heavenly Venerate platform was too high-end for ordinary martialists. Even the Tianyunshan dynasty might not be able to participate. The news regarding Ning Shensho's revenge after 900 years in hiding attracted even more attention. Furthermore, there was animosity between Ning Shensho and Devil Blade Yi Tian after Yi Tian had slain his disciple. The seat of the Blue Dragon Marquis, which had always been very stable, tumbled into turmoil when the news surfaced. However, not even the Tianyunshan dynasty or other major powers dared to disrespect the Blue Dragon Marquis Palace, as they feared Luo Yuanshu, who had single-handedly suppressed 13 sky celestial grades. Luo Yuanshu was like Bai Jingtian. Both of them had attained enlightenment in an instant, eventually forcing the Tianyunshan dynasty's patriarch to change the emperor. The world trembled when Ning Shensho emerged from his seclusive cultivation. However, Luo Yuanshu was also equally frightening, even when he was still training in seclusion. After all, it had been 900 years since their last exchange. Thus, attention to the news regarding Demon Blade Yi Tian certainly decreased greatly compared to the attention that the news about these 2 formidable fellows received. However, less attention didn't equal fewer people getting involved. It could be said that almost the entire Tianyunshan dynasty was searching for Yi Tian. His display of power was too shocking to ignore. Thus, it had led to more people getting interested in the Sky Blade inheritance. However, compared to the forces who merely intended to seize and capture Yi Tian, Ning Shenshuo's actions were much more high-profile. He directly ordered Yi Tian's head to be brought to him, which led to even more people joining in the hunt. Luo Yunyang had already left the South Sky Prefecture as the entire realm started to look for him. He had originally planned to stay there for a period of time to train in seclusion, but the sudden appearance of the heavenly Venerate Du had forced him to change his plan. He had to finish cultivating the techniques he had prepared as soon as possible. He was at his first stop right now. Mount Origin was situated 10,000 miles northeast of the South Sky Prefecture. It was relatively small in size but very famous. This was because the Origin sect, which was on top of the mountain, was the biggest sect in thousands of miles. It housed 3,000 disciples and 10,000 servants, which made the sect seem imposing and gave off a nobody can achieve it but I attitude. Each of the 19 peaks of the Origin represented a branch, and each branch had a peak master who oversaw the peak. All of them were man-celestial grade powerhouses. The Origin sect's patriarch was a level 6 Earth celestial elite. Although his existence wasn't enough to make the Origin sect the greatest sect in the world, it wasn't hard for the Origin sect to maintain a reasonable, acknowledged status. Tianzhong Peak was the last of the 19 peaks of the Origin sect. Although all these years the Tianzhong Peak had remained one of the 19 peaks, the death of the previous peak master had caused the number of disciples on Tianzhong Peak to drop. Little 7, didn't I tell you not to fight with other people? Those guys from Shenlu Peak are like little steel nuggets. Don't fight with them unless it's necessary, said a chubby teen. Although this sounded like a reprimand, it seemed like he cared about the person he was speaking to. Little 7 was a kid around 13 or 14 years old. Although his face was bruised and swollen, he had an unyielding gaze. Fatty, you know nothing. Our Tianzhong Peak is the strongest in the Origin sect. Just wait till I achieve the Great Bell indestructible body. I will surely give those guys on Shenlu Peak a good smacking. Forget it. Things like the Great Bell indestructible body are not true. You should just cultivate our divine origin scripture. The chubby teen's eyes flashed with a trace of graveness as he added, maybe when we get stronger, we might have a chance to gain some disciples when the other peaks are recruiting. Little 7 glanced at the chubby teen, who was smiling, and shook his head. You are really thoughtful, but unfortunately, this is not going to happen. My grandfather said that we mustn't break Tianzhong Peak's chain of inheritance. Even the peak master cannot do so. My grandfather also said that I would be the deputy peak master after he dies. You will be Tianzhong Peak's only elder. Of course, that is after your master passes on. Both the position of the deputy peak master and elder were important positions in the Origin sect. However, when the chubby teen heard that he was going to become an elder of Tianzhong Peak, he grimaced bitterly. He didn't want to become an elder of Tianzhong Peak. Although the title sounded cool, it was merely a powerless title. Isn't there any other way around this? The chubby teen said indignantly. No, there's no other way. If there had been, your master wouldn't have left that early, Little 7 replied with a chuckle. The expression on the fat guy's face was getting worse as he asked, Little 7, why haven't we heard any news about the peak master? I've no idea either. Some people say that we have a peak master who has been training in seclusion for hundreds of years. Hundreds of years? How is that possible? I've heard that even an Earth Celestial has to come out of his seclusive training for a breather after 100 years. As the two of them spoke, they suddenly noticed a figure in a blue robe walking slowly towards them. Who are you looking for, sir? Tianzhong Peak rarely had visitors. Even orders from the sect would arrive by a flying talisman. The young person looked at them and scanned their faces, but didn't say a word. Instead, he smiled faintly at them before disappearing into a huge stone that lacked any luster. The fat guy's expression changed again as he saw the young person disappear. Just as he was about to scream, Little 7 interrupted him. That stone. Grandfather said that if we saw anyone enter the stone, it would mean that our Tianzhong Peak would finally be able to be successful. This was said by the peak master while he was training in seclusion. While the two youths were still in shock, Luo Yunyang was rather at ease as he walked into a secret room that was sealed up by a powerful force. Inside the secret room, a middle-aged man with a smooth jade-like face was sitting in the middle with his eyes shut. There was a faint golden iridescence that was flashing constantly on his body. This was a type of cultivation technique that resembled the unmoving golden bell and was much stronger than the divine origin scripture. Luo Yunyang smiled faintly to himself when he saw that figure. His palms quickly executed a few mysterious hand signs and a trace spirit consciousness flew towards the figure. The figure smiled lightly as Luo Yunyang's consciousness entered its body. It was a slightly gratified smile. As that smile appeared, boundless energy began to pour into Luo Yunyang frantically. It was the power of a peak sky celestial grade. Luo Yunyang was delighted as he finished absorbing that energy into his body. The energy shifter is indeed a worthy ability. Not only does it allow me to inherit all of my energy from my previous reincarnation cycles, but it also makes the energy much purer. After drawing a breath, Luo Yunyang focused his gaze on the jade-like face of the middle-aged body. He had used this body for 100 years, so it was impossible not to feel any sentiments. After all the energy had entered Luo Yunyang, the body began to fade. From then on, Tian Zongsheng would cease to exist in the origin sect. Tian Zongsheng's reputation was not that great. This wasn't because his cultivation wasn't good enough, but because he had never actually acted after he had joined the origin sect. In the past 100 years, he had only assisted the origin sect once and annihilated a sect helmed by a sky celestial. From then on, Tian Zongsheng had become the ultimate trump card of the entire origin sect. However, now, Tian Zongsheng was completely gone. Luo Yunyang felt that he had accumulated enough strength to ascend to the celestial theurk. He would only need 1 hour of training in seclusion to do so. Although the amount of strength cultivated from this reincarnation cycle wasn't much, the Sky Blade inheritance was no small matter. Plus, Tian Zongsheng's strength was already close to the celestial theurk. However, Luo Yunyang did not rush. He wanted to succeed only when the conditions were right. He didn't want to be an ordinary celestial theurk. He wanted to be the strongest one ever. In the blink of an eye, Luo Yunyang appeared again in front of Little Seven and the chubby disciple. He smiled lightly at the two of them, yet before they could speak, he said, "You were both fated to meet me." Then, Luo Yunyang gently touched his fingers between their brows. Immediately, both of them felt something get added into their minds. Luo Yunyang had already gotten far by the time they were awake. However, both of them felt an involuntary urge to kneel down when they looked at the faintly indiscernible sky. Great Ancestor. The two of them spoke at the same time because they realized that the technique that had appeared in their minds was actually the Great Bell Indestructible Body. It was rumored that this technique was a top-notch technique that nobody in the Origin sect knew. After leaving Mount Origin, Luo Yunyang walked towards the north, visited 4 different training grounds that he had used in his past reincarnation cycles, and absorbed energies from the respective incarnations. However, just as he was about to head west towards the Great Desert and collect his 5th body, he received some news. Ning Shensho was traveling quickly towards the Blue Dragon Marquis Palace. Although he had seemed ordinary when he had started out, after 10,000 miles, he had suddenly become godlike. According to a report from a scout of the Tianyunshan dynasty, at the moment, his might suppressed heaven and earth so much that, when he arrived at the Blue Dragon Marquis Palace, the energy accumulated was definitely enough to crush everything in a 10,000-mile radius surrounding the Blue Dragon Marquis Palace. Upon hearing this news, Luo Yunyang frowned and immediately decided to change his course of direction. Chapter 610. The person at the peak. Hundreds of people had gathered at the top of a mountain. They had not gathered because there were matters to discuss but to see a person. A person who was walking over slowly. The person's steps looked rather slow, but the strength radiating from his body increased with every step he took. Ning Shensho's progress is tremendous. An elder with white hair and a beard lamented. That elder was an old sky celestial elite. In the past, Ning Shensho had only been his junior. However, after seeing what Ning Shensho had become, he no longer felt like he had the reputation to be a senior. The crowd went dead silent. Everyone clearly knew Ning Shensho's situation. At the moment, the majority of the crowd was only thinking of one thing: who would emerge victorious. I wonder how that person from the Blue Dragon Marquis Palace is doing. A sky celestial who wasn't well affiliated with the Sky Sword sect asked provocatively. He did not have much of a relationship with the Sky Sword sect. Hence, he didn't restrain himself when he spoke. However, he felt an enormous force suppressing him as soon as he said that. Although he was already at the Sky Celestial grade, he still couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood because of that immense pressure. Martialists spitting blood was a common sight. However, the thing that happened to that person was very rare. Hence, it attracted the attention of a lot of people instantly. Then, the person who had spoken took a deep breath and bowed his head in respect in Ning Shensho's direction. This was a sign of acknowledgement. It was exceptionally tough for a sky celestial to make another sky celestial lower their head, yet Ning Shensho was able to do so with just a glance. His level of strength was unimaginable. After retracting his gaze, Ning Shensho no longer looked at the crowd. However, he was the only one walking on that barren land now. Suddenly, everyone felt that the entire spirituality of heaven and earth was supporting his body. The Blue Dragon Marquis Palace, which was on the other side of the storm, naturally caught the attention of the crowd as well. Many scouts had gathered around it. Those scouts had already been warned to avoid any form of confrontation with the Blue Dragon Marquis Palace. Their only role was to scout and report. This clearly reflected how much the people who had sent the scouts valued the Blue Dragon Marquis Palace's status. In many people's opinion, no changes were occurring in the Blue Dragon Marquis Palace. Although the important figures of the Blue Dragon Marquis Palace were talking about Ning Shensho, they didn't seem concerned at all. Even as Ning Shensho gathered strength from heaven and earth and walked towards them, the entire Blue Dragon Marquis Palace was still tranquil. However, this was only happening on the surface. In fact, several of the higher-ups of the Blue Dragon Marquis Palace were already panicking. The current Blue Dragon Marquis was Luo Tianpeng's grandson. Luo Yunyang, who looked like a middle-aged man, had already held the Marquis position for 100 years. Even the prideful and arrogant Sky Sword sect had treated the Blue Dragon Marquis Palace with respect for the past 100 years. The Xianxia dynasty and all the other major powers were also very friendly to the Blue Dragon Marquis. It could be said that he'd never had anything to worry about. However, Ning Shensho had now appeared. That grand-uncle of his had always maintained a very important place in Luo Yunyang's heart, as the Blue Dragon Marquis Palace's current status had entirely been his grand-uncle's doing. The Blue Dragon Marquis Palace had been safe all these years because his grand-uncle was at the helm. There had been no major issues, so there had been no need for his grand-uncle to take action. However, when he finally confirmed that he needed his grand-uncle's assistance, he was surprised to find out that his grand-uncle couldn't be contacted. The sight of seclusion was shrouded by such an overwhelming concentrated energy that Lu Bingyu couldn't even scratch it, let alone wake his grand-uncle. Although he knew that he had to maintain his composure on the surface, how could his pounding heart remain calm? "Aunt Lu, is there any response?" The Blue Dragon Marquis's voice was anxious. Lu Bingyu had ascended into the Earth celestial level fairly early, so her appearance hadn't changed much. Although she still looked like a pampered and spoiled youth, no one dared to treat her in the same manner as they had in the past. After all, she was the only sky celestial in the Blue Dragon Marquis Palace now. Although Lu Bingyu did not come out to take action often, she remained popular due to her stunning appearance as well as her relationship with Luo Yuanyang. She was one of the 4 great sky celestial beauties, which alone was enough to ensure that she enjoyed an exceptional status in the entire Xianxia dynasty. At the moment, Lu Bingyu's brows were furrowed, not because of the arrival of Ning Shensho, but because Luo Yuanyang was not responding. All along, she had felt that Luo Yuanyang was training in seclusion. This was a very important barrier that he had to surpass in order to ascend to the top. Thus, despite visiting the cultivation site every year, she had never thought that Luo Yuanyang would face any issues as long as she felt the presence of that overwhelming energy. How could the formidable Luo Yuanyang face any problems? However, her cousin was actually not responding to Ning Shensho's looming challenge now, and she could not detect anyone with a spiritual consciousness at a similar level to hers, even when she used her mind to try and search for him. No, she actually couldn't find anyone with a stronger spiritual consciousness than hers. Something had to be wrong. There must have been an accident. Could her cousin have experienced chi deviation during his cultivation? Or perhaps, all these thoughts surged in Lu Bingyu's mind. Even though she was feeling stressed, she still told Luo Yunyang, "I can't contact my cousin, but don't worry. It will be fine." Luo Yunyang also hoped that it would be fine. However, Ning Shensho was just a day away from reaching the Blue Dragon Marquis Palace. If his grand-uncle didn't appear tomorrow, the energy condensed within Ning Shensho's body would directly crush the entire Blue Dragon Marquis Palace to pieces. "Matriarch, do we need to evacuate some of our people?" Luo Yunyang finally decided to ask after pondering this for a bit. Although Lu Bingyu was a woman, she was a resolute and daring leader. Some men couldn't even compare to her in terms of courage and decision-making abilities. She glanced at Luo Yunyang before replying gloomily, "Evacuate. Evacuate where? Don't you know that, even if you were to evacuate, there is nowhere to go? There may even be many people eyeing you like hungry wolves. If that happens, everyone will be ganging up on us when we fall." Although Luo Yunyang knew that Lu Bingyu's words made sense, he still couldn't get over the fact that he was doing nothing, even though he remained unsettled. Lu Bingyu shot another glance at Luo Yunyang and added, "We can only watch when people of their level fight against each other." After dismissing Luo Yunyang, Lu Bingyu entered the small hill Luo Yuanchu was training in and conjured her mind power again. It remained the same as before, as she still couldn't contact her cousin. Her heart sank. What was going on with her cousin? How could a 1,000-year wait result in this outcome? Lu Bingyu was indignant. As many different thoughts flooded her mind, she suddenly turned to look in a certain direction. Standing on a small mountain peak in the distance was a figure in blue robes. Although the man looked handsome, he was very different from her cousin. If her cousin had been considered graceful and poised in the past, then this man was vastly different. He had an otherworldly sort of indifference about him. However, the moment she saw the man, Lu Bingyu's heart had already determined that this person was her cousin, Luo Yuanchu. Although this conclusion was not supported by any evidence, Lu Bingyu was still convinced. She trusted her own intuition. "Cousin!" Lu Bingyu shouted without any hesitation. Just as the man in the blue robes was about to leave, he stopped upon hearing her shout. In the blink of an eye, the man appeared beside Lu Bingyu. He glanced at the teary Lu Bingyu and smiled while gently caressing her forehead. This inadvertent move made tears flow down Lu Bingyu's cheeks uncontrollably. She only stopped crying after a long time. "You must live well," the man said before taking a step and disappearing into the void. Lu Bingyu was very reluctant as she watched the leaving Luo Yunyang. She didn't know what had happened, but she had a strong feeling that the chances of the two of them meeting in the future would be numbered. At the exact same moment, an insight into cultivation suddenly appeared in her heart. Although this insight was not systematic, Lu Bingyu could feel that most of these cultivation experiences were experiences she needed. The tap of an immortal would grant her longevity. Lu Bingyu, who had these words in her heart, flew into the distance without restraining her aura. The place she wanted to visit was in the direction Ning Shensho was coming from. She knew clearly that, since her cousin had come, he would never allow Ning Shensho to act arrogantly. Therefore, she needed to go ahead and take a look. It was normal for sky celestials to be extremely fast when they put in all their effort. In just a quarter of an hour, she had already seen Ning Shensho walking towards her with the sun shining brightly behind him. A boundless energy had condensed in his body. Although there were only a few hundred miles between them, Lu Bingyu felt that she could no longer advance forward. Suddenly, she also saw someone laughing at her from a distant mountain. Chapter 611. The Divine Furnace Rises from Nature. 1,000 Daos converge in a sword. It's Lu Bingyu. Why is she here? A dozen sky celestial elites who were hundreds of miles away exclaimed as they watched Lu Bingyu rushing over. Those elites were only there to watch the clash between the strongest sky celestials. However, this situation was getting too absurd for them. It was really absurd. How dare Lu Bingyu challenge Ning Shensho? Was that woman really that ignorant? Did she really think that she could battle Ning Shensho? Lu Bingyu wasn't looking at Ning Shensho. Similarly, the overbearing Ning Shensho, who strode on, didn't bother looking at Lu Bingyu either. Ning Shensho's sights were instead fixed on a mountain peak in the distance. On the mountain peak to Ning Shensho's left was a figure in blue robes who was standing loftily. Given Ning Shensho's cultivation base, he could even see the hairs on the body of an animal hundreds of miles away, let alone a whole man. Although the man stood atop the mountain, it felt as if he had no relationship with the peak and the land beneath him. If an ordinary martialist saw this scene, he would definitely feel that the man was just an ordinary person. However, Ning Shensho was no ordinary martialist. With just a glance, two silvery sword lights shot out around him. Still, the blue figure on top of the peak didn't move an inch. Ning Shensho changed direction and strode towards Luo Yunyang. However, as he took a step forward, a shadow-like projection of a long sword appeared above his head. It felt as if a mountain had been erected behind Ning Shensho when the humongous, razor-sharp projection appeared. "I don't think I'll be able to deal that," a level 8 sky celestial lamented. That sky celestial felt sorry for himself. He knew clearly that Ning Shensho hadn't even displayed his full strength yet. If he couldn't even take a sword strike from Ning Shensho, how could he ever hope to be mentioned in the same breath as Ning Shensho in the future? Other sky celestials were quiet as well. However, they were keeping tabs on Luo Yunyang while they watched Ning Shensho. They had also discovered something odd and extraordinary. In no time, all of them had solemn expressions on their faces. Luo Yunyang remained unmoved as that razor-sharp sword light barreled towards him. Actually, he didn't remain unmoved entirely. The corners of his mouth moved and transformed into a grin. However, he wasn't grinning at Ning Shensho. Instead, his smile was directed at Lu Bingyu. Ning Shensho wasn't angry. He actually showed no emotion. He was like a flawless machine as he took a second step in Luo Yunyang's direction. After this second step, a long sword appeared again in the sky and a loud hissing sound was heard as it took shape. Heaven and earth quaked in fear as the long sword hissed. Lu Bingyu's expression turned grave as he watched and heard the hissing sound of the sword. As a sky celestial elite, she knew what this meant for her. However, when she turned to look at Luo Yunyang, she realized that Luo Yunyang didn't seem affected at all. It seemed as if he didn't know that Ning Shensho was gathering power. Third step, fourth step, fifth step. Ning Shensho took 7 consecutive steps. Meanwhile, 7 long swords as big as the mountains appeared behind his back. The long swords were irregular in length. However, when they appeared, they formed a perfect shape together. Luo Yunyang remained unmoved as he stood at his original position, seemingly oblivious to what Ning Shensho was doing. However, he did look at Ning Shensho. Ning Shensho was silent. Although he knew based on the appearance of the blue-robed man that this wasn't Luo Yuanshu, he had a feeling that this blue-robed man was someone whom he had waited eons for. He continued moving forward with an indomitable will. By the time Ning Shensho took his 100th step, 100 long swords had gathered behind his back. As the storm of long swords took shape, a shadow-like projection that resembled a burning furnace could be seen below them. This shadow-like projection was so faint that no one could see what was inside it. However, the sky celestial elites who were adept in sword techniques exclaimed the moment they saw the projection, "Sword furnace." It's the sword furnace. The sight of countless sword shadows was terrifying. Anyone who looked at the sword furnace would certainly feel fearful. Before his reappearance, everyone had known and felt that Ning Shensho was an exceptional figure. However, his current performance had exceeded their expectations. Ning Shensho. This was Ning Shensho. Ning Shensho strode forward again. With every step he took, a sword projection would appear and the pool of swords would become more distinct. Why isn't the man in the blue robes attacking or doing anything? Doesn't he know that Ning Shensho will be at his strongest once his heavenly sword furnace takes form? By then, it will be impossible to beat Ning Shensho. One of the sky celestials sounded worked up. Although Ning Shensho wasn't his enemy, he still hoped that someone would defeat him. Maybe the jealousy that lingered in his heart was making him think this way. He was very jealous of Ning Shensho. More and more people gathered from all over. They had all been following Ning Shensho. The reason they were far away was because their cultivation base was too weak. It wouldn't be worthwhile to get injured by Ning Shensho's power. The cultivation of these people was low, so they could understand what sort of situation Luo Yunyang was in. When they saw Luo Yunyang floating in the sky, they couldn't believe what they saw. It's Blade Demon Yi Tian. How can it be? How can Yi Tian be here to stop Ning Shensho? How can Yi Tian even be a match for Ning Shensho? Oh my god, it's really Yi Tian. It seems like Yi Tian isn't weak at all, judging by Ning Shensho's actions. Otherwise, Ning Shensho wouldn't be so careful. How can the Blade Demon's cultivation base be that strong? Could it be that he isn't Yi Tian, but the reincarnation of the Sky Blade? All sorts of speculations exploded among the crowd. The Sky Celestials who had never heard of Luo Yunyang were itching to know more information about Blade Demon Yi Tian. He was a top-ranking Earth Fiend Starlord, an exiled disciple of the Great Blade Sect, which was considered a lesser sect, and someone who had risen to the top with merely a few days of effort. The news came pouring in, leaving many people stunned. Anyone who wanted to obtain the Sky Blade inheritance from Yi Tian felt relieved that he was challenging Ning Shensho. Otherwise, they would have committed suicide if they had approached Yi Tian. Lu Bingyu also knew about Luo Yunyang's alias, Blade Demon Yi Tian. Lu Bingyu was sure that this person was definitely not a fake existence. However, she also concluded that this had to be her cousin. What exactly was going on? Ning Shensho seemed unaffected by the ongoing commotion. When he took his 1000th step, it seemed like a painting of heaven and earth had appeared behind him. Meanwhile, long swords that looked like mountain peaks had been erected. The sword furnace that had taken shape earlier had also begun to complete its appearance. A furnace formed by 1000 swords. The sight was unimaginable. However, the distance between Ning Shensho and Luo Yunyang was still quite wide. Ning Shensho continued moving forward as the long swords behind his back continued to increase in number. Some martialists had begun to feel the quaking of heaven and earth, and some elites from the Tianyunshan dynasty had even begun to issue orders, as they were not aware of the magnitude of the outcome of this battle. However, they were certain that it would cause a tremendous impact on the surrounding area. Hence, they had to make arrangements so that the forces within the Tianyunshan dynasty could withdraw as soon as possible. 3000th step. Luo Yunyang remained still and took no action. His expression was still the same. However, at the moment, there was only Ning Shensho in his line of sight. Although he didn't believe that Ning Shensho was a worthy opponent, he still felt some respect for Ning Shensho's technique. 3600th step. Hundreds of meters of mountain peaks formed by the 3,600 long swords had converged into an enormous mountain. Meanwhile, the shadow-like projection of the sword furnace had become so clear that it felt real. 100 meters. There were only 100 meters between Ning Shensho and the mountain that Luo Yunyang was on. Although you're formidable, you shouldn't allow me to complete my step technique. Ning Shensho finally said with a high and mighty voice. He sounded as arrogant as though victory was already in his grasp. Even if you complete it, you'll still be defeated. Luo Yunyang replied nonchalantly as he stared at Ning Shensho. Although his voice wasn't too loud, it echoed throughout the surroundings in an instant. Lu Bingyu felt a little at ease. Although Ning Shensho appeared to be overwhelmingly scary at the moment, she felt that she could relax. She knew that her beloved cousin would never disappoint her. However, the Sky Celestials who were watching the battle all had disdainful expressions all over their faces. Meanwhile, the Sky Celestials who had a good relationship with the Sky Sword sect said bluntly, "What a shameless chap. Unless I'm wrong, Mr. Ning's sword strike will definitely exceed the Celestial Thirk level. I think that even ordinary Celestial Thirk martialists may not be able to take this sword strike." Some Sky Sword sect disciples also rebuked angrily that they did not believe Ning Shensho would lose to that unknown Blade Demon. Compared to Ning Shensho, the Blade Demon's reputation was far too inferior. The divine furnace rises from nature, while 1000 Daos converge in a sword. Ning Shensho did not continue his verbal exchange with Luo Yunyang. He bellowed as his fingers began to move, conjuring 3,600 sword lights into the enormous sword furnace. The sword furnace rumbled as countless strange marks appeared around the furnace. As the patterns appeared, a few Sky Celestial elites who were hundreds of miles away began frantically conjuring their powers and transforming their surroundings into a protective cover. The Earth Celestial martialists were retreating frantically, fearing that they might just get killed by the impact of these marks. Boom! An earth-shaking sound rumbled as the enormous sword furnace shattered into pieces. Then, a sword light rose from the remnants of the furnace and shot directly at Luo Yunyang. Chapter 612. Wailing Swords. No one present was able to describe what sort of sword light it was. However, the expression of all the Sky Celestials changed dramatically. They were unable to resist the sword light. Almost all of them felt the same way. They were just like ants in the face of this formidable sword light. Tiny, insignificant ants that could be eradicated by the sword at any time. Everyone present had expected Ning Shensho's power to be overwhelming. However, it was far beyond anyone's expectations. Lu Bingyu was hurt. She knew that the reason for this pain was because her cultivation base was not enough to withstand the might of that sword light. If Ning Shensho were to walk towards the Blue Dragon Marquis Palace and execute the same sword light, then the Blue Dragon Marquis Palace would cease to exist in this world. Lu Bingyu, who had initially been very confident about her cousin, suddenly felt worried. Her confidence also started to crumble along with the appearance of that sword light. Although her cousin wasn't weak, this sword was just too overwhelming. All the Sky Sword sect disciples almost felt their eyes pop out of their sockets. The majority of them didn't have cultivation bases comparable to Lu Bingyu's. However, they were able to see the sword light clearly because they cultivated similar techniques. Many of them already felt some self-satisfaction regarding their cultivation. However, they could be secretly ashamed in their hearts. The gulf between them and Ning Shensho was just too great. If Ning Shensho's sword light was likened to the sky and earth, they were just like the minuscule ants that lived between the two. Within the great hall of the Tianyunshan dynasty, a mirror suspended in midair shattered violently as razor-sharp sword intent rushed out of it and descended towards the emperor, who was seated on the throne. Guards, hundreds of elites came roaring in from every direction. However, even though they were fast, the sword light was faster than them. In an instant, the emperor was about to be killed by that sword light. The emperor's eyes were filled with horror. Bang! A shriek was heard from the palace as an old man who wore a high crown and had an illusory face appeared in the sky. The might exuded from him was far stronger than the emperor's. As he stood in the sky, he made the emperor feel like an insignificant being. Greetings, Patriarch. The emperor, who had been frightened to death, was obedient and respectful when he saw the old man. Why are you even watching the battle between two powerhouses when your cultivation base is so weak? If it weren't for my self-defense jade, you would have been dead by now. That voice seemed to be full of reprimand. However, even so, the emperor still did not dare make a sound. After all, he was far too inferior to the elder in front of him. Patriarch, I know I'm wrong. I just didn't know that Ning Shensho had become so strong, the emperor said nervously. Patriarch, do you think Ning Shensho will win? The old man shot a glance at the emperor and replied indifferently, is this even a question? When these 5 words were spoken, everyone present instantly calmed down. They knew that what the patriarch said actually represented the outcome of the battle. Without a doubt, Ning Shensho was going to win. I had originally thought that it would be difficult for Ning Shensho to cross this hurdle, as he was too arrogant. It seems like he has Luo Yunyang to thank for that, the old man lamented with slight envy and bitterness. He was obviously bitter because he hadn't achieved what Ning Shensho had accomplished. As the emperor trembled in fear, a man browsing through books seemed to sense something. He looked up at the sky with a glum expression. Ning Shensho, is bitter cultivation much better than reading? The guy sighed before returning to his books. However, after browsing through them a few more times, a book ignited suddenly and was burned to a crisp in an instant. The seemingly ordinary middle-aged man had a grave expression on his face as the flames from the burning books illuminated his features. He waved his sleeves and a picture scroll appeared out of thin air. It was the image of the sword strike executed by Ning Shensho. As he watched this dense sword intent, the scholar's expression changed. In the end, he had the same look of resignation as the old man who had appeared in front of the emperor. I can't do it either. However, just as the scholar started feeling dejected, his eyes lit up slightly and he immediately shifted his attention onto Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang's display had made him feel that this was inconceivable. Luo Yunyang's figure looked puny under that crushing sword light. However, when the sky and earth became discolored, the smile on his face remained as calm as ever. Perhaps, most people would think that Luo Yunyang was petrified. However, only an existence like this scholar could understand what was going on with Luo Yunyang. His self-confidence was tremendous. He had the sort of confidence of someone who had secured victory. Sure enough, just before the sword light reached the peak where Luo Yunyang stood, he moved. He raised his blade and swung it lightly. The movement was very simple. So simple, actually, that it was unbelievable. Some people felt that it was child's play. As the blade moved, the sky remained unchanged. There were no changes in the surroundings and not the slightest bit of response from the sky and earth. It seemed as if an ordinary child had pulled a small prank. However, when the blade moved, 2 drops of tears dripped down from the scholar's eyes. They were 2 drops of blood. The scholar stood up suddenly as if he was possessed. His hands were waved while he exclaimed in fear, "Impossible! How is this possible?" Following his words, the picture scroll that had originally been spread out in the sky before him turned into ashes along with the sword light and Ning Shensho, who was portrayed on it. A cold breeze blew by, as if everything had never existed before. The scholar couldn't believe what had happened. However, his spiritual consciousness, which he had cultivated for years, confirmed that this was happening in the endless distance. Just as the scholar had guessed, the scene was unfolding before the eyes of many people in the area where Luo Yunyang and Ning Shensho were battling. There was not the slightest ripple of a sound. The sword light that broke heaven and earth and the person who had used it were silent, as the two had disintegrated into nothingness. Someone had seen Ning Shensho's final expression. It was a look of disbelief filled with utter admiration. That was it. The white-haired, white-robed Ning Shensho was dead. Everyone who had been watching the battle felt their jaws drop straight to the ground. They couldn't believe what they had seen. However, the truth was right before their eyes. The insurmountable peak in front of their eyes was gone, and the elite who had wielded and combined 3,600 long swords was dead. There no longer was a Ning Shensho in this world. Suddenly, the whistling sound of a sword buzzed in the ears of the people watching the battle. The sharp sword of a sky sword sect disciple watching the battle flew out of its sheath and began to tremble in the sky. Everyone present felt a trace of sorrow as they saw the sword, as if they grieved for a fallen genius swordsman. More and more long swords flew out of their sheaths and gathered in the sky as waves of sorrowful cries were heard. The sorrowful cries made everyone very sad. They also made everyone feel a trace of pain in their hearts. These sorrowful cries belonged to a sword. Countless swords from the great desert to the mountains of the abyss were producing the same sorrowful cries. Countless swords on the Sky Sword Mountain, the holy land revered by countless swordsmen, were weeping in sorrow too. However, amid these sorrowful cries, countless disciples of the Sky Sword sect began to bow their heads. Although they had not witnessed that earth-shaking battle and some of them had not even known that this battle had been taking place, they could tell what the result of the battle was based on the sorrowful wailing of the swords. Ning Shensho had been defeated. He had ceased to exist in this world. A divine sword that looked like a crystal shattered in the sky. The sword shattered. Sword after sword began to shatter in silence as countless disciples from the Sky Sword sect and all the swordsmen in the entire Tianyunshan dynasty immediately felt that a catastrophe was about to arrive. As thousands of swords were grieving, a long sigh echoed across time and space and resonated between heaven and earth. Along with this sigh, a sword light began to rise from the Sky Sword Mountain. The sword light had at first formed in only a small spot. However, in an instant, it had turned into a 1,000-mile rainbow that covered half the world. At the moment, there was only a single sword in the endless sky. An impressive sky blade faceless cleave. Great move. Ning Shensho probably wouldn't regret falling to this move. In 3 years, I'll wait for you on the heavenly venerate podium. A faint voice with an unquestionable incisiveness reverberated all around. Then, the long swords that were about to break repaired themselves rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the long swords began to emit a wail again. It sounded happy, but it also felt like these long swords were eager to engage in battle. The wailing of the swords echoed throughout the void as a boundless sword aura filled the dynasty. Luo Yunyang's eyes were also extremely bright. He felt a tremendous excitement stirring in his heart. Excitement to go into battle. Great. Luo Yunyang only said one word. However, that word froze the sword aura, causing all the long swords to fly rapidly back into their sheaths. I'm sure I heard right. The one who spoke was the ancestral master. The disciples of Sky Sword sect exclaimed elatedly. Compared to Ning Shensho, Bai Jingtian was the true Sky Sword of their sect. The person who had spoken had indeed been Bai Jingtian. Chapter 613. Going through 10 reincarnations, astounding heaven and earth in one shot. Bai Jingtian. If the Sky Sword sect and Bai Jingtian were mentioned in the same breath, without a doubt, everyone would consider Bai Jingtian to be more well-known. Some people would even say that the Sky Sword sect wouldn't have been the same without Bai Jingtian. The top individual among the 12 sacred celestials was a peak celestial Thirk powerhouse. When news of the emerging heavenly venerate platform came out, practically everybody thought that the person most able to become heavenly venerate was Bai Jingtian. Compared to the celestial dipper starlords and the earth fiend starlords, the 12 sacred celestials were the real gods that overlooked from above. Now the cries of countless swords had attracted the Sky Sword out. A battle challenge set 3 years from now had appeared before everyone. Countless sky celestial powerhouses who were in shock now viewed Luo Yunyang in a totally different light. How could ordinary people like them hope to compare to someone who had made Bai Jingtian issue a challenge to the heavenly venerate platform? Thus, while they were in shock, they practically elevated Luo Yunyang's status. He was a celestial Thirk who had obtained the Sky Blade inheritance. Even more people no longer felt that he wasn't Yi Tian, the disciple of the Great Blade sect. They believed that the person before them was Yi Tian, who had already become the incarnation of the Sky Blade so many eons ago. Or perhaps this was the body possessed by the Sky Blade. My respects, Senior. Some peak sky celestial powerhouses bowed before Luo Yunyang respectfully. Luo Yunyang didn't speak. The people who paid their respects didn't wait for him to speak before they moved aside respectfully. After all, they knew very well that, given their own status, they simply weren't worthy of getting a reply. This was just the beginning. In no time, Many people who had thought they had some seniority also paid their respects to Luo Yunyang with polite smiles. In a while, the people that had come to spectate were completely gone. Luo Yunyang still stood on the mountain peak, quietly looking at everything below. His eyes were watching the sky sword, which had already vanished. Sword chi reflected for thousands of miles. Bai Jingtian's power had made Luo Yunyang feel a deep fear. If Ning Shensho had been considered a little pond, Bai Jingtian was absolutely a vast ocean. A vast, boundless ocean that was churning and raging. His cultivation base, which consisted of the gathered power of 7 lifetimes, was still lacking compared to Bai Jingtian's. However, by using the energy shifter ability and the converged power of 9 lifetimes, Luo Yunyang felt that he would probably be able to battle Bai Jingtian. As many thoughts flashed through his mind, Luo Yunyang had a feeling that this realm was real and not virtual, as he had believed. The samsara wheel could send his consciousness into this world. So exactly what sort of existence was this samsara wheel? Furthermore, what sort of place was this? Many questions sprung up in Luo Yunyang's mind. Ultimately, Luo Yunyang, who couldn't come up with any answers, could only shake his head. He wouldn't think about it, as he wasn't able to understand it. What he needed to do now was gather the power left behind in his remaining 3 incarnations in order to gain his optimal strength before the battle with Bai Jingtian. As soon as he decided this, Luo Yunyang's gaze fell on Lu Bingyu. He could sense Lu Bingyu's impulse to rush over. However, he only nodded his head gently at her before leaving. Lu Bingyu remained as unmoving as a statue. In all these years, she had always painstakingly cultivated to catch up with Luo Yunyang's pace. However, the more she chased him, the more she discovered that the distance between her and Luo Yuanchu was great. The Sky Blade was alive, and so was Blade Demon Yi Tian. These 2 names reverberated in her mind. However, she had only one thought: this person was her own cousin. As the blue-robed figure left, Lu Bingyu sighed, turned slowly and left herself. When Lu Bingyu returned to the Blue Dragon Marquis Palace, she heard a chorus of cheers. Practically everyone in the Blue Dragon Marquis Palace was jubilant. From the Blue Dragon Marquis to the ordinary servants, everyone felt as though they had just escaped from a close shave. If had not been for the Blade Demon's appearance, the threat of Ning Shensho really wouldn't have been something an ordinary person could have withstood. It also wouldn't have been something they could have endured. Even if their old ancestor appeared, they feared that he wouldn't be Ning Shensho's match either. Just as the Blue Dragon Marquis Palace faced its greatest crisis, the person causing this calamity to them had been slain on the way. This made them feel as though the heavens were watching over the seat of the Blue Dragon Marquis and his clan. While everyone in the Blue Dragon Marquis Palace congregated, Luo Yunyang had already appeared on the East Sea coast. The big expanse of water stretched beyond sight. With a swish, Luo Yunyang had already traversed across the boundless water. Now, he was situated at the deep sea, more than 10,000 miles away from shore. The seawater there was as calm as a pristine piece of agate. Luo Yunyang surveyed his surroundings before waving his hands. The sea split apart as he gently descended within it. Once Luo Yunyang entered, the sea returned to its calm state. This was a cave Luo Yunyang had left behind during his 4th reincarnation cycle. The body of his 4th incarnation was sealed within this seawater. As Luo Yunyang entered the East Sea coast, a few figures had already congregated at an unknown place. Although this area didn't have a sun, moon or stars, there was a faint yet gentle glow that made this place seem to be brimming with vitality. Cranes flew high and deer roamed freely, making it seem like an image from paradise. Brother Lu, now that we have all arrived, aren't you supposed to bring out your finest wine to get us drunk as we scheme together? A flushed middle-aged man said in an intrepid manner. If he were judged based on his style and voice, this middle-aged man would seem like a straightforward large man. However, the old man standing there seemed as though he simply didn't exist in this small world. Get you drunk? Very well. You, Burning Emperor, can drink to your heart's content here, said an old man with a kindly face. However, in the future, you will not be permitted to speak to me about anything else. The middle-aged man frowned and huffed. Come on, you old thing. Didn't I drink a little too much of your wine back then? Is it worth this kind of behavior? All right, Burning Emperor. Don't disturb Brother Lu any longer. We all clearly understand what sort of people we are, a man in black robes with a malevolent-looking face said with a voice laced with a hint of fury. The Burning Emperor's eyes turned cold when he heard the black-robed man's mediation. However, He didn't get angry. Instead, he said with a laugh, "Since the Black Emperor has put it this way, then let's forget about this matter." The old man known as Brother Lu flashed a beaming smile at the burning Emperor and didn't say anything else. The five of them once again lapsed into a peaceful calmness. It seemed as though they were all having a competition in patience. After a long period, the man called the Black Emperor said, "A sword that sweeps through everything. Does anyone have the confidence to take on such a sword?" The words of the black-robed man made all the unmoving figures become active. No, the first to speak was the burning emperor, who said with a slight lamentation, "I have always been slightly unconvinced regarding Bai Jingtian. However, I now have to admit that he is the strongest among us all. There is no way for the heavenly venerate platform. After all, meeting that disgusting fellow would certainly result in death." When he was done, there were mocking looks in the eyes of the Black Emperor and the others. Clearly, they didn't believe the burning emperor's words one bit. "In that case, we won't bother sending you off," the Black Emperor said bluntly. The burning emperor roared with laughter. There wasn't any embarrassment on his face, neither did he have any intention of leaving. Thus, he remained firmly seated in his place. "Since everyone has already arrived at Brother Lu's place, I believe that there is no need for us to hide our intentions. Nobody would dislike becoming a heavenly venerate. However, that isn't an easy ascension." The person speaking was a man with porcelain-smooth skin. Bai Jingtian's cultivation base is already something the few of us cannot contend with. "I also don't think I am a match for Yi Tian." At this point, he lowered his voice. "If we do not join forces, there simply won't be a spot for us on the heavenly venerate platform. If everyone agrees, I suggest that the five of us unite and wait for the battle between the blade and the sword to cause suffering on both sides." The man speaking didn't go on. However, everyone was well aware of what he was implying. Nobody raised any objections to the man's suggestion. "Brother Lu, exactly what is the origin of Blade Demon Yi Tian? Why haven't I been able to grasp anything, despite trying to derive a few times?" The Black Emperor asked the host, Brother Lu, after a bout of silence. His ability to allow so many celestial Thirk powerhouses to gather on his territory and his ability to make an unyielding, proud person like the Black Emperor inquire so nicely demonstrated Brother Lu's status. Among the 12 sacred celestials, Bai Jingtian naturally ranked the highest. However, the one praised the most highly, as well as the most mysterious among them, was the old man with the kindly face. The Holy Divination Emperor. There were innumerable legends about the Holy Divination Emperor. There were even some folklores that heavenly venerate existences had asked him for help. "I am unable to pinpoint that person's origin." The Holy Divination Emperor sighed. "My tortoise shell broke while I was trying to deduce his origin." The Holy Divination Emperor's tortoise shell wasn't an ordinary tortoise shell. It was a mystical item of the highest quality that was coveted by heavenly venerates. If it had not been for the Holy Divination Emperor's reputation and powerful methods, he would have been robbed off that tortoise shell long ago. Now, the Holy Divination Emperor's tortoise shell had broken while trying to derive this man's origin. Then Brother Lu must definitely give us instructions and guide us. The Black Emperor said. The Holy Divination Emperor mulled this over for a moment before straightening up. He went through 10 reincarnations and astounded heaven and earth in one shot. Besides those two phrases, which I can't make sense of, there are also 2 places that are extremely important to that person. As he spoke, the Holy Divination Emperor waved his hand. 2 lighted dots appeared on a map in the sky. One of these dots was the Sky Sword Mountain, and the other dot was a city of gold. Chapter 614. The Great Desert and the City of Gold. The bright sun hung overhead, and golden sand was everywhere. The Great Desert, which lacked any wind, was filled with a deadly stillness and seemed to be uninhabited for thousands of miles. It would also make anyone feel a shred of indecisiveness. Great Desert was the name of what lay beyond the western pass of the Tianyunshan dynasty's domain. Nobody knew how large this expanse of desert was. Of course, even fewer people knew what was at the end of this place. However, practically everyone who used the Western Pass would know that, besides the sacred grounds of the Iron Palm sect that lay in the Great Desert, there was also a city filled with riches. The name of this city was the City of Gold. City of Gold. This name alone filled many businessmen with a deep sense of longing. A bunch of camel bells jingled in the desolate desert. These camel bells were accompanied by a seemingly enormous group. The reason this group was considered enormous was because it really was. As they stood high on the sand, it seemed as though the end of this group wasn't visible. Just the camels of this group were over 10,000. There was also no need to mention the merchants and martialists following behind. These people formed a troop that was well manned. A pure white camel stood loftily apart from the camel troop. It didn't walk very fast, yet practically all the other camels involuntarily gave way whenever they saw it. If a camel refused to give way, the pure white camel would let out a roar that sounded more like a dragon or a tiger. It was the dragon camel. Actually, it was the white dragon camel, the rarest of dragon camels. According to the camel's value at the City of Gold's marketplace, it was worth 100,000 amethyst dollars. With this amount, one could employ a peak man celestial grade powerhouse for 15 years. Quick, breeze, let's run fast. A little boy with a flushed, chubby face like an apple was seated on the white dragon camel. The white dragon camel picked up its speed and instantly overtook the camel troop and ran over to a sand dune. The martialists amongst the troop didn't follow it, as they had absolute trust in the white dragon camel. Although the little boy sitting on the white dragon camel was still young, his combat ability already surpassed a sky man grade martialists. There was also the devotion of the white dragon camel to consider. Therefore, as long as the little kid didn't wander too far, there wouldn't be any problems. A large tow cart with a parasol more than 30 meters wide was being dragged by over 30 black dragon camels. On the platform of this cart was a lady wearing a black armband and a black head scarf around her head. The lady's age couldn't be discerned, but her fair and graceful figure emanated the charm of a mature woman. My lady, Chen Long and the others are watching over the young master. There won't be any problems. Don't worry, said a tall maid with a sweet voice gently. Zaire isn't afraid of getting sunburned. The gentle voice was like flowing water that mesmerized those who heard it. Xiao Chong, get people to prepare some iced cucumbers for Zaire to cool down. The maid known as Xiao Chong acknowledged this request respectfully. Yes, my lady. The white dragon camel was very fast. In the blink of an eye, it had rushed up the sand dune. However, suddenly, over 100 gold threads rushed out of the originally peaceful sand dune. The lady in black, as well as the bodyguards of the camel troop, practically shouted at the same time, "Golden chain bugs." Some people let out exclamations of shock, while other people's voices were filled with worry. However, as these voices rang out, a path of blade light streaked through the air like lightning and shrouded all the golden chain bugs even before it could come into contact with that youth. The lady in black exhaled and relaxed slightly. She had confidence in the person who had made this move. However, as the many golden chain bugs were being sealed, a jade light that looked like a thread shot out from the surging sand. Its target was still the kid called Zaire. The blade light that enveloped the golden chain bugs couldn't help at all. In an instant, that thread-like jade glow had rushed into Zaire's body. Hurry up and save the young master. Someone shouted while others rushed frantically towards the kid. The blade light that shrouded the golden chain bugs became a blade screen that shredded them all. The kid called Zaire was already lying on the ground as a jade chi started to take hold of that rosy apple-like face. My lady, I couldn't protect young master properly. Please punish me, said a valiant middle-aged man who was holding onto a golden crescent blade. That dazzling golden light had previously been released from his golden blade. The person who had slain those countless golden chain bugs had been this peak man celestial. Although the lady's attention was currently on Zaire, she still said softly, "This cannot be blamed on everyone. I was too careless. I never imagined that there would actually be a golden chain bug nest here. My lady, what just entered the young master's body was a king golden chain bug. I have already used the 13 queer needle techniques to suppress it, but this technique can only delay it for 6 hours, an old man said somewhat bitterly. If the young master doesn't get treated with a millennial golden sun fruit within 6 hours. The old man couldn't bring himself to say anything else. However, everyone present was well aware of what he meant. A few maids responsible for waiting on Zaire started sobbing. Although the lady's body was trembling rather severely, she still made a lot of effort to maintain a cool expression. Elder Su, is there really no other way? My lady, besides supreme powerhouses. Elder Su sighed after saying those few words. Supreme powerhouses. In Elder Su's eyes, supreme powerhouses weren't Earth Celestials, neither were they Sky Celestials. Actually, they were at least Celestial Theurk. Celestial Theurk level existences were so high up that they overlooked the common people. Although these people possessed considerable strength themselves, their power was nothing in the face of Celestial Theurk grades. Therefore, After thinking about it, the black-clothed lady asked again, "Where can we find the millennial golden sun fruit?" "My lady, this thing." The old man knew that it would be better not to say anything. Once he spoke, he would definitely make his lady despair. However, he was helpless. He still had to say it. Golden sun fruits only appear in the depths of the millennial demon pool. The millennial golden sun fruit can only be found by relying on luck. Normal people did not go near the millennial demon pool. It was said that even peak man celestial grade powerhouse could only reach the third level of the millennial demon pool at best. Entering the depths of the millennial demon pool required at least a sky celestial grade to take on the risk. Instantly, the camel troop of over 10,000 fell silent. "My lady, we are useless." Amid this stifling silence, someone took the initiative to speak. Very quickly, a chorus that pleaded for forgiveness rang out all around. "I don't blame everyone. This was fate." The lady's voice trembled slightly. There was both helplessness and grief in her tone. The camel troop stopped. Time ticked by until they were down to their last quarter of an hour of those 6 hours. Nobody said anything. The black-clothed lady hugged the child tightly and sang a children's song that had been passed down through the great desert for ages. There wasn't any wind. All the camels of the troop had already been stifled and prevented from making any noise. No one was willing to disturb their lady. "Well sung. Now, you should save him." A faint voice broke through this peaceful silence. This voice belonged to a young man in blue robes who kept a blade at his waist. The young man was seated on an ordinary black camel. Everyone, from the man celestial powerhouse who wielded the golden crescent blade to the ordinary bodyguards, glared angrily at the youngster who had spoken. If they could save him, would they be over here listening to this person's cynicism? Just as some of them prepared to take action and vent some of their dissatisfaction, the lady spoke gently. "Kind sir, my child has been afflicted by the venom of a king golden chain bug." King golden chain bug, that isn't incurable." The youngster glanced at the kid and said coldly, "Are you descendants of Luotian?" When the words, Camel Mountain were said, everyone present didn't say a single word. This wasn't because they were shocked by Tuoshan's reputation, but rather because they didn't know what sort of person Tuoshan was. Even their lady didn't know who Tuoshan was. "Sir, we are from the Suhei family of the City of Gold. If you are able to save Zaire, I will definitely provide a generous reward," the lady, who couldn't care less about the Tuoshan this youngster was talking about, said hurriedly. The youngster with the blade smiled and no longer mentioned Tuoshan. He just replied nonchalantly, "Saving him would not be a big deal. Forget about repaying me." As he said that, he looked at Elder Su. "Go fetch a stick of incense and light it up along with camel manure. Use the smoke produced to envelop the kid's face. This will draw the king golden chain bug out." Elder Su was embarrassed and a little angry deep down. He was the #1 miracle doctor of the entire Great Desert. He had also done many years of research on the treatment for the king golden chain bug's venom. The two methods he had suggested had been the limit of his knowledge. Was this youngster entirely unable to read the room? Before he could question him, the lady in black had already instructed everyone, "Quick, quick, quick. Just do what this gentleman says." Nobody raised any objections. They could all understand the emotions of their lady. However, many people had already started to surround this blade-wielding youngster in secret. Once the young master passed, they would teach this youngster a proper lesson. Even if they didn't kill him, they'd still have to show him the consequences of uttering B*LL shit. That youngster, however, stared straight ahead dully with a strange sort of melancholy in his eyes. Chapter 615. Affinity. After stories lighting the mixture of incense and camel manure created an unbearable stench and made many people hold their breath. Only the lady in black and the maids didn't move. They all looked worriedly at the child called Zaire. However, the child didn't react. The last quarter of an hour seemed like it was about to pass. Some people had already started to stare daggers at the blue-robed youngster, who was still sitting atop his camel. However, as everyone gripped their blades tightly, Zaire's mouth, which had been tightly shut all this time, suddenly opened. A jade-green light rushed out of his mouth. Die! A crackling blade light shot out from the man celestial grade middle-aged man. The golden blade in his hand cut at the jade-green king golden chain bug. The king golden chain bug was cut in two as the green-faced Zaire opened his eyes. He had a puzzled look on his face while he asked the lady in black, "Mother, what are you all doing?" The lady's eyes were filled with joy. Her voice still quivered as she said, Nothing, everything is fine. Then, she turned to the man in the blue robes. Sir, the Suhei clan from the City of Gold will definitely never forget your grace and kindness. We wouldn't decline doing you any favor that is within our means. Although the lady in black had seemed delicate and weak, she still seemed more unyielding than a man when it came to this matter. The blue-robed man smiled and turned his gaze to the little kid. The reason he had come was entirely because of the bloodline of this kid. Suhei. Was Tuoshin's family named Suhei? He shook his head gently. It seemed like he had gone back several centuries and met the simple and honest kid who had built the City of Gold with him. City of Gold. He had arranged for that simple, honest kid to guard this place. This was where the body of his third incarnation was. Tuoshin should still be alive. During these reincarnation cycles, Luo Yunyang had gathered various information from different sects to verify his energy shifter ability and focus on his cultivation. Luo Yunyang rarely paid much attention to anything else, unless it was server. There is no need to be so polite. It was a very small effort. Then, he patted the black camel he was riding and it started walking ahead. Are you heading to the City of Gold, sir? How about you come along with us? It would be nice to have company during the journey, the lady in black blurted out hurriedly as she saw that Luo Yunyang was about to leave. Luo Yunyang wanted to go to the City of Gold. Furthermore, the time he had to reach the City of Gold was set. Reaching it earlier wouldn't do much for him either way. Might as well, Luo Yunyang said after surveying the surrounding sand and glancing at the child who was called Zaire. Luo Yunyang became the honored guest of the camel troop because he had saved Zaire's life. Thus, in no time, he came to understand the circumstances of this camel troop. The lady in the black shawl was the sister-in-law of Suhei Jinglei, the current city lord of the City of Gold. Zaire, who was the young city lord, had already been earmarked to be the next generation's authoritative figure. This lady's husband had died 5 years ago. Luo Yunyang wasn't willing to understand too much about the City of Gold. Although the City of Gold had been established by him, his initial aspirations for founding the City of Gold had actually been to improve his own cultivation and collect various rare treasures. Luo Yunyang was also unable to gather any clues on the whereabouts of Tuoshin. Luo Yunyang gazed out at the vast expanse of golden sand while sipping on iced wine. He had spent 100 years in this place before. Mr. Luo, am I disturbing by calling on you at this time? This gentle voice was accompanied by the black-clothed lady and the kid named Zaire, who were already outside Luo Yunyang's towed carriage. Luo Yunyang's carriage was considerably inferior to the lady's. However, it was about the same size, and its tent was made from the skin of a fierce beast. Madam, if you have come to show your gratitude, there is no need, Luo Yunyang said with a faint smile. You are taking me to the City of Gold, so you no longer owe me anything for saving your son's life. I admire you very much for not asking for a favor for your kind act, sir, but Zaire ought to pay his respects to his savior and let you engrave the kindness you have shown in his heart. The lady's voice was gentle as always. Luo Yunyang smiled. Then come in. A middle-aged martialist entered along with the lady and Zaire. It was the man celestial martialist, who sized up Luo Yunyang with a wary gaze. Luo Yunyang looked over at Zaire and chuckled. This kid isn't too bad. Sir, you can be considered Zaire's greatest benefactor. Zaire, kowtow before the gentleman, the lady in black instructed her son with a gentle smile. Zaire nodded and then told Luo Yunyang respectfully, thank you for kindly saving my life, sir. I will now kowtow before you. Luo Yunyang nodded his head. You can get up. The middle-aged man was extremely displeased about watching his own young master kowtow before Luo Yunyang, who was just sitting over there as though he was a big shot. If it had not been for his lady's instructions, he would definitely have taught this kid a lesson and showed him that one should be humble when outside. As they were talking, Luo Yunyang said that he was heading to the City of Gold to view the sights. When the lady in black realized that Luo Yunyang's style of conversation wasn't ordinary, she couldn't help but say, Zaire has lacked a teacher ever since he was young, and the things we can teach him aren't a lot. You have traveled everywhere and seen a lot, sir. Would you accept Zaire as a student and let him receive some of your guidance while you will be in the City of Gold? Luo Yunyang instinctively shook his head. There were very few people in this world who could become his disciple. However, seeing that young face and sensing the familiarity in his bloodline gave Luo Yunyang some sort of sentiment. Although he wasn't a soft-hearted person, this was the descendant of an old friend. Thus, after some thought, Luo Yunyang put his hand up and said, accepting a disciple is beyond me. However, Zaire can come over here to learn some things during the journey to the City of Gold. The middle-aged man really felt like he was going to turn purple with rage. This fellow was too arrogant. How dare he actually say such a thing? Did he think that there wouldn't be anybody stronger than him in the City of Gold? Even though he was pissed, he still remained silent upon seeing his lady's grave expression. Thank you, kind sir. Zaire bowed happily before Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang was about to stop him, but he ultimately didn't raise his hand. As the carriage moved, Luo Yunyang gazed at the expanse of vast yellow sand and recalled his life back then. While slowly thinking about these memories, Luo Yunyang felt himself become even more at peace. 10 days later, Luo Yunyang was quiet as he listened to Zaire's stories about the City of Gold. From time to time, he would tell Zaire a little about the rest of the world. He did not tell him a single bit of information pertaining to cultivation. The middle-aged man celestial grade martialist always followed them. Although he was hostile to Luo Yunyang, he suppressed his opinion all this while. However, he already felt some sort of disdain for Luo Yunyang. He believed that Luo Yunyang had read so many stories that he had suffered some brain damage. He was just a gutsy nerd that had come to the Great Desert to wander. Sir, I heard from Mother that we could arrive in the City of Gold in 12 hours. Zaire's eyes shone as he spoke. I will definitely treat you to a sumptuous feast when we reach the City of Gold. Luo Yunyang was in a good mood from chatting with a kid. He watched the sun rise high in the sky as he thought to himself, the hidden city will appear when the pure Yangqi reaches its peak. After accessing the third incarnation in the hidden city and meeting Tuoshan, he would probably leave. A cloud of dust appeared in the distance as Luo Yunyang was thinking about this. This dust didn't seem too powerful, yet it sort of looked like an unceasing stream. The middle-aged man's expression stiffened. It's a large group of running men and horses. All men must prepare for battle. Zaire wasn't afraid, he actually seemed to be bouncing around. He smiled at Luo Yunyang. Master, don't worry, Teacher He Lian is really awesome. Luo Yunyang smiled but didn't reply. In no time, a series of whistles rang out and someone shouted loudly, ha ha. Don't panic, the city lord has come. Then, a handsome middle-aged man riding atop a huge golden dragon camel approached. However, there was something in his gaze that frightened people. In his golden armor, he gave off a majestic vibe. By his side was a white dragon camel with a gloomy old fellow atop. Although this person was scrawny, he radiated with killing intent. Greetings, sister-in-law. It must have been tough for you to return to visit home. The man then added, I have come to report some good news. Thanks to my efforts, Elder Cheng of the Iron Palm sect has agreed to accept Zaire as his disciple. This is really great news. In the future, Zaire will definitely soar high. As he spoke, his gaze fell on Zaire, who was by Luo Yunyang's side, and he said, Zaire, pay your respects to your master. The lady's face turned pale as Luo Yunyang looked at Suhei Jinlei suspiciously. Suhei Jinlei's body actually didn't have the slightest bit of the Tuoshan bloodline. What exactly was going on? Thank you, second uncle, for your concern. However, Zaire is still too young. The lady in black hadn't yet finished speaking when a strange flicker flashed through the old man's eyes. He chuckled. You are Zaishi, I have an iron palm decree right here for you. You and my 9th junior brother have an affinity. From this day on, you shall be my 9th junior brother's concubine. Meanwhile, I will help you look after your son. Chapter 616. The Great Desert Sand Gale. The black-robed lady was also an impressive figure in the City of Gold. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to ascertain that her son would become the next city lord after the death of her husband. She had actually returned this time to look for assistance. She would also spare no effort to entice the people that could help and assist her. However, she had never imagined that she would actually hear such news upon returning to the City of Gold. Her beloved son would become the disciple of this sinister old fellow with some laughable excuse, and she would become the concubine of someone she had never heard of before. She hadn't heard the word concubine for so long, yet she would actually become one. Upon hearing the Iron Palm sect decree, the lady in black started fuming. However, a shiver ran down her spine when she saw the smile of that sinister old man. The Iron Palm sect of the Great Desert was a sect that even the Tianyunshan dynasty dealt with carefully, as one of the 12 sacred celestials supported them. The Burning Emperor. Although the existence that lorded over the Great Desert hadn't appeared for many years, his will was the law and order in the entire Great Desert. Nobody could question it or be disobedient. The members of the Iron Palm sect of the Great Desert were his disciples. Although they didn't have much power and influence, nobody dared resist the will of the Iron Palm sect within the Great Desert. If they disobeyed, their family would be destroyed. Sis-in-law, blossoming divine palms. Mr. Mu is famous for having tender feelings for the fairer sex. It would be an honor for you to stay by his side for many years. Suhei Jinlei's eyes were gleaming with ecstasy. The lady's trembling got stronger when she heard the name Mr. Mu. As a woman that held half the authority of the City of Gold, how could she not have heard of Mr. Mu's reputation? Women that fell into this fellow's grasp either became insane or were turned into shells of their former themselves that would rather be dead. How dare one have the gall to actually make her one of his subordinates? Just thinking about it made the black lady feel as though she was going crazy. Suhei Jinlei, this is rubbish. Our City of Gold and the Iron Palm sect of the Great Desert aren't intertwined, so we don't have to pay attention to them, said the middle-aged man standing by Zaire's side. At the moment, his eyes were wide open. As a peak man celestial grade elite, this person had a reputation within the City of Gold. His master was also an Earth celestial grade existence within the city. Although he wasn't on the Earth Fiend Starlord list, he was still a tower of strength. Suhei Jinlei had not agreed to let Zaire become the next successor just because of Zaire's bloodline, but also because he was supported by the master of this middle-aged man. Hee, I was wondering who was talking big. Turns out that it's Su Longai. Your master has already fled with only one arm left. I ought to send you on your way in a bit. Suhei Jinlei glared viciously at the middle-aged man. There was a trace of impatience in Elder Cheng's eyes as he said, "All right, enough talking. I will take the little brat with me. You handle the rest yourself." "Yes, Elder Cheng." Then, he affixed his gaze to the thousands of guards of this troop. "All of you listen up. You should know what the Great Desert's Iron Palm sect's main rule is. Those who obey live, those that oppose die." The surrounding area suddenly became uneasy. However, the lady in black finally remembered something and said, "Suhei Jinlei. Do not forget about the Hidden City. The ancestral master of the Hidden City wouldn't let you act this way." "Hidden City? You know about the Hidden City? This is just great." Elder Cheng chuckled. "Your Hidden City's ancestral master? Very good. Our sect's ancestral master is prepared to have a meeting with the fellow from your Hidden City. However, we have to see whether he will dare show up." Then, Elder Cheng clapped his hands and a blonde middle-aged man walked out slowly. If the lady in black had still wanted to struggle before, her heart turned cold rapidly when that middle-aged man walked over. Ultimately, she still said, "Big brother, I never imagined that I would see you here. Stop this futile struggle, sis. This matter involves a supreme existence. Our patriarch's instructions are that you listen to their arrangements." Although the man seemed to be in anguish, he eventually spoke resolutely. He had no choice. His entire family, much less he alone, couldn't go against the will of that sort of supreme entity. Although this sort of order made him furious, he had no choice but to go to the City of Gold in the Great Desert to dispel his young sister's ultimate thoughts of resistance. Suhei Jinlei was pleased and jubilant as he watched the lady in black, who was at a loss for words. Fortunately, he had chosen to rely on the people of the Iron Palm sect when they had first arrived. If someone else had grasped this opportunity, then perhaps he would have been the one in a miserable state instead. "Enough, sis-in-law. No, I should address you as Lady Mu. Stop these useless actions and return to spend your life with Mr. Mu." Suhei Jinlei turned to Zaire and motioned. "Xiao Zaire, come over." Zaire might be young, but he was already very sensible. The sudden changes had made him sense that something wasn't right. He stood by Luo Yunyang's side and unconsciously tugged on the man's hands before he started to bawl. Elder Cheng stared at the sky. He didn't care about the grievances and grudges within the City of Gold. What he needed to do was bring the entire City of Gold under control. According to his sect's arrangements. "Are you from the Iron Palm sect?" An indifferent voice was heard. Elder Cheng was displeased when he heard this lazy voice because he felt that this question was disrespectful to the Iron Palm sect. He looked over and saw Luo Yunyang, who was standing beside Zaire. He simply didn't have any intention of noticing this seemingly ordinary figure. Thus, he gestured with his hands, which were behind his back. An Iron Palm sect disciple jumped out towards Luo Yunyang and blasted out a palm strike. As he did so, a huge golden palm mark formed in the sky. This golden mark seemed as though it could punch a hole in the sky. Peak Man Celestial Su Longai stiffened. Without any hesitation, he brandished his sword and reacted to that palm strike. He was at the peak of the Man Celestial, whereas the other party only had a level 5 Man Celestial cultivation. However, when Blade Light and Palm Strike collided in the sky, Su Longai felt a surging, roiling power enter his abdomen. He instantly coughed out some blood involuntarily. How naive, said the Iron Palm sect disciple. He simply didn't care about Su Longai. Thus, he shot out another palm strike towards Luo Yunyang. Su Longai had taken a hit, so no one tried to help Luo Yunyang this time. Suddenly, the lady in black said loudly, "Stop." Unfortunately, nobody listened to her. The golden palm strike descended heavily and smacked the ground just before Luo Yunyang. The disciple that had attacked had a savage look in his eyes. However, that look turned to fear soon. It was a fear that welled from the depths of his heart. A trepidation that was difficult to believe. Amid this fear, his body shattered without a sound. Elder Cheng was well versed in his own disciple's cultivation base. Seeing this person shatter his own disciple without even lifting a finger made him realize that the man they had encountered wasn't ordinary. "Sir, I do not know who you are, but you have to know that anyone who opposes the Iron Palm sect of the Great Desert does not meet a good end. My senior brother, the Iron Palm sect master, Great Desert Sand Gale Yunfeiyang, who ranks 9th among the Celestial Dipper Star Lord, is already overseeing the City of Gold." Practically everyone exhaled sharply when the words, "Great Desert Sand Gale Yunfengang," were said. Although the exports by Lady Xia's side were mostly Sky Man grade, this didn't prevent them from knowing about Yunfeiyang's reputation. Saying that the Great Desert Sand Gale was a king within the Great Desert wasn't wrong. In no time, the way many of these people looked at Lady Xia changed. They no longer felt that there was any hope left for Lady Xia. Although Lady Xia was unresigned, her eyes started to fill with despair when she heard about the Great Desert Sand Gale. She knew that things had already reached the point of no return. However, no matter how unhappy she was, she could either obey or die. It would also be best for Mr. Luo if he didn't oppose the Iron Palm sect. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to escape. Just as Lady Xia's mind became a muddled chaos of thoughts, she heard Luo Yunyang say, "Yunfeiyang's 9th rank among the Celestial Dipper Starlords is a gross overstatement. Given the little ability he possesses, he shouldn't even be amongst the top 20. These words sounded like a senior's opinion for a junior. Elder Cheng's expression turned very ugly when he heard this. He knew that, given that so many people were there, these words would definitely reach the sect. The moment it was known that he hadn't done anything to this crazy fellow, Elder Cheng would have to forget about staying in the sect. "FCKER, you are asking for it." Elder Cheng moved his palm and a golden palm shining as intensely as the sun barreled towards Luo Yunyang heavily. This palm contained the immense power of laws. Luo Yunyang only waved his sleeves gently, yet that extremely overbearing attack crumbled right away. Elder Cheng was sent flying too. "Sir, our Great Desert's Iron Palm sect wouldn't let this matter end just like this." Elder Cheng bellowed as he lay on the ground with a grimace. This was the first time he had been humiliated this way. "Indeed, you are right. This matter isn't over," Luo Yunyang said icily. "The Iron Palm sect has to give me an explanation. I heard that somebody wants the Iron Palm sect to give an explanation." A furious gale seemed to pick up as these frosty words were heard. While this gale revolved, a majestic figure appeared in the sky. Chapter 617. Landscapes like paintings, emperors descending from heaven. The man's purple golden crown, purple golden robes, the fact that he dressed even more exaggeratedly than the emperor of the Tianyunshan dynasty, combined with his bold and mighty look, made others feel oppressed. Elder Cheng and the other disciples of the Iron Palm sect bowed respectfully when they saw this man. "Our respects, sect master." No need for formalities. As the man spoke, his gaze fell on Luo Yunyang. Although Luo Yunyang's aura had changed a lot from the past, Yunfeiyang's heart could not help but tremble the moment he saw him. Extremely dangerous. This was the thought he had the moment he saw Luo Yunyang. The only people who could make him feel that way were this person and celestial third-grade existences. The blue-clothed man had a knife by his side. Yunfeiyang almost confirmed the identity of this person immediately. He had not expected that this individual would appear before him in such a manner. Although he was already prepared, his heart couldn't help trembling. After all, he knew that this person could definitely slay him in an instant. I am Yun Feiyong. May I know your name, distinguished sir? His words made Elder Cheng and the others' expressions change drastically. As the sect master of the Iron Palm sect, Yun Feiyong had always been bossy and domineering. The Burning Emperor was like a giant tree they could lean on, as there were few people in this world who frightened him. It was so uncharacteristic of him to be so polite. Luo Yunyang looked at the solemn Yun Feiyong and said, I am whoever you think I am. As soon as he said that, his eyes moved past Yun Feiyong and stared at the endless horizon. Since you are here, there's no need to hide yourself. This sentence, that seemed to come out of nowhere, was followed by a golden light that appeared in the sky. Amidst the golden light and miles of sand, on top of the mountain range consisting of 99 mountains made of golden grains of sand, stood a person that was looking down from the sky. This person had appeared like a celestial emperor descending to the mortal world. This image made it hard to believe that this was a real person. Luo Yunyang watched the golden expanse that seemed to be a world of its own with a cold gaze. He had already guessed that this matter was more complicated than he had imagined. As I said before, since you're here, there's no need to hide yourself. His voice rang out once again with a hint of indifference. The instant he heard this voice, a black light appeared again in the void. This time, the black light evolved into a vast land filled with deadly stillness. In the center of the vast earth was a black throne. On the throne sat a dark-faced old man who was looking at Luo Yunyang with an amused expression. Luo Yunyang glanced at this person. He seemed unfazed, whereas Yun Feiyong was stunned. He could not help but exclaim, the Black Emperor. Why has he come? Yun Feiyong's voice was low, yet he couldn't even hide the slightest thought, let alone his mumbling words, from the existence on the Black Throne. HMPH. A low groan came from the Black Emperor. A strong force was concealed within this low groan. Yun Feiyong felt as though countless steel needles were pricking at his mind, making him extremely uncomfortable. Old Black, why bother lowering yourself to deal with a junior? The Burning Emperor's appearance was a bit forthright, but his thoughts were very meticulous. The moment he spoke, a force split and shrouded Yun Feiyong. Yun Feiyong, who had been feeling very uncomfortable, instantly felt much better. He didn't even dare have any strange thoughts right now, as he couldn't afford to provoke any of these people. The Black Emperor did not speak or look at Yun Feiyong again. The hearts of the ordinary disciples of the Iron Palm sect were pounding like drums. They didn't know how to describe the current situation. Although their ancestral master was there and he would never let anything happen to them, if a conflict really broke out between these high-ranking existences, they were definitely going to die. Luo Yunyang simply nodded at the Black Emperor. His eyes continued to scan the surroundings before he said mockingly, the three of you, why bother concealing yourselves when you are here? Let me see what this joke is about. When he said this, a long laugh reverberated around the area. This laugh was followed by three different people that appeared in the sky. Out of these three people, one stood above the clouds and the sea, one sat quietly under a divine tree, and one stood in the middle of a galaxy, overlooking everything beneath. The one sitting under the divine tree was the Holy Divination Emperor, who spoke first. I heard that Mr. Yi was extraordinary. I found out that Mr. Yi was even better than I expected upon meeting him today. Sky blade, sky sword. Blade and sword vying for splendor. This really made us envious. Luo Yunyang glanced at the Holy Divination Emperor and seemed to understand something. Then, he said coolly, did all of you appear here because of you, Holy Divination Emperor? Mr. Yi, you're flattering me. The Holy Divination Emperor did not seem to be trying to avoid Luo Yunyang's question. Lady Xie and the others were now really confused. The Black Emperor, the Burning Emperor, the Holy Divination Emperor. The 12 sacred celestials were godly existences in their eyes. Some ordinary mortals even worshipped them dearly. However, these individuals, who only existed in legends, had appeared right before their very eyes. God knew how many people had dreamed of being able to meet one of the 12 sacred celestials and receive tips from such entities. However, as they aged, people became more and more aware that this was nothing more than a pipe dream. Their status had already determined that ordinary people wouldn't be able to get a glimpse of this sort of entity in their entire lifetime. Yet now, 5 of them had appeared there. No, 6. Although Mr. Yi had not revealed his abilities, if he could make 5 celestial Thirk grades appear, he definitely wasn't inferior to these people. Mr. Yi, we are not here to set ourselves against you, the Holy Divination Emperor said with a smile. As long as you turn back now, we will see you off respectfully. Go back. How was this possible? Luo Yunyang needed to gather power from all his 10 lifetimes. How could he possibly be short of 1? Sir, are these people the 12 sacred celestials? Zaire's crisp voice was heard beside Luo Yunyang's ears. Among all the people present, only little Zaire could maintain his composure. The reason he was able to maintain this state of mind was naturally due to his age. Luo Yunyang met Zaire's curious eyes and smiled gently. This is just a bunch of useless dogs, Zaire. You don't have to worry about them. Many people had used the words, fallen dogs, before. However, when these words left Luo Yunyang's mouth, everyone fell silent. The residents of the City of Gold and the members of the Iron Palm sect trembled. He had called the 5 celestial Thirk grade existences, useless dogs. This person was really, they had no idea how to describe Luo Yunyang. After all, they were facing a high-end confrontation, so they were more worried about self-preservation. The Black Emperor gave a cold snort. He had the most murderous aura and the highest prestige among the 5 great celestial Thirk grade sacred celestials. He was offended when Luo Yunyang did not treat him with any respect. However, Luo Yunyang did not care if he'd made the Black Emperor uncomfortable. He had said what should have been said, and he would show no respect if it wasn't warranted. What's wrong? The two of us can duke it out if you are unhappy. Luo Yunyang glanced at the Black Emperor. Either you come out, or I will come to your place for a round. The Black Emperor's expression steeled upon hearing this. Although he wasn't afraid, Luo Yunyang had killed Ning Shensho with 1 slash, and the horrific battle between him and Sky Sword by Jingtian had left the Black Emperor apprehensive. Hence, he definitely did not want to fight Luo Yunyang one-on-one. Ha ha, why is Brother Yi doing this? Although the Holy Divination Emperor hadn't liked speaking much in the past, he was actively speaking up now. The 5 of us are here, so we won't fight with Brother Yi in single combat. The Holy Divination Emperor spoke righteously and confidently, as if he did not care about his status as a celestial Thirk grade powerhouse. Therefore, Brother Yi should leave, the Holy Divination Emperor said with self-confidence shimmering in his eyes. Just because of you guys. Luo Yunyang glared at the Holy Divination Emperor and said coldly, don't blame me if you guys have a death wish. Now, I will give you 2 options. Either scram and return to where you came crawling out of, or stay here for all eternity. As soon as Luo Yunyang said that, the Black Emperor snorted again. This repulsive being sure talks big. I shall see how powerful your sky blade is today. Then, he waved his hand and a white bone lance appeared in it. The moment the lance was thrust, the power of the vast heaven and earth behind him gathered within the lance. Don't look. As the sect master of the Iron Palm sect, Yun Feiyong naturally did not want his subordinates to get hurt. Thus, when he saw the Black Emperor make a move, he shouted loudly. A battle of the gods would cause injury and damage to one's mind. The members of the Iron Palm sect and the residents of the City of Gold closed their eyes tactfully. They had stopped thinking about escaping, as this was too difficult to accomplish. Meanwhile, Luo Yunyang, who was facing the spear that was approaching like a torrent, didn't produce his blade. With a single thought, a figure had already rushed out of his body. Although this figure was an astral projection, its purple robes and proud disposition resembled Luo Yuanshu a lot. A black long stick appeared in the hands of the astral projection and swept toward that lance. It was the horizontal Empyrean sweeper. Although the horizontal Empyrean sweeper had been an ultimate technique of the divine martial hall, there was nothing wrong with using it in the Tianyunshan dynasty. Boom, boom, boom. When the iron rod and the lance collided, the black lance was deflected away. Then, Luo Yunyang turned towards the Holy Divination Emperor and the others and said, since you guys aren't going to fight solo, then come. Add me together. Chapter 618. Clones battling emperors. The Holy Divination Emperor stared at Luo Yunyang. He had never thought that the Sky Blade would still try to challenge them under the circumstances. By his reckoning, the Holy Divination Emperor felt that the conditions were perfect for them. Thus, Luo Yunyang's best choice of action would be to give up the City of Gold and leave. As long as they occupied the City of God, the Holy Divination Emperor believed that he would definitely uncover the secrets within it and find out what the inheritor of the Sky Blade was seeking in the hidden city. However, He had never imagined that Luo Yunyang would refuse to retreat and even conjure a clone that would force a draw against the Black Emperor in battle. The Burning Emperor and anyone else who had become one of the 12 sacred celestials possessed exceptional intellect. However, they all felt threatened when Luo Yunyang's conjured clone appeared. Holy divination, since he doesn't want to leave, we'll just fight it out. The Burning Emperor said while waving his hands, causing vast sandstorms around him to condense in his palms. The moment the sandstorms condensed in his palms, they transformed into 99 golden streaks before they were released. That golden palm strike was extremely dazzling. When the elites of the Iron Palm sect observed it, their eyes started to glow. They knew that the Great Desert Rising Gale was the first move of the Iron Palm sect's Raging Gale Iron Palm technique. Nearly all the disciples in the Iron Palm sect had practiced this move before. However, they only realized its true power now. A huge palm came crashing down heavily from the sky. Its might was enough to make the earth shake in fear. Luo Yunyang smirked when he saw the Burning Emperor's attack. He immediately reacted, making two figures appear from his body. One of the figures was slightly taller than the other. However, when both of them appeared, they held hands immediately. Then, they struck with their free palms towards the sky simultaneously. A fist as bright as the sun and a dark fist without any luster converged, forming a grayish fist light that collided heavily with the Burning Emperor's palm strike. The enormous shockwave that ensued caused the Burning Emperor to be pushed back several steps. In terms of power, it could be said that the Burning Emperor had an edge over the two figures. However, the moment the two figures executed their moves, they were somehow able to suppress him. Extreme Daylight Fist, Sacred Darkness Palm. The two legendary techniques mentioned by the Burning Emperor were techniques that were rumored to be extinct. However, now, the two clones conjured by the Blade Demon were able to execute them. The other two emperors felt the urgency of the matter as they exchanged glances before taking to the sky. The celestial Thirk who stood above the galaxy waved his hands and pieces of stars began to fuse in his palms, transforming into a golden longsword that he slashed with. At the same time, the other emperor created a golden pagoda that headed directly towards Luo Yunyang with the intention of suppressing him. After discovering what had happened to the Burning Emperor, both of these celestial Thirches executed their moves without any mercy. Luo Yunyang grinned. Even if the two of them hadn't attacked, he would have tangled with them anyway. Thus, as he smiled slightly, two other clones flew out to meet these two emperors. One of the clones, who held two giant hammers in its hands, moved against the figure wielding the golden longsword and executed the mountain partitioning 9 fragmented peaks, thus sweeping it away without much resistance. The other clone transformed into a giant as tall as a mountain and blasted an enormous fist towards that pagoda. Boom, boom, boom. The might of this move made heaven and earth shudder. If both parties hadn't planned to prevent ordinary people from getting hurt, the people from the Iron Palm sect and the City of Gold would have been grounded into powder already. The Holy Divination Emperor stared at Luo Yunyang's body gravely. His theory that the City of Gold was an important ground for Luo Yunyang had been spot on. However, he had never expected that Luo Yunyang would be that overwhelming. His 5 clones actually had the ability to suppress 4 celestial Thirk existences. You're strong. However, even though it seems like your clones perform dazzlingly against the Burning Emperor and the others, they are flawed. If the battle stretches on, they will be suppressed. The Holy Divination Emperor's eyes twinkled. Listen to me, it would be wiser for you to leave. There's no need, I'll be fine after I kill you. As he said that, Luo Yunyang's palms had already reached out towards his broken blade. The Holy Divination Emperor turned solemn as he saw Luo Yunyang reach for his blade. He said faintly, although I'm famous for my divination and estimation skills, I'm actually much more proficient in array formation. Right now, I've altered the space that we're in with formation arrays so our current location is much stronger than before. It's impossible for you to kill me. The Holy Divination Emperor spoke with confidence. He had the right to do so, as the celestial Thirk grade space that he had created was indeed extraordinary. The power of laws shrouded the Holy Divination Emperor's surroundings like the beams of a house and supported that massive space. Luo Yunyang wasn't pissed about this situation. He actually looked slightly delighted. His delighted expression made the Holy Divination Emperor even more uncomfortable. He had a feeling that they had, in fact, made a wrong move by scheming against this sky blade. Just as he had this thought, he felt a massive energy exploding inside the space he had created. Following that explosion, the space created by him, which seemed to have the strongest defense, shattered all of a sudden. There was utter destruction, as the collision of different power of laws created a massive destructive vortex that even the holy divination emperor found hard to withstand. Hence, he hastily escaped from the vortex. He had no other choice. Unfortunately, the moment he escaped, Luo Yunyang's broken blade swatted down towards him. That blade was extremely violent. The holy divination emperor felt as if a death threat was looming over his head as he faced this blade. Open. The holy divination emperor waved his hands. With a thought, a star chart began to form in the void and appear before him. This means of defense was the strongest defensive technique the holy divination emperor had possessed before he had attained the celestial Thirk level. After attaining the celestial Thirk, that technique was basically useless. He had never thought that he would have to use it again, but he actually did in this situation. On this star chart, every single star was derived from the holy divination emperor's techniques. It could be said that an ordinary being would never decipher it. However, Luo Yunyang's blade technique was the sky blade. Although Luo Yunyang had yet to attain the celestial Thirk level, his power was already stronger than an ordinary celestial Thirch's. Even if one accounted for the 5 clones, his strength wasn't any weaker than the holy divination emperor's. The blade light struck the star chart, destroying it in an instant. The holy divination emperor quickly retreated. Just as he was about to conjure a space of his own in order to aid his escape, it crumbled again. This destructive force made the holy divination emperor feel even more terrified. Everyone hurry up and gather. We must not let him break through. The holy divination emperor shouted. However, just as he was sealed by that overbearing force, Luo Yunyang struck again with the broken blade in his hand. He used the sky blade faceless cleave. This move had killed Ning Shensho in the past. Now, Luo Yunyang had unleashed it once again. An ominous feeling rose in the holy divination emperor's heart when the blade appeared. He had originally thought that he wouldn't be much weaker than Sky Sword by Jingtian, even if he wasn't a match for him. Hence, even though he wasn't fully confident in stopping Sky Blade Yi Tian, he had believed that he had a rather high chance of success. Unfortunately, he had just managed to make his move and demonstrate how strong their alliance was before the others were stopped by the conjured clones. Now, Luo Yunyang had just unleashed an unstoppable killing strike against him. His life was threatened. It could be said that the holy divination emperor did not have any means to counter this sort of crisis. He had always relied on his divination to succeed. However, in terms of combat abilities, he was considered the weakest among the 5 of them. This was also the main reason Luo Yunyang had made his clones tangle with the Burning Emperor and the others. One should die without holding any grudges if one were to miscalculate and lose one's life. However, the holy divination emperor didn't want to die. In fact, he wanted very much to attain the legendary Heavenly Venerate platform and become a supreme Heavenly Venerate. Brother Yi, please spare me. I am at fault for plotting against you. However, there's nothing to gain by killing me. The holy divination emperor disregarded everything and started pleading. Luo Yunyang had no intention of saying anything. The blade in his hand did not waver in the slightest as the sky blade faceless cleave was executed. The holy divination emperor's body was sliced in two without so much as a sound. The expressions of the burning emperor and the other people who were tangling with Luo Yunyang's clones turned rigid. They had already started to gain the upper hand against the clones. Actually, the burning emperor was fully confident about killing one of the clones he was facing within 10 moves. However, they suddenly saw the holy divination emperor's body get split into 2 by the sky blade faceless cleave. The shock they felt was inconceivable. You have experienced 10 cycles of reincarnation. Everything is coming full circle. I've finally understood. Bai Jingtian, listen up. His last reincarnation cycle will be on the Sky Sword Mountain. You must never let him attain his final Samara. The holy divination emperor's eyes glowed as he used a mysterious technique to broadcast his voice throughout the Tianyunshan dynasty at the last moment. Chapter 619. Heaven's Drive for a Celestial Thirk. A hidden city appears when a sky celestial fell, bloody rain poured. However, what happened when a celestial Thirk level existence fell? This sort of phenomenon was only recorded in the archives of ancient sects and never heard of in ordinary sects. However, on this day, the entire Tianyunshan dynasty and the realm lacked vitality. The sun and the moon were dull, while the sky was dark. The divine emperor who was holding court nearly jumped up in fright when he saw this doomsday-like scene unfold before his eyes. Although he did not know what had happened, This situation didn't bode well for him. Sky Observer, what is going on? The Tianyunshan Emperor sounded frightened. Your Highness, your humble servant has no idea. The Sky Observer was an old man who was also shaking while observing the apocalyptic scene before him. He understood very well that this scenario was not good. His Majesty might just take his life if he said the wrong thing. The Tianyunshan dynasty's divine emperor was enraged when he heard that reply. He was also frightened and anxious to know what was happening. He had never thought that his Sky Observer would actually give him such a ridiculous answer. Just as he was about to send the Sky Observer off to be beheaded, someone spoke up. Your Highness, your servant once read in a book at the Imperial College about such a situation. This must be the result of a death of a celestial Firk existence, said an elder in long red robes. The elder had a full head of white hair, but his voice was bright and crisp. However, before the elder could finish his words, a thunder-like echo was heard throughout the void. Bai Jingtian, listen up. His last reincarnation cycle body is on the Sky Sword Mountain. The voice boomed loud as thunder and echoed continuously through the void. Upon hearing that voice, everyone, including the Tianyunshan Emperor and that servant, felt an impulse to prostrate themselves. It felt as if heaven and earth had spoken. The sky was dark and the wind was raging. A golden dragon standing behind the main hall was shedding blood-red tears. The golden dragon represented the Tianyunshan Emperor, and the blood-red tears were a looming omen. Your Highness, I'm afraid the person who died is closely connected to the Tianyunshan dynasty, the elder said astringently. A celestial Firk closely connected to the Tianyunshan dynasty. This made the Divine Emperor think of a name he was afraid of. The name the Divine Emperor had thought of was like a sun that hung over the nine skies. This was the greatest guarantee of his throne. If that person really died, his throne and the entire Tianyunshan dynasty would probably. Just as the Divine Emperor's heart started trembling, a figure appeared in the palace hall. The figure, which had always seemed so great and lofty, suddenly became extremely dispirited. He merely took a few silent glances at the tearing golden dragon before saying solemnly, "Make the necessary preparations. We may need to leave this place." Although this announcement seemed to have come out of the blue, the Divine Emperor knew what it meant. However, the Divine Emperor still sounded very reluctant as he replied, "Patriarch, how could it? I don't believe it either, but the old master has fallen." In contrast, the Sky Sword Mountain was beaming with sword light compared to its sullen, dark surroundings. It seemed as if the razor-sharp sword light had made the Sky Sword Mountain the center of attention as it surrounded it and created a barrier around its perimeter for 10,000 miles. However, on top of every peak of the Sky Sword Mountain stood a Sky Celestial level elite. They were the foundation of the entire Sky Sword Mountain, yet their eyes weren't focused on the sullen, dark sky on the outside. They were focused on the peak at the center of the Sky Sword Mountain. The Sky Sword Peak. The Sky Sword Peak was highly regarded in the Sky Sword sect, as Bai Jingtian resided on it. It was the Holy Divination Emperor who died. His words were straightforward. The 10th body of the Sky Blade's reincarnation cycle is in the Sky Sword sect, said a martialist with a stiff and scared expression. Senior brother, I must find the body of his 10th reincarnation cycle and destroy it. The man who was addressed as senior brother was Ruan Shenhui, the current sect master of the Sky Sword sect and Bai Jingtian's eldest disciple. Although his cultivation was much weaker than Ning Shensho's, his imposing manner while executing his duties and the support he received from Bai Jingtian had allowed him to secure his position as sect master for the past several thousand years. He could also be considered one of the pillars of the entire Sky Sword sect. In all honesty, he was in shock right now. The news of a dead celestial Firk was already shocking enough. However, this was made worse by what the Holy Divination Emperor said. 10 reincarnation cycles and 1 embodiment per cycle, yet even the Holy Divination Emperor had been slain. The power and might displayed was unimaginable. More importantly, that person had agreed to meet his ancestral master on the Heavenly Venerate platform in 3 years. Everyone in the Sky Sword sect had always had full confidence in Bai Jingtian. They had never believed that Bai Jingtian could be defeated. However, this confidence had been greatly affected. After all, the person who had fallen had been a celestial Firk. Although the Holy Divination Emperor's combat abilities had been relatively weak, his defense had been exceptional. Could their own ancestral master have killed the Holy Divination Emperor that easily? More importantly, that person had 10 reincarnation cycles and had yet to fully integrate his embodiments. Once he was allowed to complete his body, the odds of beating him would dwindle. Senior brother, let's not hesitate anymore. Although our Sky Sword sect has a lot of disciples, we just have to search for those who are currently training in seclusion to determine who he is, said a firm, determined-looking Sky Celestial. Then, he added in a resolved fashion, we must prevent any mishaps from happening to the ancestral master. His resolution and decisiveness made every elite in the Sky Sword sect nod in agreement. To them, Bai Jingtian was a god that should never be allowed to encounter any problems. Ruan Shenhui nodded his head as well and said, Dear brothers, let's search all of the disciples in the Sky Sword sect who are currently training in seclusion. Have them come out of their training immediately. Yes, senior brother. The Sky Sword sect elites who had already been eager to take action answered almost simultaneously. The gray-masked sky was ripped open by a round of sunshine. Although the Holy Divination Emperor was powerful, he wasn't a heavenly venerate. When a heavenly venerate fell, the sky would rain blood for 10 days and 10 nights. Although the sky darkened when a celestial Thirk died, the duration was much shorter. The Holy Divination Emperor had turned into nothing outside the City of Gold, and the Burning Emperor and the others who were still entangled by Luo Yunyang's clones were facing increased pressure. They weren't that closely related to the Holy Divination Emperor, so sometimes they even yearned for the Holy Divination Emperor's death. However, now, the death of the Holy Divination Emperor, which had happened right before their eyes, had caused them undue stress. Go! The Black Emperor yelled as his white bone spear shook in the void, conjuring a huge mountain made up by piles of white bones that blasted towards Luo Yunyang's clone, who was fighting against him. As the clone was blocking the huge mountain, the Black Emperor ripped the void and vanished. As a celestial Thirk, not only was he capable of creating a supreme realm of his own, but he could freely move about the world using the coordinates of his supreme realm. As a celestial Thirk, not only was he capable of creating a supreme boundary of his own, but he could freely move about the world using the coordinates of this supreme boundary. After the Black Emperor left, the two other celestial Thirches who had a hard time also decided to flee quickly. Eventually, the Burning Emperor was the only one left dealing with Luo Yunyang's clone. The reason the Burning Emperor didn't leave wasn't because he still wanted to battle Luo Yunyang, but rather because his disciples were still there. If he were to leave, Yun Fengyang and the rest would be in trouble. Ha ha ha, the Burning Emperor, have been convinced by Brother Yi's skills. Let's end it here. What do you think, Brother Yi? Although the Burning Emperor addressed Luo Yunyang as Brother Yi, as if they were equals, he was actually admitting defeat. Luo Yunyang did not feel very happy after killing the Holy Divination Emperor. His last body in the Sky Sword sect, which he had occupied during his second reincarnation cycle, was a very important secret. The importance this body held to Luo Yunyang was unimaginable. In the past, Luo Yunyang had never worried that the Sky Sword sect would find out about this body. After all, he had utilized many concealing techniques. However, thanks to the Holy Divination Emperor's warning, the odds of Bai Jingtian finding his body were now almost 50%. Hence, when the Burning Emperor asked for a ceasefire, not only did Luo Yunyang ignore the request, but he even executed his divine martial technique. When this strike was thrown out, the Burning Emperor couldn't evade it, even though he was quick. He was instantly sent flying away. Although the Burning Emperor's exceptional cultivation prevented him from receiving a serious injury, he realized that it wasn't a good idea to stay and immediately took flight. After the Burning Emperor left, Yun Fengyang and the rest wanted to leave as well. However, they did not dare move an inch while Luo Yunyang stood there in the sky. A jet-black city appeared slowly on top of the City of Gold. The city wasn't huge and, when seen from afar, it looked like a mirage. Luo Yunyang's brows creased slightly upon seeing this. According to his estimations, there was still 1 day left before the hidden city would appear. Little did he know that, because of the Holy Divination Emperor's death, the hidden city would appear a day early. He shot a passing glance at Yun Fengyang and the rest before walking in the direction of the hidden city without saying anything. Fusing his 9 embodiments before heading directly to the Sky Sword sect was his priority. After all, he really didn't have much time left. Chapter 620. 9 worlds merge as one. The supreme celestial realm, the hidden city, was hidden in a mysterious space and appeared every 10 years. Therefore, even though Luo Yunyang was the ruler of the hidden city, he also had to wait to enter it. The death of the Holy Divination Emperor had triggered the change of heaven and earth, which had caused the emergence of the hidden city to shift by 1 day. Upon entering the hidden city, Luo Yunyang frowned. He did not feel Tuoshan's qi in the hidden city. Where had simple and honest Tuotian, who had loved to laugh and followed him for many years, gone? Luo Yunyang did not believe that Tuotian would leave the hidden city and disregard his trust. However, he did not rush into searching for his whereabouts. Whilst thinking about this, he flew into the depths of the hidden city. Luo Yunyang had imposed a lot of prohibitions in the past in order to deal with the enemies who had entered the hidden city. According to the topography of the hidden city and his arrangement, even a peak celestial third-grade entity would get trapped while entering the hidden city. However, these prohibitions had no effect on Luo Yunyang, who had set them up. He reached the depths of the hidden city and stopped before a rockery that only looked taller than a foot. This rockery was not eye-catching. However, this place was where the body of Luo Yunyang's third reincarnation cycle was stored. Due to the various array formations in place, it would be difficult for someone to find Luo Yunyang's body, even if they managed to enter the hidden city. His hands moved quickly, forming hand seals that fell like flowing water towards the rockery. The rockery, which had initially seemed no different than ordinary stones, slowly started to glow faintly. The golden lights became denser and eventually formed a golden door out of thin air. After Luo Yunyang made the last seal, he stepped through the golden door and walked into the rockery. A tall soldierly body sat in a lotus position within the cave dwelling, which could only accommodate a single person. After glancing at this body, Luo Yunyang didn't hesitate. A mental projection flew forth from his mind and shrouded that body. The function of the energy shifter ability was once again displayed, and a pure and incomparable power poured into Luo Yunyang from that body. Because he had already had 7 previous similar experiences, the power absorption this time was a walk in the park for Luo Yunyang. However, halfway through the power influx of his third reincarnation's body, Luo Yunyang felt the power in his body begin to surge. This surge was a natural surge, it was the kind that came when the conditions were right. Luo Yunyang knew very well that he was stepping into the celestial third grade because he had sufficient accumulation. There was no forcing or any deliberate attention. Luo Yunyang simply allowed that power to surge into his own body quickly. In an instant, 9 worlds were born in his surroundings. Among these 9 worlds, which had red suns shining down on them, were endless golden deserts and countless stars that were illuminating in every direction. The 9 worlds each represented what Luo Yunyang had cultivated in each of his 9 lives. Although these boundaries did not break through to the celestial third now, they emerged simultaneously. There was a combination of red suns and stars, yellow sand and blue seas. Various life forces welled up silently in these 9 worlds and began to link these 9 worlds together. Luo Yunyang was extremely clear about the integration of those 9 worlds behind him. However, this time, he did not intervene at all. Slowly, along with the integration of the powers, Luo Yunyang felt his spirit become extremely ethereal. Everything around him seemed to be unrelated to him. When the conditions were right, success would follow naturally. After an unknown period of time, the 9 worlds around Luo Yunyang vanished without a trace. Luo Yunyang, who was awakened from that thoughtless and formless state, realized that he was already in a new world. This world had a high-hanging red sun, mountains and valleys, plateaus that touched the heavens, lands without horizons, countless stars, and all of these things were under Luo Yunyang's control. He could make the stars burn, he could freeze thousands of waves, he could split space. He could do any of these things with just a single thought. Luo Yunyang had reached the celestial third grade, or what was known as the universe grade in the divine union. With this thought in his mind, he calculated the size of the supreme celestial third boundary he had formed. If the slain holy divination emperor was used as reference, then Luo Yunyang's supreme celestial third was a more than 100 times greater than the holy divination emperor's. The size of the supreme celestial third boundary was determined by the extent of one's power. Although every celestial third grade was powerful in the eyes of ordinary people, the difference in power could only be known when a celestial third grade was compared to another fellow accomplished. From then on, as a celestial third grade existence, he could live within the supreme celestial third realm, regardless of his cultivation or anything else within the Tianyunshan dynasty. Here, everything was under his control. Although Luo Yunyang had read a lot of guides and records during his 10 reincarnations to help him achieve the celestial third grade and knew almost all the wonderful functions of the celestial third grade, the feeling of entering the celestial third and reading excerpts written by others was completely different. With that thought, Luo Yunyang exited his own supreme celestial third boundary. Actually, Luo Yunyang was still within his own supreme celestial Thirk boundary. However, it had already been compressed to about the length of a foot. Nevertheless, if anyone were to attack Luo Yunyang now, they would still have to break through the foot-long space in the Tianyunshan dynasty. In fact, this space was thousands of miles long. The hidden city was still the same. It hadn't changed just because Luo Yunyang had become a celestial Thirk. Luo Yunyang arrived at the main hall of the hidden city after a short walk. Although he had already settled his own affairs, he still had to find Tuoshan and see what had happened to the subordinate he had delegated here. The main hall of the hidden city was really tall. As he pushed open the door with some familiarity, Luo Yunyang saw a body sitting in a lotus position on the floor inside the hall. He had already confirmed that the body was Tuoshan's by the time he saw the corpse. He did not move towards the body quickly. Instead, he waved his hand toward it and gained some information from it. Qi deviation. Luo Yunyang looked at the silent Tuoshan and frowned slightly. He had never expected that this subordinate, whom he had placed high hopes on, would have died in the hidden city from Qi deviation 100 years ago. Tuoshan's Qi deviation had definitely been an accident. Although this did not affect Luo Yunyang's situation, his heart still stung slightly. It was no wonder that the city of gold was in turmoil. With that in mind, Luo Yunyang placed Tuoshan's body into a small stone box inside the hidden city. He did not have the ability to reverse time, nor could he revive someone yet. He could only preserve the body of his subordinate for the future. After dealing with Tuoshan, Luo Yunyang didn't stay in the hidden city for too long. He took a few things he had stored in the hidden city and rambled out of it. The hidden city gradually started to disappear. When Luo Yunyang walked out of it, he saw Lady Xie, who was still wearing her black veil, as well as many powerhouses from the City of Gold. They all looked at Luo Yunyang in silence. Luo Yunyang understood what Lady Xie and the others were thinking. He pondered for a moment and pointed to Zaire. From this day onwards, he will be the lord of the City of Gold, and no one shall make a move against him. As soon as he said that, Luo Yunyang drifted away into the wind. Right now, his words were a supreme decree. No one in the City of Gold, or in the Tianyunshan dynasty, would dare defy him. We will do as you bid. Everyone present knelt on the ground respectfully, even though Luo Yunyang's body had already disappeared. The news of Luo Yunyang's departure from the City of Gold was disseminated right away. The Burning Emperor and the Black Emperor left their own abodes immediately when they heard the news. They were afraid that Luo Yunyang would seek them out to get even. However, in contrast to their evasive tactics, more people began to turn their eyes to the Sky Sword sect. Sky Sword by Jingtian and Sky Blade Yishan made a pact at the Heavenly Venerate platform. At the time of his death, the Holy Divination Emperor had mentioned the 10 reincarnations and the last true body, which was in the Sky Sword sect. News that the search for the last embodiment of his reincarnation in the Sky Sword sect had begun spread throughout. The 12 sacred celestials and almost all the celestial Thirk-grade powerhouses turned their attention to the Sky Sword sect. Although Sky Celestial Grade and Earth Celestial Grade martialists were also really concerned about this, they dared not approach the Sky Sword Mountain. However, speculation spread rapidly like a plague throughout the Tianyunshan dynasty. Did the Sky Blade's departure mean that Bai Jingtian and Yi Tian, who represented the two supreme cultivation techniques, blade and sword, would initiate a decisive battle? Yi Tian is 300 miles away from the Sky Sword Mountain. A message sent from a Sky Celestial Grade powerhouse made everyone's blood rush. However, the arrival of this news made the Sky Sword Mountain, which was already in a tense state, become even more panicked. Within a quarter of an hour, everyone who had the qualifications to compete on the Heavenly Venerate platform turned their attention to the Sky Sword Mountain eagerly. They did not have any intention of making a move right now. All these people were waiting. They were like the best hunters, waiting for an opportunity. Just as countless people speculated whether the battle of the blade and sword would happen, Luo Yunyang's silhouette appeared outside the Sky Sword sect. Chapter 621. If I fight the strongest. The Sky Sword sect was a place that belonged to the sword. There was never a time when there was no whistling or clanging of swords. Ever since Bai Jingtian had swept everything with his sword, the Sky Sword sect had become the holy land of the sword. No one had dared to challenge the Sky Sword sect for many years. However, when Luo Yunyang carried the broken blade and appeared soundlessly outside the Sky Sword sect, a depressing feeling that felt like a black cloud crushing upon them filled the hearts of almost all the Sky Sword sect disciples. Regardless of whether they were cultivating or meditating, all of them felt a huge pressure that made them breathless. Under this pressure, some people could not even draw their swords. The Blade Demon had arrived. Nobody knew who in the Sky Sword sect spread this news, but although the whole Sky Sword sect had the intent to fight, no one really rushed out. In the entire Sky Sword sect, only Bai Jingtian could deal with an entity capable of killing the Holy Divination Emperor. Therefore, every member of the large Sky Sword sect had their eyes focused on Bai Jingtian's seclusion ground. They were waiting for Bai Jingtian to come out and fight. As the sect master of the Sky Sword sect, Ruan Shenhui felt that he had a heavy burden on his shoulders. Although he had already made preparations, he still felt unable to bear this sort of pressure. Senior brother, it should be here. Ruan Shenhui was standing at the base of an inconspicuous mountain. There was a cave dwelling on the mountain whose owner was a Sky Sword sect disciple who wasn't very famous. Although this disciple wasn't so outstanding, he had been in seclusion for many years and had not appeared since the day he had entered seclusion. Judging by the circumstances of this investigation, this person was probably the last reincarnated embodiment of the Blade Demon. In the past, he had been so ambitious that he had wanted to destroy his opponent's greatest support on behalf of his master. However, this situation was like a hot potato, so it was very difficult for him to decide. Where is he? Ruan Shenhui did not mention the reincarnation embodiment. Instead, he asked about Luo Yunyang's movements. Outside the sect, a voice answered stiffly. Ruan Shenhui took a deep breath. He wanted to deal with this matter, but he knew that it was already beyond his abilities. If something went wrong, he would certainly die. Of course, the Sky Sword sect wasn't afraid of fighting. However, at the moment, the only person in the entire Sky Sword sect who qualified to be that person's opponent was Bai Jingtian. I am going to seek an audience with the master, Ruan Shenhui said while heading towards the most central peak of the Sky Sword Mountain. However, he stopped after just taking 2 steps. He had seen a figure that appeared like an illusion. However, when he saw this figure, Ruan Shenhui was sure that he wasn't mistaken. This was his master's silhouette. Is the master out of seclusion? Someone asked Ruan Shenhui quietly. After 2 confident glances, Ruan Shenhui shook his head and said, "No, this is just an embodiment of him." Given by Jingtian's cultivation, an embodiment was often able to annihilate a whole sect or destroy a great family. It was even able to cause massive, permanent damage to the environment. However, Bai Jingtian had sent out an embodiment to fight the Blade Demon Yi Tian this time. Even his most trusted disciple, Ruan Shenhui, did not believe that he could win. After all, the opponent was a powerhouse who had killed a sacred celestial. Go, follow it and observe it, Ruan Shenhui said softly, although he had already made a vague guess. Thanks to Ruan Shenhui and the other's speed, it took them just a moment to follow Bai Jingtian's embodiment and leave the Sky Sword Mountain. Bai Jingtian's embodiment did not seem any different from the real person. The only tell was that Bai Jingtian's embodiment ignored all his disciples. Yi Tian, I will call you Yi Tian for the time being. That should probably be right. Bai Jingtian's embodiment looked at Luo Yunyang and spoke in a calm voice. The reason why Luo Yunyang did not charge straight into the Sky Sword Mountain was because he felt that dauntless sword chi and Bai Jingtian's imposing aura enveloped the Sky Sword Mountain the moment he arrived. He felt even more strongly that Bai Jingtian wanted to come and see him. Therefore, he did not enter the Sky Sword Mountain right away and didn't do anything but stand outside the Sky Sword Mountain. He was like a huge mountain compared to the disciples of the Sky Sword sect. A mountain that was crushing the spirits of all the disciples of the Sky Sword sect, making it difficult for them to breathe. That's right, Luo Yunyang was extremely calm as he replied indifferently and watched the silhouette enveloped in a layer of sword light. I hope you will not disappoint me after 3 years, said the embodiment of Bai Jingtian. After saying that, the embodiment turned his gaze towards Ruan Shenhui and the others. Brother Yi may walk freely in the Sky Sword sect. With that, the silhouette turned into sword chi and disappeared without a trace. Ruan Shenhui and the others watched in disbelief. However, they also knew that there was absolutely no one on the Sky Sword Mountain who would dare pretend to be their master. This meant that the words that had just been spoken by the master of the Sky Sword Mountain, Bai Jingtian, were true. Your disciples shall do as you bid. Ruan Shenhui answered respectfully after taking a deep breath. Although Luo Yunyang had always acted indifferently, he had been prepared to fight before stepping onto the Sky Sword Mountain. Even though Bai Jingtian's cultivation base was high and Bai Jingtian was not to be trifled with, he could never allow the energy shifter ability that he had cultivated to have a severe flaw. Bai Jingtian could make his move. There was nothing stopping him. Luo Yunyang, who could feel it, was extremely confident about this. Bai Jingtian's decision made Luo Yunyang respect him a little more. Suddenly, Luo Yunyang kind of understood Bai Jingtian's intentions. This was the sort of pride that belonged to the Sky Sword. With a faint smile, Luo Yunyang stepped onto the Sky Sword Mountain. No one obstructed his way or uttered a word. It seemed as if everyone was oblivious to his presence. Many of the people watching the Sky Sword Mountain were disappointed the moment Luo Yunyang stepped onto the Sky Sword Mountain. The Black Emperor and the Burning Emperor were particularly disappointed. They had hoped that Luo Yunyang and Bai Jingtian would have a terrible war. However, Bai Jingtian did not even stop Luo Yunyang. I am inferior to Bai Jingtian's broad-mindedness. The Black Emperor muttered to himself after taking a deep breath. The Burning Emperor did not utter a word, nor did he use his consciousness to look into the Sky Sword Mountain. He knew that he would really be courting death if he chose to scout the Sky Sword Mountain right now. The stronger they are, the better. The stronger the two of them are, the more intense their clash on the Heavenly Venerate platform will be. Maybe, in the end, neither side will win. They will both just suffer huge damage. The two of them did not speak loudly. They quickly dissipated after this conversation. All the forces that were watching this meeting of the Blade and Sword quickly left with their own people after hearing the news. This news surprised them, but also made them feel admiration. Of course, they also felt fear. Luo Yunyang was standing on a small mountain peak in the Sky Sword Mountain. He was very familiar with this mountain peak. This was the place where he had trained for 100 years during his second reincarnation cycle. If there was a weak cultivation base among his 10 reincarnation cycles, the second reincarnation was undoubtedly it. However, this second body of reincarnation was the most important to Luo Yunyang, because he had actually comprehended the energy shifter ability during the second reincarnation. All the seals on the mountain peaks were no different than when Luo Yunyang had left 800 years ago. After glancing at Bai Jingtian's position, he stepped into the mountain. The entire Sky Sword sect calmed down at once when Luo Yunyang entered the small mountain peak. However, Ruan Shenhui and the other higher-ups of the Sky Sword Mountain had unwilling and fearful expressions on their faces. The Holy Divination Emperor's words constantly reverberated in their minds. They too had witnessed Luo Yunyang's might just some time ago. The unperfected Blade Demon was already really powerful. If the Blade Demon was allowed to perfect his 10 reincarnations, could the Master win the battle between the Blade and the Sword? The disciples of the Sky Sword sect had always had full confidence in Bai Jingtian. However, they now all felt hints of doubt. Ruan Shenhui sat on a mountain peak on the Sky Sword Mountain, staring at the mountain peak Luo Yunyang had entered. Although he knew that staring at it wouldn't do much, he still couldn't help but stare. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days passed. In just the blink of an eye, a year had passed. Ruan Shenhui finally stood up from the mountain peak and returned to his cultivation ground. The legend regarding the battle between the Blade Demon and the Sky Sword slowly quieted down. However, the biggest geniuses believed that this battle was definitely going to happen, and it would be even crazier. 3 years passed in a hurry. The Heavenly Venerate platform was getting clearer and clearer in the void. On the 9th day of the 9th lunar month of the 3rd year, there was a rumble between heaven and earth. 10,000 paths appeared along with that loud rumble. Each path, like a rainbow, led directly to the Heavenly Venerate platform. At the moment, almost all the martialists could feel their own cultivation base improve rapidly. Meanwhile, some people even broke through the constraints that had restricted them for many years. However, not many people paid attention to this. Due to the complete appearance of the Heavenly Venerate platform, almost all eyes were once again on the Sky Sword Mountain. This time, there wasn't just a Sky Sword on the mountain, but also a Blade Demon. In the Tianyunshan dynasty, almost everyone understood that this Heavenly Venerate platform would end up in the hands of one or the other. However, no one dared to speculate who would be the victor. The battle was about to begin. Chapter 622, The Swords of the Ruler, the King of Blades. The Heavenly Venerate podium had appeared. Countless origin source laws gathered towards the Heavenly Venerate platform. When seen from afar, one could even faintly discern the martial true body formed by the trails of origin source laws gathering below the platform. It was ascending the Heavenly Venerate platform and rising as the reigning Venerate. Although the Heavenly Venerate platform was an unattainable goal for most martialists, all of them still felt a sense of excitement in their hearts. "The Blade Demon will emerge victorious from the battle between the blade and the sword," exclaimed a man inside a restaurant within a huge city as he raised his wine cup. The man's voice was filled with rapt ecstasy, and a 5-feet-long blade hummed non-stop beside him. The man's loud voice reverberated all around him before someone snapped back coldly, "Nonsense. The Sky Sword is invincible. Lord Bai Jingtian will never lose." A robust youth with a sword strapped to his back objected. "Lord Bai Jingtian will definitely become the next Heavenly Venerate." The man shot a cold glare at the youth when he heard this statement and snorted coldly. "Invincible? Is he invincible just because you say so?" The Lord Blade Demon single-handedly went up against 5 opponents and obliterated the Holy Divination Emperor. No matter how strong Bai Jingtian is, he will never be a match for the Lord Blade Demon. The robust-looking youth returned a cold stare as his hands reached towards the sword on his back. The sword whistled and the blade sliced through the air before they clashed. In an instant, 2 parties who had been total strangers were already fighting. This sort of battle was only one of the countless battles between the sword and the blade that were happening in the Tianyunshan dynasty. People that ranged from ordinary martialists to Earth's celestial existences were fighting it out because of their different opinions. The Heavenly Venerate platform was becoming more distinct, yet the celestial Thyrches that had started making their way to the platform hadn't realized it. The omnipresent supreme celestial realms of the celestial Thyrches did not even appear. Nobody felt surprised by the situation, as almost everyone knew what the celestial Thyrches were waiting for. They were waiting for the battle between the sword and the blade. They were waiting for both sides to suffer from the aftermath of the battle. Or rather, they were waiting for one of them to fall. "It will be a pity if the winner of this battle gets ambushed by the other celestial Thyrches," lamented a young lady. Everyone felt a similar sense of worry. Although the disciples of the Sky Sword sect had absolute confidence in Bai Jingtian, they were also similarly worried about this sort of situation happening. After all, Bai Jingtian was no immortal and the Blade Demon was exceptionally powerful. If Bai Jingtian managed to defeat the Blade Demon but suffered serious injuries, he might not just lose the Heavenly Venerate platform, but his life as well. After all, many eons ago, the seemingly invincible Sky Blade had fallen similarly after many celestial Thyrches had ganged up on him. However, Yuan Shenhui and the others had no solution for this kind of situation. After all, there were more than a dozen celestial Thyrches in the Tianyunshan dynasty. The Burning Emperor, the Black Emperor, and few other celestial Thyrches had gathered on an unnamed mountain peak. Every single one of them was silent, but they all knew each other's intentions clearly. It could be said that all of them were like hunters, quietly biding their time until their prey appeared. Similarly, in another unnamed cave, a few celestial Thyrk beings were sitting quietly around a treasured mirror that showed the situation on the Heavenly Venerate platform. The Sky Sword Mountain was peaceful as usual. However, nobody knew how long the calm before the storm would last. The number of people wanting to spectate from the surroundings was decreasing. Thousands of swords whistled through the air simultaneously on the Sky Sword Mountain. The tens of thousands of disciples who had originally been suppressed by the atmosphere began to move almost at the same instant. They had originally gathered below the Sky Sword Peak. However, all of them were directly looking up at the peak itself now. A white figure emerged from the Sky Sword Peak. His hair was jet black and his robes were white. He held a sword with one hand and his steps were light, as if he was floating like a spiritual being. Countless Sky Sword sect disciples knelt on the ground at practically the same time. Their personally bestowed swords also flew out of their sheaths directly and began to surround the figure. Thousands of swords were facing their ruler. At the moment, Yuan Shenhui wasn't just excited. He was also kind of worried. He was prepared to speak the moment he saw his ancestral master. After all, he was the sect master of the Sky Sword sect. However, the moment he was about to speak, Bai Jingtian looked in his direction. Although it was only a glance, it was enough to make Yuan Shenhui swallow all the words he had been about to say. The ancestral master knew what he wanted to say. Just as Yuan Shenhui regained his composure, the buzz of swords began to echo all around. The buzz sounded razor sharp, and massive battle intent also started to gather frantically through this buzzing sound. Yuan Shenhui already knew who was about to appear. He swiftly turned his head and immediately saw a person in blue robes mysteriously appear on a mountain peak that wasn't too far away. The thousands of swords that had gathered around Bai Jingtian were making high-pitched sounds full of incisiveness and unyieldingness. Yuan Shenhui's face stiffened, as he already felt a terrifying sensation coming from that person. This sort of fear came from the bottom of his heart and made him extremely afraid. King of Blades, unknowingly, these words escaped Yuan Shenhui's mouth. You didn't disappoint me. Bai Jingtian finally spoke. His voice was calm as he added, your 10 reincarnation cycles and the sky blade technique are the strongest I've seen. Luo Yunyang smiled gently as he said, you didn't disappoint me either. However, I must obtain the heavenly venerate platform this time. It's pointless to speak with such confidence. Bai Jingtian snapped as he shifted his sight onto the heavenly venerate platform that was floating in the sky. He was also looking forward to obtaining the heavenly venerate platform. Although the battle between the two of us cannot be avoided, we must not let those treacherous fiends take advantage of us. While Bai Jingtian spoke, he pointed at the sky and said, the heavenly venerate platform has appeared and those heavenly venerates have been restricted outside the Tianyunshan dynasty. Why don't we have a competition to see who will be able to kill more of those people? My sentiments exactly. Luo Yunyang took a step forward and disappeared into the void. Meanwhile, Bai Jingtian waved his sleeves lightly and a sword light ripped open the void as he transformed into a streak of sword light and vanished through the ripped void. Yuan Shenhui and the others only recovered from the shock after Luo Yunyang and Bai Jingtian had left. As he was looking at the almighty heavenly venerate platform, Yuan Shenhui's voice sounded a bit delighted. Something big is going to happen, he said. In the depths of the Tianyunshan dynasty's imperial palace, a man wearing a crown was sitting face to face with a scholar. Judging by their posture and seating arrangement, it seemed like they were conducting some sort of academic study. The scholar was fondling 2 jade balls the size of fists while the old man waited in silence. Clang! Following this sound, the 2 jade balls shattered and fear filled the scholar's eyes. It seems like I have to congratulate you. Your imperial dynasty can continue. The scholar raised his head again. Although he sounded very calm, his eyes showed that he was terrified. Scholar, I know that you have never exaggerated in your entire life. However, I do not believe you this time. How could an imperial dynasty intimidate its surroundings without support from the celestial Thirches? The old man with the crown said sadly. There's no longer any need. In the next 1,000 years, you and I will only need to intimidate those sky celestial existences. After those 1,000 years, if we still can't reach the celestial Thirch level, then your Tianyunshan dynasty will truly deserve to fall. The old man's eyes shimmered brightly. Although he appeared extremely calm during this meeting with the scholar, the calmness he displayed didn't mean that he did not care about the issue at hand. What did you see? What exactly did you see? The old man grabbed the scholar's hand on impulse. I saw fallen celestial Thirches, I saw a bloody sky, I even saw the clash between the blade and the sword. The only thing I did not see is who will ascend the heavenly venerate platform. The scholar then added, I also saw an opportunity for us to become heavenly venerates. Fallen celestial Thirches, who could it be? Although killings happen frequently on the heavenly venerate platform, it is a tough task to kill a celestial Thirch. The man who wore the crown seemed struck by a thought when he finished speaking. Then, he added in disbelief, could it be? Yes, you're right, that's it, the scholar said, it should be starting soon. Is it going to work if both of them do that? The man who wore the crown sounded unconvinced. As long as a heavenly venerate doesn't take action, they'll be the strongest. To them, normal celestial Thirches are just like ants. As soon as he said that, the scholar added emotionally, it is a sad thing to not be able to become a celestial Thirch with them, but dying at their hands is also a great blessing. It's starting. As the scholar spoke, the burning emperor and the rest of the people seated in the small space opened their eyes almost at the same time. Their cultivation bases were very high and they were incomparably sensitive to danger. Just as Luo Yunyang and Bai Jingtian set out, they received a mysterious and inexorable warning. They actually dare. The burning emperor sounded angry. However, no one responded, as a man bearing a blade on his waist had just appeared in the small space they were residing in. Gentlemen, I'm here to send all of you off to your grave. Luo Yunyang looked at the people with calm eyes that were devoid of emotion. He spoke as though this matter was totally insignificant. Chapter 623. Striving between blade and sword. Luo Yunyang's words caused the Black Emperor and the others to burn with rage. Everyone present, including the Black Emperor, were formidable figures that could make the skies and earth shake with just a stamp of their feet. However, Luo Yunyang had actually mentioned that he was going to slaughter them as if they were lowly beasts. Wasn't this arrogant of him? How could they find such a bossy, domineering attitude acceptable? However, when they glanced at Luo Yunyang, they all of them felt the gulf between them and this man. Blade Demon, actually, let us address you as Sky Blade, a handsome tall man said calmly. I'm not your opponent. The Black Emperor and the rest were stupefied upon hearing what the man said. After all, they had reached a point in their cultivation base when it wasn't an easy task to be so straightforward about being inferior to someone else. Nevertheless, this man had blatantly admitted that he wasn't equal to Luo Yunyang. However, we are still the strongest among the celestial Thirches of our respective regions. You might be able to kill us, but you will definitely suffer greatly. Bai Jingtian definitely won't allow you to live. The man raised his voice and added, much less allow you to have the heavenly venerate platform. The Black Emperor and the others relaxed slightly after hearing what the man said. All of them had experienced plenty of ups and downs in their long lives and they could control their emotions easily. Capitalizing on the current situation to ensnare the Blade Demon in a dilemma was a tacit understanding they immediately agreed on. However, all of them looked a little gloomy when they came to that understanding. This gloom was part unwillingness and part helplessness. After all, their words and actions were the law and they did as they pleased. In the face of their absolute strength, any tricks and strategies were useless. Now, however, they had to adopt a strategy. The Green Emperor is right. We are the best among all of the celestial Thirches. After all these years, we have even developed a formation array. Though it might not be able to entrap you, you'll still pay a hefty price for killing us, the Black Emperor said self-confidently with a smirk on his face. Luo Yunyang waited for the Black Emperor to finish before replying coldly, if you don't have anything else to say, then it's time to send you on your way. I couldn't care less even if all of you were stronger than the others by a little. As he spoke, the short blade had already appeared in Luo Yunyang's hands. While Luo Yunyang gripped his blade firmly, the Green Emperor, the Black Emperor and the rest reacted simultaneously. A green longsword appeared in the Green Emperor's hand. As he warped and weaved his longsword, a boundless vitality and a might capable of splitting heaven and earth appeared. Deadly energy began to gather on the Black Emperor's spear, somehow forming a strange equilibrium with the Green Emperor's longsword. The three other celestial Thirches also conjured their own techniques. Although their moves seemed ordinary, everyone had in fact executed their ultimate moves at full strength. An attack generated from the combined efforts of 6 celestial Thirches could shatter heaven and earth. Luo Yunyang did not seem to be concerned at all while he was facing the attack, as he merely unleashed a cleave using his blade. That cleave contained 6 different forms. It was frenzied, boundless, calm, severe. It combined 6 different blade paths into one. This move was the converging Sky Blade Slash. When this slash was unleashed, all their weapons, including the Green Emperor's longsword and the Black Emperor long spear, seemed as if they had entered a whirlpool. All of them raced towards that blade. The Black Emperor and the Green Emperor's expressions stiffened while one of the others tried to retreat frantically. A celestial Thirch existence could escape tens of millions of miles with a mere thought. However, even though the celestial Thirch's speed of retreat was quick, his body was crumbling at a quicker rate. By the time he managed to retreat 10,000 miles away from the site, his body had already crumbled into nothingness in the void. While celestial Thirches tended to know techniques like blood rebirth, inextinguishable consciousness and martial body rejuvenation, the celestial Thirch who crumbled to ashes instantly was truly dead. He had nothing left, not even a drop of blood or a trace of consciousness was left in this world. He had been obliterated. One could say that he had been completely obliterated. The Black Emperor, the Green Emperor and the others cried out loud in anguish. All of them felt a great looming fear coming straight at them. Hence, they conjured their remaining powers and unleashed everything they had. Although their power was strong, they were still unable to retaliate in the face of such overwhelming terror. How could you? This is the ultimate force. The Black Emperor bellowed ragefully as his body started to crumble from that obliterating strike. The ultimate force was normally something that only a heavenly venerate could wield. However, the Black Emperor was certain that the power displayed by Luo Yunyang was ultimate force. Luo Yunyang did not care about the Black Emperor's cries. He continued to brandish his blade forward as the boundless energy caused their surroundings to crumble. The Black Emperor had perished, and the 3 celestial Thirches had also been crushed into nothingness. Eventually, the Green Emperor also joined the rest and turned into dust. As the Green Emperor and the rest perished, picture scrolls appeared in the vast sky. These picture scrolls depicted an endless purgatory, heavenly palaces of deities, and a huge divine tree which had taken root over the primordial chaos and was supporting an entire galaxy. Any ordinary people who saw these paintings would yearn for them and admire them. They would even feel a desire to enter the paintings. However, sky celestial elites all felt fear when they saw the beauty of these picture scrolls. It was because they knew clearly that each and every painting represented a supreme realm, and every supreme realm represented an almighty celestial theurk. The paintings only appeared in the sky for a quarter of an hour. As the burning sun scorched on, the paintings began to disappear one after the other. It seemed as if they were a layer of mist that disappeared completely beneath the scorching sun. 6 celestial theurches have fallen. How ruthless, the scholar lamented. Meanwhile, the crown-wearing elder beside the scholar said as if he was the only one who could understand, "Only today did I realize that it is a blessing to have a low cultivation level." The scholar did not respond. Instead, he nodded his head in agreement. "Bai Jingtian, we'll admit defeat this time," a white-haired old man said solemnly before he added, "That blade demon massacred innocents. Together, we can exterminate him." This old man was the oldest among the 12 sacred celestials. Everyone addressed him as the Sacred Emperor, as he had always ranked at the top of the 12 scared celestials. However, this was because Bai Jingtian had rarely made any moves. Now, the death of the Green Emperor and the Black Emperor had made the Sacred Emperor and the rest lose their fighting will. They only wished that they could all escape with their lives. When the Sacred Emperor spoke, the rest immediately followed him. "Brother Bai, everyone has been hoping that you will become a heavenly venerate. We will definitely help you out this time in order for you to ascend the heavenly venerate platform. We will never allow someone who murders mindlessly to achieve their schemes. That's right, from now on, we will listen to your orders." Bai Jingtian, who held his sword in his hand, appeared rather indifferent. He listened to their words before saying, "My apologies, I personally still want to wrestle for control. I'm sorry, but I'll have to reject your kind offers." "No worries, Brother Bai. You don't have to feel apologetic. If you do not want us to interrupt, we'll just be on our way," said the Sacred Emperor. Although he appeared extremely poised and calm, he was in fact very nervous. "You can leave if you want. It's just that I had a bet with Sky Blade. We're trying to see who can eliminate the most threats, so I hope that all of you could lend me your lives." This move put a huge pressure on the Sacred Emperor and the others. Although they were pleading, they were also making preparations in secret. If Bai Jingtian agreed with them, they would definitely not do anything to him. However, Bai Jingtian had blatantly asked them to hand over their lives. Hence, they had no other choice. In an instant, the Sacred Emperor made his move. His jade-white palms formed 3 seals in the void, toppling heavens, overturning lands and subduing seas. The 3 seals that converged into one contained a boundless might that swarmed towards Bai Jingtian. This might was enough to make anyone's heart shiver. The 5 other celestial theurches also joined forces and executed their strongest moves. In an instant, all of them formed a cleverly crafted, comprehensive all-round attack. A joint attack that made the sky and earth shudder. Bai Jingtian's longsword transformed into a sea of sword blossoms that enveloped the sky and covered every corner in an instant. The 3 overwhelming seals started to crumble and fade into nothingness in the sea of dazzling blossoms. The Sacred Emperor who had executed the 3 seals was also severed into 2 halves by that flashing sword light. Compared to Luo Yunyang's tyrannical blade light, Bai Jingtian's sword light was graceful and gentle. However, although the bodies of the Sacred Emperor and the rest remained the same and didn't turn into dust, there was no longer any vitality in their bodies. Picture scrolls appeared in the sky once again as bloody rain poured as though the heavens were crying. The heavens wept for the fallen celestial theurches. Luo Yunyang and Bai Jingtian stood at the 2 ends of the heavenly venerate platform as the endless bloody rain poured before both of them decided to head towards the platform's defensive perimeter hurriedly. Both of them were equally fast, both of their auras were equally vast, and both of their wills were equally determined. There will no longer be any celestial theurches after this final battle. The scholar mumbled to himself as he gazed into the sky. Chapter 624. Blade and sword occupy the sky. 3 figures stood in the sky shoulder to shoulder in the distance. A frantic, turbulent, formless mess surged all around them. Just a little bit of this chaotic swirling energy could destroy anyone completely. Above these 3 figures were 3 different lights colored violet, green and blue. The lights were shining towards the high heavens, each of them flickering differently in queer ways. "The sacred emperor is dead. What a pity," said the middle figure. Although he said it was a pity, his tone was devoid of emotion. The figure on his left replied nonchalantly, "So what if he died? The weak are prey to the strong." The figure on his right responded coldly, "The battle between the blade and sword. The display of the ultimate force. No matter who wins, they will ride the wind and surpass us." The figure who stood in the middle felt his hand shake gently before he replied calmly, "What can we do about it? The will of heaven is inevitable." The three of them and their surroundings fell silent after the words, "will of heaven," were uttered. Although they all resided high up in the 9 heavens and were a long way from the Heavenly Venerate platform, they were still very aware of the situation going on at the Heavenly Venerate platform. After calming down, the figure in the middle asked, "Who do you think is going to win?" "Sky Blade," the figure on the left answered firmly. The figure on the right answered in an unquestionable tone, "Bai Jingtian." The figure in the middle took in a deep breath and waved his sleeves as he produced a treasured mirror from the formless mass around him and made it display the situation on the Heavenly Venerate platform. In the treasured mirror, Luo Yunyang and Bai Jingtian faced each other on opposite ends of the Heavenly Venerate platform. Both of them were 10 meters away from the platform. This distance was negligible to both of them, as they could ascend the platform in a flash if they wanted to. However, both of them felt the boundless energy exuded from their opponent and could sense that, although they both appeared calm, it would only take a wave or gesture for them to unleash an earth-shattering power. "World Walker, 10,000 Sword Burning Furnace." Bai Jingtian finally spoke. His voice was extremely calm, but his words were filled with unquestionable confidence. "My disciple merely grasped a superficial understanding of my technique and was simply courting death when he faced you." As soon as he said that, Bai Jingtian's tone became as sharp as a sword. "However, I'm his master and I should let you have a look at the true ability of my sword," he added. While speaking, Bai Jingtian took a step forward and many silhouettes of swords that were thousands of meters tall appeared behind his back. Below them was a sword furnace that was hundreds of times larger and clearer than Ning Shensho's. The swords were like trees in a forest, and the sword furnace was burning violet red. As Bai Jingtian took his first step, all the swords merged with the sword furnace. In just an instant, the sword furnace shattered. Sword light burst out from within and slashed towards Luo Yunyang violently. That sword light made everyone tremble and feel afraid. The sword light seized the life away from heaven and earth. Everything, from the gathering of these thousands of swords to Bai Jingtian's move execution, happened in the blink of an eye. However, the might of this sword technique was 10 times stronger than Ning Shensho's. It was a refined sword from the 10,000 sword burning furnace. Luo Yunyang had been looking forward to this battle with Bai Jingtian. Now, his expectations became a reality as Luo Yunyang paid full attention to Bai Jingtian's every action. As he was facing the strongest sword light ever seen in the Tianyunshan dynasty in the past 1,000 years, Luo Yunyang did not hesitate. He unleashed his blade towards the sword light. Sky Blade Faceless Cleave. Luo Yunyang chose to use his Sky Blade Faceless Cleave. However, as blade light and sword light collided in the void, the full power of the Sky Blade Faceless Cleave was still showed clearly. What was projected was a 3 feet long blade. The resplendent blade light and the sword light forged by the furnace of 10,000 smelted swords were caught in a deadlock. The power of the blade and sword light did not diminish or erupt. However, if any one of them were to explode, the power produced would envelop the world with flames. Bai Jingtian did not continue to brood over the sword light. Instead, he smiled lightly and said, "I stopped using this sort of smelting technique 500 years ago. Now, take this instead." While speaking, he waved the sword in his hands and a seemingly ordinary sword light danced towards Luo Yunyang gently. Upon seeing the sword light, increased worry appeared in Luo Yunyang's expression. Without any hesitation, he waved the broken blade in his hands again and unleashed the Sky Blade Origin Cleave. The blade and sword light collided in midair and dispersed immediately. It was very difficult to determine who had the upper hand. "Take my blade then." Luo Yunyang took flight while brandishing his blade. When his blade move changed, a blade light shot out towards Bai Jingtian. This time, Luo Yunyang did not execute his Sky Blade technique. Instead, he used one of the moves of the Divine Martial Technique, which was called seizing the world with a sweeping blade. Bai Jingtian appeared very calm while he faced the blade light. The sword in his hand transformed into thousands of sword shadows and smashed onto Luo Yunyang's technique heavily. Blade and sword light crashed violently, causing countless cracks to appear in the sky around the two of them. Some parts of the sky even seemed like they would shatter if anyone touched them. The radius of the heavenly venerate platform was only 10 meters, and the power from the origin source laws below it appeared clearer than ever. Although both Luo Yunyang and Bai Jingtian had yet to ascend the heavenly venerate platform, the platform had begun to release a mysterious attractive force towards the two of them. Luo Yunyang wanted to ascend the platform, and Bai Jingtian, who was at the opposite end of the heavenly venerate platform, also yearned for it. Let's not waste each other's time. Bai Jingtian shot a glance at Luo Yunyang before sheathing his sword suddenly. As soon as he put away his sword, a boundless sword intent shrouded Bai Jingtian's body. The moment the sword intent shrouded him, almost every sword in the Tianyunshan dynasty began to whiz fanatically. Bai Jingtian's figure was rapidly covered by the swords. In the blink of an eye, it seemed as if he had become a sword that was tens of thousands of meters long. Sword light was radiating for hundreds of thousands of miles. Luo Yunyang remained silent. However, when the sword light began to cover Bai Jingtian, trails of blade lights also started to appear from all directions, shrouding Luo Yunyang's body and wrapping around him. About 3/3 of these blade lights were the sky blade, but there were also some blade intents from the divine martial technique and some overwhelming battle intent. Almost all of these blade lights had gathered on Luo Yunyang's body in an instant. In a moment, Luo Yunyang transformed into a long blade that shone as brightly as Bai Jingtian's sword. Both the blade and the sword vibrated almost at the same time. Then, they both dashed towards the heavenly venerate platform. At the moment, there was almost no exchange of moves. However, when the two collided in the sky, both the sword and the blade grew in size and their radiance lit up the entire sky of the Tianyunshan dynasty in an instant. Many people felt like insignificant ants. Even the three heavenly venerates who were situated high up in the 9 heavens frowned. Only people who had cultivated to their grade could understand the impact of the clash and the invincible power generated. It was supreme, utterly supreme. This was a display of absolute power. There was no trace of pretense in that clash. There was only the collision of the blade and sword in this realm. Luo Yunyang, who had become a blade, was emotionless. At the moment, even the thought of obtaining the heavenly venerate platform seemed tasteless to him. He actually felt no regrets, even if he could not obtain the heavenly venerate platform. Although he could not see Bai Jingtian, Luo Yunyang was able to clearly feel what Bai Jingtian was thinking about. Damn it, why isn't this over yet? This is killing me. The elder, who was the second in rank Big Dipper Starlord and a senior figure who had single-handedly created the Tianyunshan dynasty, cursed out loud. His cultivation base had always been very good, but at the moment, he really did not want to wait any longer. The space was quickly occupied by the exchange between the blade and the sword. The entire sky was almost covered. It was getting hard for an elite like him to breathe, let alone conjure his powers. He couldn't endure this sort of suppression and did not wish to continue surviving under this pressure. The scholar who stood beside the elder did not console him. He only looked at the blade and sword that covered the sky. Cracking sounds came from the heavenly venerate platform. Although there wasn't any special means of broadcasting sound, the sound was still bright and crisp as it rang in everyone's ears. Almost the entire audience had the same feeling when they saw the cracking heavenly venerate platform. The platform was going to break. Who could stop the clash between the blade and the sword? The heavenly venerates were cast outside and all the celestial Thirches were slain by the two of them. Both of them had transformed into a sky blade and sky sword. Thousands of swords and blades were wailing below the heavenly venerate stone. Amidst this wailing, a loud and crisp sound resonated in the void. The simple, unadorned heavenly venerate stone, which was filled with an ancient aura, broke into two directly in the void. The heavenly venerate stone had broken. Every elite in the Tianyunshan dynasty could not believe their eyes when they saw the heavenly venerate stone break. In their eyes, the heavenly venerate stone was extremely sacred. However, the battle between the blade and sword had actually broken it. How was this possible? Chapter 625. 10 lifetimes, the ultimate punch. The heavenly venerate platform was split in two. Although the vast sky and earth were under the suppression of the blade and sword, all of the martialists watching the battle still felt extremely frightened. The heavenly venerate platform, in the eyes of everyone present, the platform shaped like a huge stone was a place where supreme elites underwent a baptism and became eventually supreme heavenly venerates. This was a place where most people could only be subservient. However, the heavenly venerate platform had actually just been divided into two by the powers of those two. Half a platform for each of them. In the Blue Marquis Dragon Palace, Lu Bingyu's eyes were beaming with fervent expectation. Although she had absolute trust in her cousin, the mighty clash between the sword and the blade had managed to shatter her confidence. She found it hard to believe that her cousin would defeat Bai Jingtian, but she also did not believe that Bai Jingtian would defeat her cousin. Many people had similar thoughts with Lu Bingyu. For example, the sect master of the Sky Sword sect, Yuan Shenhui. At the moment, Yuan Shenhui was also very shocked and believed that the battle between the blade and sword was going to end in a stalemate. Both of them had exceeded the capabilities of a celestial Thirk by far. So much so that Yuan Shenhui felt that it was very normal for one to say that they could match up to a heavenly venerate. Under the circumstances, it would be really tough for anyone to determine who would win. The three heavenly venerates were at a loss for words. They had ascended the heavenly venerate platform before and were exceptionally familiar with the ancient-looking stone named the heavenly venerate stone. Even after they had become heavenly venerates, they had never thought that they would break the heavenly venerate platform. However, the two potential heavenly venerates had actually just broken it. Tens of thousands of paths wailed in sorrow. Rainbow streaks of cultivation paths gathered above the heavenly venerate platform, making a wailing sound, as if they were crying because the platform had been destroyed. A deep cry was heard from the broken heavenly venerate platform before a five-colored hallowed glow rose up from it. White, black, green, red, yellow. The five colors fused rapidly, transforming into a five-colored, blazing pillar of light in the sky. The cultivation paths wailing in sorrow frantically poured into the light pillar. Luo Yunyang and Bai Jingtian, who were situated outside of the five-colored light pillar, recalled their attacks immediately. The boundless sword light and blade light dispersed very quickly, but the five-colored light pillar made both of them look very much like godly entities. In the blink of an eye, the five-colored light pillar, which had gathered the power of 10,000 cultivation paths, vanished completely. The heavenly venerate platform, which had been broken in half, was restored once again. However, the platform was now 10 times larger than before and over 100 meters in radius. Every ancient pattern seemed like it contained boundless great paths, and the interweaving countless patterns could make anyone feel that the sky and earth had merged into the platform. Even the most ordinary martialist could feel that the current strength of the heavenly venerate platform had vastly exceeded its previous strength. Once the heavenly venerate platform becomes stronger, anyone that is baptized on the platform will receive a larger cultivation boost as well. The heavenly venerate who stood on the left lamented. However, the heavenly venerate on the right gave a much colder reply. What can we do? We are situated outside the 9 heavens. The heavenly venerate in the middle was silent. However, one could see in his eyes that he was yearning for the heavenly venerate platform, which had grown 100 times in size. Take my sword again, Bai Jingtian suddenly said, as though he was having a normal conversation while landing softly on one side of the heavenly venerate platform. However, after speaking, he did not make any moves. The sword in his hand did not move and there wasn't any movement in his surroundings either. A sham shot. Even the sky celestials watching the battle couldn't understand what Bai Jingtian meant. Even the all-knowing scholar's expression contained a trace of amazement. Should one deceive oneself or inadvertently alert one's opponent? These sort of methods were considered cheap tricks by entities like Bai Jingtian and Luo Yunyang, as they were useless. Almost everyone agreed that Bai Jingtian wouldn't be that senseless. However, even though they thought so, they also couldn't understand why Bai Jingtian had said that. At the moment, only 4 people could see and understand what Bai Jingtian meant. The 3 heavenly venerates and Luo Yunyang, who was on the receiving end of Bai Jingtian's attack. Although it seemed like Bai Jingtian hadn't made a move, Bai Jingtian actually had. However, he hadn't used his hands or his sword. What he had used was his mind. The Solitude Mind Sword. Luo Yunyang had sensed the name of this sword technique the moment Bai Jingtian had spoken. He could even sense an inescapable sword striking directly towards his core. The Mind Sword was very difficult to evade or defend oneself against. A hint of seriousness appeared in Luo Yunyang's eyes. Take my punch too. Luo Yunyang sounded indifferent. Compared to Bai Jingtian's silent and traceless Solitude Mind Sword, Luo Yunyang's technique was vastly different, as 10 silhouettes appeared behind him. These 10 silhouettes represented the different reincarnation cycles that he had gone through. In an instant, the silhouettes and all their spiritual energy condensed into one before getting blasted out forcefully by Luo Yunyang. This punch wasn't the divine martial technique. Unlike the divine martial technique, this technique was gentler, just like a naughty child who was boxing. There was no fist style or fist intent, just a plain and simple punch. However, as the punch met by Jingtian's solitude mind sword, there wasn't any ripple or impact. It seemed as if both techniques were in a different dimension. There was no way to evade the solitude mind sword. Hence, after blasting out his punch, Luo Yunyang waited patiently. As the solitude mind sword entered his mind, he immediately executed the shattering heavens in his head. The shattering heavens technique had a destructive power that could crush the sky and earth. Although it was considerably low risk for Luo Yunyang to execute this technique in his mind, he still felt that he had no other option. The solitude heart sword whizzed in upheaval for a moment before getting crushed. However, Luo Yunyang also felt countless cracks starting to develop in his mind power. These cracks were forming at an unstoppable rate. Fortunately, Luo Yunyang managed to suppress their progress after almost half of his mind power had cracked. Luo Yunyang, whose vital energy was greatly affected, stared at Bai Jingtian, who looked undisturbed. It seemed as if the punch hadn't landed on him. However, the moment Luo Yunyang turned to look at Bai Jingtian, he felt a slightly detached vibe coming from him. "I've lost." After admitting his defeat, Bai Jingtian smiled gently and added, "But I'm thoroughly convinced by my defeat." Bai Jingtian's words had just left his mouth when he began to turn into nothingness and disappear completely. The Sky Sword Peak on the Sky Sword Mountain had always been Bai Jingtian's training ground. The moment Bai Jingtian disappeared, the peak also began to merge with the earth beneath it silently. The other thousands of peaks on the Sky Sword Mountain also subsided half of their original height into the earth. It seemed as if the entire Sky Sword Mountain had shrunk greatly in size. Yuan Shenhui and the other Sky Sword sect disciples looked on helplessly in shock. They had already guessed what had happened. However, at the moment, they did not know how to express their emotions. Bai Jingtian had been like a god to the entire Sky Sword sect. A god who had bestowed strength unto everyone in the sect. Unfortunately, this god had now fallen. He won. Cousin won. In the Blue Dragon Marquis Palace, Lu Bingyu screamed out loud in joy as her heart was filled with uncontrollable excitement. Although she didn't understand what had happened during the exchange between Bai Jingtian and Luo Yunyang, she could still feel the thrill. However, this wasn't important anymore, as her beloved cousin had won. More importantly, this meant that her cousin had ascended the Heavenly Venerate platform. He had ascended the Heavenly Venerate platform, achieved immortality and reached eternity. Luo Yunyang was standing on top of the Heavenly Venerate platform. At the moment, he could feel the boundless powers surging in from every direction towards him. However, he wasn't paying attention to these things. He was instead paying attention to how a Heavenly Venerate could break through and attain immortality. Eternity and a sense of accomplishment. Heavenly Venerates in the Tianyunshan dynasty were the equivalent of supremacies in the Divine Union. If he could become a Heavenly Venerate during this reincarnation cycle, his road towards becoming a supremacy back in his own reality would be smoother. Boom! The radiance on the Heavenly Venerate platform became much more dazzling. While he was in the midst of it, Luo Yunyang could feel the energy formed by countless cultivation paths, which was forming a surging river around him. The torrential river surged endlessly. Luo Yunyang, who stood on the Heavenly Venerate platform, felt like an ant within this surging river. When Luo Yunyang stared at the river, he saw Bai Jingtian looking back at him. The Black Emperor, the Green Emperor, and the others were struggling frantically, while people he knew and people he didn't know were surging forward in the river. When Luo Yunyang turned his head, he saw countless figures following him. They all appeared extremely blurry. However, when he observed their appearance, Luo Yunyang thought that he saw something. Boom! The huge Heavenly Venerate platform dragged Luo Yunyang's body as it flew up from the surging river. At the moment, Luo Yunyang could feel the extremely mysterious strength of a source law enter his mind. One needed to have control over space and time, detach oneself from fate, and become a Heavenly Venerate. Chapter 626. Not staying a Heavenly Venerate could reappear anywhere along the flow of time in his physical body in every situation as long as a trace of his spiritual consciousness still existed. Heavenly Venerates knew the limitations of the river of time. Hence, time didn't affect them and, if they wanted to, they could live on forever. Heavenly Venerates were able to control space, while their supreme realm transformed into a complete universe. Luo Yunyang stood on the heavenly venerate platform and overlooked the sky and earth. He felt as if he possessed an inexhaustible strength in his hands. A purple cloud rose while brilliant dazzling rays shone for 90,000 miles. Numerous visual forms had appeared in the sky above the Xianxia dynasty. These visual forms were all expressing their congratulations for the emergence of the new heavenly venerate. Luo Yunyang did not care about these visual forms or the people kowtowing before him. He sat in a lotus position in the sky, comprehending the changes that were occurring in heaven and earth while fusing all the cultivation techniques he had learned throughout the years. Luo Yunyang had already fully mastered all the cultivation techniques of the Xianxia dynasty and the divine union. However, when it came to the cultivation of a heavenly venerate grade, everything was flawed. Great chaotic whole path, shattering heavens, divine martial technique, sky blade 7 cleaves. All sorts of techniques began to reach peak mastery based on Luo Yunyang's deduction. Although those methods were not of much use to Luo Yunyang anymore, they would be the foundation of his battling techniques when he returned to the divine union. 10 years later, Luo Yunyang managed to create the divine obliteration blade of the great chaotic whole. This blade technique condensed all the top-notch techniques that Luo Yunyang had learned into a single set of techniques. Although it didn't seem to be able to surpass the shattering heavens or the divine martial technique in terms of power, it was still the most suitable blade technique for Luo Yunyang. The combination of the chaotic whole obliteration and the sky blade 7 cleave allowed every blade technique of the set to contain the obliterating intent of the chaotic whole and the extreme cleaving intent of the sky blade. Fellow Taoist, the three of us are here to visit you. Would you be willing to meet us? A spirit consciousness entered Luo Yunyang's mind nimbly. In the past, Luo Yunyang would have been slightly worried about the 3 heavenly venerates. However, now, there was nothing in this world that Luo Yunyang was afraid of. He smiled gently and replied, "Isn't it a joyous event when friends from afar visit me? It's an honor for me to receive all of you." Ever since he had become a heavenly venerate, Luo Yunyang had always trained in his supreme realm. However, hosting the 3 heavenly venerates in his supreme realm would be inappropriate now. Hence, with a wave of his sleeves, he re-entered the Xianxia dynasty. 3 ancient-looking elders in long robes were smiling brightly atop a mountain peak. After seeing Luo Yunyang come out of his supreme realm, all of them greeted him earnestly. "Congratulations, fellow Taoist, you have gathered the power of 10 reincarnation cycles and become a heavenly venerate." Luo Yunyang felt that there was nothing to hide regarding the power gathered during his reincarnation cycles. Hence, he replied calmly, "I was just lucky, that's all. I am Purple Crane. This is Brother Mysterious Silence and Brother Spring Frost, who became a heavenly venerate the earliest," said an elder in purple long robes. He sounded very respectful as he talked about Spring Frost and introduced everyone to Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang could understand this sort of respect. After all, Spring Frost was the first heavenly venerate of this world. In fact, there was no need for an introduction, as all of them were hailed as gods in this world. While Luo Yunyang had been experiencing his 10 reincarnation cycles, he had often heard people pray to the 3 heavenly venerates or, at times, to one of them alone for a blessing. However, since they had taken the initiative to introduce themselves, Luo Yunyang returned the favor by greeting them in a friendly manner. Heavenly Venerate Spring Frost breathed a sigh of relief after seeing that Luo Yunyang was rather refined and courteous. Although he was the leader of the 3 heavenly venerates, this was merely a title. In fact, martialists who had attained their level of cultivation grade often paid no attention to mortal rankings. They were worried about Luo Yunyang because Luo Yunyang's heavenly venerate platform was 10 times the size of theirs. Hence, it could be said that his core foundation was also 10 times better than theirs. They all felt worried about facing someone like Luo Yunyang. Although he had only been a heavenly venerate for a short period of time, his abilities had far surpassed theirs. They were worried that he would dominate this world by brute force. In that case, the 3 of them would definitely join hands and oppose him. However, if that happened, endless murder would take place. Fellow Taoist, you are called Sky Blade and Blade Demon. However, these titles are not fitting for a heavenly venerate. Fresh Frost then added with a smile, "Why don't you give yourself a venerate's title that will become known across the world?" He was talking about self-bestowing a venerate's title. Although Luo Yunyang had not been very interested in such a title, he was moved when Fresh Frost mentioned it. In that case, I'll be heavenly venerate samsara. Luo Yunyang made his decision in a split second. Fresh Frost, Purple Crane, and Mysterious Silence all shot a glance at each other before agreeing simultaneously. Great, this is an awesome venerate's title. From now on, our world will have another heavenly venerate samsara. Almighty figures often task their individual sect disciples with handling trivial matters. A supreme heavenly venerate would only need to have a mere thought to convey what they needed, and their disciples would take over from there. Hence, when Luo Yunyang decided that he would be called Heavenly Venerate Samsara, Heavenly Venerate Purple Crane simply ordered his disciples to spread the news. Then, the three of them began to sit down and started discussing cultivation paths. We yearn for the 10 reincarnation cycle technique. Would Brother Samsara mind helping us solve some of our queries? Purple Crane asked Luo Yunyang as soon as he asked Luo Yunyang about some other cultivation techniques. When Heavenly Venerate Purple Crane asked this question, the eyes of the two other Heavenly Venerates lit up. Their cultivation bases had already enabled them to reincarnate from a single drop of blood, reverse time and revive the dead. However, it was extremely difficult for them to make someone enter 10 reincarnation cycles. Luo Yunyang truly couldn't reveal the truth. After all, he couldn't tell the three of them that this was all because of the samsara wheel. Hence, after pondering this for a moment, Luo Yunyang replied indifferently, "It was an opportunity I had the chance to receive that could not be replicated." Although the three heavenly venerates were disappointed by Luo Yunyang's answer, they were all understanding. Even though they were supreme existences in the Tianyunshan dynasty, there were a lot of things that they couldn't explain either. That question aside, Luo Yunyang was willing to share his other secrets, including his sky blade technique. He did not try to hide, and the other three heavenly venerates didn't either. They all shared their cultivation secrets. The foundation of martialists of their level was already set, so even knowing other people's cultivation techniques wouldn't allow them to reach the same level. Therefore, they naturally did not hide anything. Luo Yunyang received knowledge about 3 top-notch battle techniques during their discussion. Although he appeared to be calm and collected, his heart was bursting with joy. All 3 battling techniques were not much weaker than Luo Yunyang's sky blade technique. Although Luo Yunyang wouldn't need to use the 3 battling techniques in the Tianyunshan dynasty, in the Divine Union these 3 techniques would be. It would be a blessing for someone who had undergone 10 reincarnation cycles to be able to obtain just one of those techniques. However, the 3 top-notch techniques were served up like a simple dish to Luo Yunyang by the 3 heavenly venerates, who explained them in detail to him. Even their direct disciples might not have had this sort of treatment. "I'll explore the outside of the galaxy after my 100 years of preparation," Luo Yunyang said after their cultivation discussion in order to have an excuse to leave after the 100 years of his last reincarnation cycle. Heavenly Venerate Fresh Frost and Purple Crane exchanged a glance before Heavenly Venerate Purple said, "Heavenly Venerate Samsara, I think you should reconsider your decision. You're an almighty Heavenly Venerate, so you should know that the Heavenly Venerate podium appears once in 10,000 years. However, why is it that there are only 3 of us after this time? It's because Heavenly Venerates left one after another to explore the outside world, but none of them came back." Heavenly Venerate Qing Shuang then added, "Before becoming a Heavenly Venerate, we felt that reaching the Heavenly Venerate grade was the peak of cultivation. However, after becoming Heavenly Venerates, we realized that we were ignorant. Everything else aside, the reason why the Heavenly Venerate platform appears is." Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Silence hadn't spoken all this time. However, his frown spoke volumes. Luo Yunyang's mind went into overdrive upon seeing the expressions of the 3 heavenly venerates. If there were existences superior to heavenly venerates, then where did these higher beings live? In the entire Divine Union, the supremacies were the strongest. In this world, the heavenly venerates were similar to the supremacies. However, Luo Yunyang wasn't surprised by what Heavenly Venerate Fresh Frost and the others had said, as he had experienced the Samsara Wheel, the Bloody Sky River, and the Heavenly Venerate platform. If there weren't any beings stronger than them, then it would be impossible to explain the occurrence of those events. There was also the Divine Marital Hall, the training ground in the small tower, and the largest secret of them all, his attribute regulator. The fact that most heavenly venerates had never returned was the best excuse for Luo Yunyang. Hence, after mulling this over for a moment, he said seriously, "I do not wish to live an eternity in this world. If I get the chance, I'll definitely head out and venture." Heavenly Venerate Fresh Frost and the two other Heavenly Venerates kept trying to persuade Luo Yunyang but stopped after seeing that he had made up his mind. In fact, people of their cultivation grade knew that it would be very hard to change the opinion of someone who had set their mind on something. Their persuasion was nothing more than a kindly intention. Their cultivation discussion lasted 30 years before the three Heavenly Venerates were satisfied enough that they decided to leave. There were 50 years left before Luo Yunyang's 10 reincarnation cycles would end. Chapter 627. Returning for a Heavenly Venerate, 50 years would pass in the snap of a finger. A single training session in seclusion would easily take 50 years. When it came to comprehending cultivation techniques or improving one's cultivation base, 50 years was too short a time for a Heavenly Venerate. Hence, after seeing off the three Heavenly Venerates, Luo Yunyang left his supreme realm again in an instant. He arrived instantly at the Blue Dragon Marquis Palace with a single step. The Blue Dragon Marquis Palace had become the Blue Dragon King Palace. The Divine Emperor of the Tianyunshan dynasty had personally bestowed the title of the Blue Dragon King Palace on it. The legend of the 10 reincarnation cycles was no longer taboo, and many people viewed Luo Yuanshu as the true identity of Heavenly Venerate Samsara. Every day, waves of important royal figures arrived at the Blue Dragon King Palace to pay their respects. Every day, countless great sects arrived to pledge their loyalty. Flower petals were scattered along with the gentle breeze as spring was welcomed by a light drizzle. Amid the light drizzle and the gentle breeze, many thoughts flooded Luo Yunyang's mind. Meanwhile, he saw Lu Bingyu standing in the midst of this shower of flowers. Luo Yunyang was well aware of Lu Bingyu's feelings, but he was still going through the 10 reincarnation cycles, so he had to steer clear of those feelings. Quit being in a daze. Let's go out for a walk, Luo Yunyang said with a soft smile as he walked out of the gentle drizzle. Lu Bingyu watched the graceful Luo Yunyang and followed him without any hesitation out of the Blue Dragon Marquis Palace. Some people in the Blue Dragon Marquis Palace sensed that the two of them had left, but no one said anything or greeted them. This wasn't because their reaction was slow, or because they were unconcerned or just didn't want to greet Luo Yunyang. It was because the thought of doing so only formed abruptly after both of them had disappeared in the distance. Lu Bingyu was walking side by side with Luo Yunyang in a small city. It felt as if they were both ordinary people gazing at the bustling city scene. This is the place where I had my second reincarnation cycle. Luo Yunyang pointed at a shabby wooden door. During his second reincarnation cycle, he had been a core disciple of the Sky Sword sect. Although he had only possessed the disciple's body after the disciple had entered the Sky Sword sect, Luo Yunyang had still known everything about the disciple. 1,000 years of rain and shine had changed the appearance of the wooden lodge, yet the location hadn't changed a single bit. Do you want to head in and take a look? Lu Bingyu asked with a smile. There shouldn't be anything left to see as, after all, countless people must have come and left in almost 1,000 years. Luo Yunyang pondered this for a moment before nodding his head out of curiosity. There was nothing capable of stopping the two of them in the wooden lodge. Although the family living there wasn't well off, the space was still very clean. Everyone in the small home was busy with their own affairs. After walking around, Luo Yunyang stopped in a room situated in a corner. The room in the corner was covered by a cloth with numerous names written on it. Surprisingly, the name he'd had during his second life in this world was written in the second row. Upon seeing that there were no more names below his, Luo Yunyang let out a gentle sigh. His gaze fell on the family members, who were busy with their chores, for a moment before he decided to disappear completely from the lodge with a wave of his sleeves. As Lu Bingyu saw the mist above the wooden lodge change, she nodded her head in agreement. This is the best for them. As a heavenly venerate, Luo Yunyang could change a family's fortune with a mere thought and destroy a dynasty just as easily. Although the luck that Luo Yunyang had bestowed on the family wasn't too great, it could still ensure that the family progressed and eventually became a wealthy family in 100 years. This was the power of a heavenly venerate. After a short while, Luo Yunyang and Lu Bingyu appeared outside the Sky Sword sect. Compared to the Sky Sword Mountain, that had bustled with sword chi in the past, the current sect had declined greatly. Although there were still many people cultivating the path of the sword, this could not compare to the time when Bai Jingtian had still been alive. At that very moment, thousands of people were gathered outside the Sky Sword sect. Based on their expressions, it was obvious that they had gone there with evil intentions. No one had dared do anything while Bai Jingtian had still been around to helm the Sky Sect sword. Now that Bai Jingtian had perished, Yuan Shenhui couldn't hold his ground, and naturally everyone that harbored enmity towards the sect had shown up. Battles were fought every day and almost all their enemies were closing in on them. Countless Sky Sword sect disciples had either died or fled. The people that were left were the Sky Sword sect's most loyal disciples. Yuan Shenhui was injured, as were many of the remaining disciples. Although they appeared unyielding, they mostly just wanted to die with dignity. After all, they had no other options. The ancestral master's sword manual must not be handed over to those scoundrels. Yuan Shenhui sounded calm, but his tone was still unquestionable. Although I cannot protect the Sky Sword sect, I will never allow the name of our ancestral master to be tarnished by these B***stards. The martialists around him all responded bravely, yes. Although all of them sounded less respectful than they should, they were still filled with determination to do their best and risk their lives. Yuan Shenhui felt slightly touched as he watched these disciples. Scram! Just as Yuan Shenhui was about to raise his sword and take his last stand, a voice resonated across the void. The voice was filled with unquestionable vigor and a horrifying intent. Upon listening to the voice, Yuan Shenhui suddenly felt his ancestral master reappear. However, as this feeling formed, he realized instantly that this was definitely not his ancestral master. The person who had spoken was on a higher level than his ancestral master in all aspects. Its heavenly venerate Samsara, run! Thousands of martialists that had gathered outside of the Sky Sword sect screamed in fear as they frantically escaped. Although some people among them were unwilling to part with what they had been about to obtain and were very unresigned, most people were wishing that they could run faster. When Yuan Shenhui saw Luo Yunyang, he hesitated for a split moment before eventually kneeling on the ground respectfully. Luo Yunyang didn't pay attention to Yuan Shenhui as he brought Lu Bingyu into the cave where he had trained in seclusion in the past. After walking around, he said faintly, "I'm going to rest here for a period of time." This was said with quite a resolute intent. While Luo Yunyang was residing in the Sky Sword Mountain for 3 years, the Sky Sword Mountain once again resumed its prosperity and countless disciples who cultivated the way of the sword gathered below the Sky Sword Mountain. Luo Yunyang did not cultivate in seclusion during these 3 years. He spent almost every day outside of his cave residence with Lu Bingyu and sometimes even chattered heartily with some of the ordinary Sky Sword sect disciples. After 3 years, Luo Yunyang led Lu Bingyu away and left quietly. In his opinion, the Sky Sword sect was only part of his journey and he wanted to complete the rest of his journey within his remaining time. When he reached the shore of the East Sea, Luo Yunyang entered the sea on a boat and set sail into the endless abyss. He reappeared in a secluded empty valley along with the faint sound of Lu Bingyu's singing voice. In just a blink of an eye, more than half of his remaining 50 years had gone by. Although Luo Yunyang hadn't cultivated much during those 50 years, he felt that his mind had become much more refined. Lu Bingyu was sitting quietly beside Luo Yunyang in the city of gold in the great desert. However, in front of her wasn't the common bustling scene of the city of gold of the past. Although she was still looking at a crowded golden city, the attire of the people in the city had become much simpler and way more unadorned. As the crowd came and went by, Lu Bingyu actually saw a familiar face. It was a supervisor of the Blue Dragon Marquis Palace. The reason she knew this supervisor was because his mother had been Lu Bingyu's servant before she had eventually married into an ordinary family due to her lack of cultivation talent. It could be said that Lu Bingyu had seen this supervisor grow up and grow old. Now, this supervisor had actually appeared in the city of gold. As she watched him haggling over prices, Lu Bingyu suddenly recalled that this supervisor had been tasked by the Blue Dragon Marquis Palace to purchase something from the city of gold. While Lu Bingyu was fascinated by the abilities of a heavenly venerate grade, Luo Yunyang suddenly waved his hands and a divine light enveloped the supervisor, transporting him out of the city of gold directly through time and space. By the time the man saw Luo Yunyang and Lu Bingyu, Luo Yunyang had already used voice transmission to explain his reasons for summoning him. His emotions began to stir up as he hurriedly knelt down on the ground and started kowtowing before the two of them. "Cousin, this..." Before Lu Bingyu could finish her sentence, Luo Yunyang raised his hand and said, "It's not a big deal. Even resurrecting an ordinary commoner wouldn't be too big of a problem for me." As soon as he said that, a strong and tall middle-aged man appeared in the same city of gold, where time and space had been reversed. The tall, strong man had a hefty aura as he walked with almighty vigor. Luo Yunyang smiled lightly when he saw him and gently grabbed towards the man, bringing him out of the City of Gold. Hello, Tuo Shan. It's been a while. The City of Gold was Luo Yunyang's last stop. After staying with Lu Bingyu and the others for 5 years, his 100-year reincarnation cycle was nearing its end. Luo Yunyang had settled everything he had wanted. Thus, without bidding anyone farewell, he took a step forward and entered the surging turbulent void. There were still 3 days left before the samsara wheel would arrive to take him back. Luo Yunyang wanted to use this opportunity to enter the vast cosmos and see if there were any ways of entering the divine union. If there were, then he wouldn't need to abandon his current cultivation. However, it became very clear to Luo Yunyang as soon as he took flight that the possibility of this happening was going to be very small. Luo Yunyang sighed gently as he stood in the void, watching the Tianyunshan dynasty become smaller and smaller. He knew that the chances of him returning to the Tianyunshan dynasty were slim regardless of whether he could find a way or not. Chapter 628, 3000 Great Cosmos. To cross, Luo Yunyang was moving rapidly through thousands of starry skies. He had left the vast lands of the Tianyunshan dynasty and didn't know how far he had traveled in 2 days. He had almost been able to see the Tianyunshan dynasty by using his spirit consciousness previously, yet now it was completely out of sight. In the blink of an eye, Luo Yunyang had traveled another 1,000,000 miles. Meanwhile, countless stars of various sizes were constantly zooming past him. Most of the galaxies that he encountered were wastelands. Only a handful hosted life. What kind of creature are you? Why are you barging into the Fanwu star? A cry was heard from the void before a large figure with 6 eyes appeared before Luo Yunyang. The Fanwu star, the life form that appeared, was only at the sky celestial grade. However, its 3 pairs of eyes seemed to possess a special ability, as it was able to see Luo Yunyang, who was traversing the void. Luo Yunyang grinned as he glanced at this truculent lifeform. He suddenly had an idea and conjured a large palm from his spirit consciousness and intent. This palm flew towards the lifeform, suppressing it instantly. Please spare my life, deity. The 6-eyed martialist pleaded fearfully. The 6-eyed lifeform had possessed plenty of self-confidence initially. However, he only realized what sort of entity he had provoked when he saw Luo Yunyang's palm. In the blink of an eye, Luo Yunyang's spirit consciousness had already scoured through the martialist's mind, reading through all of his memories. Luo Yunyang found a set of cultivation techniques in this lifeform's memories. Although they weren't too bad, they wouldn't be of much use to Luo Yunyang. The lifeform's reflections on its cultivation were completely useless to him. As Luo Yunyang felt a little disappointed, the portion of a memory caught his attention. It was a piece of an extremely frightful memory. Vast lightning and thunder were raining from every direction of the image. The lights coming from the 5-colored lightning were full of obliterating intent. Despite his cultivation level, even Luo Yunyang felt that it could threaten him. This threat could make one's heart shudder. There were countless treasures in the chaotic world. However, it was also filled with dangers. According to Za Luo's memories, there had been a period of time when he had ventured the chaotic world with others. In the end, however, only Za Luo had managed to escape, while the rest had perished in the chaotic world. The depths of the chaotic world were also the extremities of this realm. With this idea in mind, Luo Yunyang took flight in the direction of the chaotic world. Although he didn't know what was ahead of him, he had no time to waste. After half an hour of traveling, Luo Yunyang arrived with Za Luo in a space filled with chaotic energy. There was no sun, moon or stars. Even the surging air around them was filled with destructive intent. Although Luo Yunyang had seen this part of the void in Za Luo's memories, he still felt frightened when he arrived there. He could sense an alarming threat coming from the energy present there. Sir, we have arrived in the chaotic world. Could you kindly let me go? Za Luo was very upset. He had originally been very pleased with himself when he had seen Luo Yunyang, as he had thought that he had found some kind of prey. Little had he known that Luo Yunyang wasn't a fat prey. Instead, he was a huge overwhelming dragon, a dragon he couldn't hold his own against. You want to go home? Luo Yunyang asked Za Luo with a smirk. Za Luo forced a smile, not daring to speak. After all, he had already become the prey. You can leave then, Luo Yunyang said nonchalantly. Za Luo's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. In his opinion, leaving was the best thing he could do. However, as Za Luo took flight, he suddenly realized that his body was flying uncontrollably towards the chaotic world. There wouldn't be much of an issue if he had just been flying towards the perimeter of the chaotic world, as there weren't many things there that could threaten him. However, he was flying towards the middle core of the chaotic world, the place filled with the most dangers. After flying towards the core for merely 10 miles, trails of extremely treacherous 5-colored chaotic lightning streaked towards Luo. Each of these 5-colored lightning streaks was extremely intense. However, when gathered together, they seemed to contain a power that could annihilate everything. In an instant, the surging chaotic thunder had smashed Luo to bits. "I refuse to accept this. I refuse." Luo screamed grievously. He believed that he was going to die in vain. Luo Yunyang waved his sleeves as he looked at Luo, who had turned into ashes, and said coldly, "So what about it?" Luo Yunyang hated a large part of Luo's memory. However, this wasn't the reason why Luo Yunyang killed him. The reason Luo Yunyang killed Luo was because he didn't want anyone to know where he was heading. His current body would definitely remain there when the samsara wheel arrived to take him back to the divine union. Without his consciousness, his body would just be a piece of fat meat that anyone could lay their hands on. Although Luo didn't seem like he would do anything to Luo Yunyang, no one could guarantee what would happen in the future. The blazing sun hung high in the sky and countless blade lights gathered below Luo Yunyang's feet, forming a golden lotus seat. Luo Yunyang, who looked like a living Buddha as he sat on top of the lotus seat, headed directly towards the surging chaotic world. Boom, boom, boom. As if sensing the seemingly boundless energy coming from Luo Yunyang's body, thick and powerful chaotic lightning streaked towards him. The strike of the sacred lightning was akin to a sword moved by Bai Jingtian's 10,000 sword furnace. Luo Yunyang wouldn't have been afraid if there had only been a streak of sacred lightning. However, when he entered the chaotic world, countless streaks of lightning surged towards him. 1 streak, 2 streaks, 3 streaks. The blazing sun on top of Luo Yunyang's head was crazily absorbing the surging 5-colored lightning. When they got stronger, the blade light below Luo Yunyang would fly forward to deflect them. This sacred lightning shot out time and time again. Each time a chaotic lightning streak was cut down, a stronger lightning streak would gather again in the middle of the void. 3 hours passed by as Luo Yunyang traveled for thousands of miles. Although this seemed like a long distance, Luo Yunyang felt that he was just at the fringe of the surging chaotic world. The attacks would only get stronger when he ventured even deeper into the chaotic world. If he had been able to bring back his current body, Luo Yunyang wouldn't have taken such a huge risk or traveled into such a deadly land. 5 hours later, the sun on top of Luo Yunyang's head had collapsed and even the golden lotus formed by blade light was having a hard time maintaining its form. Luo Yunyang wielded the long blade in his hand and cleaved heavily against a purple chaotic lightning soul, splitting it in half. The purple chaotic lightning soul couldn't be considered a life form, as it didn't have a consciousness. It only possessed the instinct to battle. Luo Yunyang believed that the purple chaotic lightning soul that he had slain wasn't weaker than heavenly venerate purple crane. When the purple chaotic lightning soul was killed, Luo Yunyang saw a purple fruit appearing. This was the first form of life that Luo Yunyang had met in the chaotic world. This fruit contained boundless life energy. Luo Yunyang believed that if an ordinary man were to swallow this fruit while protecting himself from imploding due to the overwhelming and boundless energy, he would attain the celestial third grade very quickly. In the divine union, that would mean progressing to the universe grade. However, this sort of fruit was of little value to him. According to Luo Yunyang's speculations, if he was able to bring it back, even if he did not advance to the universe grade immediately, attaining the peak nebula grade wouldn't be a problem. However, he could not bring it back. With a wave of his hand, Luo Yunyang grabbed the purple fruit. After mulling this over for a moment, he swallowed it. It was better to replenish some energy rather than keep it as a useless burden. Luo Yunyang was absorbing the purple energy rapidly. He even felt faintly that the fruit was attempting to alter the blood vessels in his body. After estimating the time, Luo Yunyang decided to move forward. He still had 2 more hours before the samsara wheel arrived and he had already traveled many million miles into the chaotic world. The journey was exceptionally dangerous, and Luo Yunyang had nearly been killed on several occasions despite his heavenly venerate grade cultivation base. I can't advance forward anymore, Luo Yunyang thought as he looked at the deep purplish world that emerged before him. He wasn't afraid of death, but he would definitely die if he advanced forward. Luo Yunyang still could not reconcile himself with leaving his body there. While he had that thought, he suddenly saw a small boat floating in that purplish world. Luo Yunyang was astonished when he noticed that there was a small boat in the area, as he had nearly perished many times there. When he concentrated on the small boat, he was surprised to find a few words inscribed on it. Luo Yunyang didn't recognize the words, as he had never seen these characters before. However, he immediately understood the meaning of the words when his eyes landed on the characters. Cross 3000 Great Cosmos on me. Chapter 629. Depths of Chaos. 3000 Great Cosmos for one to roam. What big words! Although Luo Yunyang didn't know what the 3000 Great Cosmos were, he still had a vague sense of what this meant in the surging chaos. If that boat could cross 3000 Great Cosmos, could his current body be sent by this small boat back to the Divine Union? If this body returned to the Divine Union, it would be a massive help to him. It could even be considered a big leap towards being the peak existence in this world. He would no longer have to respect the supremacies or need to rely on the celestial world's supremacy in order to survive in this world. Luo Yunyang had a look of firm resolution on his face as all these thoughts went through his mind. He sensed that this purple world possessed considerable danger that could even threaten his spiritual consciousness. However, he still chose to proceed without any thoughts of turning back. Boom, boom, boom. When Luo Yunyang threw himself into the purple sea of lightning, purple streaks blasted through the void. This purple lightning seemed way weaker than the five-colored lightning. However, only Luo Yunyang knew how terrifying it was. What was more frightening was that he couldn't use his supreme realm in this sea of purple lightning. Thunderous lightning intent suppressed Luo Yunyang's supreme realm and prevented him from using a large part of his power. Using the power to control space and time was even more out of the question. Swing the blade, swing the blade, swing the blade. Luo Yunyang could not swing his blade over and over. Streaks of lightning were cut with each swing, yet that berserk lightning and thunder still left a burnt smell on his body. Cracks started to appear continuously on Luo Yunyang's body. Although Luo Yunyang's powerful vitality mended these cracks, they still kept appearing so fast that it seemed like countless cracks were forming on his body. The blade was swung before a black hole appeared within the blade light, engulfing that surging lightning. However, as this lightning was swallowed up, cracks started to show on Luo Yunyang's black hole, which had become more powerful after he had become a heavenly venerate. Purple lightning turned into long purple streaks that flowed out of the cracks and blasted Luo Yunyang's body. Countless more cracks appeared on his already blackened body. Even Luo Yunyang's consciousness was cracking under this lightning. This consciousness was too important to Luo Yunyang. Only his consciousness had arrived in this realm and only his consciousness would be returning. If this consciousness was shattered, the consequences would be unimaginable. Luo Yunyang, who did not dare hesitate, rapidly repaired his own consciousness. As those cracks were mended, Luo Yunyang discovered that a trace of lightning energy had actually appeared within his consciousness. This was an extremely profound feeling. However, at the moment, Luo Yunyang had no time to care about this. Right now, what he needed to do was make his way through this sea of purple chaotic lighting and enter that small boat. The distance between him and that small boat didn't seem to have changed at all. Luo Yunyang had already spent an hour rushing into the lightning sea and acquiring injuries all over his body. When he looked back, there was no longer any trace of the spot where he had entered this sea of chaotic lightning. However, the distance to the small boat still seemed the same. There was only an hour left before his return. Perhaps this was a mirage, or perhaps this small boat simply didn't exist in this sea of chaotic lightning. Luo Yunyang thought of giving up. Wouldn't it be better to give up than to be tormented here? However, upon thinking about what would happen to his body in the sea of chaotic lightning after his consciousness departed, Luo Yunyang hesitated before he set off in the direction of that small boat again. In half an hour, he was already extremely weary. The broken blade in his hand was only left with a handle. There was still half an inch of blade edge. It could no longer be called a broken blade, but rather a destroyed blade. The broken blade that was made of ordinary steel now had a faint purple glow and contained a huge amount of purple lightning source. If this blade was put on auction in the Divine Union, even universe-grade powerhouses would go crazy over it. It was a pity that such a good item could not be brought back. After swatting away another violent wave of lightning, Luo Yunyang discovered that there was a tree that was about 3 inches tall not too far from him. The little tree had a handful of leaves, but each leaf looked different. Some looked like crystals, others like a pill furnace, and there was even one that had the shape of a blade. Luo Yunyang stretched out his hand and grabbed at the small tree. However, before his hand could even come into contact with the small tree, the leaf rushed towards his hand at practically the same instant. The leaf, which was like a small cauldron, transformed into a treasured cauldron and shot purple lightning at Luo Yunyang. This purple lightning was even more terrifying than the lightning in the purple sea. The leaf that looked like a mirror flashed and mirror lights turned into countless blade lights that cut at Luo Yunyang. The other leaves weren't ordinary either, especially the leaf that looked like a long blade. As it swept across the void, it seemed to contain a bone-chilling might. After advancing to a heavenly venerate, Luo Yunyang had talked with heavenly venerate Purple Crane and the other two and learned quite a bit regarding various treasures. However, regardless of whether it was heavenly venerate Purple Crane's pagoda that could integrate the power of laws or heavenly venerate mysterious silence's sacred zither, all those treasures couldn't compare to these leaves in the Tianyunshan dynasty. Luo Yunyang moved the broken blade in his hand in a bid to ward off those attacks. Although this process seemed easy, more cracks appeared on Luo Yunyang's body each time he parried one of these attacks. Boom! A large pagoda was hacked in two as a snapping sound came from Luo Yunyang's body. This was the sound of the bones in his body snapping. More than half of the bones in his body snapped in an instant. Although Luo Yunyang sighed, the leaf that looked like a long blade was already approaching him. Now that his wrist was broken, Luo Yunyang no longer had the strength to wield his blade. As this blade light cut towards him, Luo Yunyang used his other hand to smash at the blade. Luo Yunyang's palm was cut open and his blood rapidly covered the area that had been heated up by the purple lightning. The leaf blade that cut Luo Yunyang's hand suddenly stopped and assimilated itself into Luo Yunyang's bloodstream. Actually, this strange leaf blade entered Luo Yunyang's mind. As long as Luo Yunyang thought about it, that leaf blade would immediately appear in his hand. To think that he had caught a blade this easily. Luo Yunyang, who was delighted, wanted to rush and catch the other leaves. However, before he could even try anything, those leaves flew back towards the little tree as if they had sensed something. The little tree swayed and moved far away in an instant. The little tree hadn't left. Instead, Luo Yunyang had been moved a great distance away by the swaying movement of the little tree. He discovered that the surrounding sea of lightning was now black, a sort of black that would make one's heart palpitate. Ever since he had advanced to a heavenly venerate, Luo Yunyang had felt that there were very few things that could still threaten his life. However, at the moment, he knew that he was really taking a big risk. This black domain was an unparalleled level of terrifying. Luo Yunyang just had to make the slightest move and this massive power would blast him. He wouldn't be able to block this attack. Luo Yunyang took a deep breath. He had already lost track of time. What he needed to do now was take a look at exactly what sort of place he was at. This was a sea of black lightning. He seemed to be able to see a translucent barrier on the fringes of this blackness. Luo Yunyang couldn't see what was on the other side, but he believed that this barrier was another realm or perhaps the edge of this realm. As long as he rushed through this barrier, he could free himself from the binds of the samsara wheel and continue traveling this world as a heavenly venerate. If he could rush through. Luo Yunyang frowned. While he thought about that idea, he felt a massive sense of terror. When he turned his head, Luo Yunyang saw black electricity taking shape. This attack was actually directed at him. Luo Yunyang believed that he wouldn't be able to dodge this lightning. At the moment, the only thing going through his mind was that he was going to die. As he prepared to conjure the leaf blade from his mind, he suddenly realized that the small boat had appeared a short distance away from him. Although the boat wasn't large, the words, "Cross 3000 Great Cosmos on me," had become very clear. The small boat that he had been chasing was actually here. No wonder the distance had been so hard to close. It turned out that this small boat was actually moving in the depths of the chaotic world. Without any hesitation, Luo Yunyang soared towards the boat. When he took flight, the black electricity also shot at him. Lightning and thunder obliterated everything. Chapter 630. The Samsara Controller. It was black lightning full of destructive power. Compared to the purple lightning, this seemed way quieter yet extremely terrifying. If even a slight bit of black lightning were to graze him, Luo Yunyang feared that his heavenly venerate body would be obliterated. He felt a little dim when that black lightning approached. Although he knew that it would be difficult for him to block it, he still prepared to use the leaf blade that had already appeared in his hand. However, just as he brandished the blade, the black lightning that was a meter away from him vanished completely. It was as if this black lightning hadn't existed at all. However, the black lightning had definitely been there. The reason it had vanished completely was because Luo Yunyang had approached that small boat. The small boat that was named Crossing 3000 Great Cosmos. Upon landing on that small boat, Luo Yunyang felt a great sense of fear. It was even more terrifying than the black lightning. The boat didn't have a cabin. The instant Luo Yunyang descended, he saw a drop of golden blood. That great sense of fear came from that drop of blood. To think that he, who was already a heavenly venerate, would actually be frightened of just a drop of blood. This was something that Luo Yunyang had never imagined was possible. He calmed himself down and then strode over in the direction of that drop of blood. However, when he was 5 steps away from that drop of blood, his mind felt a massive pressure. Under this pressure, cracks started to appear on his mind power. At what sort of level was the existence that had left behind this drop of blood? To think that it could actually cause so much damage. Many thoughts flashed through Luo Yunyang's mind. However, he didn't investigate this strange drop of blood any further. Although he wanted to, his current identity didn't have much time. He wanted to understand where this boat was going. Only this way would he feel comfortable staying on this boat. As he was busy pondering this, names started to appear in his mind. Returning Sun Great Cosmos, Pure Sun Great Cosmos, Golden Great Cosmos, Sky On Great Cosmos. There were 360 Great Cosmos. Luo Yunyang only had one thought as he saw the names of the 360 Great Cosmos: where exactly was the Divine Union? He discovered over 100 names beneath each of these Great Cosmos. Xianxia Cosmos, Moving Lightning Cosmos, Mysterious Sky Cosmos, Clear Soul Cosmos. Just like before, Luo Yunyang didn't see the region the Divine Union was in. Actually, the pathetic Luo Yunyang didn't even know the name of the cosmos the Divine Union was in. What now? What was he going to do? Although this little boat was very strange, as long as it sailed along on this realm, it would probably bring him back. This was akin to having a treasure right before one's eyes but not knowing the password to obtain it. Just as Luo Yunyang started getting anxious, the name of the region he was currently in appeared in his head: Tianyan Void. This was not a cosmos. It actually was a void. Luo Yunyang didn't understand the meaning of the void. However, upon noting the similarities between the Tianyan Void as well as the other countless voids, he had a feeling that the place he was from could also be a void. At this thought, over 1,000 voids appeared in Luo Yunyang's head. The names of these voids were strange and weird. Despite his strong mind power, Luo Yunyang felt as though all these voids were beyond his grasp for the time being. Where exactly did he come from? Beep, beep, beep. Ultimate Samsara user, your 10th reincarnation cycle is about to conclude. Please make the necessary preparations. The countdown is starting. Time was up. What was he supposed to do? Luo Yunyang had already made a decision. He used the energy shifter ability and completely gathered whatever cultivation base he possessed into his current body. Then, Luo Yunyang quickly made a choice. He didn't choose all these unknown voids. Instead, he chose a cosmos. The mysterious sky cosmos. This didn't mean that Luo Yunyang was from the mysterious sky cosmos. He really didn't know how to choose, so he had just taken a wild guess. Just as Luo Yunyang made his choice, he felt a shudder. Then, the small boat and the lightning and thunder around him vanished completely. Next thing he knew, Luo Yunyang's consciousness was situated inside the formless mass of a void. Respected Ultimate Samsara user, your 10 cycles of reincarnation have already concluded. Thanks to the Samsara wheel, your 10 cycles of reincarnation have been deemed perfect. Now, you have been given an opportunity to compete with other Samsara users for the chance of becoming a Samsara controller. Will you participate? A Samsara controller? Luo Yunyang recalled the massive Samsara wheel. How could he pass up such an opportunity? He didn't even think about it before he replied right away, I will. Alright, respected Samsara user. You will bring over your memories and cultivation base from the Tianyan Void and arrive at the Samsara space. If you obtain the Samsara seal within this space, you will gain the right to become a Samsara controller. Please prepare. You will arrive in the Samsara space in 1 minute. There really wasn't any need for Luo Yunyang to make any preparations. He had countless theories regarding this Samsara wheel. Now, this quota of the Samsara wheel left Luo Yunyang filled with anticipation. 1 minute passed by in a flash. Luo Yunyang realized that he had already appeared on a planet. This planet was as large as several hundred suns put together. Although it was filled with spiritual qi, it didn't seem to contain any life besides ordinary vegetation. Luo Yunyang made some speculations as soon as he saw this planet. This planet was a virtual planet created by the samsara wheel. The moment he appeared on it, Luo Yunyang discovered that he was already in his own original body. However, his current cultivation base was the same that it had been in the Tianyan Void. He was a heavenly venerate. After making some comparisons, he concluded that the only difference between this body and Yi Tian's body was their appearance. Everything else had been recreated according to Yi Tian's body. As Luo Yunyang surveyed his surroundings, powerful auras appeared on this quiet planet. There were some auras that blazed like burning suns, some auras that felt like incisive swords puncturing the atmosphere, and some gloomy and cold auras freezing the area all around. Each of these auras probably represented someone that had also obtained an opportunity to become a samsara controller from the samsara wheel. As Luo Yunyang released his mind power, he suddenly sensed a familiar aura. This aura belonged to the Paragon Bug Queen of the Bug race. During the fight for the ultimate samsara token, the Paragon Bug Queen's performance had been extraordinary. It was a pity that, although the Paragon Bug Queen's performance had been very impressive, she had still lost to Luo Yunyang. To think that she also had the qualifications to vie for the role of the samsara controller. It seemed like the Paragon Bug Queen had gained quite a lot during these 10 reincarnation cycles. As Luo Yunyang used his mind to probe the Paragon Bug Queen, he discovered that her cultivation base had already reached the Universe 5 grade. 10 reincarnation cycles, 100 years per cycle. No, the Paragon Bug Queen hadn't obtained the ultimate samsara token. Although she also had 10 reincarnation cycles, each of her cycles would last at least 10 years less than Luo Yunyang's. Attaining a Universe 5 grade cultivation couldn't have been easy for the Paragon Bug Queen. The Paragon Bug Queen had been pleasantly surprised by this chance to vie for the role of the samsara controller. She had already started taking precautions the moment she had arrived in this world. Golden wasps surrounded her. These wasps had weird patterns on their bodies, and when they gathered together, they gave off a strange vibe. I never imagined that I would actually meet a small bug here. The Paragon Bug Queen heard a loathing voice filled with contempt. As she heard this voice, the Paragon Bug Queen discovered a man with 4 eyes, 4 arms and 6 legs who was standing nearby. The Paragon Bug Queen had never seen this man or anyone that looked like him before. However, a sense of fear welled in her heart the moment she saw him. She wasn't afraid because of the peak universe grade cultivation base that this man possessed. Actually, it was the aura emanating from this man's body that made the Paragon Bug Queen fearful. It was an aura of total destruction. An aura of complete annihilation. She had never seen someone with this sort of aura back where she was from. Deep down, the Paragon Bug Queen immediately realized that she wouldn't dare become the enemy of such a person. What are you? The Paragon Bug Queen's voice was quivering in fear. I am Zhongguang and I come from the mysterious underworld race. The man said haughtily. You should go and off yourself, little bug. This is no place for you. However, she was still the Paragon Bug Queen. Although her heart was stricken with fear, she still attacked immediately. Thousands of golden wasps beat their wings simultaneously. The patterns on these wasps formed a golden spirit lance that streaked towards Zhongguang. This lance could be considered the Paragon Bug Queen's strongest attack. However, as this technique, which could match a heavenly venerate, approached, Zhongguang didn't try to move out of the way. He only glanced at it, and the golden spirit lance started to disappear in the void. Too weak. Then, Zhongguang said faintly, now, I should send you away from here. It's a pity that I won't be able to kill you due to the samsara wheel. Zhongguang suddenly turned his head and looked in the direction of Luo Yunyang, who had stepped forward in the distance and appeared delighted. I never expected to see my favorite food here. Oh well, I shall eat you first then. Chapter 631, Bloodline Hatred and Actual Mysterious Underworld Being. Back in that training facility, Luo Yunyang had seen a simulated projection. Although that image had been very lifelike, something fake could never be real. Even under the circumstances, upon seeing a being from the mysterious underworld race, Luo Yunyang felt immediately hatred get etched in his bones. This sort of animosity wasn't for him. It was an animosity buried deep in his bloodline. A hatred that was difficult to dissolve even if many eons passed. His cultivation base was insufficient and the missing parts of the training facility were difficult to repair, so Luo Yunyang hadn't gone searching for the mysterious underworld race. However, he had always been paying attention to the decline of the mysterious underworld race. Unfortunately, the Divine Union had no records or memories of the mysterious underworld race, and neither did anyone else. Now, an actual mysterious underworld being had just appeared in this samsara space. Although the body of this mysterious underworld being was a virtual body created by the samsara wheel, Luo Yunyang knew that behind this body was an elite genius of the mysterious underworld race. Therefore, he didn't hesitate. He went in for the kill right away. The Paragon Bug Queen's tightened heart relaxed slightly when she saw Luo Yunyang. However, she still quickly conjured up all the power in her body and prepared to support Luo Yunyang the moment he failed to beat the opponent. After all, this being called Zhan Guan was really fearsome. Although Luo Yunyang wasn't ordinary, he also wasn't that far out of her league. Zhan Guang's 3 sets of eyes flashed and hexagonal chains appeared strangely and started to surround Luo Yunyang. The appearance of these hexagonal chains was really strange. However, as soon as they appeared, the surrounding space was sealed up by them. The Paragon Bug Queen went pale. Her cultivation base was startling and she had gained lots of cultivation experience during her 10 reincarnation cycles. However, these strange chains made her feel utterly helpless. If Zhan Guang had used these strange chains on her instead, the Paragon Bug Queen was certain that she wouldn't have stood a chance. As things stood now, if she used this opportunity to slip away while Zhan Guang was dealing with Luo Yunyang, she might still have a small hope of staying alive. However, the Paragon Bug Queen did not flee in the end. She possessed outstanding wit and knew that escaping from this sort of place wouldn't be easy. Besides the fact that there was a low possibility of escaping with her life, this would also be inhumane. How could she possibly harm someone else without benefiting herself? Now, her only chance was to join forces with Luo Yunyang and strike Zhan Guang while he was dealing with Luo Yunyang. Just as she was about to unleash the golden wasps from their hives once again, she heard Luo Yunyang, who was locked down by those hexagonal chains, suddenly say calmly, "Insignificant skill." As he said that, Luo Yunyang tapped his finger and those hexagonal chains started to crumble. Heavenly Venerate. There was a look of alarm on Zhan Guang's face as he soared up and shot off into the distance without a moment's hesitation. Come back. Luo Yunyang naturally wouldn't let Zhan Guang escape his grasp. His finger tapped the void and Zhan Guang, who was already 100 miles away, landed before Luo Yunyang. How can this be? How could you be a heavenly venerate? Zhan Guang roared in disbelief. Luo Yunyang smiled faintly but didn't say much. His palms moved as he used a mind-searching technique. Human, I don't care how you became a heavenly venerate. However, you are bound to die. Zhan Guang's eyes were filled with malevolence as he watched Luo Yunyang's falling palm. Wait till my race finds the whereabouts of you burrowing rats. I will definitely kill you personally. No, I will make a meal out of you. Ha ha ha. As Luo Yunyang's palm descended, Zhan Guang's body immediately crumbled in the void. Due to the protection of the samsara wheel, the entirety of Zhan Guang's consciousness rapidly disappeared from inside the samsara space. However, even though Zhan Guang's consciousness vanished, Luo Yunyang's mind-searching technique still saw something in Zhan Guang's mind. He saw countless humans being slain by the mysterious underworld race. He saw countless infants rounded up by the mysterious underworld race to be reared. These were scenes that Zhan Guang had intentionally wanted Luo Yunyang to see. Although Luo Yunyang felt that he was already extremely adept at being at peace due to his many years of cultivation, these scenes still made him burn with rage. His blood was boiling, and the fury in his heart raged. His rage put the entire samsara space in a state of immense fear. The Paragon Bug Queen watched Luo Yunyang as her heart shuddered violently. Right now, she could only lower her head subconsciously. The other elite geniuses who had been prepared to battle it out stopped as well. They watched the sky that seemed to be filled with heaven's fury. Suddenly, someone said bitterly, "It's a heavenly venerate. Are you kidding me? Someone actually became a heavenly venerate in this samsara. What the FCK are we even vying for then?" A chubby man with a tiger's head grumbled. Although his words weren't what most people wanted to hear, everyone in this samsara space acknowledged them. They might be geniuses and talented individuals, but they had also gained heaps during their reincarnation cycles. Otherwise, they wouldn't be entering this samsara space now, neither would they have been given the opportunity to vie for the role of the samsara controller. At first, They had thought that they would only be facing opponents of a similar level or perhaps slightly superior ones. However, by employing certain methods, these opponents could still be defeated. Now, they had discovered that they were actually facing a heavenly venerate. Everyone, even if someone has become a heavenly venerate, they should be the weakest of heavenly venerates. If we just wait and accept our loss, then this samsara controller opportunity will have nothing to do with us. A nimble man in long green robes said, if we work together as one, perhaps we could defeat this heavenly venerate and obtain this opportunity. There was only one opportunity. This man didn't say who would end up getting the opportunity, yet everyone present knew what he meant. Anyone who qualified to be there was an outstanding individual. The majority of them could take on high-level entities, and a number of them were widely known for being unyielding and indomitable. What you say makes sense. If we give up now, then this extremely rare opportunity won't be ours. However, if we put everything on the line, perhaps there will still be a glimmer of hope. A lady with beautiful features but piercing eyes spoke calmly. Anyway, dying just means leaving this place. Thanks to someone's instigation, an alliance was formed in no time. All these people were fully confident in themselves, so this alliance didn't have a leader. However, there was a tacit understanding between them as they rushed in Luo Yunyang's direction. They didn't move too quickly. Instead, they proceeded with extreme caution as they neared Luo Yunyang. However, as they moved, an unconcealable killing intent enveloped the entire void. Luo Yunyang responded as soon as this killing intent arrived. Among the people rushing at him, Luo Yunyang sensed 4 mysterious underworld beings as well as over 10 different races that he had seen before in the Divine Martial Hall. However, he was the only human. Luo Yunyang had a cold expression on his face as he watched all of them cooperate to try and slay a heavenly venerate, him. Suddenly, he felt a burning rage inside that needed to be vented. However, it would be very difficult to achieve this. Right now, a great opportunity had presented itself. How could he afford to miss it? Immediately, Luo Yunyang appeared in front of those people. He didn't make a move right away. Instead, he kept watching the many geniuses pouring towards him with an icy gaze. Basically everyone who had the opportunity to vie for the role of samsara controller could not be intimidated easily. Even existences at the level of a Blue Lotus Daozi or Supreme Daozi weren't able to get such a chance. One could imagine how powerful and scary this group was. Die! Someone shouted as they surrounded Luo Yunyang. Although the others didn't shout, they also attacked at the same time. Countless secret techniques interwove in the void. They gathered and formed a dazzling light that crashed towards Luo Yunyang. There was no blade in Luo Yunyang's hand. His broken blade had been left on that boat, and he wasn't willing to use that strange leaf blade that was left in his mind. Thus, he used his hand as a blade and formed a black hole that seemed capable of obliterating everything against the attackers. The powerhouses caught in the middle of the black hole continued to struggle. Some of them even used secret arts that Luo Yunyang couldn't think of to try and escape the black hole. However, although lots of effort was made to use these methods, they were still cut up. As the black hole formed from blade light dissipated, only Luo Yunyang and the Paragon Bug Queen were left standing in the huge samsara space. An extremely dark shadow was cast on the Paragon Bug Queen's heart after she watched the blade technique that Luo Yunyang had just used. At least 500 powerhouses from various different places who had been no weaker than her had been obliterated with a wave of Luo Yunyang's hand. How much power was this? It was a pity that this power couldn't be brought back to the Divine Union. Otherwise, the entire Divine Union, or rather all the 4 great factions, would be at his mercy. It's over just like that. The Paragon Bug Queen's voice was slightly upset as Luo Yunyang's gaze landed on her. Right now, the crazy impulse in Luo Yunyang's heart had calmed down. Thus, he said faintly, it should probably be over. Well, I shall go then. The Paragon Bug Queen's voice was a tad emotional. I will immediately enter seclusion upon returning. If you require help or assistance for anything in the future, I will do everything within my power to help you. As soon as she said that, her body shattered in the void. Luo Yunyang shook his head before looking at the peak of a mountain. He believed that what he was looking for lay at the top of that mountain. Chapter 632, 3rd Level Samsara Divine General. The Samsara seal that the Samsara wheel spoke about landed in Luo Yunyang's hands easily. As Luo Yunyang studied this Samsara seal rapidly, hoping to discover something peculiar, the voice that belonged to the Samsara wheel was heard. Again, Samsara user, You are the 103rd samsara user to obtain the samsara seal in this great samsara. Now, you will enter the 13th endowment land and gain the samsara divine general's inheritance. The mechanical voice of the samsara wheel once again rang out in Luo Yunyang's ears. The samsara divine general's inheritance. Wasn't he supposed to become a samsara controller? That voice, which seemed to have sensed the doubt in Luo Yunyang's heart, said again, the samsara controller wields the samsara wheel. Samsara user, given your current strength, you still have a long way to go. The samsara divine general is the first step to becoming the samsara controller. Only by becoming an actual samsara general will you possess the qualifications to become a samsara controller. As this voice spoke, Luo Yunyang discovered that he was now at the entrance of a humongous shrine. This shrine appeared dull gray. However, upon taking a closer look, Luo Yunyang discovered that the colors of the shrine were constantly changing from white to black and black to white. Stop right there. This inheritance is mine. You wait outside. Luo Yunyang suddenly heard a voice behind him as he was about to step into the shrine. Luo Yunyang was displeased when he heard this. Although he didn't know whether entering earlier or later would make any difference, one thing was for certain, entering early wouldn't be bad. Furthermore, Luo Yunyang was now the 103rd samsara user. Feeling miffed, Luo Yunyang turned his head over to the person who had called out to him. He froze as soon as he looked over. The person who had appeared beside him was a person. Or rather, the person before him was a human. It was a 2-meter youngster who seemed to have a perfectly proportioned body. He had flowing golden hair and a handsome appearance. His body seemed to emanate a glow that was like a blazing sun. Luo Yunyang clearly sensed an aura that only a heavenly venerate could possess coming from this youngster's body. Upon confirming that he was the 103rd samsara user that had obtained the samsara seal, Luo Yunyang had believed that he definitely wouldn't be the only one who had become a heavenly venerate. Now, the appearance of this youngster affirmed his speculation. Who are you? The young man's eyes were fixed on Luo Yunyang. The hallowed glow coming from his eyes turned into golden marks that seemed to shackle Luo Yunyang's body right there. Luo Yunyang was already slightly displeased to begin with, yet now the other party was using this method on him. Luo Yunyang huffed and an incisive blade light sliced up whatever was trying to restrict him. And who are you? Luo Yunyang's retort made the young man scowl. He replied with a snort, are you from the Golden Sun Great Cosmos? I never imagined that a talented individual would be hidden in the Golden Sun Great Cosmos. The Golden Sun Great Cosmos. Luo Yunyang went through the names of 36 Great Cosmos in his head before he discovered the Golden Sun Great Cosmos. Ever since he had accessed the training facility, Luo Yunyang had realized that human history definitely wouldn't be as simple as the Milky Way system's records presented it to be. However, besides the Milky Way's human tribe, there hadn't been any other humans in the Divine Union. This made Luo Yunyang think that there were only so few humans because of a great calamity the human race had experienced a long time ago. Now, this person had just mentioned the Golden Sun Great Cosmos. He had mentioned the existence of other humans, which made Luo Yunyang get excited. Although he knew very well that one couldn't rely on anyone but oneself, Luo Yunyang still felt that fellow humans would probably be more reliable than the Divine Union. Who am I? Are you actually asking who I am? It's not like you don't know me. How dare you disobey me? As the young man spoke, his hands moved. A treasured cauldron formed between his two palms and smashed towards Luo Yunyang. Although this treasured cauldron didn't have a physical form, Luo Yunyang was able to sense a divine power of law contained within it when it took shape. Luo Yunyang didn't fear this sort of attack. He was also currently a heavenly venerate. He immediately came to a decision and used his hand as a blade to cut at that person. The Sky Blade origin cleave technique of the Sky Blade 7 cleaves, in combination with his current cultivation base, could be considered extremely overpowering. When the blade light and the treasured cauldron collided in the void, the cauldron was immediately sliced in half. Luo Yunyang, who knew that the golden-haired man would look down on him even if he spoke nicely, immediately decided that he would teach this person a lesson first. He believed that they would be able to speak nicely after this was over. Although Luo Yunyang didn't use a blade, his hand blade wasn't much weaker than his blade. After just 10 exchanges, 4 or 5 cuts had already appeared on the body of the golden-haired man. Of course, these cuts wouldn't hurt the golden-haired man much. His body was extremely strong and those cuts healed rapidly. Take another one. Luo Yunyang didn't let up as he watched the young man backing away step by step. He immediately used the solitude chaotic whole cleave. This was a technique that Luo Yunyang had self-created mainly by integrating Bai Jingtian's solitude mind sword with his own great chaotic whole path. The hand blade sliced through the air, but the blade light containing the power of a chaotic whole vortex engulfed the young man's mind. The golden-haired man, who was trapped by the blade light, had a furious, unresigned expression on his face. Just as Luo Yunyang walked over slowly, the golden-haired man's body turned into a golden blaze full of destructive power. Against this golden blaze, Luo Yunyang's solitude chaotic whole cleave disappeared cleanly in an instant. However, the body of the golden-haired man started to dissolve within the void. "This isn't over," a bitter voice came from that golden blaze before the golden figure vanished from the void. This man disappeared outside the great Samsara hall without leaving a name or mentioning where he had come from. Luo Yunyang wasn't very annoyed by this unexpected encounter, as that person had made it difficult to get along with him the moment he had tried to stop Luo Yunyang from entering. Although he didn't know what kind of opportunity the Samsara Divine General's inheritance would bring him, Luo Yunyang absolutely wouldn't give up such an opportunity to a fellow human. A black token lay alone on the ground. It was a Samsara seal. One that was identical to the Samsara seal in Luo Yunyang's hand. Luo Yunyang reached out to pick up that Samsara seal and compare the two. He couldn't find any difference between the two Samsara seals. Placing the two Samsara seals together didn't elicit a special response either. It was just like placing two stones together. It seemed as if this unnamed fella had actually come to deliver a Samsara seal to him personally. Luo Yunyang thought to himself as he walked towards the hall. The shrine was humongous. As Luo Yunyang stepped on the flight of stairs leading up to the hall, he could vaguely sense that the atmosphere surrounding him was fluctuating constantly. That also meant that this shrine didn't exist within a specific space. Perhaps the steps of this shrine weren't linked to a single shrine. As Luo Yunyang stepped on the last step, everything before him became clear. A large hall hundreds of miles wide appeared. Before him, there was only a smooth gray floor that seemed to contain some sort of mystery. At the end of the shrine was a colossal statue. Although Luo Yunyang had a heavenly venerate grade cultivation base currently, he still found it difficult to see exactly what the statue looked like. As Luo Yunyang was about to take a closer look at the shrine, a black ray of light flew out from him. It was a Samsara seal. This Samsara seal had originally been placed inside Luo Yunyang's pockets. However, right now, it was no longer under Luo Yunyang's control. Instead, it was flying towards that statue. The third-level Samsara Divine General's inheritance commences. A godly voice announced when the Samsara seal landed in the hands of the statue. Suddenly, Luo Yunyang felt as though there was a booming sound in his ears. Actually, although this sound was ambiguous, it sounded like heaven and earth were splitting and producing a cosmos. Luo Yunyang noticed lights being produced in the void all around him along with a trembling motion. These lights were lively as they streaked about and turned the space into a sea brimming with life. As Luo Yunyang rapidly memorized that sound, yet another booming sound appeared in his mind. If one didn't listen carefully, this second sound would sound exactly like the first sound. However, Luo Yunyang could tell that there were several differences between this sound and the sound that had been filled with vitality. This sound was accompanied by a boundless intent of death and desolation. There were two types of sounds, one for life and one for death. Luo Yunyang gained a faint understanding. As he was wondering what other sounds would come up next, the void that had suddenly appeared before him vanished completely. As he watched that statue, which had become fuzzy once again, Luo Yunyang had no choice but to accept that the third-level Samsara Divine General's inheritance had concluded. While Luo Yunyang was feeling a little regretful, the other Samsara seal on his body flew out rapidly. As this Samsara seal fell into the statue's hands, the godly voice was heard once again. The third-level Samsara Divine General's inheritance commences. Chapter 633, Awakening from 10 Lifetimes. Another third-level Samsara Divine General inheritance. Although there was a high possibility that this Samsara Divine General inheritance would be repeated, Luo Yunyang still quickly concentrated. The two types of sounds of life and death had already greatly astonished Luo Yunyang. Although he still couldn't determine what sort of benefits these two sounds would bring him, Luo Yunyang believed that these two sounds wouldn't be weaker than the shattering heavens. Getting the chance to experience these sounds of life and death would definitely allow his comprehension to reach a whole new level. Just as Luo Yunyang prepared himself and focused, an expansive drab-gray void appeared in his mind once again. This expansive void was just like the previous one. There weren't any differences, yet Luo Yunyang sensed that the atmosphere there had already changed. Just as he allowed his mind to enter a completely peaceful state, he saw a palm appear within this void. The palm moved gently as the power within changed 36 times. Each variation was a transformation from life to death. After each variation, the power of the palm was raised a notch. When this power was released, it formed a massive vortex. A life and death samsara vortex. Luo Yunyang's eyes lit up as he watched that palm, which was filled with boundless wonder. It could raise the user's level by several layers. Luo Yunyang's comprehended blade technique would increase the power within his body by 20 or 30 times at best, which was already very impressive. After all, at Luo Yunyang's current level of strength, comprehension of origin source laws was less and less effective. Luo Yunyang rapidly memorized the movements of that palm. As he was ready to try comprehending this palm, his consciousness was suddenly removed from that strange void. Luo Yunyang raised his head and looked at the huge statue once again. Instantly, two names appeared in his mind. Samsara palm, life-death resounding fate. These had to be the two names of the techniques that had been passed down. Just as Luo Yunyang was about to walk over to the statue, he sensed flickering lights all around him. Next thing he knew, he had already left that strange shrine. Those flickering lights made Luo Yunyang feel as though he didn't know where his body was. As he finally sensed that everything was calm, he discovered that his body had already appeared outside Samsara's Star City. The black and white revolving glow, as well as the gray stone rock that Luo Yunyang had sat on in a lotus position, were already gone. When Luo Yunyang opened his eyes, he was still in a lotus position, but he was sitting in midair. During the appearance of the Samsara wheel, Samsara Star City had become a part of the Samsara wheel. However, it was the number one city situated at the center of the Samsara wheel, so its original appearance had already been restored. Luo Yunyang felt a bit emotional as he looked at the huge Samsara Star City. Although he knew that only a very short time had passed in the Divine Union while he had undergone these reincarnation cycles, the many years spent in those lifetimes had left him with many thoughts and feelings. While he was still dwelling on them, Luo Yunyang turned on his communication device. As the communication device was turned on, many beeps were heard. Yunyang, the Samsara wheel has already disappeared. Have you returned yet? This message was from his mother, Shen Yunyang. It was followed closely by messages from Yunxi, his younger sister, as well as Lu Qubing and the other leaders of the Da Alliance, who were all asking about him. Towards the end were messages from the Bloody Blade Monarch and his subordinates. They had also entered the Samsara wheel and had sent Luo Yunyang their coordinates along with their sincere words. Luo Yunyang took a quick glance at Samsara Star City before briefly replying to all the various messages he had received while his consciousness entered the virtual realm. Luo Yunyang's virtual realm login destination was within the Da Alliance. When he went online, Shen Yunyang, Yunxi and the others rushed over right away. Big bro, 10 cycles of reincarnation. Have you really gone through 10 lifetimes? Luo Donger ran over immediately. Although they were in the virtual realm, she still hugged Luo Yunyang's arm at the first chance she got. Luo Yunyang patted his little sister, who seemed to never grow up in his eyes. With a laugh, he replied, 10 reincarnations indeed. I got to experience many identities. It wasn't too bad. It's a pity that your cultivation base isn't enough. If you entered the Samsara realms, I'm afraid you would sink into oblivion. Yunxi, on the other hand, watched Luo Yunyang with deep affection but didn't say anything. However, the smile in her eyes couldn't be concealed. Nothing big seemed to have happened in the Divine Union over these 100 days. However, Luo Yunyang, who had just returned to the Divine Union, couldn't help but feel a vague sense of unease. He didn't know where this unease came from, but it made him feel really uncomfortable. Luo Yunyang didn't harbor any groundless fears regarding this unease. His mind power and cultivation base hadn't improved much, yet one couldn't deny that his spiritual knowledge had already reached the level of a heavenly venerate. This was the equivalent of the level of a supremacy in this realm. Although his spiritual knowledge was still lacking compared to an actual supremacy in this realm, compared to ordinary universe-grade existences, Luo Yunyang felt way stronger. This bad feeling meant that some very unpleasant things would definitely happen. Luo Yunyang didn't find these sort of circumstances out of place. After all, some time ago, he had offended most of the supremacies during the fight for the ultimate samsara token. Those supremacies had only held back because of the celestial world supremacy. A short while later, there had been some news from the Bloody Blade Monarch and the others. Upon discovering that Luo Yunyang was still in Samsara Star City, the Bloody Blade Monarch and the others had sent a message, telling Luo Yunyang that they would head over to Samsara Star City to meet him. The Bloody Blade Monarch, the Divine Axe Monarch and the others had also entered 10 cycles of reincarnation on Luo Yunyang's orders. However, unlike Luo Yunyang's 100-year cycles, each of their cycles had been 30 to 40 years long. After all, the difference between their samsara tokens and Luo Yunyang's was too great. As these people arrived outside Samsara Star City, Luo Yunyang exited the virtual realm. When the Bloody Blade Monarch and the others bowed respectfully, Luo Yunyang started to take note of the changes in his subordinates. The Bloody Blade Monarch and a few others hadn't improved much. Clearly, they hadn't gained a lot in the samsara realms. While Luo Yunyang was evaluating the Bloody Blade Monarch and the rest, his subordinates did the same to Luo Yunyang. Although his cultivation base didn't seem to have undergone any major changes, his aura now made the Bloody Blade Monarch and the others a little fearful. If they were to describe the past Luo Yunyang as extraordinary, right now, they really didn't know how to describe their master. The most disappointed person among them was the Bloody Blade Monarch, who hadn't benefited much. As he watched Luo Yunyang, he had a strange thought. His master had the bearing of a supremacy. City Lord, you were the last to return. Some time ago, we saw Blue Lotus Daozi, Supreme Daozi, and the others leaving. It seems like they gained quite a bit from their reincarnation cycles. Due to Luo Yunyang's bearing, the Bloody Blade Monarch and the others were very careful when they reported to him. Luo Yunyang had become a heavenly venerate during his reincarnation cycles and acquired the Samsara Divine General Inheritance. How could he care about such things? He nodded and said, "No one comes out of the 10 reincarnation cycles empty-handed. What is pivotal is how you comprehend what you gained." These words were addressed to the Bloody Blade Monarch and the others, who felt a little enlightened. Their disappointment at not gaining that much in the samsara realms also largely dissipated. While Luo Yunyang was talking with his subordinates, his communication device rang. He frowned when he saw who the caller was. It was actually the Empty Fire Saint. The Empty Fire Saint was Luo Yunyang's second senior brother. Although they couldn't be considered enemies, their relationship wasn't that good either. After all, the memory of Luo Yunyang slaying the Cloud Sea Saint was still rather fresh. Why was the Empty Fire Saint looking for him that anxiously? Luo Yunyang's heart suddenly pounded faster. He suddenly realized why he had been uneasy ever since he had returned. As soon as the call was put through, all the Empty Fire Saint said was, "Come with me." Compared to the real world, the virtual realms were naturally faster and more convenient. The Empty Fire Saint brought along Luo Yunyang as they shuttled back and forth in the virtual realm for half an hour before stopping. This is Master's forbidden, private space in the virtual realm. It is very difficult for people to find out about what happens here. The Empty Fire Saint then said confidently, even Master would have difficulty finding out. Luo Yunyang sensed a powerful seal on the space all around them. This sort of seal was profound, yet even the current Luo Yunyang could break through these prohibitions easily. "Senior brother, why did you bring me to this place?" Although he had already ascertained that his unease had something to do with the Empty Fire Saint, Luo Yunyang still remained calm. "Master has entered the samsara and has been reincarnated," said the Empty Fire Saint. Luo Yunyang stiffened upon hearing the Empty Fire Saint's words. He had finally determined the reason for his unease. Chapter 634. Dark Clouds. After slaying the Cloud Sea Saint mercilessly, many cracks appeared between Luo Yunyang and the Cloud Sea Saint's teacher-disciple relationship. However, no matter how large these cracks were, the celestial world supremacy was like a tall and large tree that shielded Luo Yunyang from the elements. Thus, even if they mainly existed, Luo Yunyang still felt grateful to the celestial world supremacy from the bottom of his heart. The celestial world supremacy had actually just entered samsara to be reincarnated. Where has he reincarnated to? When can he return? Although Luo Yunyang was shocked, he still had a heavenly venerate grade mind, so he quickly regained his composure. "I don't know." The Empty Fire Saint's reply was blunt. "I was cultivating that day, when Master's consciousness suddenly popped up in my head. He said that he had finally found the path he wanted by using the Samsara Bodhi seal. He told me to be more careful and fend for myself. The empty fire saint paused for a bit before continuing. At the time, I hurriedly asked Master what it was he wanted to do. Master said that he wanted to enter a reincarnation because the path he had taken previously had been wrong. A supremacy-level existence had actually admitted to taking a wrong path. Many thoughts popped up in Luo Yunyang's head. Although he didn't know exactly what was wrong with the celestial world supremacy's cultivation, he was well aware of the dangers that this situation posed for him. He didn't say anything. Instead, he waited for the empty fire saint to go on. I couldn't find Master when I went to his seclusion grounds. Do the other supremacies know that Master has once again been reincarnated? Luo Yunyang asked the most important question when the empty fire saint regained his composure. If the other supremacies knew, then this would be a really unfavorable circumstance. If the other supremacies didn't know, Luo Yunyang would still have some leeway for the time being. Not yet. The empty fire saint mulled this over for a bit before saying. But I believe that, as Master's last bit of aura in this world vanishes, the other supremacies will be able to sense it. How long will it take for Master's last bit of aura to disappear? This concerned his survival, so Luo Yunyang asked every question meticulously. The empty fire saint knew that his Master's departure had affected his junior brother more than it had affected him. The reason he had brought Luo Yunyang to this secret place before telling him about the celestial world supremacy was to allow him to make early preparations, 10 years at most. Luo Yunyang frowned when he heard this. 10 years was too short a time. Although his own consciousness was at the heavenly venerate level, this didn't mean that he could become a heavenly venerate within 10 years. Luo Yunyang had been able to become a heavenly venerate in the Tianyan void mainly by relying on the energy shifter technique to transfer all his cultivation base from his 10 reincarnated embodiments. Now, how was he going to gather the power of 9 lifetimes in such a short time? The empty fire saint sighed as he watched the frowning Luo Yunyang. Junior brother, make preparations as soon as you can. Unlike Luo Yunyang, the empty fire saint hadn't offended too many people in the divine union, so he wasn't facing such a bad situation. At the very least, those supremacy-level existences wouldn't make any moves against him. However, Luo Yunyang was different. He had enraged too many supremacies. While the celestial world supremacy was around, some supremacies, such as the Blood Lotus supremacy, would still feel some apprehension. Now that the celestial world supremacy had gone on a reincarnation cycle himself, this apprehension had already vanished. The empty fire saint spoke a little more to Luo Yunyang before turning to leave. He couldn't help Luo Yunyang much under the circumstances. After exiting the celestial world supremacy's sealed space, Luo Yunyang secluded himself and pondered this situation. This matter was a massive threat to him. What should he do during these 10 years? Thanks to his experience as a heavenly venerate, Luo Yunyang was well aware of the power of a supremacy. Furthermore, he understood how difficult it was to face a single supremacy and knew that he would have to face over 10 of them shortly. As he was in deep thought, Luo Yunyang started to estimate the resources he possessed. As of now, he reckoned that his most powerful method was the divine martial battle avatar. Although it could only display the strength of a supremacy, it was still the best thing that Luo Yunyang could rely on. However, utilizing the divine martial battle avatar required origin divine crystals. Currently, Luo Yunyang only possessed one piece, which was the piece within the divine martial hall. Besides the divine martial battle avatar, the other main things that Luo Yunyang relied on were the power of his own body, the chaotic 4-origin beast, as well as the 2 clone embodiments of the chaotic 4-origin beast. Luo Yunyang felt that by relying on his attribute regulator and his heavenly venerate level consciousness, his strength wouldn't have any problem dealing with an existence at the level of the Cloud Sea Saint. As he had these thoughts, Luo Yunyang opened the attribute regulator. Power: 99 mind, 113 speed, 21 constitution, 36 origin source law, 936 wind, 214 earth, 270 fire, 281 water, 182 origin source mystic ability, 5 space-time eye, 5. The reddish gold numbers were reflected clearly. It seemed like there hadn't been any changes to his power, mind, speed and constitution. After all, while he had made some progress during the 10 reincarnation cycles, Luo Yunyang knew that the progress he could have made was limited. However, as Luo Yunyang's attention turned to the origin source law column, he felt his head buzzing. Had he been wrong? Instinctively, Luo Yunyang's first reaction was to think that he had been mistaken. If he hadn't seen wrongly, how could the reddish gold digits be 936? He remembered clearly that this number had only been 13 before he had entered the 10 cycles of reincarnation. These were reddish gold digits, not the golden digits of the past. How could his origin source law? As he thought about this, Luo Yunyang suddenly recalled his own heavenly venerate consciousness. Although that heavenly venerate level consciousness had completely adapted to the current world, it was still at a heavenly venerate level. His control over origin source law wasn't something an ordinary person could compare with. Luo Yunyang was ecstatic upon seeing the over 900 points. Although these 900 points would delight anyone, no one else would have any way of converting them into power or mind points. However, thanks to the attribute regulator, all these attribute points could easily be changed into mind or power points. Furthermore, using it appropriately would bring about even more unimaginable benefits. As these many thoughts buzzed in his head, Luo Yunyang quickly turned his attention to the various attributes of the chaotic four-origin beast. However, he was slightly disappointed this time. Power, 2010 mind, 520 speed, 101 constitution, 574 origin source laws, 140 wind, 30 earth, 39 fire, 35 water, 41 origin source mystic ability, 100 chaotic hold transference, 50 heaven earth engulfing, 50 innate mystic ability, 4 origin clone, 10 compared to his own body. The attributes of the chaotic four-origin beast hadn't changed much at all. One could even say that nothing had changed. However, after Luo Yunyang looked through his own attributes again, a plan formed in his head. In 10 years, not only would his body need to break through to the celestial domain grade, but the chaotic four-origin beast would have to break through to the celestial domain grade too. Luo Yunyang wasn't too worried about his own body's breakthrough. Although he was currently only in the initial stages of the galaxy grade, he had already gained a lot regarding his own cultivation paths during his time in the Tianyan Void. He had already found an expressway to ascending to the celestial domain grade. However, the body of the chaotic four-origin beast was too huge. Although its massive body could bring about benefits that other cultivators couldn't hope to acquire, it also put him in a huge predicament. Ascending grade was too difficult. Not only was origin source law comprehension required, but vast quantities of energy were also necessary. In a massive palace carved out of fine jade, the Luo Supremacy was sitting in a lotus position watching singing and dancing performances. Given his cultivation base, he basically didn't have to sit down and cultivate in silence unless something important happened. The activities that supremacies enjoyed were in fact also a method of cultivation. The Luo Supremacy eyed a priceless divine fruit and picked it up. He didn't eat it right away. Instead, he told the Luo Supremacy, who had suddenly appeared beside him, "I doubt that you have come over here just to watch some performances with me. I have something to attend to here." With that, the Luo Supremacy waved his hands. "All of you get out." The demigod people performing immediately ran out of the large hall. Although he was slightly annoyed at being disturbed, he was still helpless to do anything about it. "What's the matter?" the Luo Supremacy said as he bit into the divine fruit. "Have you sensed that the celestial world supremacy's aura has already started to weaken?" The Luo Supremacy's voice was slightly overcast as he spoke. This matter involved the celestial world supremacy. Thus, the Luo Supremacy immediately changed his lackluster attitude. He pondered this a bit before he said, "I've sensed it." "Then what do you reckon has made the celestial world supremacy's aura start to weaken?" the Luo Supremacy asked. The Luo Supremacy didn't answer. Instead, he looked straight at the Luo Supremacy. "What are you suspecting?" "I am not suspecting anything, but there definitely has to be a problem." The Luo Supremacy lowered his voice. "I actually have a feeling that the celestial world supremacy is no longer in this realm." "That is only your guess," the Luo Supremacy said solemnly. "You should know what the celestial world supremacy represents in our divine union." "I know, that is why I have only come to discuss with you two. See if we can coerce the celestial world supremacy to come out." The Luo Supremacy then said gravely, 10 reincarnation cycles have already ended. People will treat us like jokes if we don't do anything at all. All videos have ads disabled. YouTube doesn't pay me enough to cover electricity costs. If you are well off, please consider donating via PayPal or becoming a member of this YouTube channel. Thank you.